Simon & Schuster Audio presents Thoughtless by S.C. Stevens. Read by Rebecca Ross.
Chapter 1. Meetings. It was the longest drive I had ever been on. That really wasn't saying a whole lot, since I had never driven more than 60 miles away from my hometown. Still, by anyone's standards, the drive was absurdly long. According to MapQuest, it was roughly 37 hours and 11 minutes long. I'm assuming that's if you're superhuman and never need a pit stop, of course. My boyfriend and I were driving away from Athens, Ohio. I had been born and raised there, along with every other member of my family. It was never discussed among our little foursome, but it was a known-from-birth fact that my sister and I would be attending and graduating from Ohio University. Therefore, it had been a terrible family tragedy when, a few months ago, during my second year there, I'd made plans to transfer out in the fall. What had shocked them even more, if that were possible, was the fact that I was transferring nearly 2,500 miles away to Washington, more specifically, the University of Washington in Seattle. I had landed a pretty nice scholarship, though, and that had definitely helped to sway my parents. Helped, but only a little. Family gatherings were going to be colorful from now on. The reason for my transfer was sitting beside me, driving us away in his beat-up Honda. I looked over at him and smiled. Denny Harris. He was beautiful. I know it's not the manliest way to describe a guy, but in my head, it was the adjective I used most often, and it fit him to a T. He was originally from a small town in Queensland, Australia, and a lifetime spent in the water at that exotic locale had left him tanned and muscular, but not in a beefy kind of way. No, in a more natural, proportioned, athletic way. He wasn't overly tall for a guy, but he was taller than me, even when I wore heels, and that was enough. His hair was a dark, dark brown, and he liked to have it lightly styled into chunky but orderly pieces. I loved to do this for him, and he adoringly let me, sighing and complaining the whole while that he was just going to shave it off one day. He loved it, though. His eyes were warm and a deep, dark brown, and were currently turned in my direction to sparkle at me. Hey, babe, not too much longer now. Maybe a couple of hours. The way his accent slid over his words was curiously intoxicating to me. It never ceased to bring me some small sliver of joy, as weird as that was. Luckily for me, Denny had an aunt who, 3 years ago, had been offered a position at Ohio University and moved over here. Denny, being the sweetheart that he is, had decided to come with her and help her get settled. Having loved being in the States for a year back in high school, it didn't take him long to decide to transfer to Ohio U, which to my parents, up until he had swept me away, that is, made him the ideal candidate for my affections. I sighed and hoped they got over this college thing quickly. Thinking I was sighing at his statement, Denny added, I know you're tired, Kiera. We'll just be a minute at Pete's and then we can go home and crash. I nodded and closed my eyes. Pete's was apparently the name of the popular bar where our new roommate, Kellan Kyle, was a local rock star. Though we were heading off to be his new permanent house guests, I didn't know much about him. I knew that while doing his junior year of high school abroad, Denny had stayed with Kellan and his parents. And I knew that Kellan played in a band. Yep, I knew 2 whole facts about our mysterious new roomie. I opened my eyes and stared out the window, watching the thick green trees blur past me. The numerous street lamps on the freeway cast an odd orange glow upon them. We had finally made it over the last mountain pass. I had been worried for a moment there that Denny's old car wouldn't be able to make it. We were currently zigzagging past lush forests, rocky waterfalls, and vast lakes sparkling in the moonlight. Even in the dark of night, I could tell it was beautiful here. I could already see a new life opening up for me in this picturesque state. Our departure from my comfortable life in Athens had started several months ago with Denny's impending graduation from Ohio U. He was brilliant, and I wasn't the only one who thought so. Gifted is how his professors commonly referred to him. They had written him numerous letters of recommendation, and Denny had started applying for jobs everywhere. I couldn't bear the thought of being away from him, even if it was only for 2 years until I finished school, so I applied to universities and colleges everywhere that Denny had applied for a job or internship. My sister Anna thought that was odd. She wasn't exactly the type to go traipsing around the country after a guy, not even an attractive one like Denny. But I couldn't stop myself. I could not bear to be without that boy's goofy grin. Of course, being so brilliant, he landed his dream internship in Seattle. He was going to work for a company that, according to Denny, was one of the leading advertising agencies in the world and was responsible for coming up with a certain golden-arched fast food chain's world-renowned jingle. He would repeat that fact to anyone who would listen, and he said it with an odd look of reverence, like they had invented air or something. Apparently their internships are really rare, and not just in how many a year they offer, but also in how involved they allow their interns to be with projects. Denny would immediately be a member of the team, not just a fetching boy. He had been practically giddy in his excitement to leave for Seattle. I had been a panicky mess. I had downed a half bottle of Pepto daily until I'd finally received my acceptance for transfer to the University of Washington. Perfect. Then I somehow managed to swing a scholarship that paid for nearly all of my tuition. I wasn't Denny's level of brilliance, but I wasn't a dummy either. Double perfect. The fact that Denny actually knew people in Seattle and that one of them had an extra room for us at a fraction of what we were expecting to pay, well, it made the whole affair seem like it was fated to be. I smiled as I watched the names of roads, parks, and small towns fly by us. We were coming upon towns more frequently now, starting to move away from the majestic mountains that I could no longer see behind us in the darkness. Rain spattered our window as we approached a larger city with a sign directing us toward Seattle. We were getting closer. Our new life would start soon. I knew virtually nothing of our new city, but I would get to figure it all out with Denny by my side. I reached over to grab his hand, and he smiled softly at me. Denny had graduated a week ago with a double major in business economics and marketing, the hunky dork, and we'd packed up to leave. His new job required him to be there this coming Monday. My parents had not been thrilled about the all-too-soon separation. Once they had grudgingly accepted my decision to leave, they had been looking forward to having me for one last summer. While I would miss them terribly, Denny and I had been living apart, he at his aunt's and I at my parents', for nearly 2 achingly long years, and I was eager to advance our relationship. I had tried to keep a solemn face while kissing them all goodbye, but on the inside, I had been glowing with the thought of finally being on our own. The only part of the move I had protested vehemently was driving there. A few hours in a plane versus days in a cramped car, it really was a no-brainer to me. But Denny had some odd attachment to his vehicle and refused to leave it behind. I supposed it would be convenient to have a car in Seattle, but I got a good half day of sulking out of it anyway. After that, Denny had just made the trip too much fun for me to complain anymore, and of course, he had found numerous ways to make his car quite comfortable. There were a couple of rest stops that are now forever etched in my fondest memories. I smiled wildly at that thought and bit my lip, once again excited at the very idea of a place of our own. The ride had been entertaining and full of many happy memories, but we had driven straight through. Even in my happiness, I was bone-tired, and even though Denny had managed to make his car surprisingly cozy, it was still a car, and I was dreaming of an actual bed. My smile turned into a contented sigh when the lights of Seattle finally showed themselves to us. Denny had gotten directions on the way over, and we easily found Pete's bar. He managed to find an empty space in the "It's Friday night, let's go drink" jammed full parking lot, and nimbly pulled the car in. The second the engine shut off, I practically jumped out the door and stretched for a solid minute. Denny chuckled at me, but did the same. Grabbing each other's hands, we made our way to the open front doors. We were later than we had expected to be, and the band was already playing, their music drifting out to us in the lot. We walked inside the doors, and Denny quickly scanned the room. He pointed out a really big guy leaning against the side wall, watching the audience, who were mostly watching the band, and we started making our way through the packed room to him. On the way over, I looked up at the stage to the 4 guys performing there. They all looked to be around my age, in their early 20s. Their music was fast, driving rock, and the singer's voice was perfectly matched to the style. Rough, yet really sexy. They're pretty good, I thought, while Denny expertly navigated us through a sea of feet and elbows. I couldn't help but notice the lead singer first. No one would be able to overlook him. He was drop-dead gorgeous. He had intense eyes that were busy scanning the crowd of adoring women clustered around the front of the stage. His light, sandy brown hair was a thick, wild mess. It was longer on the top, with shorter, shaggy layers all the way around, and he was running his hand through it in a rather adorable way. As Anna would say, he had bedroom hair. Well, okay, she would use a cruder adjective. My sister could be just a little crass, but it was the kind of style that looked like he had just been ravished in the back room. I blushed as it occurred to me that maybe he had been. Anyway, it was alarmingly attractive on him. Not everyone could pull off that kind of look. His clothes were surprisingly basic, like he knew he didn't have to accessorize his looks. His shirt was just a gray tee with the long sleeves pushed back to the elbow. It was just tight enough to hint at what was most definitely a fabulous body underneath. He wore perfectly lived-in black jeans with black heavy boots. Simple, yet stunning. He looked like a rock god. Even with all that, the most amazing part about him, besides his alluring voice, was his unbelievably sexy smile. He only showed glimpses of it through the words he was singing, but it was enough. A smooth half-smile here and there, flirting with the crowd. Utterly charming. He was downright sexy. Unfortunately, he knew it. He met eyes with every one of his adoring fans. They went crazy as his gaze passed over them. Now that I was looking closer, his half-smiles were disconcertingly seductive. His eyes were practically undressing each and every one of the women around the stage. My sister also had a choice turn of phrase for those kinds of eyes. Watching him seduce the entire cluster of female groupies was making me uncomfortable, and I shifted my focus to the remaining 3 members. The 2 guys on either side of the singer were so similar that they had to be related, probably brothers. They seemed about the same size, slightly shorter than the singer, and thinner, not quite as well-built. They had the exact same slim nose and thin lips. One played lead guitar, one played bass guitar, and they were both passably cute. Possibly if I had seen them first instead of the singer, I would have thought them more attractive. The lead guitarist wore khaki shorts and a black t-shirt featuring the name and logo of a band I didn't know. His hair was blonde, short, and spiky. He played the difficult-sounding piece with a look of concentration on his face, his light eyes flicking over the crowd every once in a while, then back down to his hands. His equally light-eyed, blonde-haired relative wore his hair longer, down to his chin and tucked behind his ears. He was also wearing shorts, and his t-shirt made me chuckle a little. It simply read, "I'm with the band." He played the bass with an almost bored expression on his face, and kept looking over to the guitarist, who could so easily be his twin. I got the impression he would rather be playing that instrument. The final guy was tucked behind the drums, so I couldn't see much of him. I was just thankful that he had clothes on at all, since many drummers seem to feel the need to be nearly naked when they play. But he had the kindest face in the world, with big dark eyes and buzz-cut brown hair. He had gauges in his ears, maybe half-inch ones. I wasn't too big a fan of those, but on him they looked oddly attractive. His arms were covered in bright, colorful tattoos, like an art mural, and he flew through the complicated drum patterns effortlessly, scanning the crowd with a big grin on his face. Denny had only mentioned that our new roommate, Kellan, was in this band. He had never elaborated on which member he might be. I hoped it was the big teddy bear-looking guy in the back. He seemed like he'd be easygoing. Denny had finally worked us through the crowd to the burly man. He'd noticed us approaching and was smiling broadly at Denny. "G'day, mate. Glad to see ya again," he yelled over the music, trying to mimic Denny's accent and butchering it horribly. I smiled to myself. Everyone always tried to sound like him once they heard him speak. Usually nobody pulled it off. It was just one of those accents that sounded phony unless you had lived in Australia. Denny was always trying to get me to use it because it highly amused him when people tried. I knew I couldn't, so I didn't give him the satisfaction. No point in making myself look stupid. "Hey, Sam, Long time no see. Denny's year in Seattle as an exchange student back in high school had introduced him to Kellan. Since Sam looked about Denny's age, I assumed that was how he knew him, too. I smiled wider as they gave each other a swift guy hug. Sam was a big guy. He definitely had a beefcake body and wore a red shirt that barely contained his muscles. His head was completely shaved, and if he hadn't been grinning, I would never have dared to approach him. There was just an air of menace about him, which, now that I noticed the name of the bar across the shirt, seemed appropriate. He obviously worked as a bouncer here. Sam leaned in closer to us so he didn't have to talk quite so loud. "Kellan told me you were coming in tonight. Staying with him, huh?" He looked over at me standing beside Denny. "This your girl?" he asked before Denny could answer his first question. "Yeah, this is Kiera. Kiera Allen." Denny smiled over at me. I loved the way his accent slid over my name. "Kiera, this is Sam. He and I were mates in school." "Hello." I smiled at him, not knowing what else to do. I hated meeting people for the first time. It always made me a little uncomfortable and very self-conscious. I didn't feel like I was anything special to look at. Not that I was unattractive, just nothing special. My brown hair was long and thankfully thick, with a slight curl to it. My eyes were hazel, and I'd been told expressive, which in my mind always translated to overly large. My height was in the middle for a girl, 5'5", and I was pretty lean thanks to running track in school. But overall, I felt very average. Sam nodded back at me and looked over to talk to Denny again. "Anyway, Kellan had to start his set, but he left your key with me in case you guys didn't want to stay. You know, long drive and all." He reached in his jeans pocket and handed the key over to Denny. That was sure nice of Kellan. I was dead tired and really just wanted to get settled in, then sleep for about 2 days straight. I didn't want to have to wait for who knows how long a set lasted to get our key. I glanced back at the band again. The singer was still mentally undressing every woman he spotted. Occasionally, he would suck in a breath through his teeth, exaggerating the sound in a way that was almost intimate. He leaned over the microphone and reached out a hand to get closer to his adoring fans, making them squeal in delight. Most of the men in the bar were farther back, but some boyfriends had stuck close to their girls. Those men eyed the singer with decided distaste. I couldn't help but think that someday he was going to get his ass seriously kicked. More and more, I believed the nice-looking guy in the back was Denny's mate. The drummer just seemed like the good-natured, carefree type of person that he would easily bond with. Denny was taking a minute to chat with Sam, asking him what he was up to now. When they were finished catching up, we said our goodbyes. "Ready to go?" Denny asked, knowing how tired I was. "Oh, yes," I said, aching for an actual bed. Thankfully, Kellan had told Denny that the last tenant had left some furniture behind. Denny laughed a little, then looked over to the band. I watched him waiting to catch his friend's eye. Denny liked having light facial hair along his jawline and upper lip. Not a lot and not heavy. He just looked like someone who had been on a long camping trip. It made his could-be baby face seem older and more rugged. It was soft, though, and felt nice when he nuzzled my neck. It was also incredibly sexy. I realized I was ready to leave for more than one reason. Still intently watching Denny, I noticed him raise the hand clutching the key and nod his chin up. Apparently, he had finally gotten Kellan's eye and signaled to him that we were heading home. I was so lost in my dreamy thoughts that I'd forgotten to watch who he signaled. I still wasn't entirely sure which one Kellan was. I glanced over, but none of the four were looking our way. As we started to make our way back to the door, I looked over to Denny. Which one is Kellan, anyway? Huh? Oh, I guess I never really explained that, did I? He nodded back to the band. He's the singer. My heart dropped a little. Of course he was. I had stopped and looked back, and Denny stopped with me, watching the band as well. Sometime when we had been walking away, the song had changed. The beat was slower, and Kellan's voice was lower and smoother, sexier, if that were possible. But that wasn't what made me stop and listen. It was the words. They were beautiful, heartbreaking even. It was a poetic declaration of love and loss, insecurity and even death, of wanting someone left behind to remember him as a good person, a person worthy of being missed. The insipid girls, whose number had doubled, were still clamoring for his attention. They didn't even seem to recognize the change of the music's tone. Kellan was completely different, though. Both hands were now curled around the microphone, and he looked out over the crowd, his eyes unfocused, absorbed in the music. His whole body was lost to the words. They seemed to come from deep within his soul. Where the other song had just been fun, this one was personal. It obviously meant something to him. He stopped my breath. "Wow," I stated when my breathing started back up. "He's amazing." Denny nodded over to the stage. "Yeah, he's always been really good at this. Even his band in school was good." I suddenly wished we could stay all night, but Denny was every bit as tired as I was, maybe more so, since he had done the majority of the driving. "Let's go home." I smiled up at him, loving the way that sounded. He grabbed my hand and pulled me through the rest of the crowd. I glanced back at Kellan one last time before we stepped out the door. Surprisingly, he was looking straight at me. That perfect face, focused solely on me, was making me shiver a little. His powerful song still played on. Again, I wished I could stay to hear the end. He was so different now from the first time I had noticed him. In that first glance, he had just seemed so sensual. Everything about him had screamed, "I'm going to take you right here and make you forget your own name." But now he appeared deep, soulful even. Maybe my first impression was wrong. Maybe Kellan was someone worth getting to know better. Living with him was going to be interesting. Denny found our new place easily. It wasn't terribly far from the bar. It was on a smaller side street that was crammed with houses. The street itself was so completely lined with vehicles, it was practically a one-way street. The driveway looked just big enough for 2 cars, so Denny pulled into the spot farthest from the front door. He grabbed 3 of our bags from the back seat while I grabbed the remaining 2. Then we made our way inside. It was small but charming. The entrance had hooks for jackets, all of them empty, and a half-moon table where Denny tossed his keys. To our left was a short hallway ending in a door. A bathroom, maybe? Off that hallway, I could just make out a countertop. Must be the kitchen. Directly in front of us was the living room. An overly large television set was its most prominent feature. Boys will be boys, I thought. To our right was a set of stairs that curled around to the top floor. We followed the stairs up and stopped at a set of 3 doors. Denny opened the right door. The exceedingly messy bed and an older-looking guitar propped in the corner gave it away as Kellan's room. He shut the door and tried the middle one, laughing a little at our guessing game. Ah, he had found the bathroom. That left door number 3. Smiling, he opened it wide for us. I started to look around, but didn't get much further than the impressively large queen-size bed in the middle of the wall. Not one to miss an opportunity, I grabbed Denny's shirt and pulled him suggestively to that bed. Alone time didn't happen very often. We were usually surrounded by so many people, his aunt, my sister, or, my parents. It was cherished, and one thing I had quickly realized upon inspecting our tiny new home was that we weren't going to be quite as alone here as I had hoped, especially upstairs. I could tell the walls were very thin, not much in the way of privacy. So we threw our bags in the corner of the small room and took advantage of the fact that our roommate had a night job. The rest of our stuff could wait to be brought into the house. Some things were just too important. I awoke early the next morning, still groggy from days of traveling, but refreshed. Denny was stretched out on his side of the bed and looked entirely too peaceful to wake. A small thrill passed through me at waking up next to him. We rarely were able to spend an entire night together, but now we would get to every night. Careful not to disturb him, I stood and made my way to the hall. Our door looked directly across to Kellan's room, and his door was slightly cracked. The bathroom was in between the 2 small rooms, and the door was shut. My family had never closed the bathroom door unless someone was in there. I couldn't see a light under the door, but it was bright enough outside now that no light would be needed. Should I knock? I didn't want to feel like an idiot knocking on my own door, but I hadn't been introduced to Kellan yet, and walking in on him was not the way I wanted to meet him. Not that I ever did want to walk in on him. I glanced over to his door and listened until I thought a vein might burst. I thought I could hear light breathing coming from his room, but really I could have been hearing my own. I hadn't heard him come in last night, but he seemed like the type to stay out till 4 and sleep in till 2, so I took a chance and turned the knob. Relief washed through me that the bathroom was empty. Relief and the intense desire to wash the travel grime from my body. Making sure the door was securely locked, I didn't need Kellan walking in on me either, I turned on the shower. Last night I had hastily scrounged through my stuff for my pajamas before passing out from exhaustion. Now I stripped off my sleep pants and tank top and stepped into the near-scalding water. It was heaven. I suddenly wished Denny were awake. I wished he were in here with me. He had the nicest body, and it was even more so streaming with water. But then I remembered how dreadfully tired he'd looked last night. Maybe another time. I relaxed into the hot water and sighed. I hadn't remembered shampoo in my hurry to the bathroom, but luckily there was a bar of soap in the shower. Not the greatest way to wash my hair, but I wasn't comfortable using Kellan's expensive-looking stuff. I luxuriated under the hot steam for a lot longer than I should have, considering the other people who probably wanted a tiny bit of warm water for themselves. I couldn't help it, though. It just felt so good to be clean again. Finally, I shut the water off and dried away the droplets with the only available towel. It was dreadfully thin and slightly too small. I would need to remember my big comfy towel next time. Hastily wrapping the small towel around me, I braced for the cooler air in the hallway and opened the door. I had forgotten all of my toiletries, not to mention a change of clothes and my desire to be clean. I was concentrating on remembering which bag in our chaotic pile held my stuff when I noticed that Kellan's door was now open and occupied. He was standing in his doorway, yawning lazily and scratching his bare chest. Apparently, he preferred sleeping in just his boxer shorts. I couldn't help but be momentarily distracted by the sight of him. A night's rest hadn't affected his messy hair negatively at all. It looked downright delicious, going every which way. His body took up most of my attention, however. It was as fabulous as I had suspected. Where Denny's body was great, Kellan's was just ridiculous. He was tall, maybe a good half-foot taller than Denny, and his muscles were long and lean, like a runner's, and they were very clearly defined. I could have taken a marker and etched every single line. He was, well, hot. His eyes, an impossibly deep shade of blue, sparkled at me as he cocked his head to the side in a distractingly charming way. "You must be Kiera." His voice was low and slightly husky from just waking up. Embarrassment flashed through me as I realized that our first meeting wasn't that far from how I'd feared it would be. At least we were both dressed, sort of. Mentally chastising myself for not putting the tank top and lounge pants I had slept in back on before leaving the bathroom, I awkwardly extended a hand to him in some feeble attempt at formality. I mumbled, "Yes, hi." An adorable half-smile appeared on his face as he shook my hand. He seemed to find great humor in my reaction. He also didn't seem bothered in the slightest that neither one of us was dressed decently. I felt a blush coming and desperately wanted to flee to my room, but I had no idea how to politely get out of this odd meeting. "You're Kellan?" I asked. Dumb question. Obviously he was. Only 3 of us were living here. "Mm-hmm." He nodded in acknowledgement, still watching me closely. A little closer than I was comfortable, having a strange man stare at me while I was half naked. "Sorry about the water. I think I used all of the hot side." I turned to find our doorknob, hoping he would take the hint. "No problem. I'll just use it tonight before I leave." I wondered briefly where he was going, but instead mumbled, "See you later, then," and dashed back into my room. I thought I heard a soft chuckle behind me as I closed the door. Well, that was mortifying. I guess it could have been worse. That's exactly why I hated meeting people for the first time. I tended to come out of those meetings looking like an idiot, and today was no exception. Denny claimed our first meeting had been endearing. My memory attached a different word to it. I dreaded just how often I was going to have to do this in the coming months. At least for those future meetings I would have more clothes on. I hoped. I laid my head back against the closed door and waited for the embarrassment to fade. You okay? Denny's clear, accented voice poked through my thoughts. I cracked my eyes open and saw him propped up on his elbow, watching me curiously. He still looked tired, and I hoped I hadn't woken him. Just meeting our new roommate, I explained sullenly. Denny knew me so well that he wasn't too surprised at my reaction over something so small. He knew how embarrassed I would be, running into someone I didn't know in only a thin towel. Ah, come here. He opened his arms to me, and I eagerly crawled back into bed. I snuggled my back into his warm, comforting embrace, and his arms tightly cinched around me, pulling me close. He tenderly kissed my damp head and then let out a long sigh. Are you sure about this, Kiera? I reached back and playfully smacked him on the shoulder. We're already here. Isn't it a little late for that? I moved so I could look at his face. I am not driving back, I teased him. He smiled a little, but his face was serious. I know what you gave up for me by coming here. Your family, your home. I'm not blind. I know you miss it. I just want to make sure that this is worth it for you. I placed my hand on his cheek. Don't ever question that. Of course I miss my family. Miss them terribly. But you are worth it. You're worth anything. My fingers gently stroked his cheek. I love you. I want to be where you are. He smiled in earnest. Forgive me for being a little sappy here, but you are my heart. I love you too. And then he kissed me deeply and started to unwrap the suddenly bulky towel from around my waist. I had to remind myself over and over that the walls were very thin. Chapter 2. D-Bags. After a while, Denny and I came down the stairs holding hands. It was almost like we were teenagers in puppy love. We were both thoroughly enjoying finally living together. I told Denny what we looked like, and we were both laughing as we rounded the corner into the kitchen. The second thing I'd noticed about this house, right after taking in the small size of it, was how sparse on decorations it was. It was clearly evident that it was simply a place to sleep at night, a guy's pad. I was definitely going to have to do some shopping soon. It was just way too barren for any girl, even me, to leave alone for long. The kitchen was decently sized, considering. The far wall had a long counter ending in a refrigerator. The opposite wall was half the length, with a stove above which a microwave sat. On the left of the stove was another short counter with a coffee pot full of freshly brewed coffee. The smell emanating from it made my mouth water. The back portion of the room had a moderately sized table with 4 chairs and a large window that overlooked the postage stamp backyard. The space in between the short wall and the windowed wall opened up to the living room, and Kellan was walking through it. He was holding the morning paper and reading the folded front page. He was already dressed for the day in shorts and a short-sleeved tee. His wavy hair was still messy, but more orderly than earlier. Perfect. Even though Kellan was simply dressed, I suddenly felt very plain in my basic jeans and t-shirt. I tightened my hand in Denny's and dealt with it, though. Hey, man. Denny smiled and went over to Kellan, who looked up at his voice. Hey, glad you guys made it. Kellan smiled back and clasped Denny's shoulder in a quick hug. I smiled too. Guys could be so cute. With a warm smile in my direction, Denny said, You've already met Kiera, I hear. My smile left me at the memory. Yes, Kellan's eyes sparkled a little too mischievously, but nice to see you again. At least he was being polite about it. Still smiling, Kellan walked over to the fresh pot and grabbed some mugs from the cupboard above it. Coffee? Not for me, no. I don't see how you guys can drink that stuff, Denny said, making a disgusted face. Kiera loves it, though. I nodded in agreement and smiled up at Denny. He didn't even like the smell of coffee. He was more of a tea guy, which I found completely amusing and adorable. Denny looked down at me. Hungry? I think they steal some food in the car. Starving. I bit my lip and looked at his beautiful face for a second, then lightly kissed him and playfully smacked him in the stomach. Yeah, we were definitely teenagers in love again. He gave me a brief peck and then turned to leave. As he moved away, I noticed Kellan behind him, watching us with an amused expression on his face. Okay, be right back. Denny left the kitchen, and I heard him grab his keys from the entryway table where he'd tossed them the night before. The door closed a second later, and I marveled at how he wasn't even fazed that he was only wearing the t-shirt and boxers he had slept in. Smiling, I went to the table to sit and wait for him. Kellan came over a few moments later with 2 cups of coffee. I made a move to stand up and put cream and sugar in mine, but looking at the coffee more closely, I could see that he already had. How did he know I liked it that way? Noticing my puzzled expression, he said, I brought mine black. I can switch if you don't like cream. No, actually, I do like it this way. I smiled at him as he sat down. I thought maybe you could read minds or something. I wish, he chuckled, taking a sip of his black coffee. Well, thank you. I raised my cup a little and took a sip. Heaven. Kellan looked across the table at me, his head tilted. So, Ohio, huh? Buckeyes and fireflies, right? I smiled and mentally rolled my eyes at his limited knowledge of my home state. I didn't press him, though. Yep, that's about it. He looked at me quizzically. Do you miss it? I paused for a moment before answering him. Well, I miss my parents and my sister, of course. I paused again and sighed a little. But I don't know. A place is just a place. Besides, it's not like I won't ever see it again, I finished, smiling. He frowned at me. Don't take this the wrong way, but why did you come all the way out here? I was a little annoyed at the question, but I tried to ignore it. I didn't know Kellan well enough to judge him. Denny, I stated, as if that were the most obvious thing in the world. Huh. He didn't elaborate, just sipped his coffee. Needing to switch subjects, I blurted out the first thing that popped into my head. Why do you sing like that? I instantly realized how horribly offensive that must have sounded and regretted saying it. I didn't intend it that way. I was just curious about why he was so flirtatious on stage. His blue eyes narrowed at me. What do you mean? He asked. I got the feeling that his singing was something people usually didn't question him about. I couldn't tell if he was angry, but I didn't want to steer him that way. This was not how to make a good impression on the person I now shared a home with. Pausing for time, I took a slow sip of coffee. You were great, I started, hoping to mollify him. But sometimes you were just so... I cringed mentally, but I knew I needed to just be a grown-up and say it. Sexual, I whispered. His expression softened, and then he laughed for what felt like 5 minutes. Irritation flared in me full force. I wasn't trying to be funny, and I was getting really embarrassed, not to mention uncomfortable. Why did I have to open my big mouth? I stared down into my coffee cup, wanting to crawl inside it and disappear. Kellan finally noticed my expression had changed and worked at regaining his composure. Sorry, it's just, that's not what I thought you were going to say. I wondered for a moment what he had expected me to say and looked back up at him. Still slightly chuckling, he thought for a moment. I don't know. People just tend to respond to it. He shrugged his shoulders. By people, I inferred that he meant women. Did I offend you? He asked with a twinkle in his eye. Great. Now he thought I was this prudish person who couldn't handle him. No. I overly stressed the word and glared at him. It just seemed excessive. Besides, you don't need it. Your songs are great. He seemed a little taken aback by that. He sat back in his chair and watched me in a way that made my heart beat quicker. Seriously, he was just absurdly good-looking. I looked down at the table uncomfortably. Thank you. I'll try to keep that in mind. I looked back up at him again. He was smiling softly at me, and he seemed to genuinely mean it. Changing topics, he asked me, "How did you and Denny meet?" I smiled as I remembered it. College. He was a teaching assistant in one of my classes. It was my first year, his third. I thought he was the most beautiful person I had ever seen. I blushed a little bit over calling him beautiful out loud, and to a guy. I generally tried not to use that word in everyday conversation. People tended to look at me strangely. Kellan was just smiling peaceful at me, however. I supposed he was used to hearing a wide variety of glowing adjectives. Anyway, we just hit it off and have been together ever since. I couldn't help but smile at the flood of memories we had together. What about you? How did you meet Denny? I knew the basics of the story, but not much more. He thought a moment, a smile on his lips that matched mine. Well, my parents thought it would be a good idea to host an exchange student. I think their friends were impressed with that. His smile faded a bit before instantly returning. But Denny and I hit it off right away, too. He's a cool guy. He turned his face away, and a look passed over him that I couldn't comprehend. Almost grief. I owe him a lot, he said softly. He turned back to me, his charming grin back in place, and shrugged. Anyway, I'd do anything for the guy. So when he called and said he needed a place to stay, it was the least I could do. Oh. I was curious about his sudden sadness, but he seemed back to normal now, and I didn't want to press him. Anyway, Denny came back into the kitchen at that point. He looked very apologetic. Sorry, all I could find were these. He held up a bag of Cheetos and a bag of pretzels. Kellan softly laughed while I held out my hand and gave Denny a sweet smile. Cheetos, please. Denny frowned but gave them to me, and Kellan laughed harder. We finished our nutritious breakfast, and then I called my parents, collect no less, to let them know we were here and we were safe. Denny and Kellan caught up on their years apart while I chatted with my family. The only phone in the house was an olive green corded, 70s-looking contraption in the kitchen, and Denny and Kellan's stories were getting louder and funnier as they sat at the table and reminisced. I had to glare over at them a couple of times, non-verbally asking them to be quiet so I could hear my parents. Of course, they thought that was hilarious, and it only seemed to make them laugh even louder. Eventually, I turned my back on them and ignored their happy conversation. It wasn't as if my mom and dad were saying anything other than, ready to come home now, anyway. After my too-long conversation, Denny and I headed back upstairs. He quickly showered while I rummaged through his bag for some clothes. Choosing his favorite faded blue jeans and a light beige Henley shirt for him, I started setting out the rest of our things on the bed. The person who had rented this room before us had been kind enough to leave the bed, sheets and all, a dresser, a small television, and a nightstand complete with an alarm clock. I wasn't sure why, but I was extremely grateful, since Denny and I had absolutely no furniture. In Athens, we had lived with our relatives to save on cash. I had tried on numerous occasions to get Denny into an apartment of our own, but ever the money-savvy one, he hadn't seen the logic in wasting all that cash when our families were only a few minutes from school. In my head, I had a very long list of reasons why, most involving a bed, sheets and all. And of course my parents, although they adored him, weren't keen on him moving into my bedroom. They hadn't even been okay with me moving into his aunt's place, and since they were paying for my pricey education, I hadn't pressed the issue too far. But now we sort of had to live together to save on money, so I guess, in the end, I had won the argument. I smiled at that thought as I began putting our clothes into the small double dresser, his on one side, mine on the other. We didn't have a whole lot of clothes, and I was finished by the time Denny came back from the shower. Seeing him wrapped only in a towel greatly pleased me, and I sat on the bed with my arms around my legs, head resting on my knees to watch him get dressed. He laughed at my rapt attention, but was comfortable enough that he had no problem dropping his towel and dressing. I would have made him turn around or close his eyes or something if our roles had been reversed. Once finished, he sat on the bed beside me. I couldn't resist running my fingers through his damp hair, wrestling it around a little bit, and styling chunky pieces. He waited patiently, a warm glow in his eyes, a soft smile on his lips. When it appeared that I was finished, he kissed me on the forehead and we made our way back downstairs to get the rest of our boxes from the car. It only took 2 trips. We really didn't have a whole lot of stuff. We were, however, completely out of food. We put the boxes on our bed and decided to brave our way through the city streets in a quest for sustenance. Denny had lived here for an entire year, but that had been several years ago, and he hadn't been driving then, so we got some directions from Kellan and made our attempt. We easily made our way down to the pier and Pike Place Market to look around and get some fresh food. It truly was a beautiful city. We strolled hand in hand down the pier, watching the sunlight sparkle off the Sound. It was a warm, clear day, and we stopped and watched the ferry shuttle back and forth while the seagulls flew low over the water. Like us, they were scrounging for food. A light, cool breeze brought the smell of salt water with it, and perfectly content, I leaned my head back on Denny's chest as he wrapped his arms around me. "Happy?" he asked me, rubbing his jaw along my neck, the light hair along it making me giggle. "Deliriously," I answered, turning my head to give him a soft kiss. We did all the touristy things in the area, went through all the quaint shops, listened to the street musicians, sat on a cute little merry-go-round and watched the fishmongers chuck huge salmon to each other while the packed crowd cheered. Eventually, we picked up some fresh fruits, vegetables, and other edibles and made our way back to the car. One unfortunate thing about Seattle that was quickly apparent to us on our drive home was the roller coaster steep hills. Driving a stick shift on them was next to impossible. By the third near-accidental rear-ending, we were both laughing so hard that I couldn't stop the tears. We eventually made it back home in one piece after getting lost twice. We were still laughing about our little adventure as we walked back into the kitchen, carrying a couple of canvas bags of groceries. Kellan looked up at us from where he was sitting at the table, writing notes on a spiral pad of paper. Lyrics, maybe? He gave us an amused grin and went back to his work. Denny put our food away while I went upstairs and began sorting through our few boxes of stuff. It went pretty quickly. Knowing we weren't moving into a huge place, we'd only brought the essentials with us. We had left the majority of the stuff that a person accumulates over any given period of time in my mom's attic. It didn't take nearly as long as I thought it would before I had put away all of our books, Denny's work clothes, my school stuff, and a few pictures and other mementos. I finished by putting our toiletries in the bathroom. Seeing our dollar store shampoo next to Kellan's expensive stuff made me smile. There. I was done. Heading back downstairs, I turned into the living room to find Kellan and Denny watching ESPN. The space was like the rest of the house, barely decorated. I really was going to have to do something about that soon. The room consisted of a large TV against the back wall, next to a slider that led out to the backyard. A long, ratty-looking couch took up the far wall, with a seemingly comfy-looking chair catty-corner to it. A round table with an old lamp on it was tucked between the two. Kellan appeared to live as simply as he dressed. Denny was sprawled across the long couch, looking like he might fall asleep at any moment. He probably was still dreadfully tired. I was beginning to feel the long trip, combined with walking around the pier all afternoon, catch up with me as well, so I walked over to Denny and crawled on top of him. He shifted so I could sink in between him and the couch, my leg over his, my arm across his chest, and my head nestled in his shoulder. He sighed contently and pulled me tight, softly kissing my head. His heartbeat was slow and steady and was gently pulling me into sleep. Before I closed my eyes, I glanced over at Kellan, who was sitting in the chair. He seemed to be watching us curiously. I could do no more than wonder about it before my eyes slipped closed and sleep washed over me. I woke up a while later when Denny shifted beneath me. "Sorry, I didn't mean to wake you," he said, his accent warm and delightful around the words. Stretching luxuriously, I yawned and pushed myself up a little to look at his face. "It's okay," I mumbled, giving him a light kiss. "I suppose I should wake up anyway if I want to sleep tonight." I looked around, but we were alone in the room. Alone. The thought made me instantly aware of how close Denny and I were snuggling on the couch. Grinning mischievously, I kissed him again, but harder. He laughed a little, but kissed me back eagerly. It didn't take long for my breath and my heartbeat to quicken. Desire filled me for this warm, beautiful man beneath me, and I ran my fingers down his chest and slipped them under his shirt to feel his smooth skin. He gripped my hips with his strong hands and shifted me over until I was directly on top of him. I sighed happily and pressed into him. Somewhere in the corner of my mind, I registered a door closing, but Denny's hands pulling me even harder against him quickly drove any other thought from my head. I was happily kissing his jaw and moving to his neck when a faint, amused chuckle woke me from my reveling. I sat bolt upright on Denny's lap, causing him to grunt in surprise. I hadn't realized Kellan was still here, and I was pretty sure the color on my cheeks made that painfully obvious to him. Sorry. Kellan was laughing a little harder now. He stood in the entryway and grabbed his jacket from a hook by the front door. I'll be out of your hair in a minute, if you want to wait. He seemed to ponder that for a moment. Or don't. It really doesn't bother me. He shrugged, still chuckling. It bothered me. I immediately flew to the other side of the couch, too embarrassed to say anything. I looked over at Denny, hoping he could somehow rewind time a few minutes. He just lay there with an amused smile that matched Kellan's on his face. Irritation flowed through me. Men. Needing to change the focus somehow, I blurted out, "Where are you going?" It came out more harshly than I meant it to, but it was too late to change that. Kellan blinked at me, a little surprised by the angry outburst. I got the feeling we really could have been having sex on the couch and he wouldn't have cared. Apparently he was very open about that sort of thing. He probably had only meant to tease me, not embarrass me. My irritation cooled slightly. Pete's. We've got another gig there tonight. Oh. Now that I was paying more attention to anything but my mortification, he did seem dressed differently than this morning. A brilliant red, long-sleeved shirt and perfectly faded blue jeans. He looked freshly washed, too, his hair fabulously messy, but still slightly damp. He looked like the rock god that I remembered from the night before. Do you guys want to go? He paused and grinned devilishly. Or stay here? No, we'll go, sure, I blurted out, more from remembered embarrassment and irritation than any real desire to see him perform. Denny blinked at me in confusion and what looked a little like disappointment. Really? Trying to find a way to recover from my unthinking pronouncement, I came up with, yeah, they sounded really good last night. I was hoping to hear a little more. Denny slowly sat up on the couch. All right, I'll get my keys. Kellan shook his head at me, an amused grin on his face. Okay, I'll see you there then. On the car ride there, I tried to cover my earlier embarrassment by asking Denny about the odd conversation in the kitchen with Kellan. I looked over at him. Kellan seems nice. I didn't mean for it to come out like a question, but it kind of did. Denny looked across at me. No, he is. You kind of have to get used to him. He can seem like a real fig jam, but he's really a great guy. I raised my eyebrow at his weird Australian slang and smiled, waiting for him to explain. Every once in a while he would throw words out at me and I had no idea what they meant. He smiled, knowing what I was waiting for. Fuck, I'm good, just ask me, he explained. I blushed a little, thinking I preferred the shortened version, and then laughed. You never really talked about him before. I hadn't realized you guys were so close. I tried to think back over the few times he had mentioned his friend in Washington, but nothing jumped out in my head. He looked back to the road and shrugged. I guess we kind of lost contact when I went back home. I talked with him once or twice when I came back to the States, but we never really kept in touch. Busy, you know. Puzzled, I said, I got the feeling from him that you were closer. He kind of seems to love you. I felt a little weird saying that. Guys weren't usually so blunt with their feelings. It wasn't as if Kellan had been writing him sonnets or anything. It was just a feeling I got from him. His comments about owing Denny and doing anything for him. In the guy verse, that equaled love. Denny seemed to understand what I was talking about and looked down for a second, a little embarrassed. It's nothing. I don't know why he makes such a fuss over it. Really, it was no big deal. He looked back to the road, biting his lip. Insanely curious now, I asked, "What?" He paused. "Well, you know I lived with him and his parents for a year." "Yeah?" "Well, he and his dad had a strained relationship, I guess you could say. Anyway, one day his dad took it too far, knocked him around a little. I didn't really think about it. I just wanted it to stop. I guess I kind of stepped in front of him, took a blow for him." He looked over at my reaction for a second before turning back to his driving. I stared at him, shocked. I hadn't heard this story before. It sounded exactly like something Denny would do, though. My heart squeezed a little for Kellan. Denny shook his head, his brow creased. That seemed to wake his dad up a little. He didn't bother him again, at least not while I was there. He shook his head. I don't know about after, though. Looking over at me, he gave me his goofy grin. Anyway, Kellan just kind of felt like we were more a family than his real family after that. He laughed and looked back at the road. I think he's more thrilled that I'm back than I am. When we arrived at the bar, Kellan was already there, sitting with his 3 other bandmates at a table in the back near the stage. He sat on the end, looking relaxed and comfortable, with one foot propped on his knee. He was sipping a beer. To his left sat the longer-haired blonde that I remembered as the bassist. Across from him was the teddy bear drummer who I'd hoped was our new roommate, and finishing the circle to the drummer's left was the last member of the group, the blonde guitarist. I was a little surprised that they weren't hidden away somewhere getting ready to play, but they looked completely confident that they were going to be great and were simply relaxing with a few beers before going up there. 2 women sitting at the table across from them were openly watching their every move. One was clearly gaping at Kellan. She looked drunk enough and intrigued enough that I thought at any moment she was going to lunge across the aisle and plop right down in his lap. While Kellan paid her absolutely no attention, I wasn't sure if he wouldn't mind if she decided to do just that. Kellan's attention, however, was currently being held by the bassist sitting next to him. From the door, I couldn't tell what they were talking about, but all of the guys were listening to his story with smiles on their faces. Denny noticed them as well. Turning to smile at me, he led us over to their table. As we got close enough to hear the bassist's words, I decided that coming here had been a bad idea. I wished that I had kept my mouth shut and that we were warm and comfortable snuggling on the couch again. Denny pulled me steadily forward, though, so I glumly followed. "This girl, damn, she had the best rack I've ever seen." The bassist paused to make a crude gesture with his hands, as if the guys would need that statement clarified. "And the shortest skirt, too. Everybody around us was completely wasted, so I ducked under the table and shoved that skirt as high as it would go. Then I grabbed my beer bottle and stuck—" Kellan smacked him on the chest, noticing Denny's and my arrival. We stopped at the end of the table before him. Denny chuckled a little. I was sure I was bright red and tried to keep my face as smooth as possible. "Dude, I'm getting to the good part. Hold on." The bassist looked mildly confused. "Griff," Kellan pointed over to me, "my new roommates are here." He looked up to glance at Denny and me. "Oh yeah, roommates." He looked over at Kellan again. "I miss Joey, man. She was hot. Seriously, why did you have to tap that? Not that I blame you, but—" He cut off as Kellan smacked him in the chest again, even harder. Ignoring the bassist's irritation, Kellan pointed up to us. "Guys, this is my friend Denny and his girlfriend, Kiera." I tried to fix my face into a smile. I hadn't known why his old roommate had left, and I was a little shocked and a little embarrassed at the crude conversation we'd walked into. Denny smiled and smoothly said, "Hello." I managed to mumble out a "hi." "Hey," the bassist nodded up his chin in greeting. "Griffin." He eyed me up and down, making me extremely uncomfortable. I squeezed Denny's hand harder and moved slightly behind him. The bassist's could-be twin across the table from Kellan stuck out his hand in a more polite greeting. "Matt, hi." "The guitarist, right?" Denny asked him while he shook his hand. "You were really good." "Yeah, thanks, man." He seemed genuinely pleased that Denny had remembered what he played. Griffin, however, snorted, and Matt threw him a look. "Oh, get over it, Griffin." Griffin shot him a look right back. "All I'm saying is that you totally messed up that last riff. I rock that song. I should totally play it." Ignoring what sounded like an ongoing argument, the big teddy bear-looking guy beside Matt stood up and extended his hand to us. "Evan, drummer. Nice to meet you." We shook his hand while Kellan stood up. He walked across the aisle to the drunken women. I thought the one who had been gaping at him earlier might pass out at his nearness. He leaned over the back of her chair, brushed aside a lock of her hair, and whispered something very closely in her ear. She nodded, flushing slightly. Then he stood and grabbed a couple of empty chairs from beside them. The women were giggling like schoolgirls as he walked away. He set the chairs down for us at the end of the table, a slight smile on his face. "Here, have a seat." Feeling odd about that whole exchange and not entirely comfortable with our new companions, I sat down with a small frown on my face. Kellan's smile widened. He seemed to really enjoy it when I was uncomfortable. Griffin was turning his attention to Denny as we sat down. "What's your accent? You British?" Denny smiled politely at him. "Australian." Griffin nodded like he had known that all along. "Ah, ahoy, mate." Kellan and Evan laughed. Matt looked over at him like he was the world's biggest idiot. "Dude, he's Australian, not a pirate." Griffin sniffed haughtily. "Whatever." He took a swig of his beer. Laughing a little, Denny asked, "What's the name of your band, anyway?" Griffin sniggered while Kellan stated, "D-bags." I looked over at him incredulously. "Seriously?" Griffin, surprisingly, frowned a little. "They made me condense it, the pussies. I wanted the full thing. State it loud, state it proud." He smacked the table. Matt rolled his eyes. "If we ever want to play somewhere bigger than Pete's, then we need a name they can put on the marquee." At least one of them seemed to have goals for a bigger future. Griffin shot an irritated look over to Matt while Kellan and Evan laughed. "Dude, I made t-shirts." "No one is stopping you from wearing them," Matt muttered, rolling his eyes again. Kellan and Evan laughed harder, and even Denny chuckled a little. I couldn't help but smile at them. "Are you guys brothers?" Griffin looked at me in horror. "Absolutely not." Surprised, I looked back at Matt and then to him again. They really could have been twins. "Oh, sorry, it's just you look so—" "We're cousins," Matt explained. "Our dads are twins, so the resemblance is unfortunate." He frowned. Griffin snorted again. "Unfortunate for you that I'm hotter." The rest of the guys at the table laughed while Matt rolled his eyes again. Abruptly, Kellan lifted 2 fingers in the air, raised his chin, and motioned the fingers down at Denny and me. I looked across the room to where he was focused. An older woman, who gave him an odd smile, was running the bar at the far end of the long room. She seemed to know exactly what he meant because she handed 2 beer bottles to a waitress and pointed in our direction. I looked back over at Kellan, but he was already talking with Denny about Denny's new job. Kellan was curious about what an internship in advertising entailed. Having heard the story a million times before, I tuned it out and took a look around the bar. Pete's was warm and comfortable looking. The floors were oak and worn with years of use. The walls were a pleasant cream and red, with nearly every square inch covered with signs advertising various brands of beer. Dozens of tables in varying sizes and styles dotted the wooden floor, cram-packed wherever they could fit, except for a 20-foot area in front of the stage that took up one of the shorter walls. The stage was oak as well. The wall behind it was painted black and covered with hanging guitars in different styles and colors. Huge speakers sat on either side of the stage, pointing out toward the crowd. The lights above the stage were currently off. The microphones, guitars, and drums sat on the darkened stage, waiting for their owners. I looked over to the other side of the large rectangular room while the guys chatted around me. The other short wall was one long bar. The mirror behind the bar was lined with shelves, all filled with every kind of liquor bottle you could imagine. The bartender was now busy filling drink orders for the crowd that was starting to pour in from the double doors along the front wall. Large windows dotted that wall, letting in the glow of various neon bar signs. A pretty blonde waitress approached and handed Denny and me our beers. We thanked her, and Kellan gave her a friendly nod, which made me curious for a second. The waitress only smiled politely at him, however, so I figured they were just friends. I sipped my beer and watched the waitress walk through some double doors along the other long wall of the bar. I could see steel and movement and hear the clatter of food being prepared. That must be the kitchen. A large archway not far from the kitchen doors led to a decent-sized room that appeared to have a couple of pool tables in it. Continuing down the rest of the wall, I noticed a hallway close to the stage that receded around a corner. Signs indicated that restrooms were in that direction. As I was looking at the hallway, my eyes fell upon the two women who had been watching the guys earlier. Denny and I were now partially blocking their view since we were sitting on the end of the table. The one who openly wanted Kellan did not look happy that I was sitting right next to him. In fact, she looked downright pissed. I quickly turned back around. A moment later, I felt someone approaching me from behind. My body involuntarily tensed as I looked over my shoulder. Surely that woman wasn't going to try to start something with me. I sighed softly with relief at the sight of an older man approaching our table. He was dressed nicely in khaki slacks and a red-collared shirt with the name of the bar in the upper corner. He looked to be in his mid-50s with graying hair and a weathered face. He did not look happy at all. "Guys ready? You're up in 5. He sighed heavily. "You all right, Pete?" Kellan asked him, frowning a little. I blinked. Pete must be the owner of Pete's. How cute. "No. Tracy quit over the phone. She's not coming back. I had to have Kate pull a double so we were covered tonight." He glared rather angrily at Kellan. That made me curious until I remembered that the ex-roommate Joey had left abruptly because of Kellan. Maybe it was a pattern with him. Kellan, in turn, glared over at Griffin. Griffin looked a little sheepish and took a long swig of his beer before muttering, "Sorry, Pete." Pete sighed and shook his head. I guess there were just some occupational hazards that Pete was accustomed to involving this particular band. I couldn't help feeling sorry for him. Surprising myself, I said, "I was a waitress. I need to get a job, and working nights would be perfect when school starts." Pete looked over at me curiously and then back to Kellan. Kellan smiled and pointed to us with his bottle in turn. "Pete, these are my new roommates, Denny, Kiera." Pete nodded and looked me over. "You 21? I smiled nervously. "Yeah, since May." I wondered briefly what he would do if I said no while sipping on a beer. He nodded again. "All right, I could use the help, and soon. Can you start Monday, 6 p.m.? I looked over at Denny, wondering if I should have talked this over with him first. With his internship during the day, nights would be all we had together. He was smiling at me, though, and as I raised my eyebrows, he nodded almost imperceptibly. "Yeah, that would be fine. Thank you," I said quietly. And just like that, after less than 1 full day of being in this new city, I had a job. Chapter 3. New Job. Listening to the band play their full set was amazing. They really were good at what they did. Kellan was unbelievable. I was a little surprised that someone hadn't scooped him up yet. He was the poster child for a bankable rock star. Talented, seductive, and smoking hot. And the band already had quite the fan base. Almost immediately after they started their set, the floor around the stage was crowded with people. Denny pulled me out to the floor near the edge of the pack, where we had more room to dance and move about. The song the band was playing was extremely catchy and easy to dance to, and Denny twirled me around, then brought me tight to him as we danced close together. I laughed and slung my arms around his neck. Then he dipped me, and I laughed harder. Most of the D-Bags songs were fast, but Denny and I were comfortable with each other and danced together easily. Occasionally, I glanced up at the group on stage. Kellan gently kept time to the music with his body as he smiled flirtatiously through his words. He was captivating to watch, and I found myself staring at him more and more frequently as the night went on. Watching the way his body swayed while he sang, I happened to notice Griffin look over at Matt and scowl. Somehow, without ever looking at him or missing a note on his guitar, Matt managed to flip him off, making Denny and me giggle and Griffin roll his eyes. Evan watched over the group, slowly shaking his head and laughing as well. Kellan either didn't witness the exchange or he ignored it. He kept his eyes focused on the adoring crowd instead. For some of the songs, Kellan picked up his guitar and played along with Matt. Kellan's guitar wasn't amplified like Matt's, and the different sounds blended together nicely. He started off an intro to a slower song by himself, and I couldn't help but notice how good he was on the guitar, probably as good as Matt. Most of the people around the front of the stage were still cavorting and dancing, even though the song was slower, but some of the couples near Denny and me were starting to slow dance. Denny pulled me close, slipping his arms around my waist. He grinned at me goofily in a way that I immensely loved, and pulled me tight against him. I sighed happily and brought my arms around his neck again. Running my fingers through his dark hair, I gave him a soft kiss. As the music swelled and picked up intensity, I hugged him tight, laid my head on his shoulder, and breathed in his wonderful, familiar scent. Looking over Denny's shoulder, I watched Kellan on stage. He was smiling sweetly at me during a break in the vocals, and I smiled back. Then he winked at me. I blinked in surprise. He laughed. They played one more fast-paced song after that. Most of the couples returned to regular dancing. Denny and I chose to stay locked together, smiling at each other and softly kissing. When that song finished, Kellan's voice, speaking this time, not singing, broke through the noise of the crowd. "Thank you for coming out tonight." He paused, waiting for the crowd's sudden eruption of screams to die down. After a minute, he smiled charmingly and held up a finger. "I want to take a second to introduce you all to my new roommates." His finger pointed right at Denny and me. I wanted to run, but Denny laughed and moved to my side, his arms still around my waist. I looked over at Denny, biting my lip and wishing we had left after the slow song. He grinned and kissed my cheek while Kellan told the whole bar our names. I buried my head in Denny's shoulder, mortified, when Kellan cheerily said, "Now you'll all be happy to know that Kiera is joining the happy little family here at Pete's starting Monday night." The crowd screamed again. I had no idea why, and I blushed and glared up at Kellan, wishing he would be quiet. He laughed at my look. "I want you all to be nice to her." He looked over to the D-bag beside him who was grinning indecently at me. "Especially you, Griffin." Kellan said goodnight to the crowd, which hollered yet again. Then he sat down on the edge of the stage. My embarrassment fading now that the attention was no longer focused on me, I thought to go up and tell him how great he was. It apparently wasn't necessary, though. Almost instantly, at least 5 girls hovered around him. One brought him a beer, one played with his hair, and one even made herself quite comfortable on his lap. I'm pretty sure I saw her lick his neck. After witnessing that, I figured he didn't need any encouraging words from me tonight. I could just tell him something nice in the morning. Denny and I left soon after the band finished, and practically stumbled to bed in our tiredness. I don't know exactly when I heard Kellan get home, but it was much later than us. So naturally, I was pretty surprised when I groggily made my way down to the kitchen the next morning, and there he was, already sitting at the table, fully dressed, looking annoyingly perfect while sipping his coffee and reading the paper. "Mornin'," he said, a little too cheerfully. I replied grumpily. So not only was he talented and ridiculously attractive, he was also one of those people who can run smoothly on very little sleep. I grabbed a mug and poured some coffee while he finished his paper. Upstairs, I could hear the water start running as Denny prepared for his shower. I finished making my coffee and went over to sit across the table from Kellan. He smiled at me as I sat down. For a second, I felt really self-conscious in the lounge pants and tank top I had slept in. Irritation at his all-too-perfect face swept through me. Really, did one person need to be so blessed? It didn't seem cosmically fair. Then I remembered Denny's conversation with me in the car about Kellan and his dad. That cooled my anger. Things hadn't always been easy for this attractive boy. "Well, what did you think?" he asked, smiling like he already knew my answer. I tried to frown like I was going to say it sucked, but I couldn't and laughed a little instead. "You guys are amazing. Really, it was unbelievable." He smiled and nodded, sipping his coffee again. Not a great shock to him, then. "Thanks. I'll tell the guys you liked it." He looked up at me with the corner of his eye. Less offensive? I started to blush, remembering our conversation yesterday, but then his performance started replaying in my head. With mild surprise, I realized that he had toned down the sensuality. He had certainly still been flirty and charming, but less obvious. I smiled over at him. Yes, much better. Thank you. He laughed at my comment, and it pleased me a little that he had actually listened to something I had rather rudely criticized him for. We sipped our coffees in silence for a few minutes, and then something said in conversation last night suddenly popped into my head and slipped out of my mouth before I could stop it. Joey was the roommate before us? Really, what was wrong with my loose tongue around him? I was going to have to work on that. He slowly set his coffee mug down. Yeah, she left a while before Denny called about the room. Curious at the odd look in his eyes, I said, She left a lot of her stuff here. Is she going to come back for it? He looked down at the table for a second, then back up to my eyes. No. I'm pretty sure she left town. Surprise loosened my tongue again. What happened? I really had no intention of asking him that question. I wondered if he would answer me. He looked thoughtful for a second, like he was wondering as well. Misunderstanding, he finally said. Firmly, I shut my thoughts off and focused on my coffee. I was not going to pry anymore. It was not my business, and I didn't want to ruffle my new roommate. It didn't matter anyway. Her situation and mine and Denny's were so vastly different. I just hoped that, if she did come back, she would leave the bed. It was incredibly comfortable. Denny and I spent the remainder of that lazy Sunday resting and preparing for the jobs that we would start the next day. Denny's internship paid next to nothing, so we were both relieved that I had found a job so quickly. I thanked Kellan for his small part in introducing us to Pete, and mentally thanked Griffin for not being able to keep it in his pants, the thought of which, of course, made me blush a little. I was nervous about it, though. I had never waitressed at a bar before. Denny and Kellan had a great couple of hours quizzing me on different drinks and what was in them. I protested at first, since my knowledge really wasn't that stellar, and told them repeatedly that the bartender was making the drinks. I only had to repeat the orders. But after some amusingly suggestive drinks, some of which I'm sure Kellan completely made up, I started having fun playing their little game. I supposed it would help me to know everything I could. By that evening, Denny was starting to get nervous about his first day as well. He picked out 3 different sets of clothes, flipped through all his old school books, organized his briefcase 4 times, and eventually sat on the couch and tapped his feet. Kellan excused himself to meet with the band. Apparently they met nearly every day to rehearse. That was probably why they felt so comfortable before a show. I took the opportunity of our aloneness to do everything in my power to get Denny's mind off his nerves. After the second time, I think he finally relaxed. Monday morning came quicker than expected. I made my way downstairs for my morning cup of coffee while Denny got ready for his first day. Kellan was at his usual spot at the table, casually leaning back in his chair, drinking his coffee and reading the paper. I had to chuckle at his shirt. He was wearing a black t-shirt with douchebags printed boldly in white across the front. He noticed my laugh and my gaze and crooked a smile. Like it? I can hook you up. He winked at me. I know people. I smiled and nodded back at him as he went back to drinking his coffee. Denny came down a little while later, looking very handsome in a nice, light blue button-up dress shirt and khaki slacks. He looked over at Kellan and pointed to his shirt. Nice, man. Score me one of those? Kellan laughed and nodded while Denny came up and slipped his arms around me. I frowned at him as he gave me a kiss on the cheek. What? He asked, looking himself over quickly. I smoothed out the front of his shirt, then ran my hand along his jaw. You are entirely too attractive. Some perky blonde is going to snatch you away from me. He raised an eyebrow and smiled. You silly nong. Kellan popped up from the table. Nope, she's right, man. He seriously shook his head at him. You're hot. Then, grinning, he went back to drinking his coffee. Rolling my eyes at Kellan, I gave Denny a long kiss and wished him a good day at work. Kellan playfully came up and gave him a peck on the cheek as well. Denny laughed and, still looking rather nervous, made his way out the door. I didn't have a whole lot to do during the day since I wasn't starting school for another 2.5 months, so I called my mom again and told her I already missed everyone terribly. She immediately offered me a plane ticket back home, of course. I assured her that, in spite of being homesick, everything was going great here, and that I even had a job already. Sighing repeatedly, she wished me luck and lots of love. I told her to give Dad and Anna kisses for me. I spent the rest of the day watching TV and watching Kellan write lyrics at the table. He seemed to be constantly jotting down some notes or thoughts, scratching them out, moving things around, and chewing on his pencil, thinking. Occasionally, he asked my opinion about a verse. I tried to give him as insightful an answer as possible, but music theory was not one of my strong points. It was fascinating to watch him work, though, and the time passed quickly. Before I knew it, I needed to get ready for my shift. I showered, dressed, fixed my makeup, and pulled my hair back into a ponytail. Looking into the mirror, I sighed. Not great, but presentable, I guessed. I made my way downstairs to grab my jacket from the hook at the front door. "Kellan?" He looked over at me from the living room where he was watching TV. "Yeah?" "Is there a bus schedule around here? I want to look at the route again." Denny, with our only vehicle, wasn't home from work yet, and I wanted to leave early since I didn't know how long the bus ride would take. He looked at me quizzically before he understood. "No, I'll take you, though." No, you don't have to do that." I really didn't want to be a burden on him. "No problem. I'll grab a beer and chat with Sam." He threw a charming half-smile at me. "I'll be your first customer." Great. I hoped I didn't spill beer in his lap. "Okay. Thanks." I sat with him on the couch to watch TV for a while, since I didn't need to leave right away after all. "Here, I wasn't really watching anything," he said, casually handing the remote over to me. "Oh, thanks." It wasn't necessary, but it was a sweet gesture. I started flicking through channels and stopped on what I thought was HBO. "Oh, do you get the premium channels?" It seemed odd to me that he would splurge on the extra ones when he didn't really seem to watch anything. He grinned mischievously over at me. Griffin. He likes to have everything available to him when he visits. I guess he knows some girl at the cable company. "Oh," I said. I was thinking about what Griffin might want to watch on our TV when I finally noticed what was currently playing. I had stopped on an erotic scene involving a naked man and woman clearly in the throes of passion. Either the man was a vampire or had a severe biting fetish. He was giving the woman a passionate nibble to her neck, which resulted in lots of blood and lots of extremely suggestive licking and sucking. Blushing furiously, I turned back to Kellan's original show and threw the remote back to him. I tried to ignore the look he gave me as he laughed softly beside me. When it got late enough, Kellan turned off the TV and looked over at me. "Ready?" I tried to smile. "Sure." He chuckled at me. "Don't worry. You'll be fine." We grabbed our coats and made our way out the door. I had hoped that Denny would be home in time to take me. I'd really missed him all day, but I guessed he was still at work. I hoped his first day had gone well. I hoped my first day went well. We walked out to Kellan's car, and I had to smile. It was an older, 60s-looking muscle car, a Chevy Chevelle Malibu, according to the logo on the side panel. Shiny black with polished chrome everywhere, it was sleek and impossibly sexy. It matched its driver perfectly. I rolled my eyes a little at the extremeness of his attractiveness, which the car oddly seemed to accentuate. The inside was surprisingly spacious, with black leather bench seats in the front and the back. I had to suppress a laugh at the old-fashioned-looking tape deck. Aside from the living room TV, Kellan was a little behind on technology. Not that I was really up on it either. Denny and I didn't even have cell phones. Obviously enjoying his vehicle, Kellan smiled when he slid behind the wheel. What was it with guys being so attached to their cars? We were both quiet on the ride over, and I quickly started getting nervous butterflies in my stomach. The first day on a new job always made me feel like getting sick. I stared out the window and started counting the streetlights to distract myself. Upon arrival at Pete's, just beyond the 25th flight, I suddenly realized that I had no idea what to do or where to go. Luckily, the pretty blonde girl who had brought us the beers the other night met me at the door, introduced herself as Jenny, and, waving at Kellan, led me to the hallway. The hallway led to a back room across from the bathrooms. The back room was a large storage area with multiple shelves along one wall that held boxes of liquor and beer, napkins, salt, pepper, and other random bar supplies. A couple of extra tables were propped up on their sides against another wall with stacks of chairs beside them, and another wall had a group of lockers for the staff. Jenny grabbed me a shirt from one of the boxes on a shelf. She showed me which locker was mine and where to clock in. I took my very own red Pete's t-shirt and changed in the bathroom. I immediately felt a little more relaxed. Something about looking like everyone else who worked at the bar made me feel like I belonged. When I had told Pete I had been a waitress, I was exaggerating a tiny bit. I had filled in for my sister one summer while she went off to discover herself, whatever that meant. The tiny diner where she had worked got maybe half the amount of traffic that Pete's got on a typical night. I was a little terrified. Coming out of the hallway a few moments later, I noticed Kellan sipping a beer and leaning against the long bar. The bartender was leaning over the bar and eyeing Kellan seductively. She had cut her red Pete's t-shirt so it was obscenely low in the front. Kellan, ignoring her, sipped his beer casually and smiled when he saw me. I frowned a little bit at his beer. He noticed my glance. "Sorry, Rita beat you to it." He smiled. "Next time." The bartender, Rita, was an older blonde woman, though I highly doubted that was her natural color, with skin that had been fake and baked one too many times and was now a little leathery. Maybe at some point in her life she had been attractive, but time had not been kind. In her eyes, though, she was still gorgeous, and she was outrageously flirtatious. And, as I learned throughout the night, she thoroughly enjoyed her job and seemed to enjoy relaying all the juicy gossip customers told her even more. I blushed several times during my shift while she repeated their stories and mentally reminded myself never, not that I ever would, to confide in a bartender, especially not this one. Throughout the night, I shadowed Jenny as she took customers' orders. It was a little confusing since most of the people who came in were regulars who always ordered the same thing. She would simply walk up to the table and say, "Hiya, Bill. Same for you today?" He would nod, and she would smile and head to the bar or kitchen to relay an order that I'd never actually heard. It was intimidating. She noticed my worried expression. "Don't worry. You'll get it. Weeknights are pretty easy with the regulars. They'll be nice to you." She frowned a little. "Well, most of them will be nice to you. I'll help you with the rest." She smiled warmly, and I was very grateful for her kindness. Her looks perfectly matched her sparkling personality. She was, as the phrase went, cute as a button. Petite, with flowing, silky blonde hair, pale blue eyes, and just enough curves to get more than a few appreciative glances from some of the customers. I couldn't be jealous of her, though. She was just too sweet. Besides, I instantly felt a connection with her. Sometime during the night, Kellan came up to me and tipped me for the drink I never actually gave him. He smiled as he excused himself for the evening. "I have a gig at another bar." He pointed with his thumb over his shoulder. "I gotta go meet the guys, give them a hand with all our stuff." "Thank you so much for the ride, Kellan." I gave him a light kiss on the cheek, which for some reason made me blush and caused Rita to speculatively raise her eyebrows. Kellan looked down, smiled, and muttered something about not mentioning it. He left the bar shortly after, tossing a "have fun" over his shoulder on the way out of the doors. Later in the evening, Denny stopped in to see how I was doing. He gave me a long hug and a sweet kiss, also to the delight of Rita, who looked at him a little too seductively for my taste. He only stayed for a few minutes, though. He had a project he wanted to start working on at home. He was insanely happy, and that happiness infected me. I found myself smiling widely for a long time after he left. When I wasn't shadowing Jenny, they had me clean up. I spent a good chunk of the night wiping tables, washing glasses, helping in the kitchen, and, when things got slow at the tail end of the night, cleaning the graffiti from the bathroom stalls. Pete gave me some gray paint and a little brush and left me to it. Rita gave me instructions to let her know anything juicy written up there. Jenny smiled and wished me good luck. I sighed. I started with the women's bathroom, thinking it would be less offensive than the men's. I didn't really want to walk into the men's room anyway. There were 3 stalls in the women's room, and all of them had pen and Sharpie scribbles on the inside and the outside. I sighed again and wished they had just given me a roller. This was going to take a while. Some of the stuff was innocent enough. I love Chris, AM plus TL, Sarah was here, TLF, I hate vodka, go home, you're drunk. I had to laugh at that one. But a lot of them were less innocent. I'm horny, I want to screw tonight, my boyfriend gives it good. Random swear words. And then there were some directed at people I knew. Sam makes me hot. I love Jenny. I wondered about that one since I was in the women's room. Rita's a skank. I chuckled, wondering if that was the juicy gossip she wanted to hear. And finally, a huge portion of the graffiti was directed at the 4 band members. It surprised me at first, but then I thought it made sense since they played here so often. And they were attractive, I guessed. The notes about Griffin were the most explicit. I couldn't even stand to read them fully. Blushing, I covered up the extremely graphic words detailing what girls had either done to him or wanted to do with him as quickly as I could. There was even an exceptionally vivid drawing of an act so absurdly crude that I worried about how long it would stick in my head. I sighed, knowing I was going to turn bright red the next time I saw Griffin. He would probably love that. Matt's and Evan's tributes were more subtle. Girls wrote in adoration for Evan. I love him. I want him. Marry me. Girls wrote with praise for Matt. Damn, he's hot. He can pluck me any day. Matt rocks me. But of course, the largest portion of all the graffiti was directed toward Kellan. From the sweet, Kellan loves me, Kellan forever, future Mrs. Kyle, to the not so sweet. Apparently, Kellan had been right when he said that women responded to his sexual nature. The remarks were quite graphic, almost as graphic as Griffin's, and described just what different girls wanted to do with him. There was also a section of comments from women who seemed to have intimate knowledge of him. Whether real or not, theirs were the most explicit. Kellan licked I brushed out the near paragraph on exactly what had been licked. I blew Kellan's, whoa, really now. For a good time call, I blinked. That was actually our phone number. I quickly brushed it out. Kellan shoved his, ugh, I didn't even bother reading that one. I was already going to have horrid visions of Griffin. I didn't need them about my roommate, too. I finally finished with the women's room and made my way over to the men's, no longer worried about it. There was no way it was cruder than the stuff the girls had come up with. Jenny sweetly gave me a ride home after work, and even though I tried to be quiet, Denny woke up when I entered our room. He patiently listened to stories of my first day and then regaled me for at least an hour with tales of his new job. He was in heaven, and I couldn't have been happier for him. Denny, Kellan, and I quickly fell into an easy routine at home. Kellan was almost always the first one awake, and there was usually a fresh pot of coffee waiting for me when I finally shuffled into the kitchen. We chatted companionably, sipping our Java as Denny showered and got ready for his day at work. Denny insisted that I didn't have to wake up with him since I got home so late on nights I worked, but I loved seeing him off every morning. He was all smiles when he left. He was having way too much fun at his new job, and I was elated for him. After he was gone, I had a lot of time to myself, and even though I was getting anxious at the thought of school beginning in a couple of months, I was really starting to want something to do during the day. As it was, I mainly just napped and lounged. Kellan didn't seem to have any job other than the band. He would leave for a few hours in the afternoon or early evening to meet with the guys. They played a couple of other smaller bars during the week and Pete's every Friday and almost every Saturday. He would sometimes go for a run during the day. He even invited me to go with him a couple of times, but I wasn't quite comfortable enough to say yes. The rest of his time was spent resting, reading, writing, singing, or playing his guitar. He did his own laundry, made his own food, and aside from his messy bed, cleaned up after himself. He was pretty easygoing as far as roommates go. I also fell into a fluid rhythm at my new job at Pete's. My limited waitressing skills were starting to kick back in. That first week, Denny came in every night after work and let me practice on him. He would order different things from the menu and make it as complicated as possible to see if I could get it right. It made me laugh every time, but it helped. By the third night, I finally got him the food he actually ordered, which was good because the guys in the kitchen were getting a little irritated with us. I was surprised at how often Kellan and his band came into the bar during the week. They always sat at the same table, back by the stage. I don't think it would have mattered to them if people were already sitting there or not. It was just known in the bar that that table was theirs, and when they came in, you better plan on sitting with them, or you better move. Weeknights were busy, but nowhere near as packed as the weekends, and while women still watched Kellan openly, the weeknight people were regulars and generally left the guys alone. Generally. There were still pockets of adoring fans here and there. The guys came in after rehearsal, or if they had a show that night, they came in before their gig. They were there practically every day. Their claimed table happened to be in my section. On my second night, they had all come in together. I'd had to grit my teeth to approach them. Luckily, Denny had been with them too. That had definitely made it easier to talk to them. They were just way too intimidating all grouped together like that, especially with the bathroom homages still fresh in my mind. And, as predicted, I had blushed furiously at Griffin, and he had found that immensely entertaining. By the following Monday, after a hectic weekend of waitressing for the throngs of people the guys had brought in on both Friday and Saturday nights, that first weekend was so crazy busy I couldn't even remember it. I was finally comfortable approaching the group. Unfortunately, they were all too comfortable with me by that point as well. Except for Evan, who was just a big sweetie, they all seemed to delight in teasing me. Watching them walk in, I sighed and rolled my eyes. Here we go again. Evan came in first and gave me a great big bear hug. I laughed when I could breathe again. Matt and Griffin seemed lost in some disagreement, but Griffin still managed to smack my ass on the way to his chair. I sighed at him and glanced over at Sam, who was paying no attention to the quartet whatsoever. Anyone else would have been kicked out on their rump for that, but apparently these four owned the place. Kellan came in last, looking perfect, as usual. He had his guitar slung over his shoulder tonight. He brought it in sometimes when he was working on new stuff. He nodded at me with a small, adorable smile on his face and took a seat. "Usual tonight, boys?" I said, trying my best to sound as confident as sweet Jenny did. "Yeah, thank you, Kiera," Evan replied politely for the group. Griffin was not so polite. "Fuck yeah, of course, sweetheart." He grinned at me mischievously. He seemed to know how his crudeness irritated me, and he played it up whenever I was around. I ignored him the best I could and worked on keeping my expression even. Apparently, I hadn't worked hard enough, and he noticed my irritation. "You're so sweet, Kiera. You're like an innocent schoolgirl." He shook his head in open delight. "I just want to deflower you." He winked at me. I blanched and stared at him, totally speechless. Kellan chuckled softly, watching my face, and Matt, beside Griffin, snorted, "Dude, she's been with Denny forever. I'm pretty sure you missed that opportunity." My mouth dropped open as I listened to them in mortification. Were they really discussing my virginity right in front of me? I was too stunned to move away from the table. Griffin turned to face Matt. "Too bad. I could have shown her the world." Evan and Kellan laughed at him while Matt, barely containing his own laughter, said, "When have you ever shown any woman the world?" Griffin scowled at them. "I have skills. You guys just don't know. I've had no complaints." Kellan grinned. "No repeats either." "Fuck you, man. I'll show you right now. Grab a girl." He looked around the bar like he was searching for a volunteer. His eyes eventually rested on me, and I paled even more and backed up a step. "No," all the guys loudly said at the same time, backing away from Griffin a bit and holding their hands out as if to physically restrain him if necessary. Regaining my composure, since the conversation had moved away from my experience level, I thought now was as good a time as any to slip away from them. I started sliding slowly to the side, but Griffin's eyes were still on me. He grinned widely as he ignored the laughing going on around him. "Kiera, if you've already been deflowered," he threw an irritated glance at the guys. "By a tool, I'm sure." He looked back to me while they laughed harder. "Then let's hear something naughty." His pale eyes sparkled with playfulness, and he started playing with the barbell pierced through his tongue. My stomach turned a bit at the sensuality of the move. I really didn't want to answer his stupid request. I grimaced and made to walk away. "I have to go back to work, Griffin." "Oh, come on. Just one little curse. Don't you ever swear?" He reached out and grabbed my arm as I tried to walk by him. More focused on pulling my arm away from his grasp than what I was saying, I sighed. "Yes, Griffin, I swear." I immediately regretted saying that. "Really? Let's hear it." He seemed genuinely amused at the idea of me trying to be as crude as he was. Evan looked embarrassed by his persistence and rolled his eyes. Matt put a hand on his chin and leaned forward, and Kellan ran a hand through his hair and leaned back, both looking at me curiously. I was starting to get uncomfortable under their scrutiny. I glared at Griffin. "Damn." Both Matt and Kellan chuckled. Griffin tucked his blonde hair behind his ears and pouted. "Ooh, vicious. Now let's hear a real one." "That is a real one." I just wanted to walk back to the bar, but I felt trapped by the odd conversation. Kellan was openly laughing at my discomfort now, and my irritation toward him, specifically, was growing. "Okay, how about a little more colorful one? An easy one. How about bitch?" He grinned devilishly at me as he crossed his arms over his chest. "You're such a child, Griffin." I rolled my eyes and looked over at Evan, silently begging him to end this conversation, since he was the only one besides me who looked mildly uncomfortable. Griffin laughed at my obvious plea. "You really can't say it, can you?" "I don't need to." It wasn't that I never swore. It was just usually safe in my head, where it wasn't quite so offensive. I wasn't about to do anything just to please Griffin anyway. I considered simply walking away from the table to end this stupid game, but I could just imagine how hard that would make him laugh. He leaned across the table, hands held together. "Come on. Something. Anything. I don't care. Just say something dirty," he begged. I shifted uneasily, still thinking of an escape. Could I just slap him? That would definitely take the focus off of me, but I didn't know him well enough to know how he would react to that. I really didn't need him mad at me, or turned on by it. Kellan butted in at that point. "She called me sexual once." Griffin just about fell off of his chair, laughing. I glared over at Kellan, who looked at me with an adorably innocent look on his face, hands raised in an expression that clearly said, "What?" Seeing my break to get away, and really the whole table was laughing now, even my ally Evan, I headed back to the bar. Hoping my face wasn't too red, I walked over to where Rita was already getting the guys' drinks ready. I cautiously looked back at the table. Griffin and Matt were still laughing over Kellan's stupid comment. Evan was looking at me apologetically. At least he felt bad about laughing. Kellan, still chuckling a little, had grabbed his guitar from the floor and was idly strumming a rhythm. He lightly started singing a song that I thought was a new one. I couldn't make out the lyrics from this distance, but the melody trickled over to me and was quite pretty. Instinctively, I started moving back to the guys so I could hear him better. "I wouldn't bother," Rita said roughly. "What?" "That one." She pointed at Kellan. "Don't waste your time." Not knowing quite what she meant, I forgot to tell her that I was just interested in his song and instead asked, "What do you mean?" She leaned in conspiratorially, happy for the chance to tell her little story. "Oh, he's deadly attractive for sure, but he'll just rip your heart out. Loves 'em and leaves 'em, that one." "Oh." I supposed that wasn't too big a shock, considering the swarm of rabid fans who seemed to attack him at every show, and the numerous comments he'd gathered on the stall walls. "We're not like that. He's my roommate. Nothing else. I was just listening to... She cut me off. I don't know how you live with that. She looked over at him, biting her lip seductively. That would drive me crazy, day in, day out. She set a couple of beer bottles on the counter. I was beginning to get a little irritated at her looking at him like she was, and continuing to call him that, like he wasn't a fully formed person or something. Well, having my boyfriend there helps, of course. It came out a little sarcastically, but honestly, what did she think we were doing at our house? She laughed a little. Oh, sweetie, do you think that matters to him? Baby, I was married, and that didn't seem to faze him in the slightest. She put the last 2 bottles on the counter with a small smile on her lips. Well worth it, though. She winked. I dropped my mouth in shock. Rita was at least twice his age, and from what I'd heard, was currently on husband number 4. Apparently, Kellan wasn't too choosy about whom he brought home, and I was starting to get the feeling that that was everybody. It was just kind of odd that I hadn't seen any girls at the house yet. Gathering my composure, I muttered, well, it matters to me. I grabbed the bottles and walked back to the guy's table, slightly agitated, and not sure why. Chapter 4. Changes. Denny quickly impressed the people at his work, just like I knew he would, and we didn't have nearly as much time together as I would have liked. Still, I tried to see him off every morning, but as I started getting into the routine of going to bed later and later, it became harder and harder to wake up with him. Eventually, he got a see ya kiss out of me in bed, and that was about it. Wanting to make a good impression with his bosses, he usually stayed past the time I had to leave for work as well. That made it pretty evident early on that the only time we'd have together was the weekend afternoons before my shift and the night or 2 I had off during the week. Denny did what he could to spend time with me, though. He'd come into the bar after work to see me, sometimes staying for dinner or a drink with Kellan and the guys. We would hug and kiss tenderly, and the regulars at the bar would groan in mock exasperation. Someone even threw a crumpled-up napkin at us once. I had a sneaking suspicion that it was Griffin, and I was glad it had only been a napkin. The month of June sped by in our easy routine, and before I knew it, it was July. Denny had to go into the office on 4th of July afternoon. I had been a bit perturbed over that, since we'd planned on spending the day at Denny's favorite beach here, a little sun and water for my water-loving boy. But he promised he would come into Pete's that night and spend the entire evening there, even though I'd be working, and that cooled my ire a bit. I ended up spending most of the day reading a book and tanning in the small, sunny backyard. Well, tanning implies that my skin was the type that would darken into a beautiful sun-kissed color like Denny's. My alabaster skin did not. My skin went bright pink, then right back to pale white. So I popped on a 2-piece swimsuit, slathered on the sunscreen to at least avoid the bright pink part, and enjoyed the warmth of the sun, if not the color-changing side effects. I read my book and basked in the warmth, tickling my thighs and lower back. I looked up and spotted a dainty dragonfly resting on a long blade of grass just inches in front of my face. Its body and the very tip of its tail were the same bright turquoise as some of the Native American jewelry I'd seen displayed in the local shops. It seemed completely happy, resting on its little perch and enjoying the perfectly sunny day, just like me. I smiled at it and then went back to my book. It was nice to not be completely alone back here. Eventually my body absorbed its daily quota of vitamin D, and I stumbled into the house in a sun-drunken state, almost instantly falling asleep on the couch. I awoke a half hour before my shift was to start and hurried to change and get ready. I made it to the bus and to the bar just in the nick of time. Well, at least I wouldn't be tired during my shift. True to his word, as he always was, Denny came into the bar that evening when he was done with work. It was oddly packed, considering it was a holiday, and he had to sit on a stool at the bar. Rita's appealing glances at him were starting to really irritate me when suddenly Kellan and the band appeared. They confiscated their usual table and happily squeezed in an extra chair for Denny. Even in the packed bar, the laughter at that table was loud the whole night. A bit before the band's evening performance, Denny and Kellan went over to shoot some pool. I stopped and leaned against an archway on my way to the kitchen. I couldn't help the smile on my face as I watched their easy friendship. They joked around and talked while they played as if they'd been best friends for years and had never spent any time apart. I also couldn't help smiling at how bad at pool Kellan was. Denny would chuckle at his missed shots and try to teach him how to do it properly, but Kellan only laughed and shrugged his shoulders like he knew he was never going to get it. I wasn't that great either, and Denny, who was actually really good, had tried to teach me a time or two. He patiently told me on several occasions, "It's just physics, Kiera," as if just by knowing that, somehow the shot would magically become easier. Denny noticed me watching the two of them play and gave me a wink as I sighed happily and went back to my work. They had just finished their game, and Kellan was starting to make his way over to the stage when we heard the city's fireworks display from outside. Matt and Griffin got goofy grins on their faces and ducked out the front door, half a dozen girls following them. Grinning, Evan and Jenny followed a moment later with another half dozen people. Kellan approached Denny and me with a short girl whose blonde hair had an interesting mix of bright red and bright blue streaks. He threw his arm around the girl's shoulders and, smiling, motioned for us to follow him. We shrugged at each other and left the bar with about a dozen people following us. So about half the people from the bar were in the parking lot, looking up at the sky over Lake Union, where the city was lighting off explosion after explosion. Fireworks in breathtaking colors and beautiful designs lit the city skyline. Griffin and Matt were off to one side watching the display. Well, Matt was watching. Griffin had grabbed a girl inappropriately and was being assaulted, and loving every minute of it. Jenny had her arms around Evan's waist and, leaning against him cozily, was watching the show on the other side of the lot. Denny slipped his arms around me, hugging me tight to his chest, and I relaxed back into him and laid my head against his shoulder. Kellan was in front of us, one arm slung casually around the girl, his hand in her back pocket. He had brought his beer out with him. Turning his head away from the girl to take a swig, he noticed Denny and me behind him. He swallowed his drink, then gave me a warm smile when he caught my eye. I gave him a shy smile in return as Denny sighed contentedly, kissing my head. The woman with Kellan must have spoken to him. He turned back around to her and quietly said something. She leaned up and kissed his neck, slipping her hand into his jeans pocket. He smiled and hugged her tight. I wondered if I would see her in the morning. I was turning my attention back up to the show when I heard quite loudly from behind us, "Hey, I don't pay you guys to stargaze." Turning, I saw Pete standing near the front doors, eyeing Kellan with an unhappy expression. The band was already supposed to be on stage. "Go play," he muttered, pointing inside the bar. He looked up at the display for a brief moment while Kellan chuckled, and then he brought his attention down to Jenny and me. "And you two, go waitress. There are still thirsty people in there." Jenny released herself from Evan and gingerly bounced over to Pete. "Sorry, Pete," she said brightly as she kissed him on the cheek and darted into the bar. Kellan followed immediately after her, his red and blue striped girl in hand. "Yeah, sorry, Pete." Then, grinning crookedly, he gave Pete a quick peck on the cheek as well. He jumped back as Pete made a move to smack him. The girl at his side giggled uncontrollably as he ducked back into the bar after Jenny. Denny and I lingered for a second in each other's arms, watching the dazzling display, and then followed the rest of the crowd back into the bar. The band was particularly good that night, and Denny stayed for the entire show. We even snuck in a couple of dances together. By the end of my shift, I was ready to go home and snuggle in bed with him. As I was finishing up my duties, I happened to catch sight of Kellan as he left the bar. Surprisingly enough, he was alone. Denny grabbed my hand as I came out of the back room a few moments later, and, smiling at each other, we went home too. I sighed as I snuggled in bed with him later, happy and loving my little life here, finding enormous contentment in the fact that nothing about it would be changing for at least the next 2 years. It was only 2 weeks later, on a Friday evening at work, when something did change. The guys were at their regular table in the back, relaxing before their show. To the delight of several nearby females, Griffin was shirtless. He was showing Sam a new tattoo on his shoulder that he had gotten sometime during the last week. It was a snake wrapping itself seductively around a naked woman. Sam was grinning. He seemed to really like it. I thought it was a little tasteless. The snake was just a bit too sensual, and the woman was outrageously disproportionate. Seriously, a real woman shaped like that would not be able to stand up straight. I had to smile, though. The tasteless tattoo did match its owner perfectly. Matt was also showing Sam his new tattoo, a symbol on his inner wrist. I didn't know what it was or what it meant, but I highly preferred it to Griffin's. Sam nodded at him, then looked back at the naked woman tattoo. I was ready for Griffin to put his shirt back on. Evan, who had tattoos all up and down his arms, was ignoring the show and tell. He was too busy sitting on the edge of the stage and flirting with a group of girls. Kellan sat backwards on his chair and watched me. He motioned me over. "Hey." "Beer?" I asked. He smiled warmly and nodded. "Yeah, thanks, Kiera." I suddenly wondered if Kellan had any tattoos like the rest of them. Realizing I had seen him nearly naked before, I blushed. If he did have one, it was well hidden. He noticed my embarrassment. "What?" Knowing it would just be easier to ask him, I said, "Do you have one?" and pointed at Griffin's shoulder. He looked over at a still half-naked Griffin. "Tattoo?" he asked, shifting back around to face me. He shook his head. "No, I can't think of anything I'd want permanently etched on my skin." He smiled crookedly at me. "You?" I blushed again at his charming smile. "Nope. Virgin skin here." I instantly regretted saying that, as my face surely went bright red. He chuckled, enjoying my reaction, and I muttered, "I'll be right back with your beer." I hurried away as quickly as I could, murmuring softly about how I really needed to think before I spoke, and almost collided into Denny as he was entering the bar. "Oh, hey, guess what?" Denny grabbed my shoulders, beaming. Smiling at his enthusiasm, I said, "I have no idea." "Mark from the office pulled me aside today. They want me to go with them to set up the new office in Tucson." He seemed really excited at this prospect, but my heart sank. Tucson? Really? For how long? I tried not to deflate his excitement, but I was already not thrilled over this idea. "I don't know. A couple of months, maybe?" He shrugged his shoulders. My mouth dropped open. "A couple months? But we just got here. I start school in a little over a month. I need to get registered, get my schedule, books. I can't go to Tucson right now." He looked at me a little confused. "You wouldn't need to come. It's just for a couple of months, Kiera." Now I didn't care about his enthusiasm. Now I was mad. "What?" I said loudly, and people around us turned to look. Denny gently grabbed my arm and pulled me outside. Once in the cooler air of the parking lot, he grabbed both of my shoulders again and forced me to look at him. "It's my job, Kiera. Our future. I need to do this." His accent was thick over the words as concern filled him. I could feel the tears welling. 2 months, Denny? That's so long. In all our time together, the longest we had ever been apart was the 2 weeks when he had gone home to visit his parents after his grandfather had died. I had hated every minute of those 2 weeks. He brushed aside a tear that had fallen. "Hey, it's okay. Maybe it won't be that long. I'm not really sure." He pulled me in for a hug. "This is for us, Kiera. Okay?" "No," I said brokenly. 2 months sounded like an eternity. "When would you leave?" I whispered. "Monday," he whispered back. I couldn't stop the tears then. After a while, Denny released me. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to upset you. I thought you'd be happy for me." He frowned a little. "Sorry, I should have waited until after work to tell you." Sniffling a little, I felt the guilt coming on. "No, it's fine. You just surprised me, that's all. I'm overreacting. It will be fine, really." He hugged me again for a few minutes. "I'm sorry. I can't stay." He looked at me sheepishly. "They want me to come back to the office, get some details hammered out. I have to go. I'm sorry. I just really wanted to tell you. I blinked back tears. Go. It's fine. I have to get back to work anyway. He held my cheeks in his hands. I love you. I love you too, I muttered back. He kissed my forehead and sprinted back to his car. He sure seemed peppy to ditch me. I sighed and waved as he drove away. Sullenly, I walked back into the bar. The first thing I noticed was Kellan talking to Rita and sipping on a beer as he leaned against the counter. Oh yeah, he'd wanted a beer before. Denny. The thought brought fresh tears to my eyes, and I quickly swiped them away, but not before Kellan noticed. He frowned at me and walked over to where I was standing by the door. Are you okay? I stared over his shoulder, knowing that if I saw the concern in his eyes, the tears would start in full force. Yep. Kiera. He lightly put his hand on my arm, and I instinctively looked up at his face. The concern in his eyes and the unexpected tender touch set me right off, and the tears started streaming. Without hesitation, he pulled me to him in a tight embrace. He lightly rubbed my back and rested his cheek on my head. It was very comforting, but I sobbed anyway, while the people around us stared. He ignored the stares and the questioning looks. He did have quite a reputation, after all, and held me without comment or complaint until my tears stopped. At some point, Sam came up to him, probably to let him know they were up, but before Sam could say anything, I felt Kellan shake his head at him. I pulled back from him a little and wiped some tears from my cheeks. I'm fine. Thank you. Go be a rock star. He looked at me, concerned. Are you sure? These guys can wait a few more minutes. Touched by his offer, I shook my head. No, really, I'm fine. I should get back to work anyway. I missed getting you your beer again. He released me and laughed a little bit. Next time. He rubbed my arm and, with a half grin, turned to join his bandmates, who were already starting to take the stage. Kellan's band was amazing, of course, but I couldn't help but notice that Kellan's eyes drifted to mine more than usual. Sometimes he frowned a little at me, and I found myself smiling back reassuringly. Honestly, I was fine. He didn't need to worry over me, sweet as that was. I hung out later than usual after the bar closed, refusing Jenny's polite offer of a ride home. I just wasn't ready to go there yet. The thought of talking to Denny again about him leaving hurt. The thought of Denny not being home from work yet hurt too. I wasn't sure which one would hurt worse, and I didn't want to find out just yet. I sat backwards in a chair near the bar, dangled my arms over the back, and rested my chin on my arms. Monday. Everything had been going so smoothly, and now I only had one weekend before Denny was gone for 2 whole months. I pondered what I was going to do while he was gone. It all felt too soon to think about. We would have tomorrow afternoon, then all day Sunday, then I really wasn't sure when I'd see him again. I could feel the tears start again, and I angrily wiped them away. Seriously, it was probably just a month or 2. Nothing to get so worked up over. Calm down, I ordered my body. I felt Kellan sit beside me before I saw him. Hey, he smiled softly at me. Want to talk about it? I looked over to the stage where the band was still hanging out. Evan was preoccupied with Sam, but Griffin and Matt were staring at Kellan and me. Griffin muttered something to Matt with a twisted grin on his lips. Matt rolled his eyes and laughed. I could only imagine what they were talking about. No, I did not want to talk here. I'd surely break out into embarrassing blubbering, and I didn't need the D-bags to see that. They teased me enough already. I shook my head. Kellan noticed my eyes glued to the band and seemed to understand. Want to ride home? I looked back at him gratefully and nodded. My options for getting back home this late were quickly dwindling. Yes, thank you. Sure, just let me get my stuff and we'll head out. He smiled charmingly at me, and for some reason I blushed. He walked over to the guys who were indulging in an after-hours drink with Sam and said a couple of words. They nodded. Griffin poked Matt in the ribs and smirked. Kellan shook his head at them and grabbed his guitar. He was turning to head back to me when Evan grabbed his arm. He said something to Kellan. Kellan gave him an irritated look and shook his head. Evan seemed satisfied with his answer and let go of his arm. Kellan walked back over to me and gave me a warm smile. Ready? Nodding and standing, I sighed and mentally prepared myself to either see or not see Denny. I waved sheepishly at Rita as we left the bar. She raised her eyebrow at me and smiled knowingly, winking in a way that made me blush again. She seemed to think I was going to jump Kellan every time we were alone together. Her provocative nature made me very uneasy. The car ride home was comfortably silent. Kellan never once pressed me to speak. His kindness and the memory of his sweet embrace earlier made me want to open up to him, though. Denny is leaving, I said quietly. He looked over at me shocked, but I stopped his train of thought once I realized how ominous this statement had sounded. No, just for a few months. Just for his job. He relaxed and smiled a little. Oh, I thought maybe... I sighed. No, I'm just overreacting. Everything is fine. It's just... You've never been apart, he said softly. I smiled, relieved that he understood. Yeah, I mean, we have, but not for that long. I guess I'm just used to seeing him every day, and, well, we waited so long to live together, and things have been going so perfectly, and now... Now he's leaving. Yeah. I turned my head to gaze at Kellan. He had turned back to the road and seemed deep in thought. The street lamps splashed light across his face at regular intervals. The effect heightened his attractiveness. The contrast between his lightened and darkened face was hypnotic, and I couldn't look away. I wondered what he was thinking. Nothing. He turned to look over at me. I startled a bit, not realizing I had said that last part out loud. He smiled at me. I was just hoping things work out for you guys. You're both... He didn't finish that thought, just smiled and looked back to the road. I blushed and thought, once again, that I needed to be more careful about what I said around him. Apparently, I needed to watch what I thought around him as well, since even my thoughts seemed to slip out without permission. Shortly after that, we pulled up to the drive. I sighed and relaxed a little. Denny's battered old Honda was already parked there. I guess I had been hoping he would be home. Twisting to face Kellan, I warmly said, "Thank you. For everything." He looked down, almost shyly. "Not a problem, Kiera." We got out and made our way inside and up the stairs. I paused at my door, hand on the doorknob, suddenly too nervous to go inside. "It will be fine, Kiera," Kellan said from where he had paused at his door, watching me. I smiled and whispered goodnight, then steeled myself and entered the dark room. It took a few moments for my eyes to adjust after I closed the door. I heard Denny stirring in bed before I could finally see him. He was propped up on his elbows, watching me. "Hi. You're late." His accent curled thickly on the words in his sleepiness. I didn't say anything. I still wasn't sure how I felt about this new situation, other than sad anyway. I sat on the end of the bed and changed into my pajamas while he silently watched me. When I finished, he finally broke the silence. "Kiera," he said softly, "talk to me." I sighed and crawled under the covers with him, watching as he rolled over onto his side to face me. He ran his fingers through my hair, then stroked my cheek. "What's going on up there, huh?" He lightly tapped my temple. I smiled over at him. "Just wondering what I'll do without you." My smile faltered. He kissed my forehead. "Home, work, home, work. Probably the same stuff that you would do if I were here." "Yes, but now I won't enjoy any of it," I muttered sullenly and stared at his pillow. He laughed. "I'll miss you too." I looked back up to his eyes. "Really?" He blinked at me, surprised. Of course. Wait, do you think I want to leave? That this is easy for me? That I won't miss you terribly every day? Yes. Those exact thoughts had crossed my mind once or twice this evening. Now he sighed. Kiera, that is really absurd. He grinned at me with my favorite goofy grin. You are going to get sick of how often I call you. I managed to smile. Not a chance. My tone turned serious on me. You really have to go? You really have to do this? Recognizing my tone, he stopped smiling. Yes. He nodded once. I cocked my head at him. And you'll be back when you're done? He smiled again. The instant I'm done. Well, I paused for a moment. I guess there's only one thing left to talk about. He looked at me curiously. What's that? I put my hand on his cheek and kissed him tenderly. How are we going to spend your last 2 days? He smiled and leaned over to whisper in my ear everything we could do in the next 2 days. I smiled. I laughed. I smacked him on the shoulder. I laughed again. I blushed. And finally, I kissed him very deeply. And for just a moment, I forgot that things were about to change. Monday morning came faster than I could possibly have imagined. We had spent every minute that we could of the last 2 days together. Denny was excruciatingly patient with my clinginess. He knew how hard this was going to be for me. I silently hoped that it was going to be equally difficult for him. A part of me wanted him to do great, to impress his bosses and to have a marvelous time. The majority of me wanted the whole experience to suck so much that he wouldn't ever leave me again. I may have been a little bitter. Kellan graciously offered to drive us to the airport to see Denny off. I was so grateful to him for that. I knew I was too anxious to drive, and I didn't think I could do a cab goodbye. I needed every last possible second with Denny, and I needed to see the plane take off, needed the closure of that. But when the plane finally did take off, and Kellan and I were standing alone in the airport, I suddenly wished I was back at home, sobbing into my pillow. Kellan, seeing the tears start to form, sweetly put his arm around my shoulders and silently guided me back to his car. I was only vaguely aware of walking with him, of getting back into the car and driving home. My mind was busy dreaming up a host of horrible situations, all the bad things that could happen so I would never see my beautiful boy again. The sobs finally hit on the freeway. Being very sweet and, surprisingly, not negatively affected by my tears as most guys would be, Kellan sat me on the couch and brought me some water and tissues. He plopped down in the chair beside me and found some stupid comedy for us both to watch. It worked. Halfway through the mindless show, we were both laughing. Somewhere near the end, I started falling asleep, and I felt Kellan wrap a light blanket around me before I succumbed. I awoke alone in the living room hours later and replayed the last few moments that Denny and I had had together in the airport, both hating and savoring the tender exchange. Denny had pulled me in for a tight goodbye hug. I had grabbed his face and kissed him as deeply and as passionately as I could. Let him think about that while he was gone. He had finally pulled away from me, breathless but smiling softly. I love you. I'll be back soon, okay? No worries. He had kissed me on the cheek, and I could only nod, having lost the ability to speak over the lump in my throat. He had then walked over to Kellan, who had been standing a respectable distance away, watching our exchange. Denny looked back at me oddly, then leaned over to whisper something to Kellan. Kellan blanched and flicked a glance at my direction. Denny had pulled away from him, a serious look on his face, and extended his hand to Kellan. Face pale and slightly confused, Kellan had nodded once, taken Denny's hand, shaken it, and mumbled something back. I had watched them, wondering what Denny had said. Then Denny turned back to me a final time, blew me a kiss, and boarded the plane, leaving me. I sighed miserably as I replayed the memory yet again. Suddenly the phone rang, and I rushed to answer it. Denny's sweet voice filled my mind and my heart. I'd only been apart from him for half a day, and already his absence was excruciating. He filled me in on how his trip had gone so far and where he was staying. I made him stay on the phone with me long after he said he needed to hang up. Finally, he told me he really had to go, but he would call me that evening before bed. Grudgingly, I agreed. I had to go to work that night, and I hated every second of it. Knowing that I could be missing Denny's phone call was physically painful. He hadn't clarified exactly when he would call, just that it would be before bed. But was that his bedtime or mine? I was irritated all night. I ended up snapping at Rita, who had made an exceedingly inappropriate remark about me being alone with Kellan now. I messed up a few customers' orders and didn't even bother apologizing. I even ended up smacking Griffin across the head when he grabbed my ass. Actually, I enjoyed that part of the evening. Kellan stayed late at the bar that night and very sweetly gave me a ride home again. I was an anxious mess the whole car ride, hoping that I hadn't missed Denny's call, that he was still awake and I could talk to him, hopefully for hours. Maybe I'd just lie down on the counter in the kitchen and sleep there so I could talk with him until I passed out. I sighed. I really needed to get control over myself. Kellan smiled at my sigh. I'm sure Denny is still awake if you want to call him. I smiled back. Thank you for driving me all over the place today. He laughed softly. It's not a problem, Kiera, he whispered. I watched him for a second, then let my mind drift back to Denny's last sweet embrace. The phone rang just moments after we got home, and grinning like a schoolgirl, I answered it on the first ring. Denny had known I was working and had timed his call perfectly. I relaxed, realizing I hadn't needed to be so anxious all night. Denny wanted to talk to me too. He would make it happen, one way or another. Kellan came in and, smiling, grabbed the phone. Good night, Denny. Handing the phone back to me, he winked and then headed off to bed. Denny and I talked and laughed for hours. Chapter 5. Lonely. That first week was the longest of my life. With school not started yet, and me still not having anything to do all day, I had started to dwell. I felt every single second of every single minute of every single hour of every single day tick slowly by. Kellan did his part to try to entertain me. He chatted with me over coffee, he tried to teach me to play guitar, which I was astoundingly bad at, and he eventually did drag me out on one of his runs. I quickly developed a dislike for Seattle. A beautiful city, yes, but friendly to runners who prefer a flat, oval track to leg-cramping hills? No. I had to stop halfway through the run and turn to walk home. Kellan laughed a little but offered to walk with me. Feeling weak and rather stupid, I shooed him off to finish his run and went back home to wallow. Kellan went with me to the grocery store when my supplies started running dangerously low. That was a fun but completely embarrassing outing. Thankfully, I was fully stocked on feminine products, which would have been way too blush-inducing to buy with him there. Although he made me blush anyway by casually tossing a box of condoms into the cart. Grabbing the box while I looked around discreetly with, I'm sure, a horrified look on my face, I gingerly handed it back to him like it was on fire. At first he wouldn't take it, and he only looked at me with a wry grin on his lips. But as my face and gestures became more frantic, he finally took the box from me and slipped it back onto the shelf, all the while laughing at my embarrassment. Quickly getting over the incident, I pushed the cart down the aisle while Kellan, softly singing along to the cheesy background songs, he knew every single one, tossed things in, and only things I approved first. I smiled as I watched his attractive, grinning face. We were halfway through the store and entering the cereal aisle when suddenly the song he was singing along to became a duet. He looked over at me expectantly on the girl part, and I could feel the heat creep up my face. I was not a singer. He laughed, amused at my unwilling expression, and sang his next part louder, walking backwards and gesturing like he was serenading me. It was highly embarrassing, and a few people who walked by us smiled and laughed at him. He ignored them and continued singing to me, watching my face turn a bright red as my blush deepened. His eyes practically sparkled with enjoyment over my discomfort. Hands splayed out in a go-ahead gesture and eyebrow cocked, he again waited for me to sing the girl part. I stubbornly shook my head and smacked him on the arm, hoping he would stop mortifying me. He laughed and grabbed my hand, spinning me around right there in the middle of the aisle. He whirled me away and then back to him. He even dipped me, never once stopping his serenade. An older couple smiled as they scooted around us. Laughing as he stood me back up, I finally and very softly sang the girl part for him. He smiled charmingly at me then, chuckling, released me. We finished our shopping and the song. After that, I just sang back whatever he wanted me to. Defying him was just too darn embarrassing. More to pass the time than anything, I grudgingly called my parents. I'd had no intention of telling them that Denny had left their baby girl all alone in a strange city, but somehow it slipped out, and I had to endure an hour-long, "I knew he was no good, get your butt back here" speech. For the millionth time, I told them that I was staying in Seattle, that I was happy here. At least I would be when Denny came back. I repeatedly assured them that they didn't need to worry so much. Denny did call me 2 to 3 times a day, which became the highlights of my day. I found myself hanging around the kitchen, waiting for the phone to ring so I could talk to him. Eventually, that really started to irritate me. I was my own person. I could get through the day without talking to him if I happened to miss a call. Well, I could make it a few hours at least. I tried not to obsess so much after that. But of course, I still did, and I cherished every phone call that I did get. "Hey, babe." I knew I was grinning like an idiot into the phone, but I couldn't help it. I missed his voice. "Hi." I practically sighed the word. "How are you doing? Ready to come home yet?" I cringed, knowing I sounded exactly like my parents. Denny laughed into the phone, like he realized that too. "I'm great. Tired, but great. We're not nearly done yet, though. Sorry." His voice reflected true remorse, and I couldn't help but smile. "It's all right, I guess. I miss you like crazy, though." He chuckled again. "I miss you, too." This was practically our daily routine. "Are you coming home? No. I miss you. I miss you, too." I smiled at how much I loved that goofy boy. I was just about to grab something to eat and then crash. "What are you up to on your night off?" He let out a soft grunt like he had sat down, completely exhausted. I sighed. "Absolutely nothing. And Kellan's band is playing at Razor's tonight, so I'm going to be completely alone here." I said that last part quietly as I looked around the suddenly huge house. How could I ever have thought it was tiny? "Why don't you go?" he said, yawning a little. I looked at the phone confused. "Huh?" "With Kellan. Why don't you go listen to the band? It will at least give you something to do." He yawned again, softly, and made a sound like he had flopped onto his bed. "You're really tired, aren't you?" I asked. I felt bad for keeping him awake, but I didn't want to get off the phone yet. "Yeah, it's all right, though." I could hear his smile through the phone. "I'll stay up to talk to you." I felt stubborn tears brewing. I missed him so achingly bad. "I don't want to wear you out even more. I can talk to you in the morning before your work. We'll have breakfast together." I tried to make my voice happy at that prospect when, really, I just wanted to sob at him to come home already. He yawned again. "You sure? I really don't mind." No, I wanted to talk to him all night. "Yes. Eat, get some sleep, and hurry home to me. I love you, Kiera. I love you too. Good night." "Good night." He yawned a final time as he hung up the phone. I stared at the receiver for a full minute while the stubborn tear dripped down my cheek. It had only been 9 days, and here I was, already crying with loneliness. That didn't sit well with me. Maybe he was right and I should go out. It would, at the very least, make that evening go by faster. Breakfast would be here before I knew it. That thought perked me up. I brushed aside the tear and walked upstairs to Kellan's room. I knocked on his closed door, and he immediately said, "Come on in." I immediately blushed upon entering. He hadn't exactly been decent yet. He was standing by the bed, facing the door and buttoning his jeans. His fresh t-shirt was still lying on the bed, and his absurdly defined body was still slightly damp from the shower he had just gotten out of. He looked up at me curiously. "What's up?" I realized I was standing in the doorway and gaping at him stupidly. I made myself close my mouth. I was wondering if I could go with you to Razor's, listen to the band." I was feeling more and more like an idiot with every word escaping my lips. I suddenly wished I had opened my door for a night of sulking instead of his door. Grinning broadly, he grabbed his shirt from the bed. "Really? You're not sick of listening to me yet?" He winked as he pulled the t-shirt over his fabulous body. I swallowed a little. I couldn't help openly watching him. I made myself shut my mouth again. "No, not yet. It will give me something to do anyway." I immediately regretted saying that, as it probably sounded horribly rude. He chuckled delightfully as he ran his fingers through his thick, damp hair, and then, grabbing something from his dresser, tousled it up into a wonderfully shaggy mess. I watched him, curious. I'd never seen anyone style their hair that way before. He never even looked in a mirror. He just instinctively knew how to make it look perfectly styled in a completely unstyled way. Fabulously sexy. I blinked when he spoke to me. "Sure, I'm almost ready to go." He sat on the bed to put his work boots on and patted the space beside him. I sat and watched him, feeling silly for even coming in here. "Is that Denny on the phone?" "Yeah." Kellan paused and watched me for a moment. "Any idea when he'll come home?" he asked, grabbing for his other boot. "No," I sighed. He half grinned at me charmingly. "I'm sure it won't be too much longer." He stood up and grabbed the newer of his 2 guitars, shoving it in an open case on his bed. "It will fly by. Really." He smiled at me so encouragingly that I smiled too. "Ready?" he asked, shutting the case and pulling the strap over his shoulder. I nodded and we made our way downstairs. He grabbed his keys and I grabbed my ID and some cash from tips, and we were off. The night at Razor's was surprisingly fun. Razor's was a much smaller bar than Pete's. It was a long, narrow rectangle of a building with a small area for the band at the front, a long bar against one wall, and tables and chairs occupying the rest of the space. Kellan plopped me down at the closest table for a front row seat to the intimate show. The band played astoundingly well, of course, but they sounded more subdued. It was almost like a private performance for me and 20 of my closest friends. Kellan sat on a stool while he sang and strummed his guitar. His flirty behavior nearly cut in half with his adoring flock of females all but gone. Not that the girls here weren't shouting for him and the rest of the guys, but these people were mainly bar patrons who'd happened to come in tonight, not the zealous stalkers who seemed to hang out at Pete's where the band was based. I found myself absorbed in Kellan's performance, really listening to the lyrics and the timbre of his voice, and even softly singing along to a few songs, which made him smile gloriously when he noticed. Denny's suggestion was brilliant, and the night did fly by. Before I knew it, the guys were packing up their stuff, and Kellan was saying goodbye to a few people he knew there, and obliging a few forward women with kisses on their cheeks. Then we were back in his car and heading home. On the ride back, Kellan smiled and softly sang the last song the band had played, thumping a rhythm with his thumbs on the steering wheel. It happened to be the song that had moved me so much my very first night in Seattle, the song that had really made me notice the inner Kellan. I leaned my head back on the seat and turned to watch him. He looked over at my rapt attention and smiled wider through his words. "I love that one." I smiled back and he nodded, still singing it. "It seems important to you. Does it mean something?" I hadn't meant to ask that. Oh well, too late now. He stopped singing and looked at me curiously. "Huh," he said, pausing his fingers and returning his attention to the road. "What?" I asked timidly, hoping I hadn't somehow offended him. He only half grinned at me, though, not looking at all slighted. No one's ever asked me that before. Well, no one outside the band, that is. He shrugged as he looked over my face. I blushed and looked away, wondering if he thought I was an idiot for asking. "Yes," he said softly. I blinked and turned back to look at him, thinking maybe, once again, I had spoken my thoughts out loud and he had just agreed that I was an idiot. But smiling warmly at me, he only added, "It means a lot to me." He said nothing further. I bit my lip and made the conscious decision not to ask him any more about it, even though I desperately wanted to. I could tell from the way he too carefully watched the road, and from the way he occasionally flicked me quick glances from the corner of his eye, that he didn't want to elaborate on it. It took great effort on my part, but I was respectful and didn't ask him anything else. I relayed my evening to Denny over our phone breakfast the next morning, and he seemed pleased that I had been able to have a fun night without him. I wasn't too thrilled at that thought. I wanted to be having fun with him. But I supposed he was right. I did need to get out more and enjoy myself while he was gone. Dwelling was getting me nowhere. So I started hanging out with Jenny more. In fact, the very next Sunday afternoon, she came over to our dreary house. She was as shocked as I had been that it was so barren. We spent the entire afternoon hitting every consignment shop and thrift store in town, looking for the cheapest yet nicest stuff we could find to spruce up the place. We managed to find a couple of nice Art Deco pieces for the living room, a couple of scenic prints for my room, some coffee-themed pictures, and, of course, one tea-themed picture for the kitchen, and an interesting water drop photo for the bathroom. I even happened across an old Ramones poster that I thought Kellan would like, since his room was as barren as the rest of the house. I scooped up a whole bunch of empty photo frames and got some pictures developed that we'd taken with Denny's camera that first week we'd moved in. Some were of Denny and me, and a couple were just of the boys, and a few, including my very favorite one that I planned on sharing with my family, had all three of us together. Of course, we found a whole bunch of girlier items, too. Baskets, decorative plants, nice towels for the bathroom. I even managed to find a cheap answering machine so I wouldn't have to stress quite so much about missing a phone call. I wasn't sure how thrilled Kellan was going to be about us girlifying his house, but he wasn't home when we got back from our trip. We hurried, giggling the entire time, to get everything up before he got back. We were just finishing up in the kitchen when he finally did get home. He looked over at Jenny and me putting up the last coffee print in the kitchen and, smiling, shook his head a little. Laughing softly, he turned and headed upstairs to his room. Jenny and I figured that his response was as much of a "looks good" as we were going to get, so, laughing a little ourselves, we quickly finished the decorating project. When Jenny had to leave shortly afterwards to start her shift, I thanked her for occupying my mind and beautifying our house. She shouted a goodbye up the stairs to Kellan, and upon his "bye" response, waved to me and headed out the door. Thinking that maybe Kellan wasn't thrilled about the new look, I quietly made my way upstairs. His door was cracked, and I could just make him out sitting on the edge of his bed, staring at the floor with a strange expression on his face. Curious, I knocked on his door. He looked up as I opened the door wider and waved me in. "Hey, sorry about the stuff. If you don't like it, I can take it down." I smiled at him apologetically and sat on the edge of the bed beside him. He smiled and shook his head. "No, it's fine. I guess it was a little empty." He pointed over his shoulder to the poster I had hung on his wall. "I do like that. Thanks." I smiled back at him. "Yeah, I thought you might. You're welcome." Wondering what he had been thinking about earlier, I blurted out, "You okay?" He looked at me, confused. "Yeah, I'm fine. Why?" Suddenly embarrassed, I wasn't sure what to say. "Nothing, you just looked..." "Nothing. Sorry." He looked at me thoughtfully for a moment, and I thought he was deciding whether or not to tell me something. I started holding my breath under the intensity of his deep blue eyes. Suddenly he smiled at me and, shaking his head a little, asked instead, "Hungry? How about Pete's?" He smiled brilliantly. "It's been so long since we've been there." The bar was pretty packed, even though it was early. Kellan and I sat at his usual table, and Jenny smiled at us as she came over to take our orders. We picked out a couple burgers and a couple beers, and I watched the crowd while we waited for our drinks. It felt a little odd to sit alone in public with Kellan, especially at the place where I worked. Rita watched us curiously, and I tried to avoid eye contact with her. She tended to think the worst about us. Kellan seemed completely comfortable, however. He sat laid back in his chair, foot propped up on his knee, watching me. It suddenly occurred to me that I had spent the whole day out with Jenny, and then I'd been busy decorating, and now I was out at Pete's. I hadn't talked to Denny today. That thought made me frown. We hadn't gone a whole day without talking to each other. It bothered me enough that I almost asked Kellan to take me home. He noticed. "You okay?" Realizing I was being silly and that I could listen to Denny's voice on our new machine over and over if he did call while I was gone, I smiled and shrugged. "Yeah, just Denny sick. I'm fine, though." He seemed to consider that for a minute, then nodded. Jenny brought us our beers, and he sipped his in silence, still watching me intently. Starting to feel slightly uncomfortable, I was glad when she brought our food out a few minutes later. The weirdness between us quickly passed, and we ate and talked companionably. We sat and ate and talked and drank our beers for, well, I'm not sure how long, but eventually we weren't alone at the table. The rest of the D-bags had finally made their almost nightly appearance at Pete's. They joined our table without even considering that they weren't invited. I didn't mind. The guys were entertaining to hang out with. Well, maybe not so much Griffin, but as long as he kept his hands off me, I could tolerate him. Luckily, he sat over by Kellan on the far side of the table from me. Of course, he had to smack Kellan on the shoulder and say, "Nice man," while leering at me suggestively. I rolled my eyes while Kellan chuckled at him. Matt sat next to me while Evan pulled a chair up to the end and sat down. Jenny quickly brought everybody beers, and just like that, I was the fifth member of the band for the night. The guys were interesting to watch in action this close, and with the bar so busy, there were plenty of opportunities to watch them interact with people. Okay, mostly with women. I found the differences in how the guys interacted with their fans interesting. Of course, they all did it, even quiet Matt and sweet Evan. They all seemed to enjoy their pseudo-stardom, just in different ways and to different degrees. On the extreme end was Griffin, who, I think if he ever had the idea, would keep a running tally of his conquests on his arms. He ceaselessly reiterated his adventures to anyone who would stop and listen. I found it disgusting and tuned him out as much as I possibly could. Being typical guys, the rest of the band seemed to find it all amusing. Even some women stopped and practically drooled on themselves over his crude stories. I could almost see them mentally replacing themselves with the random woman in his tale. Griffin also seemed to be in some weird competition with Kellan. He was always asking him if he'd been with this girl or that girl. To his credit, Kellan was surprisingly quiet about his dalliances. He never answered Griffin directly. He tactfully changed the subject without ever actually saying if he did or didn't do said girl. In fact, thinking back over our time here, if he'd been with someone, or more than one someone, I had never seen it. Nothing beyond flirting. Tons of flirting, actually. I had heard plenty about his conquests, but mostly from the women around the bar, or the guys in the band, or, on the bathroom walls. Finding it hard to believe that someone as good-looking as he was wasn't getting some regularly, I wondered where he went. Even now, Kellan was chatting with some brunette, brushing her hair away from her shoulder and leaning in to whisper in her ear while she giggled and ran a hand down his chest. Turning my head, I watched Evan sitting on the edge of the stage. Evan was boisterous and fun. And a flirt. From what I'd heard, he tended to focus on one woman for a short period of time, and then, when it was almost beginning to get serious, he would shift his focus to someone else. When he was in love, he was deeply in love, but it never held his interest for long. He was in love a lot. Currently, he was pledging devotion to some buxom blonde in hot pants. I smiled and turned to look over at Matt, the only band member just people-watching like me. He smiled back at me and sipped his beer in comfortable silence. Matt was almost shy around girls. I never saw him approach anyone. They always approached him first. Even then, he usually let them do most, if not all, of the talking and flirting. I could completely understand Matt and his shyness. In some ways, we were a lot alike. But before the end of the night, even Matt had caught the interest of a pretty girl who brought over a chair to sit beside him. I rolled my eyes, sipped my beer, and continued my band watching. The superfluous flirting going on around me suddenly made me miss Denny very, very much. I was staring sadly at my beer bottle when I felt someone approach. I looked up at Kellan, smiling at me and holding his hand out. Confused, I took it and he pulled me up. "We're going to play some pool. Join us?" He motioned back at Griffin, who was downing the rest of his beer. I wasn't eager to hang out closer to Griffin, but Kellan was warmly smiling at me, and I found myself nodding. He put his hand on my back and we made our way to the pool room. I noticed the woman he'd been flirting with earlier following us with a couple of her friends. Griffin followed them with a highly inappropriate look in his light blue eyes. Griffin shot first while Kellan stood beside me, a stick upright in his hands. He grinned at me when Griffin didn't make anything on the break. Then he leaned over the pool table and, watching me with a cocky half-smile on his lips, he made his shot. I laughed softly when his ball completely missed every other ball. He looked back at the table and frowned, then looked back up at me and laughed, shrugging his shoulders as he straightened back up. His woman put a hand over his stomach consolingly, but he didn't look over at her. Griffin smacked him on the back as he walked by. "Nice. Thanks." Griffin sank the next 2 balls, while Kellan sat on a stool beside me, his flirty friend standing close beside him and looking down at him like she was considering plopping herself onto his lap. He unconsciously rubbed the skin behind her knee with his thumb, his fingers drifting up her short skirt a little while he watched Griffin shoot. Ignoring the flirting, which was making me slightly uncomfortable, I commented on his playing instead. "You really aren't good at pool, are you?" I smiled widely at the thought. Laughing, he looked over at me. "No, thanks for noticing." He looked back at Griffin while the brunette ran a hand through his hair above his ear. "I think that's why Griffin likes to play me." He laughed again and smiled up at the girl, making her giggle. I rolled my eyes at him. "Maybe if you concentrated more." He looked back at me, mock-offended, and I laughed. He stared at me for a second, his eyes oddly serious, and then laughed as well, shaking his head. "Yeah, maybe." I looked away from him and watched Griffin make another 2 shots. He actually wasn't bad. Kellan started chuckling again, highly amused at something, and I peered over at him. He was watching me watch Griffin play, a wry smile on his lips. "You get to play the winner," he said, touching my knee lightly with the hand holding his pool stick. My eyes widened at that. I really was not good at pool, and apparently he wasn't either. Even more alarmed, I looked over at Griffin, who, in between his shots, was attempting to lift up some girl's skirt with his stick. There was no way in hell I was playing pool with him. Kellan laughed harder as my face apparently made that clear to him. Kellan finished up his game. Okay, he lost terribly to Griffin and then called it quits, and gave his suddenly very sad brunette a kiss on the cheek. Then we said our goodbyes to Jenny, the rest of the band, and an amused Rita, and he took me home. Even with my loneliness, the evening was surprisingly a lot of fun. But fun or not, the first thing I did when Kellan and I got home was check the answering machine for a missed message from Denny. Nothing. Nothing at all. I sighed brokenly and shuffled off to bed. After not hearing from him at all the evening before, Denny's phone call the next night sparked my irritation. He apologized profusely, swearing up and down that work was crazy busy and he hadn't had a chance to stop and eat, much less call me. He even invented a couple of creative ways to make it up to me, which eventually made me laugh and cooled my anger somewhat. But a few nights later, it happened again, and then a few nights later, again. On top of worrying and wondering about that, the time was up for me to register for school. Denny had been the one who was going to show me around the new campus. Not that he knew it any better than I did. He didn't. but we planned on making a day of it, going on a Sunday and registering for my classes. He was a pro at creating the perfect schedule, checking out the bookstore, taking a self-guided campus tour, and figuring it all out together. But now he was away, indefinitely, and I was going to have to figure it out on my own. I was scowling at brochures, course catalogs, and a map of the massive campus when Kellan came into the kitchen one Wednesday afternoon. Angry again at Denny's absence, I finally swept my arm across the table and, cursing rather dramatically, knocked everything to the floor. Of course I hadn't realized that Kellan was standing right behind me, or I wouldn't have been so theatrical. I just wasn't looking forward to walking aimlessly around the school alone, looking like a lost idiot. Kellan laughed at my outburst, and, startled, I spun to face him. "I can't wait to tell Griff about that one." He smiled broadly, enjoying the moment a little too much. Blushing furiously, I groaned at the pictured amusement on Griffin's face. Great. "School starting, huh?" He nodded over to the brochures on the floor. Sighing, I bent over to pick them up. "Yeah, and I still haven't really been on the campus. I have no idea where everything is." I straightened to look at him. Denny was supposed to be here for this. I hated how that sounded, like I couldn't function like a normal human being with him away. It was going to be embarrassing figuring all this out on my own, but I should be able to do stuff on my own. I frowned at my dark thoughts. He's been gone almost a month. Kellan watched me intently, too intently, and I looked away. "The D-bags play the campus every once in a while." I looked back and he smiled oddly. "I actually know it pretty well. I can show you around if you like." Relief washed through me at the idea of having a guide. "Oh, please, yes." Struggling to regain my composure, I added, if you don't mind." He half smiled adorably at me. "No, Kiera, I don't mind." Ignoring the oddity in his voice at the tail end of that sentence, I added, "There's a registration thing tomorrow. Could you take me, and then Sunday we could look around?" He smiled broadly again. "Sounds great." The next day, Kellan rather cheerily took me to school and walked me to the admissions office, since he seemed to know exactly where it was. Thank you, Kellan." He brushed off my gratitude with his hand. "It's no big deal." "Well, I appreciate it. And I have no idea how long I'll have to wait for my turn, so don't worry about picking me up. I can take the bus back home." He looked at me funny, then smiled. "Good luck." I stood with the other nervous-looking students in the waiting area. I stared at my hands, mentally going over what classes I should take, until a woman came up to me and motioned me to an open door leading to the registration office. The office was warm and inviting, which relaxed me a little bit. 2 incredibly large bookcases were crammed full of thick, hardbound books. Multiple file cabinets and a large, clean desk in front of the window overlooking the quad were all in a deep, dark cherry color that coordinated with the beige walls perfectly. Plants were everywhere around the room. The person who occupied this office must have had a green thumb. I couldn't keep anything alive for more than 3 days. A woman sitting at the desk looked up at me as her college-age assistant motioned me through the open door. She was very professional-looking, and I suddenly felt very dowdy and uncomfortable. I had an odd desire for Kellan to still be here. I knew that he would be completely comfortable walking up to this woman, giving her a sly half-smile, and getting whatever he wanted from her. She would be putty in his hands. A twinge of jealousy passed through me. Life must be so much easier when you know you're absurdly attractive. I sighed internally and straightened myself as I approached her. I might not have been anything special to look at, I told myself, but I was smart, and in a place such as this, smart counted more. I held out my hand, trying to picture what Denny would do in this situation. "Hello, I'm Kiera Allen. I'm transferring in this year and need to register." I smiled, thinking that'd come out okay. She smiled and took my hand. "Nice to meet you, Kiera. Welcome to UW. What can I help you with?" I smiled and sat down. That had gone much better than I thought it would. We sat and talked about what I had already taken at Ohio U and what I still needed to graduate. We debated my schedule and went over the open classes, finding a few that fit together perfectly. I only needed 3 this semester, which worked out great, leaving me time to study and, quite frankly, sleep, since I was working so late most nights. By the end of the meeting, I had my 3 classes lined up. European Lit, with all the great classics, the Bronte sisters, Austen, Dickens. I was really looking forward to that class. Microeconomics, which Denny had suggested I take, insisting that he could help me study. I'd told him that I could handle it, but he had been so excited to teach me. And finally, a psych class. I had really wanted to take psychology, but the only open course that fit into my schedule was human sexuality. Already embarrassed, I signed up for it. I could take a seat in the very back of the room and not say a word. Besides, when Denny got home, he could help me study for that one too. When I left the admissions office quite a bit later, I blinked in surprise at seeing Kellan leaning against the wall across from the door, one foot propped up and an espresso in each hand. Upon seeing me, he lifted one up and raised an eyebrow. I couldn't help the huge smile as I walked over to him. "What are you doing here?" I asked, gleefully taking the coffee he offered me. "I said you didn't have to come back for me." "Well, I thought you might prefer a ride home, and a pick-me-up." He lifted his own coffee and took a sip. I could only stare at him, dumbfounded for a second, before I finally gave him a kiss on the cheek. "Thank you, Kellan, for everything." He looked down and, smiling, shook his head. "Come on," he said softly. "Let's go home. You can tell me all about your classes." He looked back at me and grinned. Thinking of my psych class, I felt my cheeks heat. Kellan laughed. That Sunday, Kellan took me on a tour around the campus. There were a surprising number of people walking around, either getting ready to re-enter the school or, like me, checking it out for the first time. The campus was massive, more like a small city than a school. Of course, the first place Kellan showed me was a small bar across the way from the university bookstore. Smiling at him and shaking my head a little, I went inside with him for a quick lunch and a beer before our little adventure. Next, we went to the bookstore, where I found all the books I needed. I got most of them used, which saved me a bundle. Books are dang expensive. I had to smile at Kellan while I was in line. He was flipping through a thick book on human anatomy and talking to 2 giggling college-age girls. Always the flirt. Then we crossed the street to enter the campus. It was breathtakingly beautiful. Paths leading to imposing brick buildings crisscrossed the expertly landscaped and maintained lawns. Dormant cherry blossoms were everywhere in the quad. The campus would be truly stunning in the spring. People of various ages and ethnicities were lounging around the grass, enjoying the sunny day. Smiling at me, Kellan led me past the stately buildings. He not only knew the name of each one, he knew what was taught there. Goen Hall, Asian Literature and Political Science. Smith Hall, History and Geography. Savory Hall, Philosophy, Sociology, and Economics, where my microeconomics class would be. Miller Hall, the Admin Hall, which was the only place on campus I'd already been. Rate Hall, Speech Communications and Nutritional Sciences. He went on with the detailed explanations of what and where everything was. I had brochures, but he barely looked at them. He just seemed to know everything by heart. He was the best guide I could have asked for, and I found myself more and more appreciative of him and his kind offer, and not only because he seemed to know every nook and cranny of the campus, which seemed really odd to me, since he'd made it sound like he'd only visited a couple of times for some shows. No, mostly I was grateful for the fact that walking beside him down the paths and the halls of the school caused me to be practically invisible. He drew almost every eye to him like a flame. Women, and even a few men, openly stared. The guys who weren't staring at him watched the women with puzzled looks on their faces, like they didn't get it. Either way was fine with me, as long as he was the one being looked at. Since Denny's departure, I'd been feeling really lonely, and more than a little depressed. We were walking through swarms of people I didn't know, and I didn't feel like getting to know today, and I was more than happy to disappear. Kellan was pleasant company and chatted politely with me. He made eye contact with several of the girls in the hall and surprisingly avoided eye contact with others. I had suspicions about that. We walked through a lot of the campus and through some of the various buildings and hallways. He made sure to go through the buildings where my classes would be held and pointed out which rooms were mine and what routes would get me there most quickly. The afternoon had been pretty uneventful, aside from the stairs he drew, when suddenly we came across someone who surprised us both. We were walking down the hallway to where my European Lit class would be, when from behind us we heard, "Oh my God, Kellan Kyle!" Kellan looked puzzled as a petite redhead with springy hair and a face full of freckles bounded down the hall toward us. Then panic crossed his features, and I thought for a second he might try and run for it. Before he could do anything, though, the tiny girl had flung her arms around his neck and was kissing him voraciously. I blinked in shock and sudden discomfort. Taking a break from his lips, she sighed ecstatically, "I can't believe you're visiting me at school." Kellan blinked, his mouth open in surprise, but he remained quiet. The girl glanced over at me and frowned. "Oh, I can see you're busy." She reached in her small purse for a piece of paper and a pen, scribbled something on it, and shoved it, rather seductively, in Kellan's front pocket. He fidgeted slightly, an odd look on his face. "Call me," she breathed, kissing him passionately again before taking off back down the hall. And just like that, she was gone. Kellan started walking again, like nothing even remotely weird had just happened, and I hurried to catch up with him. I couldn't help but stare at him in disbelief. He acted like being mauled was commonplace. Eventually, he turned to look over at me. "Who was that?" I asked. He scrunched his face adorably in confusion and concentration. "I really have no idea." He reached in his pocket and took out the note. That was Candy. His eyes snapped up as recognition flared. He grinned and looked back to where she had disappeared. I rolled my eyes, a little irritated. My earlier suspicions were pretty much confirmed at that point. He surprised me by crumpling the note and tossing it into a wastebasket as we walked by. I wondered about that, my irritation cooling. I kind of figured Candy had been about to get a phone call later. I couldn't hold back the smile. Poor girl. And she had been so excited, too. A week later, on a bright and cheery Sunday morning, I was aimlessly flipping through channels on the television. I wasn't really watching anything, too lost in thought. Denny hadn't called again last night. It was starting to become a more frequent thing, and I was really beginning to lose patience. I tried to remind myself over and over that he would be home in a few weeks, that this purgatory would eventually end, but nothing was lifting my mood, not today. Today I was wallowing in self-pity. That was my plan anyway. I was on my 1000th sigh when Kellan abruptly appeared in the living room and stepped between me and the TV. "Come on." He held his hand out to me. I looked up at him confused. "Huh?" "You're not spending yet another day moping on the couch," he smiled. "You're coming with me." Not moving and frowning at his cheeriness, I sullenly asked, "And where are we going?" He smiled his charming half-smile. "Bumbershoot." "Bumper what?" He laughed a little and smiled wider. "Bumbershoot. Don't worry, you'll love it." I had no idea what that was, and I smiled mockingly. "But that will ruin a perfectly good day of wallowing." "Exactly." He beamed at me, and his sudden handsomeness caught my breath. This could be interesting. "Fine," I sighed, and ignoring his still outstretched hand, I stood myself up and, exaggerating my irritation, headed upstairs to change while he laughed at me. He was dressed casually in shorts and a t-shirt, so I copied him and picked out my shorty shorts and a tight tank top. He watched me as I came down the stairs, and then looked away, smiling to himself. "Ready?" he asked, grabbing his keys and wallet. "Sure." I still had no idea what I'd just gotten myself into. Surprisingly, Kellan drove us to Pete's. "Bumbershoot is at Pete's?" I asked mockingly. Kellan smiled at me and rolled his eyes. "No, the guys are at Pete's." My heart unexpectedly dropped a little. "Oh, they're coming too?" He put the car in park and frowned at me, noticing my disappointment. "Yeah, is that okay?" Wondering why that had bothered me, I shook my head. No, of course, it's fine. I'm intruding on your day anyway. He cocked his head in the cutest way. You're not intruding on anything, Kiera. I smiled and looked out the window, and my heart sank again. There was one thing that hanging out with the guys entailed that I wasn't too fond of, and it was currently walking right toward me. Griffin. I sighed, and Kellan noticed what had my attention. He laughed and leaned over to whisper in my ear, Don't worry. I'll protect you from Griffin. I blushed a little at his unexpected nearness, but threw him a smile in response. Griffin banged on the window, startling me, and then pressed his lips against the glass, making obscene movements with his tongue, his piercing clicking on the glass. I grimaced and looked away. Matt opened the rear door from Kellan's side and smiled over at me, his pale blue eyes looking genuinely pleased to see me. Hey, Kiera. Coming with us, huh? Cool. He hopped in and shut the door behind him while I nodded. Hi, Matt. Evan opened up the rear door on my side and waved for Griffin to get into the middle seat. No, I'm not taking the bitch seat. You take it, Griffin stated indignantly, shaking his head at Evan. No way, man. I have to sit by a window or I'll get carsick. Evan sighed, giving him a just-do-it face, and indicated the seat again. Griffin rolled his eyes and looked over at Matt. Matt smiled back, clearly not moving. Griffin put his arms across his chest, clearly not moving either. Evan and Kellan both sighed. Oh, for Pete's sake, I muttered, then carefully crawled over the front seat to sit in the bitch seat, as Griffin so charmingly put it. Sweet! Griffin quickly slid into the seat next to me and shut the door in Evan's face. I immediately regretted my decision and looked over at Kellan, who shrugged at me. I sighed again and scooted over toward Matt, while Griffin got as close to me as physically possible in the big back seat. Evan got in the front seat, waved hello at me, and we took off for wherever we were going. Luckily, the trip didn't take too long. I only had to smack Griffin's hand away from my thigh 3 times and push him away from my neck once. Kellan watched us periodically from the rearview mirror, but I couldn't quite see enough of his face to know if he was irritated or amused. Bumbershoot turned out to be a music and art festival at the Seattle Center. Kellan parked us in the lot across the street and waited to take my hand, which I thought was very sweet of him. As we entered the center, I could see it was also very practical since the place was packed. Kellan bought my ticket, insisting that he had invited me along so he would pay, and we made our way inside the massive campus. It was amazing. There were art exhibits and performers everywhere. We walked near the Space Needle on the way in, and Kellan pulled me close, telling me we could go up later if I wanted. As we got further inside, the place was overwhelming. There were a dozen or so stages outside and almost another dozen enclosed theaters, all with different types of bands. Every music style was accounted for, from reggae to rock. There were even some comedy shows going on as well. There were a ton of food and merchandise booths, and even an amusement park. I had no idea where to go first. Luckily, Griffin and Matt seemed to know exactly where they wanted to go, so we followed them through the mob of people. As we got closer to one of the outdoor stages, the crowds got even thicker. I squeezed Kellan's hand, and he smiled and pulled me close to him. I was still missing Denny, but hanging on to Kellan was nice. It made me feel kind of content. Griffin, Matt, and Evan were moving toward the front of a particularly rowdy group of fans who were listening to some rock group that I had never heard of before. It looked a little violent for me, so I was relieved when Kellan stopped a distance from the chaos. We listened, and Kellan sang along to some of the songs, never dropping my hand. I pressed into his side as people behind us roughly pushed into me, trying to get by. Seeing I was being jostled, Kellan slipped his arms around my waist and pulled me safely in front of him. Unlike with Griffin, I didn't smack him away. His arms were warm, comforting. I watched the band for a while. Personally, I thought Kellan's group was better, and then I watched the rowdy crowd. I didn't see the other D-bags. The band's name still made me chuckle. I looked around and finally found them off to the side, standing with a small circle of people all passing around cigarettes. Only I had the feeling that wasn't really what they were. Kellan noticed my attention and looked over. I looked up and watched him watch his friends. I was curious if he would go over there or not. His blue eyes sparkled as the sunlight hit them, and, after a moment, he looked back down into my curious eyes and shrugged, smiling a little at me. Then he turned his attention back to the show. I was relieved that he was happy to stay over by me. I started to wonder over that, but then decided he was pleasant to be around and not too bad to look at, and that was good enough answer for right now. Besides, I'd been so lonely lately, and, right or wrong, his closeness was making that feeling fade. Relaxing for the first time in what felt like weeks, I turned and slipped my arms around his waist, resting my head against his chest. I felt him stiffen a little at how closely we were connected, and then he relaxed too, his thumb lightly stroking my back. I wasn't sure why I did that, but I sighed contentedly at the warmth of his embrace. We spent the majority of the day that way, making our way to all the different styles of music on all the different stages. Griffin and Matt would lead us through the crowd, Griffin hooting at cute girls that would pass by. Some responded, some looked affronted. Matt would occasionally smack him to get his attention and change the direction we were going. Evan strolled alongside Kellan and me, watching the crowds and curiously eyeing Kellan, who was still holding my hand. Once up to a stage, the guys would disappear, getting as close as possible to the front with the more aggressive people, while Kellan would stay by me, seeming happy and content farther back. I felt a little guilty that he was missing out on what guys considered fun, but I liked having him near, so I didn't say anything. Around midday, we stopped at one of the numerous food stands and got some burgers and fries. Kellan grabbed my food and, smiling, nodded over to an empty spot on a nearby lawn. Matt and Evan sat down, and Matt grabbed a water bottle and started pouring something into their sodas. Griffin squatted down in front of him and handed him his drink for a fill-up. I wasn't sure exactly what it was, but I was pretty sure it was alcoholic. I frowned, then sighed. Boys will be boys. Matt held the bottle up to me politely. I sat down next to him and shook my head no. He shrugged and looked up at Kellan, who also surprisingly shook his head no. I smiled into my straw as I took a sip of pure soda. I was happy that Kellan didn't feel the need to enhance his fun. Matt shrugged again and, taking a quick swig, put the bottle back in his bag. Griffin stood up from in front of Matt and made a move like he was going to sit next to me, but Kellan sat down right beside me before he could, sitting close enough that we were touching. I nestled gratefully into Kellan's side, and he nudged me playfully with his shoulder. Throwing Kellan a look, Griffin stalked off to sit over by Evan on the far side of Matt. I laughed at his frustration, and at the fact that we were all sitting in a line on the lawn instead of bunched together. But as words from the story Griffin started telling Evan drifted down to me, I was mostly grateful. Matt turned to listen to him, but on the words freaky and unfucking believable, I quickly turned my head to Kellan, who grinned and rolled his eyes. Tuning Griffin out, I concentrated on having a conversation with Kellan. Of course, the women here were no different than everywhere else I went with Kellan. Even just sitting on the lawn, eating and chatting with me, he attracted them. But for the first time that I had ever seen, Kellan ignored them. Usually he would, at the very least, smile and make eye contact, but today he just seemed happy to sit by my side and talk with me. The guys were more than happy to make up for his lack of attention to the females, and several women were only too eager to move their affections over to the other boys when Kellan appeared indifferent. Our straight line ended up a strange, lopsided oval of flirty girls. It made me feel oddly wonderful that, at least for today, I seemed to have Kellan's full attention. After lunch, the guys decided to hit the small amusement park. Evan, Matt, and Griffin, all obviously feeling no pain, decided to go on a ride that looked terrifying to me. It wasn't just the fact that the ride swung rapidly back and forth while rising higher and higher into the air. It was that once it reached the top, it held you upside down. I didn't like that at all. I clenched Kellan's hand as we approached it, and he looked down at me thoughtfully. He stopped a little way back as the guys got in line. I looked up at him questioningly, but he only smiled calmly back at me. I nestled close to his arm and put my head on his shoulder, grateful that we were, apparently, not going anywhere near the ride. The other three guys, all with girls scrunched close to their sides, thoroughly enjoyed the crazy thing. I had to look away as they reached the very top. Kellan chuckled at me and then turned and pulled me towards some less terrifying entertainment. Smiling and laughing, we attempted some of the carnival games. Eventually, he won me a stuffed animal at a ball toss, and I gave him a swift kiss on the cheek in thanks. As we were leaving the games section, a little girl in front of us started crying as her ice cream cone hit the hot pavement. Her mother tried consoling her, but the girl was having none of it. Kellan watched the exasperated mom and her red-faced child as we walked around them. He looked back once at them, then over to me. I eyed him curiously as he glanced down at the bear he had won for me. "Do you mind?" he asked, nodding his head at the child who was still crying over her puddle of ice cream. I smiled warmly at his thoughtfulness and handed the bear to him. "No, go ahead." He excused himself and walked over to the little girl. With an "is this okay?" glance at the mother, who smiled and nodded, he squatted to the girl's level and handed her the stuffed animal. She immediately hugged it and stopped crying. Clutching her mother's leg shyly with one arm and her new prize with the other, she thanked Kellan quietly and started giggling. Kellan ruffled her hair and stood to face her mother, who sincerely thanked him. Kellan nodded and, smiling kindly at them, said it was no problem. My heart warmed as I watched him walk back to me. Reaching out for his hand, I smiled a half grin as he took it and interlaced our fingers. "You're just a big softy, aren't you?" He looked around discreetly. "Shh, don't tell anyone." Then he grinned and laughed. Looking down at me, he said, "Do you want me to win you another one?" Thinking that no toy could replace the sweet memory he had just imprinted on my brain, I smiled and shook my head. "No, I'm fine." He smiled sweetly at me and then led me back to where we had left the guys. When it started getting dark and I could barely keep walking, I was so exhausted, we headed back to the car. Deciding I was not going to put up with Griffin again, I crawled into the middle of the front seat between Kellan and Evan. I couldn't help but smile as Griffin pouted in the back seat. The rocking of the car was slowly pulling my body toward sleep, and I laid my head on Kellan's shoulder. A full day of holding hands and having his arms around me had made me feel really comfortable around him. And it was oddly appealing to me to touch him. I was nearly asleep when I felt the car stop and heard the doors open. I wanted to open my eyes and say goodnight to the guys, but I just couldn't get my body to respond. "Hey, Kellan, we're going to stay at Pete's. You coming?" I couldn't tell which one had asked it. Maybe Evan. I felt Kellan move a little, like he had looked down at me, nearly asleep on his shoulder. "No, I'll pass tonight. I think I'll get her to bed." There was a long pause from the still open door. "Be careful, Kellan. You don't need another Joey, and Denny is a friend, man." I wanted to say something to that. My irritation tried to rise, but my tired brain couldn't focus long enough to respond. An even longer pause came from Kellan. "Evan, it's not like that. I wouldn't..." He didn't finish that thought, and I was really curious where it had been going. "Don't worry. Yeah, maybe I'll drop in later." "All right, see ya." The door closed softly. Kellan sighed deeply and then drove the car out of the parking lot. I faded in and out of consciousness as we drove home. I really wanted to lie down in his lap, but thought that might be pushing the limits of our friendship. After what felt like only a few seconds of driving, the car stopped again. Kellan waited in the dark, silent car for a moment, and I could feel his eyes on me. I wondered if I should get up now and go inside so he could leave for Pete's, but I was really curious as to what he would do, and honestly, I was quite relaxed. The silence grew while we sat inside the car. It started to make my heart beat faster, which started to make me uncomfortable, so I yawned and stretched a little. I lifted my head to find his beautiful blue eyes watching me. "Hey, Sleepy," he whispered. "I was beginning to think I'd have to carry you." "Oh, sorry." I blushed at the thought. He laughed a little. "It's all right. I wouldn't have minded." He paused for a second. "Did you have fun?" I thought back over the day and realized that I had. "Yes, a lot. Thank you for inviting me." He half smiled and looked away, almost shyly. "You're welcome." "Sorry you had to hang back with me and miss all the moshing," I laughed. He laughed once and then looked back over at me. "Don't be. I'd rather hold a beautiful girl than be all bruised tomorrow." He smiled, looking a little embarrassed. I looked down. Someone as good-looking as him calling me beautiful was beyond ridiculous, but sweet anyway. Well, come on. I'll get you inside. I shook my head at him. No, you don't have to do that. I can manage. You can go on to Pete's. He looked over at me, suddenly alarmed. I realized then that he'd assumed I was sleeping through the whole conversation with Evan. I tried to cover with, I'm guessing that's where the other D-bags went off to? He visibly relaxed. Yeah, I don't have to go, though. I mean, if you don't want to be alone, we could order pizza, watch a movie or something. Suddenly starving, I thought pizza sounded like a great idea. My stomach noisily agreed. I laughed, slightly embarrassed. Okay, apparently my stomach votes for option 2. All right then, he smiled. We ordered our large pepperoni pizza and ate it standing in the kitchen, laughing over some of the absurdly goofy things Griffin and the guys had done throughout the day. Afterwards, I snuggled up on the chair while he sprawled across the couch and turned on The Princess Bride. I vaguely remembered the little boy talking to his grandfather before I was sound asleep. I woke up when Kellan laid me down on my bed and started pulling the covers over me. Kellan? I whispered. His hands stopped moving. Yeah? I looked over to what little of him I could see in the darkness. We forgot the Space Needle. He smiled at me and finished tucking me in. Next time. When he was done, he paused, still leaning over me. His eyes were unreadable in the darkness, but weirdly enough, he was giving me butterflies, looking at me like he was. After another second, he smiled, then whispered, "Good night, Kiera," and left. My stomach settling, I smiled at remembering the day and how, for almost the entirety of it, I hadn't missed Denny. Too much. Chapter 6. Coming Together, Breaking Apart. After that day, I was more aware of Kellan. I couldn't help but notice how sweet he was. His cute little nods hello when he entered the bar, how he would look at me and smile sometimes when he sang, how he chatted every morning over our coffees, how much I loved it when he would sing just for me at home. Every day I felt closer to him, which delighted me and worried me. But, wrong as it might have been, noticing him distracted me from missing Denny. I still craved his phone calls, but if we went a day or two without one, I could satisfy my loneliness by spending time with Kellan. Kellan never seemed to mind me hanging around him. In fact, he seemed to encourage it. We continued our friendly flirting that had started at Bumbershoot. On nice days, we sat outside in the backyard and lay down on the grass to read and enjoy the sunshine. He would usually take his shirt off to sunbathe, and lying close beside him, I usually felt my heartbeat spike a bit. He would eventually fall asleep, and I'd roll on my side to watch his perfect face in slumber. Once, when I'd been doing that, he hadn't really been asleep yet, and he'd smiled and cracked an eye open, making me blush furiously and roll onto my stomach to hide my head while he softly laughed at me. On nights that I had off, he sometimes came back home after rehearsal instead of going to Pete's with the guys, and we'd have dinner together and then snuggle close to watch a movie. Sometimes he'd put his arm around me and lightly rub mine with his fingertips. Sometimes he would hold my hand, playing with my fingers and smiling that amazingly sexy half-smile. On the nights I did have to go in, we'd sit together and cuddle on the couch, reading or watching TV before work. He let me relax into him and put my head on his shoulder. Once, when I'd been exhausted after a sleepless night of missing Denny, we'd snuggled on the couch and he'd gently pulled me down to rest my head on his lap. I had fallen asleep that way, turned slightly into him, with his arm over me protectively and his other hand running through my hair. Somewhere in the back of my head, I knew it was probably more than Denny would be okay with, but it was comforting. It was nice. It concerned me a little, how much I enjoyed being close to him, and yet I couldn't seem to stop doing it. One weeknight, someone put a particularly dancey song on the jukebox, and Griffin, proudly wearing his douchebags t-shirt, felt the need to grab every available girl at every nearby table and pull her onto the dance floor. Of course, they all went willingly, But then he spotted me and started moving suggestively in my direction. Not relishing his roaming hands anywhere near my body, I put my hands out in front of me and started backing up. Evan laughed and grabbed Jenny for a quick dip, making her giggle. Matt sat on the table, chuckling at everyone. Griffin was almost within my reach when I was suddenly pulled away and twirled a few times on the floor. Laughing at Griffin's disappointed face, Kellan spun me a few more times to the other side of the room. I smiled at him as he twirled me out and, kissing my hand, released me. Within seconds, he was surrounded by a half-dozen women wanting to dance with their rock god. He spent the remainder of the night dancing rather sexily with a rotating group of females. He moved effortlessly to the music and was exceedingly enticing to watch. I found my eyes roaming to him more than a few times during my shift. I was still thinking of Kellan's body moving to the music when I opened our front door after work. I was greeted by a ringing phone. Smiling and thinking it could only be Denny calling me this late at night, I received a small shock when I recognized the voice on the other line. "Hey, sis." "Anna. Long time no hear. What are you up to? Why are you calling so late?" "Well, I received your care package today." I had sent my parents and Anna some pictures of the city, my school, the bar, and a picture of Kellan, Denny, and me. "Oh my God, who is the hottie and why didn't you tell me about him the minute you got there?" I should have realized earlier that Kellan would pique my sister's interest. "That's my roommate, Kellan." "Damn, now I'm coming to visit for sure." My sister and Kellan in the same room together. Now that would be interesting. I suddenly did not want my sister anywhere near him. Well, now really isn't... Wait, what about Phil? Pfft, Phil? Please. Compared with your hottie roommate? Sorry, no contest. Mom had told me that Anna had known Phil for a whole 2 weeks before moving in with him. Apparently, the honeymoon was over. Well, now really isn't a good time. School's about to start and Denny's still away. Denny's gone? Geez, Anna, don't you ever talk to Mom and Dad? I sighed, not really wanting to have that conversation with another family member. Not if I can help it. What happened? It's a work thing. He had to go to Tucson for a while. A while that was feeling like an eternity, and he hadn't called again today. Ah, so he's traipsing about the desert and he left you home alone with Hot Bod? I could hear the smirk through the phone line. God, Anna, it's not like that. I sighed. We were a little more friendly with each other than before, but it most definitely was not what my sister was thinking. She laughed. So, fill me in. It was Kellan, right? What's he like? He's... Well, how did one sum up Kellan? He's nice. I glanced upstairs, hoping that he was also asleep. He had ducked out of Pete's a few hours ago after yawning 3 times in a row while talking to Jenny. I guess being an early bird and a night owl eventually catches up with you. Oh, God. He's gay, isn't he? All the really hot ones are. She sighed rather dramatically. I laughed. No, from all I'd seen and heard so far, Kellan was most definitely straight. No, I'm pretty sure he's not. Good. So when can I come up? Her voice brightened at the prospect. Mentally, I sighed. She wasn't going to let this one go. Okay, how about during winter break? We could all go clubbing or something. I guess the image of Kellan dancing was still in my head. It was a good activity for all of us to do, though. Oh, I love that. All hot and sweaty on the dance floor with him. Of course, I could rip off his shirt just to help him out, you know. Then later we could snuggle in his bed to keep warm during the long, hard winter night. Jesus, Anna, I do have to live with the guy. I really didn't like the picture she had just put in my head. Mentally laughing, a different version came to mind. You know, if you think he's hot, you should see his friend Griffin. Really? Oh, yeah. I spent the remainder of our conversation convincing her of Griffin's many virtues. I had never lied so much in my life. The next afternoon, Denny finally called me after a 2-day absence. I felt like I hadn't really talked to him in forever. I ached to actually see him, hold him. The conversation was brief, and he seemed distracted, like the call was an obligation and not something he really wanted to be doing. He excused himself a few minutes into the conversation, saying he was getting called away for a meeting. Ice flooded my stomach, and my heart sank as I said goodbye and hung up the phone. I stared at it for 20 minutes, wondering if he would call back, wondering why he was talking to me less and less. Later that same night, I woke up in a panic, heart fluttering wildly. I had been having a nightmare, I was sure of it. I couldn't remember the dream, just the underlying terror behind it. I wanted to cry. I wanted to scream, and I had no idea why. I sat up in bed and clutched my knees, trying to stabilize my breathing and my heart rate. I didn't want to close my eyes again. I looked around the darkened room, trying to get a bearing on what was real. Dresser, TV, nightstand, Denny's empty side of the bed. Yep, all real. Painfully real. I had an overwhelming urge to talk to Denny. I wasn't sure, but I felt like my dream had been about him. I wondered if it was too late to call his hotel room. I sat on the edge of the bed and looked at the clock. 3:30. Ugh, that was too late to call. Too early to wake him up. I'd have to wait a few more hours and see if I could catch him before work. Oddly, I could hear sounds coming from downstairs. Someone was flicking between channels on the television. Thinking Kellan was awake and maybe I could talk to him instead, I got up and made my way down the stairs. I realized Kellan wasn't alone as I rounded the corner and the living room came into view. I wanted to turn around and head right back to my room, but it was too late. Kiera! Hey, sex kitty! Griffin was standing in the living room, sipping a beer, TV remote in hand. Nice PJs. He winked at me and I flushed with color. Kellan looked over from the couch apologetically as I finished walking down the steps. Hey, sorry. We didn't mean to wake you. Matt looked over from the comfortable chair and smiled at me. I didn't see Evan anywhere. You didn't. Bad dream. I shrugged my shoulders. He half smiled at me. Beer? He asked, holding up his own a little. Sure. I didn't want to go back to sleep for a while anyway. He left me to get one from the kitchen while I stood awkwardly behind Matt in the chair. Griffin went back to flipping channels on the TV. Matt turned to watch as well. Kellan reappeared a minute later and, handing me a beer, nodded over to the couch. I followed him. Griffin sat on the end of the couch near the table. He set his beer down, frowning slightly. He didn't seem to be finding whatever he was looking for. I quickly passed Kellan and sat on the opposite side of the couch. Smiling at me and shaking his head, Kellan took the middle, sitting close to me, which made me grin. I scooted over to him and pressed against his side, pulling my feet up to the couch, my knees angled in toward him. I had gotten so used to snuggling with him that it was just a habit now. He smiled down at me, put an arm around my thighs, and nudged me playfully with his shoulder. I rested my head against his shoulder and smiled back. Still looking frustrated, Griffin said, You know, I've been thinking. Matt groaned loudly, and I laughed at him. Griffin ignored us both. When this band breaks up, I raised my head and my eyebrows at that, and Kellan grinned at me. I think I'll do God rock. Involuntarily, I spat out the sip of beer I had just taken. Most of it made it back in the bottle, but I choked on the rest. Kellan smiled at me around his mouthful of beer. He shook his head at Griffin and rolled his eyes. Matt turned his spiky blonde head to stare at Griffin incredulously. God rock? You? Really? Griffin smiled, still flipping through the channels. Yeah. All those hot, horny virgins? Are you kidding me? He grinned devilishly while I continued choking on my beer. Finally, he smiled and stopped flipping through the channels, apparently finding whatever it was he had been looking for. I swallowed a few times and took a long draw of beer to soothe my throat. Griffin said the oddest things sometimes. He really was kind of perfect for Anna. Sighing at that thought, I looked over at the television and finally noticed what he had stopped on. It looked like porn, or some cable show that was close enough to it. I could feel my cheeks flushing, and I stared down at my bottle. Matt and Griffin settled back to watch, while Kellan looked over at me curiously. I tried to stay composed. If I got up and left, Griffin would have a field day the next time I saw him at the bar. If I just sat here and pretended to watch it with them for a while, he would probably just let it go. The noises from the TV weren't helping with my blush, however. Really, why did guys watch this stuff? And why was Kellan watching me? Eventually, he leaned over and whispered in my ear, "Are you uncomfortable?" I shook my head no. I didn't want him thinking me any more prudish than he probably already did. In fact, if he could just ignore me and watch his smut, that would be great. I wondered how long I would need to sit here until I could slip out unnoticed by the guys. Accepting my answer, Kellan leaned forward slightly, blocking my view of Griffin and Griffin's view of me. Grateful, I smiled and looked up at his face. He was intently watching the television set, and I found the look on his face interesting. I had no desire to watch the movie, but watching Kellan watch it was fascinating. At first, he simply watched, but after a while, his eyes started changing, started burning with an alluring intensity. He took a sip of his beer and swallowed, his mouth lingering on the bottle for an extra few seconds. His lips parted slightly. His breathing seemed to just fractionally increase. Still intently watching the screen, he brought his tongue slowly over his lower lip and then dragged his teeth even more slowly across them. The move was so distractingly sexy that a soft noise escaped my throat and my breath caught. The sound of the TV drowned me out, but Kellan, being so close to me, noticed. His smoldering blue eyes slid to mine. I could see why no woman resisted him with a gaze like that. I could feel my breath quicken in response. I couldn't imagine anyone telling that look no. Would I, if he did anything? What was he thinking right now? I had no idea. His breath noticeably quickened in response to mine. Suddenly, his gaze flicked down to my lips, and I knew. I knew exactly what he was thinking. He shouldn't be thinking that. I shouldn't want him to think that. He touched his bottom lip with his tongue again, and his gaze flicked back up to mine for a second. His eyes burned even deeper. He looked back down to my lips and started moving toward me. My heart raced. I knew I needed to push him back. I just couldn't think straight enough to remember why. I couldn't move. I closed my eyes as I felt him draw even nearer. I was hyper-aware of how close his body was to mine, his side pressing against me, his arm still across my thighs, his hand upon my leg. That awareness, combined with the passionate noises from the TV, sent chills down my spine. After what felt like an eternity, he finally touched me, but not how I had been expecting him to. His forehead touched mine, and he rested his nose against mine. I could feel him breathing softly but intensely against me. Instinctively, I raised my chin to find his lips, a low noise escaping my throat again. A microsecond before our mouths fully touched, when I could feel the heat of his skin, the barest brush of a lip, he glided his nose down along my cheek. I gasped at the almost contact. He exhaled heavily down my throat, an enticing noise escaping his lips, making me shudder. He stayed there, taking 2 ragged breaths, while I unconsciously melted even more against his body. My knees turned even more into him. The hand on my lap dropped onto his thigh. I started to turn my head toward his mouth. He smelled so good. Suddenly he grabbed my hand on his thigh and almost painfully squeezed it. He ran his lips up to my ear and roughly whispered, "Come with me." Not sure what he was going to do, not sure what I was going to do, I stood and followed him out of the room. Matt and Griffin, who I had forgotten were even there, didn't look our way as we passed by. Surprisingly, he led me to the kitchen. I wasn't sure what he would do when we got there. I pictured him, once out of view of the guys, pulling me into him for a long, hot, passionate kiss. I pictured his hands tangling in my hair, pulling me tight to him. I pictured his entire body pressed against mine. By the time we were in the kitchen, I was breathing a little raggedly. Kellan, however, was perfectly fine. He let go of my hand as we got to the kitchen, set his beer down on the counter, and poured a glass of water. Confused and a little annoyed at his quick change of emotion, I wondered if I had just imagined that little almost incident in the living room. It had seemed like there was this electricity between us. He had been about to kiss me, I was sure of that. Disturbingly enough, I had been about to kiss him as well. It was confusing. He smiled warmly, like nothing weird had just happened. Handing me the glass of water, he took my beer and set it on the counter near his. I took a deep breath, calming my body. I suddenly felt very, very stupid. Of course nothing had almost happened. He was a regular guy who got turned on watching some stupid, sexy movie like any guy would, and I had somehow turned that into him wanting me specifically. God, I must have looked like such an idiot with my eyes closed, waiting for him to kiss me. Embarrassment flashed through me, and I gulped down my water, thankful for a reason to not look at him. Sorry about the movie choice. I looked back up when he spoke. He smiled and laughed a little. Griffin is, well, Griffin. He shrugged. Completely changing the subject, he said, You seemed upset earlier on the stairs. You want to talk about your dream? He leaned back against the counter near the fridge and crossed his arms against his chest, looking perfectly composed and relaxed. Still feeling foolish, I muttered, I don't remember it, just that it was bad. Oh, he said quietly, suddenly thoughtful. Wishing I had just stayed in bed, I set down my nearly empty glass and started to walk past him. I'm tired. Good night, Kellan. He smiled at me as I walked past. Good night, Kiera, he whispered. Avoiding watching Matt, Griffin, and the seemingly endless erotic movie they were watching, I instead looked back through the living room to the rear window in the kitchen. There was enough reflection in the glass for me to clearly see Kellan. He was still leaning against the counter, but now he was slumped against it, pinching the bridge of his nose with his fingers. He looked to have a headache. I wondered about that, but hurried up the stairs, not wanting him to notice me watching him in the reflection, and I really wanted to shut out the noise of that stupid, stupid movie. I blushed slightly when I saw Kellan the next morning, but he only smiled and offered me a cup of coffee. He made no mention of my embarrassing gaffe, and I wasn't about to bring it up either. Sitting across the table from him, I noticed that he was wearing his douchebag shirt again. I frowned over at him, and he paled slightly. What? He asked quietly, looking a little nervous. Not understanding his reaction, I pointed to his shirt. You never did get me one, you know, I said, as lightly as I could manage. He visibly relaxed. Oh, you're right. He nodded at me. Then he shrugged and, standing up, slipped the shirt off. I gaped at him as he flipped it right side out and slipped it over me. I couldn't even speak. His body drew all of my attention as he fixed the shirt around me. I couldn't even help him. He had to put my arms through the holes like I was 2. There, you can have mine. He smiled, still standing in front of me, not bothered in the slightest that he was now half-dressed. My face was heating up, and I was sure I was bright red. I didn't mean... You didn't have to. I couldn't even form a complete sentence. He laughed softly. Don't worry about it. I can get more. You wouldn't believe how many of those damn things Griffin made. He laughed again, then turned to leave the room. I couldn't help but gape at his muscular back as he left, broad at the shoulders, narrowing slightly at his chest, then more at the waist, naturally forcing the eye down. Kellan looked back at the entryway and caught me staring at him. He looked down and half smiled. I'll be right back. He looked back up at me, still smiling adorably, and I blushed deeply yet again. Then the smell caught me. I actually closed my eyes, it was so powerfully wonderful. I grabbed the bottom of the shirt and inhaled deeply. I don't know if it was his soap, his expensive shampoo, his laundry detergent, some cologne, or just his natural scent, but he always smelled so incredibly good, and now I was saturated in his smell. I was sitting there, inhaling his shirt like an idiot when he came back into the room. He cocked his head to the side and smiled at me curiously as I dropped his shirt. I suddenly wished I had never woken up this morning. How many ways could I look like an idiot in 24 hours? He sat back down in his chair and finished his coffee, his shirt now a striking blue that made his eyes seem even more intensely blue. I swallowed and concentrated on drinking my coffee. We went about our day normally. I did laundry, he did the dishes. I vacuumed, he played his guitar. But I felt embarrassed all day. Last night had been mortifying. I was planning on staying far away from him. I was planning that, but of course, when he went to watch TV for a little bit before leaving to meet with the guys, I looked at the couch longingly. He noticed and held his arm out, patting the cushion beside his hip with his other hand. I couldn't help it. I smiled and instantly cuddled into his side, resting my head on his shoulder. I was kind of addicted to it. The weekend went by with plenty of hand-holding, cuddling on the couch, lingering hugs in the kitchen, me resting on his lap and lying in the backyard, but no more embarrassing near-kiss incidents. Before I knew it, it was Monday morning, and school was starting the very next day. A phone call that afternoon incited my irritation and my nerves. "Hey, babe." Hearing Denny's accent usually made me smile, but I frowned, still frustrated at his more often than not short and seemingly uninterested phone calls. "Kiera?" I realized I hadn't answered him yet. "Hi," I mumbled. He sighed. "You're mad, aren't you?" Maybe. Yes, I was. "I'm sorry. I know I've been distracted lately. It's nothing against you, I promise. I'm just so busy." His excuses weren't helping my irritation. "Whatever, Denny." He sighed again. "I've got time. Want to tell me about school tomorrow?" I smiled a little that he remembered, and then frowned when I remembered. I was getting anxious for the morning. "I wish you were here. I'm really nervous." He chuckled, probably remembering how I usually helped him calm his nerves. "Oh, babe, you have no idea how much I wish I was with you right now. I miss you." I smiled widely at that. "I miss you too, goofball." He laughed genuinely. "Now, tell me what you've been doing. I want to hear your voice." I laughed and spent the next hour telling him everything I could think of. Well, I may have left out a few minor details about how close Kellan and I had become, and a certain nearly intimate moment on the couch, but I told him everything else. It wasn't as effective as the way I preferred to calm his nerves, but it did calm mine. A bit. I was able to get through work and get to sleep afterwards with only the tiniest knot in my stomach. I came down to the kitchen for my coffee the next morning with a slightly larger knot in my stomach. School started in a few hours. I hated the first day at a new school more than I hated the first day at a new job. I frowned when I saw Kellan pouring his coffee. He was singing one of his songs while he did it, a small smile on his lips. When the band played the song, it was fast, but he was singing it slowly and softly, turning it into a ballad. It was beautiful. I stopped a few steps into the kitchen and leaned against the counter to listen to him. He looked over at me, still singing, and smiled wider. Maybe he noticed my melancholy. Maybe he just knew me well enough by now to know that I wasn't looking forward to today. Or maybe he was just bored. For whatever reason, he reached out to me and, grabbing my hand, pulled me to him. I gasped in surprise, then laughed as he put his other hand around my waist and started slow dancing with me. He started singing the song louder and exaggerated our movements, eventually spinning me away from him and then back to him. He playfully dipped me, and I laughed again, my anxiety over school momentarily forgotten. He straightened me and slipped both arms around my waist. I sighed happily and slipped my arms around his neck, listening to the beautiful song he was softly singing. Abruptly, he stopped singing and gazed at me. I realized I had started running my hands through the back of his hair, twirling it around my fingers. It was incredibly pleasant, but I forcefully pulled my hands down and rested them on his shoulders. Still holding me, he quietly said, "I know you'd rather have Denny here." I stiffened fractionally at the mention of Denny's name. "But could I take you to school on your first day?" He smiled sweetly at the end. My heart sped a little at his attractiveness and our closeness. Trying to look unaffected by him, I muttered, "I guess he'll do." He laughed and squeezed me once before letting me go. "That's not something I'm used to women saying," he muttered as he grabbed a mug for me from the cupboard. Thinking I had offended him, I quickly blurted out, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean—" He laughed again and looked over at me while he poured my coffee. "I'm just kidding, Kiera." He watched the coffee filling my cup. "Well, kind of." He chuckled. I blushed. "Oh, thank you. Yes." I stumbled over my words and he chuckled again. I anxiously got dressed for school and spent an inordinately long time brushing my hair and putting on my makeup. Not that I looked any better for all the effort, but it made me feel a little bit more put together, and hopefully that would help me get through all the embarrassing introductions ahead. Maybe I'd just hide quietly in the back all week until I got more comfortable in my classes. I grabbed my bag and tossed my required books, tons of pencils, and a couple of notepads inside. Today I had just one class, which I was grateful for, microeconomics. I frowned as I thought about the class. That one would be Denny's favorite to talk about. In fact, I probably wouldn't be able to get him to shut up about it. I smiled. Maybe he'd call later and we could discuss it for hours. Anything to hear his voice. I came down when it was time to leave, and Kellan smiled when he saw me from the couch. "Ready?" I sighed unhappily as he walked over to me. "No." He grabbed my hand and, smiling crookedly in a way that made me nervous for a completely different reason, led me to the door. We drove to the university in silence while my stomach churned. "Really, this isn't that big of a deal," I kept repeating to my body. It refused to listen, though. Kellan's house was close to the university, so the drive didn't take long. Before I knew it, he was pulling into a parking space. My heartbeat was irrationally fast. I must have looked pale or ill when Kellan parked the car. He looked over at me concerned and then opened his door and got out. Confused, I watched him walk over to me and open my door. I smirked at him. "I think I can handle that." I nodded at the door as I stood up. He chuckled and grabbed my hand again. Loving the comforting warmth, I squeezed it tightly and he smiled at me. "Come on." He indicated the intimidating brick building where my class was. As we started walking toward it, I looked up at him curiously. "And where are you going?" He chuckled again as he looked down at me. "I'm walking you to class, obviously." I rolled my eyes, feeling stupid that he felt the need to do that. Really, I could handle this embarrassment. "You don't have to. I can manage." He squeezed my hand encouragingly. "Maybe I want to." I looked away as we approached the building, and he held the door open for me. "It's not like my mornings are earth-shatteringly busy or anything. I'd probably just be napping." He grinned wryly at me as I looked back at him and laughed. "Why do you get up so early then?" He laughed too as we walked down the hall. More than a few women were watching this model-worthy man walk past him. "It's not by choice. Trust me. I would rather sleep in than function on 4 or 5 hours a night." "Oh, you should go home and nap then," I said as we approached my classroom. "I will." He smiled as he opened the classroom door, and I wondered if he was going to walk me to my seat, too. He seemed to notice my odd look and grinned. "Would you like me to walk you in?" Releasing his hand, I pushed him back a smidge. "No," I said playfully. Walking with him did help. I was a little more relaxed. Tilting my head to the side, I watched him thoughtfully at the door for a moment. "Thank you, Kellan." I leaned in and gave him a soft kiss on the cheek. He looked down and glanced up at me from under his eyebrows, a small smile curving his lips. "You're welcome. I'll pick you up later." I started to protest. "You don't have to." He cut me off with a wry look, and I closed my mouth and smiled. "Fine. I'll see you later." His eyes roamed the room once before returning to me. "Have fun." Then he turned and left, and I couldn't help but watch his backside for a few moments. Unfortunately, he looked back and caught me watching him again. He smiled and waved, but I blushed horribly, feeling moronic. Seriously, sometimes his looks were just too much. As I entered the room, I realized that I wasn't the only one who felt that way about Kellan. Most of the girls nearby were still watching the door, maybe wondering if he would return and join the class. Some of the girls were giggling and chatting with each other, pointing down the hallway. Others were pointing at me. If I hadn't already been blushing from being caught oogling Kellan, I would have blushed at their attention. One unfortunate side effect of hanging around Kellan was that it made people wonder about me when he was gone. So much for being a wallflower in the back of the room. I hurriedly walked past the group as a couple of them were eyeing me as if they were going to ask me to join them, most likely to gossip about Kellan. I wasn't in the mood for awkward small talk with people I didn't know, so I found a seat near the back with only a couple of people around. A few women watched where I went, but none of them followed me. The class was absorbing, and before I knew it, it was also over. I smiled at how pleasant the experience had been, and how I really hadn't needed to worry at all. I was good at school. My sister always told me that I was book smart, not street smart. I wasn't quite sure if that was an insult or not, but she was right. I was much better at dealing with assignments and tests than with people. I wasn't sure what career options that left me. I was still debating a major, but I was leaning toward English. Again, I wasn't sure what kind of job that would get me. Sometimes I was jealous of how certain Denny was of his life. He'd always known what he wanted to do, and he went out and did it. I still had no clue. True to his word, Kellan was waiting for me outside the door. I smiled when I saw him, even though the attention wasn't necessary. He grabbed my hand as I walked over to him. A couple of the women who had noticed him earlier were exiting the classroom. He smiled crookedly at them, and they actually giggled. I rolled my eyes and shook my head at his unending flirtatiousness. "Come on, Casanova," I muttered, pulling him away from the still giggling girls. He frowned, then laughed. "How was class?" "Wonderful." He shook his head at my enthusiasm. Apparently, he wouldn't find a lecture on economics as interesting as I did. I smiled at the thought of him sitting through the class, bored stiff. "So, did you nap?" He grinned and nodded. "Yeah, a good hour. I'm solid till 3. I shook my head at him. "How do you do that?" He laughed as we exited the building. "It's a gift. It's a curse." He drove me to and from school for the rest of the week, which was unnecessary since Denny had left his beloved Honda for me, but nice since I hated driving a stick. We chatted and laughed easily. He asked about all of my classes and what I liked the best and least about each one. He insisted on walking me to my first class every morning, which was also unnecessary, but sweet. The girls would quiet at his approach and watch him, practically with drool on their chins as he said goodbye to me every morning. And he, of course, was only too aware of their attention and would oblige them with a wink or two. He waited for me outside of class or in the parking lot after school, once with an espresso, which made me gleefully happy. Kellan made that first week of school a pleasant transition for me, when I had been expecting the worst. I was exceedingly grateful to him for that. In fact, there was only one thing that whole week that did not make me happy, and it was kind of a big one. Denny. By that weekend, my irritation at him had grown exponentially. When he'd first left, he had called me every day. Then slowly it had turned to every couple of days. But this week, I hadn't heard from him in 5 days. Nothing. The last conversation we'd had was the day before my school started. I really thought he would call to see how it went, but he hadn't. I left messages at his hotel, but he was rarely there because his new job kept him so busy. So late Sunday night, after throwing on my pajamas and getting all ready for bed, I decided to try calling him one last time. When I finally got through to him in his room, I was ecstatic. At first. "Hey, babe." His familiar warm accent filled my heart, but he did sound very tired. "Hey, you okay? You sound exhausted. I could call back tomorrow." I bit my lip, hoping he wouldn't ask me to do that. I leaned back against the kitchen counter and crossed my fingers. "No, I'm glad you called. I need to talk to you." I suddenly wished he had asked me to call him back. Panicky ice filled my stomach. "Oh?" I tried to keep my voice casual. "About what?" He paused and my heart started pounding. "I did something. I don't think you're going to like it." My mind instantly went through a horrible list of things that he could have possibly done that I wouldn't like. My thoughts flew once again to Kellan and what could have happened between us while watching that stupid movie. Denny certainly would not have liked that. My throat tightened, but I managed to squeak out, "What?" He paused for a long time, and I suddenly wanted to scream at him to just tell me already. "Tuesday night, after work." He paused again, and my panicked mind started filling out my worst nightmare. "Mark offered me a permanent job here." Relief washed through me. My mind had come up with something much more horrifying. "Oh, Denny, you scared—" He cut me off. "I took it." My mind seemed sluggish. It took me a second to comprehend what that meant. When I did, my breath stopped. "You're not coming back, are you?" "It's the offer of a lifetime, Kiera. They don't offer lead positions to interns, ever." Denny's voice quavered on the phone. This was a hard thing for him to say. He so hated doing anything that might cause me pain. "Please try and understand." "Understand? I left everything to come here for you. Now you're going to leave me here?" Tears were starting to well up in my eyes, but I forced them back. Now was not the time to lose it. "It's just for 2 years. When your schooling is finished, you can come join me here," he begged. "We'll be back together soon. You'll love it here, too." My heart sank further. 2 years? A few weeks without him had been brutal. How would I ever make it through 2 long years? Longer than we had even been together. "No, Denny." He didn't respond to that right away. The silence was deafening. "What do you mean?" "No. I want you to come back. Stay with me. Take another job. You're brilliant. You'll find something." Now I was begging him. "This is what I want, Kiera," he whispered. "More than me?" I knew it wasn't a fair question the moment it left my lips, but rage was still building inside me. "Kiera," he said my name brokenly. "You know that's not it." "Really?" My anger was truly flaring now. "It sure feels like you're choosing your job over me, like you're leaving me." Some tiny part of my brain wanted to stop this horrid conversation, stop hurting him, but I just couldn't. "Baby, it's just 2 years. I'll visit every chance I get." He tried again feebly, his accent thick with emotion. My mind fumed. 2 years. 2 freaking years. Without thinking, without even bothering to talk to me about it first, he had accepted a career in a city thousands of miles away, and then he had sat on that information for days. I was stuck here in Seattle. My parents had been lenient, sort of, about the transfer, mainly because of the scholarship. They wouldn't let me transfer to yet another school in yet another state. They wouldn't pay for it anyway, and I couldn't afford 2 years of school on my own. The scholarship that I had won was my once-in-a-lifetime. I didn't see fate lining up for me like that again. I was stuck here until school ended. And he knew that. He knew that. In my rage, my mind leapt to the likeliest conclusion. He wanted me to stay. He wanted us to be apart. He wanted to leave me. He was breaking up with me. Fire burned in my belly. Well, I wasn't about to let him do it first. Don't bother visiting, Denny. You've made your choice. I hope you enjoy your job. I stressed the word harshly. I'm staying here, and you're staying there. We're done. Goodbye. After slamming the phone down on Denny, I unplugged it. I didn't want him to call back. I was so angry I didn't ever want to speak to him again. The thought of never seeing him again brought despair so quickly behind it that I couldn't breathe. I gasped and my head started to spin. I sank to the floor as tears flowed freely, and I could no longer hold back the sobs. After what seemed like hours of gut-wrenching grief, I stood. I went to the fridge for water, but an open bottle of wine that we had never gotten around to drinking was right there in the door. I grabbed it instead and took a swig directly from the bottle. I knew it was a stupid way to cope with my despair, but I needed something. I needed a break from feelings. I would deal with them later. Grabbing a water glass instead of a fragile wine glass, I poured as much of the wine in it as possible and started chugging. It burned. Wine definitely wasn't meant to be drunk that way, but I was desperate for some relief from the pain. It only took a few moments to empty the glass, and I immediately refilled it. The sobs had finally stopped, although tears still fell. I could still see Denny's face in my mind. His beautiful, warm brown eyes, his goofy grin, his alluring accent, the way he was always quick to laugh, his body, his heart. My own heart squeezed painfully, and I pulled another long drink. This isn't real, I kept telling myself. There was no way things had just ended. No way we were now apart. He had said I was his heart, and you don't leave your heart behind. You can't live without your heart. I was just finishing the second glass and filling the third and, unfortunately, the last, when I heard the front door open. It must have been very late or very early, depending on how you looked at it, and Kellan was home from a night with the guys at Pete's. He strolled into the kitchen and casually tossed his keys on the counter. He paused when he noticed me standing in the room. I wasn't usually awake this night on nights I didn't work. Hey. I turned toward him but never stopped drinking. At the movement, I noticed that my head was starting to swim. Good. I studied him silently. His blue eyes had a slightly glazed look. He must have had a couple, or more than a couple, with the band. His clothes were the basic look he preferred wearing, a just-tight-enough t-shirt, faded blue jeans, and black work boots. Maybe it was the wine. Maybe it was my grief. But tonight he just looked extra incredible. His hair, tousled and messy, was sexy as hell. Wow, I thought, with the part of my brain that still could. Drinking him in was more of a distraction for me than drinking the wine. You okay? He cocked his head to the side a little and looked at me quizzically. It was unbelievably attractive, and I stopped drinking for a moment. No. The words sounded slow to me, the wine working fast in my body. I felt steady enough to quickly add, Denny isn't coming back. We're done. Instantly, his gorgeous face filled with sympathy, and he walked over to me. For a second, I thought he was going to put his arms around me. My heart started beating faster at the thought, but he leaned back against the counter instead, resting his hands behind him. I continued drinking my wine and watched him watch me. You want to talk about it? I paused. No. He glanced over at the empty wine bottle on the counter and up again at the glass I was just finishing. You want some tequila? For the first time in what felt like years, I smiled. Absolutely. He opened the cupboard above the fridge and rummaged through a stash of alcohol bottles that I didn't even know were in there. Reaching up like that caused his shirt to stretch in delightful ways, showing just a hint of the skin at his waist. The painful thoughts of Denny were slowly fading as I watched this absurdly attractive man. Damn, he was sexy. He found what he wanted and twisted back around to me. I sighed as his shirt lowered. Sudden loneliness washed through my alcohol-soaked brain. I was alone now. I had moved all the way out here to be with Denny, and now I was completely alone. I watched Kellan's body move enticingly under his clothes as he grabbed us glasses, salt, and limes. My loneliness faded and started transforming into something else entirely. He finished pouring, and with an alluring half-smile, he handed me my drink. Cure for heartache, I'm told. I reached for the glass and my fingers brushed his. That slight touch caused heat to rise up my hand, and I idly thought he might be the better cure. I had seen numerous people at the bar do shooters. I had done them before, but the way Kellan did it was so downright sexy I felt a little dirty watching him. The wine surging through my system turned every move he made into something erotic. He used a finger dipped in alcohol to wet the back of his hand, then mine. He shook a little salt over them while I wondered at how my hand suddenly felt warm where his touch lingered. I watched his tongue lick his salt away, his strong jawline move as he quickly tilted back the shot of tequila, his lips curl as he sucked on the lime. It took my breath away. Gathering myself, I took my shot, and then the tequila hit me. Where the wine had burned, this scorched. I made a face, and Kellan chuckled at me. It did delightful things to his smile. He immediately poured another. We didn't talk. I really didn't need conversation right now, and he seemed to sense that. We silently did our second shooter, and I managed to not make a face this time. By our third shooter, my body was warm and tingly. I had trouble keeping my eyes focused, but I still watched every move Kellan made as closely as I could. If I were in his position, I would have been very uncomfortable being relentlessly stared at like that, but he acted like he didn't even notice. I remembered his adoring fans at the bar and thought maybe he was just used to it. On the fourth shooter, I could tell that Kellan's eyes were even more glazed looking. His smile was loose and easy. He slightly spilled the tequila while filling our shot glasses, and he laughed when he took his lime. I watched him sucking on it and had the craziest, most intense need to suck on it with him. By the fifth shooter, all the despair, loneliness, and pain from earlier in the evening had completely changed into something else. Desire. More specifically, desire for this godlike man in front of me. I remembered the electricity between us a few nights ago, and, real or not, I wanted to feel that passion again. Without thinking, I did what I had wanted to do on that very first shot. I grabbed his hand, just as he bent down to lick the salt away. I lightly pressed my tongue against the back of it, the salt pleasantly mixing with the taste of his skin. His breath caught while he watched me down my shot of tequila. I quickly set the glass down and placed the lime wedge in his partly opened mouth. I brought my lips to his. I half sucked on the lime, half pressed against his lips. Fire burned through me. I pulled away from him slowly, taking the lime with me. His breathing was faster and a little ragged. I carefully took the lime out and set it on the counter, licking my fingers in the process. Kellan took his shot of tequila straight, his eyes never leaving mine. He roughly set down his own glass, licked his lower lip once, and grabbed my neck, pulling me back to his mouth. Chapter 7. Mistakes. My first mistake was the bottle of wine. My second mistake was the tequila shooters. But currently, only the searing throb of my headache concerned me. The light blazing brightly through the window made my eyes water, but when I closed them, the room started to spin so much that I had to stare at one spot on the ceiling and hold my head perfectly still. I groaned. God, was I still drunk? Without moving my head, I tried to look around the unfamiliar room. Holy crap. This isn't my bed. Looking down and instantly regretting it as my head felt like it might explode and the room circled crazily, I noticed my naked body entangled in strange sheets. Holy crap. I'm naked. I tried to hold my body perfectly still and think through the haze to remember last night. Oh, God, no. Suddenly I knew exactly where I was. I looked over to the other side of the bed, but it was empty. Kellan was gone. My head, and now also my stomach, protested vehemently at the swift movement. Damn, I thought, suddenly irritated. I pressed my fingers to my temples hard, trying to stop the merciless beating. Memories flooded my brain like a bloody accident I didn't want to watch, but I couldn't stop myself from looking. That unbelievable first kiss, eager, intense, and so full of passion. The hand behind my neck tightening as he pulled me closer, another hand clutching at my lower back. Kellan slowly pressing me back into the counter, and then lifting me up onto it, my legs circling around his waist, my hands tangling in his hair, his intoxicating smell, the taste of tequila on his tongue. The momentary memory of tequila made my stomach lurch uneasily. Not wanting to lose my stomach in his bed, I risked the horrible swirling sensation and sat up. Waiting a second for my head to clear and then realizing it wasn't going to, I looked around for my clothes. I could only find my tank top hanging haphazardly from his guitar by the bed. Crap. I slowly put it back on and stood, stumbling slightly. Seriously, shouldn't I be fine by now? I looked over at the clock. 2:30. Already? So much for school. My psych class was nearly over. I cautiously made my way to the door. My panties were lying near it. I sighed and carefully leaned over to pick them up. Quickly, I pulled them back on as my stomach turned dangerously. Somewhat dressed, I decided modesty was now the least of my problems. I had no idea where Kellan was anyway, and I knew my stomach was no longer joking around. I ran to the bathroom and made it just in time to heave noisily into the toilet. Leaning my head against the cool porcelain, more memories flooded my brain. Kellan's hand moving across my throat, his lips following. My head falling back, eyes closing, breathing heavily, moaning softly, exhaling raggedly, pulling his shirt off, his gloriously stunning chest, hard muscles, soft skin, Kellan's breath coming harder as my fingers moved down his chest, Kellan groaning lightly and pulling me closer to him, his arms sweeping around me and picking me up, moving to the stairs. My stomach heaved again and sweat dewed my brow. Ugh, I hated tequila. More relentless memories. Stumbling to the ground drunkenly on the steps, and both of us laughing, being sprawled across the steps, him heavily on top of me, mumbling, "Sorry," as he ran his tongue up my throat, gasping as his arousal pressed against me, sucking his earlobe, warm lips on mine, hands roughly pulling off my pants. Oh, I thought distractedly while my stomach flipped. That's where my pants are. Me trying to unbutton his jeans and laughing at my numb fingers not being able to move properly to do it. Kellan lightly sucking on my bottom lip. Me stroking his chest, a hand caressing my breast under my tank top, lightly biting his shoulder, fingers slipping into my underwear, circling the slick skin before pressing into me. The passion in his eyes as he watched my breathless reaction, begging him to take me to his room. Oh, God, I cringed. I begged him. I actually begged him. Someone please kill me now. And at that, my stomach heaved again. Being scooped up, my underwear being ripped off, Kellan kicking off his shoes, then taking off his jeans while I laughed since I still couldn't do it. Him laughing with me as he pulled off my tank top, a soft tongue dragging along my nipple, teasing, tasting. Playfully being pushed back onto his bed, pulling off his boxers, taking in the sight of his glorious naked body, the laughter fading as things got suddenly very intense. his eyes raking over my body, his lips on every inch of me, my fingers on every inch of him, tracing every perfectly defined muscle, kissing his strong, smooth jaw, neck, throat, chest, abdomen, the way he groaned when my tongue swirled around the tip of him. Feeling slightly better with my stomach, I sat back on my heels and made myself remember the rest. Kellan flipping me to my back and pushing smoothly inside of me, gasping with the pleasure of it. Our hips moving together, the rising and falling sensations, the pleasant noises he made, the surprising noises I made, the seemingly long time everything took as our drunken bodies absorbed every sensation, the warmth of his breath on my neck, grabbing his head and holding him close as we approached the final moment, so intense, so unbelievable, crying out in unison as we came together, feeling the warmth of him releasing into me, panting breathlessly with him as our hearts slowed down, staring into each other's eyes, losing consciousness in his arms. I stood shakily but more securely, washed my face and brushed my teeth. Surprised, I realized that last night with him had been amazing. I walked to my room deep in thought and stopped just inside the door, looking at the perfectly made bed. All the feelings from last night, of Denny and me ending, that I had repressed with alcohol and, yes, with Kellan, came crashing down on me. I sank to my knees and sobbed. I don't remember when, but at some point in the day, I went downstairs and grabbed my pants from the steps. I slipped them on and stood at the bottom stair, not knowing what to do now. I was desperately thirsty and my head still throbbed, but mostly my heart ached. I sat on the step and hung my head in my hands. Tears came again, and I had the odd desire for Kellan to come home. I just wanted my friend to put an arm around me and tell me it would be okay, that I hadn't just made a monumental mistake last night in breaking up with Denny. Okay, 2 monumental mistakes. Kellan. I didn't know what had come over me last night. Well, tequila, certainly, but was that all it was? Rita would love this bit of gossip, not that I ever intended to tell her. There had been so many warnings, and I had ignored them all. It was literally written on the wall that he was a dog who routinely slept around. And then there had been the misunderstanding with his ex-roommate Joey. Apparently it was a pattern with him. Great. Now, not only was I completely alone, but, like Joey, he'd probably ask me to leave. I'd be homeless, too. That didn't seem quite right in my head. I'd never seen him be anything but nice to people. Well, he liked to tease me relentlessly, but not in a cruel way. I couldn't see him just ruthlessly chucking me out with nowhere to go. But he could make me so uncomfortable that I would want to leave. I wanted to leave now. The thought of his surely smug, amused smile had my stomach in knots. One more notch in his bedpost, I thought glumly. Where was he anyway? Was seeing me so horrible to him that he was purposely keeping away? I was such an idiot. I vowed to never drink tequila again. Finally, I picked my wallowing body up and got the glass of water that I was so desperately craving. I ended up drinking 3. I plugged the phone back in and stared at it for a good 20 minutes. I desperately wanted to call Denny, to tell him that I needed him and that I'd made a huge mistake last night, an even bigger one than Denny was aware of. I couldn't, though. My guilt was too great to talk to him. After another 5 minutes of blankly staring at the stupid thing, I forced myself back upstairs and into the shower, thinking I could wash away my despair. It did nothing for me, though. Afterwards, I lay down on my bed, staring at a picture of Denny and me on the nightstand, and cried yet again. Eventually, I had to move on from my old despair into a brand new one. I had to go to work. Numbly, I dressed, arranged my hair into a loose, messy ponytail, and threw on some makeup. I looked horrible. I felt horrible. But at least the room had stopped spinning and my stomach had stopped turning. Now if only I could do something about my heart. I arrived at Pete's late. I still wasn't used to driving a stick shift, and all the hills weren't helping matters, and hurried past Rita. I didn't need her inferring anything from my looks right now. My stomach was in knots as I threw my jacket in the back room. I had no idea if Kellan would come in tonight or not. Would it be weird seeing him, after seeing so much of him? That thought made me blush as I walked back into the bar. I swept an eye over the tables, but he wasn't there. None of the band was. I took a deep breath and forced all thoughts of Denny and Kellan to the back of my mind. I managed to make it through half of my shift in a calm sort of numbness. I only lost it when Jenny pulled me aside and asked me what was wrong. The tears immediately started falling as I repeated the conversation Denny and I had had last night. She swiftly gave me a hug, which brought even more tears, and told me that everything would be fine, that Denny and I were perfect for each other, and that things would work out. She smiled at me so reassuringly that I felt a tiny spark of hope that maybe things would be okay. Then I remembered the second part of the evening. As Jenny gave me one final hug, I considered telling her. "Jenny?" She pulled back and looked at me sweetly, waiting. Her face was so open and honest. She was the best sort of person, and I began to feel even more horrid looking at her. She probably wouldn't understand. She would look at me differently. Maybe she would even think the worst of me and stop being my friend. A part of me doubted that she would judge me that harshly, but I felt pretty harsh on myself at that minute and didn't want to risk anyone else thinking that way about me. No, I couldn't tell anyone about Kellan. "Thank you for listening." "Any time, Kiera." She smiled and hugged me again, and we both continued on our shifts. About an hour later, a sound came through the front door that made me stop breathing. Evan's big, booming laugh as he walked in the front door. Matt followed quickly behind, ducking through the door and past Evan, laughing just as much. Numbly, I watched them. 2 down, 2 to go. Griffin came in a few seconds later, looking really pissed off. He glared at Evan and Matt, who were still laughing, apparently at him. Flipping them both off, he turned and headed for their regular table. I stared stupidly at the door while Evan and Matt, still laughing, followed Griffin. 1 to go. I kept staring at the door, but nothing happened. Shaking my head and feeling a little stupid, I realized he wasn't coming. Was he avoiding me at the bar, too? Somehow that seemed worse than him avoiding me at home. I could feel the tears reforming. Jenny came up to me, putting a hand on my shoulder. "You don't look so good. You all right?" I blinked back those tears. "Yeah, I'm fine." The roller coaster of recent emotions was taking its toll. I was exhausted. Jenny seemed to see that. "Go home, Kiera." I shook my head. I could do this. "I'm fine, Jenny. Just a long day. I'll get through it." She started turning me toward the back room. "Go. It's dead tonight. I'll cover for you." She kept her hands on my shoulders until I reached the hallway that led to the back. "Jenny, really, it's not necessary." I know. You're tough. You can stick it out." She smiled at me mockingly. "Just go home. You can cover for me tomorrow if you want, and I'll leave early." I laughed a little. I was suddenly very tired, and it sounded like a great idea. "Yeah, fine, okay." I don't remember the drive home. One minute I was in the parking lot saying goodbye to Jenny, who said she'd check on me tomorrow, and the next I was approaching the driveway, looking over at the empty spot where Kellan's car usually rested. Still not home. That irritated me a bit. Then it made me sad. Then it made me even more tired. I dragged myself into the house and up into my room. Hastily, I changed into my pajamas and collapsed into bed. A few more tears leaked out before I finally faded into sleep. Light footsteps on the stairs woke me what felt like only seconds later. Kellan must finally have come home. I looked over at the clock. 11:10 p.m. Maybe he figured I was safely asleep by now and he wouldn't have to see me. I fought back the sudden tears of loneliness stinging my eyes. I should have stayed at work. Oddly, the door to my room cracked open. Great. He was going to ask me to leave, and he was going to do it now. Well, that was just a perfect end to my perfect day. Here, Kellan, my heart is already broken. Can you please rip it into tiny shreds for me? Maybe he'd go away, wait until morning if he thought I was sleeping. The idea gave me a sliver of hope, and I held perfectly still, making sure my breathing stayed slow and even. It wasn't going to work. Now he was sitting on the bed beside me. Jerk. He seriously couldn't wait to crush me until the morning? I resisted the urge to sigh and tell him to go back to his room, that I would leave tomorrow, that I was not going to inconvenience him by staying, but I was still hoping he'd go away, so I kept up my fake sleep. His hand rested on my shoulder, and I had to strongly resist jerking my body away from his touch. Kiera? An all-too-familiar accent pierced my dark thoughts. Shock opened my eyes and turned my body around to the figure sitting next to me on the bed. Denny? Tears were in my eyes immediately. Was I still sleeping? Was he real? He smiled, his warm eyes glistening as well. Hey, he whispered. What? Why? How? In my confusion, I couldn't quite form a coherent question. He put his hand on my cheek and brushed away a tear. You're my heart, was all he said. Sobbing, I sat up and threw my arms around his neck. Denny, I brokenly tried to speak. I'm so sorry. In my head, I was more sorry for Kellan than for our fight, but I wasn't going to tell him that. Shh. He held me close, rocking me gently and stroking my hair. I'm here. It's okay. I pulled back to look at him and saw tears on his cheeks now, too. You came back? For me? He sighed and brushed a lock of hair behind my ear. Of course. Did you think I wouldn't? That I would let you slip away? I love you. His voice broke a little at the end. I swallowed the lump in my throat. Your job? He sighed again. I told them no. Sudden despair for my selfishness overwhelmed me. 2 years. It had seemed an eternity last night, but with him now in my arms, it seemed like a ridiculously short amount of time. I'm so sorry. I overreacted. Of course you should take the job. Call them back. 2 years, it's nothing. This is your dream. Panic was leaking into my guilt. Kiera. He stopped me. They offered it to someone else already. Oh. I bit my lip. Your internship? He sighed once again. No. They gave that to someone else when I took the job. I couldn't say anything else as the facts settled in my brain. He gave up all of it. For me. The dream internship which had been our reason for moving here, the once-in-a-lifetime job that no intern had ever been offered, all of it gone because I couldn't wait 2 short years, and he wouldn't let me go. The tears of grief and guilt assaulted me again. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Denny. I'm sorry. I repeated it over and over while he held me to his shoulder. When the tears over my selfishness finally subsided, the tears over being with Kellan last night during our brief time apart broke me down again. Denny simply held me, telling me over and over that everything would be okay, that we were together, and that was all that mattered. Eventually, and more to distract me than anything, I think, he lightly grabbed my chin and pulled me in for a long, sweet kiss. The warmth, the familiarity, the comfort in that kiss silenced my guilt-soaked brain for a moment. Then, as his lips parted and his tongue lightly found mine, another section of my brain woke up. Desire flooded me, and I kissed him eagerly. I couldn't stop the last few tears that rolled down my cheeks, though, and he tenderly brushed them away with his thumb. He lowered me back onto the pillows and kissed my lips, my jaw, my forehead, all the while still stroking my cheek. I ran my hand through his hair, down his cheek, along his jaw, the familiar hairline soft under my fingertips, across his lips. I couldn't believe he was actually here. I pushed the grief and guilt and horror at what I had done last night to the very back part of my mind. I would deal with it later. This moment was all I could concentrate on now. I pulled his wandering lips back to mine and kissed him fiercely. He made a pleasant noise in the back of his throat, and his breath quickened. I pushed him back a little bit and pulled the covers away from me. He had been too far from me for too long. I needed him much closer. Come here. He stood up for a minute and smoothly undressed, then crawled under the covers with me and wrapped his arms around me. He nestled in to kiss my neck. I missed you. He breathed across my skin. My breath caught, and I blinked away a quick tear. Later, I reprimanded myself. I missed you so much, Denny. I sighed, bringing him back to my mouth. It was as if his lips were oxygen and I was suffocating. I couldn't stop kissing him. It was all I wanted. All I needed were his soft lips on mine, his tongue lightly brushing mine. My mind started relaxing into him, slowly stopped thinking. His hands pulled down my pants, slowly, gently. I sighed and kissed him harder. He slipped them off and started back up for my underwear. My mind snapped awake as I suddenly got scared that he would somehow know, that he would have some sixth sense that told him I had been unfaithful to him. But he pulled my underwear off without hesitation. His lips never left mine. His breath was still heavy. He didn't hate me. He still wanted me. His fingers slipped inside me, and my mind completely shut off. I didn't care anymore. I took off my tank top, needing to feel all of my skin pressed against his. His lips finally left mine and trailed down my neck, down my chest. His lips teased and nibbled my breast. His fingers slid along my wet skin. I moaned his name. Denny. He stopped swirling his tongue around my nipple and looked back up at my face. I pulled him back up to my lips. I need you, I whispered. I meant it in every way those words could be interpreted. Gently, he moved over me, and his fingers were replaced with something far more satisfying. I gasped and closed my eyes as he slid into me. A shudder passed through my body as he began to move. The ache of my loneliness over the past weeks crept up on me unexpectedly, and one tear escaped my eye. God, I missed you. He bent over to my ear. I love you, he whispered raggedly. All too soon, my desire for him rose along with his. I couldn't hold back the sounds, and I didn't want to. For that perfect moment, I didn't care where I was or who else was there. I only cared that Denny was here with me, finally. We finished together. Afterwards, he held me in his arms for a long time, stroking my hair and kissing my temple until sleep eventually took him. I, however, was suddenly wide awake. The room, filled only with the sound of Denny's light breathing, was suddenly suffocating to me. My guilt, my grief that I had somehow managed to push away, were springing back. Not wanting to wake Denny, not wanting him to question my despair, I tossed my clothes back on and left the room, shutting the door as quietly as I could behind me. Not looking at Kellan's door, I made my way down the stairs. I made it all the way to the living room before the first tears started to fall. It was seeing Denny's bags placed behind the chair, his jacket thrown over the back of it, that finally released the wall holding back my tears of guilt. I sank into the chair, nestled my head in the cool sleeve, and sobbed. What felt like hours later, I was still sitting in the chair, deep in thought and despair and guilt, when a soft knock on the door awoke me from my despondency. Wondering who could possibly be knocking at this hour, and hoping they didn't wake Denny, I brushed away my tears and quietly went over and opened the door. A worn-looking Sam stood there, supporting a very drunk-looking Kellan.
"I think this belongs to you."
Not waiting for the shock to slide from my face, he stepped inside, half-dragged Kellan to the living room, and shoved him down into the chair.
"There. All yours."
I stared at Kellan in disbelief. He had definitely been a touch drunk last night, but I had never seen him anywhere close to this bad before. He hunched over in the chair with his head hanging down like he had lost the ability to sit straight. "What happened?" I asked.
Whiskey, I'm pretty sure. I don't know. Found him like this."
Sam shrugged his massive shoulders. "You found him?"
"Yeah, wasn't hard. Nearly tripped over him, sprawled on my doorstep as he was."
He turned to leave, running a hand over his shaved head and then down his tired face.
"Well, I got the idiot home. I've got to get some sleep. I'm beat."
"Wait! What am I supposed—" I let it trail off as Sam disappeared through the front door. Great. I walked back to where Kellan was still collapsed on the chair, wondering what had happened to him. Probably out partying with some girls. The thought irritated me, and then I was irritated for being irritated. I smacked his thigh. "Kellan." He slowly raised his head, his eyes squinting in the soft light from the lamp.
"Hey, it's my roomie."
He stressed the last word oddly and bit his bottom lip. Drunkenly, he stood up, or attempted to anyway. He collapsed back down in the chair, looking surprised. I sighed and held out my hand. "Here, let me help you." Anger flashed in his eyes as he looked up at me. "I don't need your help." He nearly spat the words. Startled, I dropped my hand and watched him successfully stand up, and immediately start to tip over. I quickly helped him steady himself, putting my shoulder under his, my hand on his chest, supporting his weight, whether he wanted me to or not. He sagged into me a little and made no move to push me away. He smelled horrible, like whiskey and vomit. Again, I wondered what the heck he had been doing. "Come on." I pulled him toward the stairs. Being so close to him again brought images of last night to my mind. I still wasn't sure what to feel about that, other than guilty. I pushed it further back in my head. I couldn't deal with it yet. Somehow I managed to get him up the stairs. For every 2 steps he clumsily took up, he seemed to take 1 backward. At about the halfway point, he started to sink down, and I feared for a minute that he was going to collapse on top of me on the stairs. That brought to mind such a vivid memory that I blushed and smacked him on the chest to keep him walking forward. He didn't say anything but glanced over at me, seemingly torn between irritation and another emotion I couldn't even begin to guess. Near the top, we crashed into the wall noisily, and I froze, looking over at my door and praying that Denny didn't wake up. Kellan followed my gaze, but I couldn't see his expression because I was too busy watching the door. Not hearing any movements, I exhaled in relief and glanced up at Kellan. He was staring blankly at the floor. I wanted to help him in some way. I thought maybe showering away the smell that permeated his body would ease his pain in the morning. Waking up wasn't going to be good anyway, but waking up that gross would be especially hard on his stomach. I dragged him to the bathroom and sat him on the toilet. He watched me quietly with unfocused eyes. I ran the water, wondering if he would be able to do this without killing himself. I blushed suddenly, wondering if I was going to have to undress him. He took the option away from me by standing awkwardly and stepping over the tub rim into the shower, fully dressed. He slumped against the far wall and sank down into the tub, closing his eyes and letting the water drench him. The water streamed down his face. His wet hair clung to his skin. His lips were partly open, breath coming shallowly. The soaked shirt accentuated the muscles in his chest. He was gorgeous, even stumbling drunk. I sighed again.
His boots were far enough from the water that I was able to get them and his socks off before they were completely soaked. I contemplated what else to do for him. I brought my hands back to his face and ran my fingers through his hair, letting the water soak in completely. He sighed, eyes still closed. I couldn't stop the memory of clutching his hair last night. I painfully swallowed the lump in my throat. He had gotten so still I was afraid he had passed out. Moving him on my own would be impossible. I would have to get Denny. What if Kellan let something slip? What if he flat out told him? I desperately did not want Denny to know. He had actually come back for me, given up everything and returned, just for me. It would kill him if he found out. I shut off the water, but Kellan didn't move. I brushed some strands of hair away from his eyes. Still no movement. Kellan? I lightly smacked his cheek. Nothing. Kellan. I smacked him a little harder. He moaned softly and then groggily opened his eyes. He tried to focus on my face, then blinked his eyes excruciatingly slowly and shook his head a little. Come on. I tugged at his shoulder, wondering if I'd be able to get him back out of the shower. I had tried to make tomorrow slightly better for him, but now it didn't seem like such a great plan. Finally, my tugging got a response, and he slowly rose and exited the shower, stumbling and dripping water everywhere. I dried as much from him and myself as I could, and finished by scrubbing his hair a little and then running my fingers back through it. He looked a little pained when I did that, so I stopped. I took his hand and led him back to his room. I had so many questions to ask him, but he didn't seem eager to speak. Before things had gotten intense between us last night, he had been respectful of my silence. I could at least do the same now. Being in his room with him again brought back even more memories that I didn't want to have. They got especially vivid when Kellan took off his shirt. I turned and headed back to the door when he started unbuttoning his jeans. I couldn't help but watch him through a slight crack in his door, though. He started taking his jeans off, stumbling and having a little trouble with the wet fabric. I considered going back to help him, but he finally managed on his own. Just in his boxers, he stood staring at his bed. Suddenly, he ran his hand through his wet hair and turned to look at the door. I didn't know if he saw me through the crack. I didn't think so, considering how difficult it had been for him to focus on me in the shower. I felt a little guilty watching him without him knowing, but I was just so curious about what he was doing that I couldn't stop. His face was unreadable. He simply looked at the door, then back to his bed, then at the door again. One last time he looked at his bed, and then he seemed to lose the battle against gravity, falling heavily on top of the sheets. I watched for a few moments longer. When his breathing grew slow and even, I figured he had finally passed out, and I crept back into his room. I paused, watching his aching perfection in slumber. Finally, I fixed the messy pile of sheets around him until he was covered. Watching over him, I had a crazy desire to kiss him. I sat on the edge of his bed, sighed softly, and leaned in to kiss his forehead. I brushed his hair back and stroked his cheek, wondering where he had gone today, and if he had thought about our night together at all. Should I have told him Denny came back? Would he tell Denny? Would things change? He stirred, and I pulled my hand from his cheek. His hazy eyes found mine, and I froze. "Don't worry," he mumbled. "I won't tell him." Then his eyes closed, and he passed out. I sat on the edge of the bed wondering about that. Would he really not tell him? How did he even know Denny was back? What would tomorrow be like? Chapter 8. The Asshole. The following morning, I woke up groggy. It had been really hard to crawl back into bed with Denny, especially when, in his slumber, he had sighed happily and reached out for me. The guilt that had washed through me then had almost made me bolt from the room yet again, but I made myself close my eyes and stay there. So as I turned the corner to the kitchen in the morning, surprise stopped me in the doorway. Even though he'd been dead drunk the night before, Kellan had still awakened before me. But unlike every other morning since I had moved in, for the first time ever that I had seen, in fact, Kellan looked like crap. He had thrown his t-shirt from last night back on, but he was still in his boxers. His hair, while still messy and fabulous, seemed to accentuate how tired his face looked, highlighting the deep circles under his eyes and his shockingly pale skin. He was sitting hunched over with his head held in his hands at the kitchen table. He was breathing very slowly and carefully through his mouth. "Are you okay?" I whispered. He grimaced in pain and looked up at me. "Yes," he whispered back. He looked anything but. "Coffee?" I barely breathed the word to spare him a little pain. He cringed anyway, but nodded his head. I went over to make a pot, looking at him curiously. Having just been through what he felt now, I did empathize with him, although it was his own fault for getting that ripping drunk. I tried to make as little noise as possible, but every clink, every bump, even the water running made him wince a little. He must really be in pain. I couldn't help but wonder who or what had driven him to such excess. Where had he been all day yesterday while I was suffering? I tried to run through our limited conversation last night, but he hadn't said more than a couple sentences, so I wasn't getting any clues about what he had been out doing. One comment he had made, however, did stand out. Without thinking, I blurted it out at regular volume. "How did you know Denny was back?" His head sank to the table in a groan, and I guiltily covered my mouth with my hand. "Saw his coat," he mumbled. I blinked, surprised. He hadn't seemed aware of anything last night, let alone something as small and insignificant as a jacket on the chair. "Oh." Not knowing what else to say about that, and worried about his suddenly paler color, I asked him again, "Are you sure you're okay?" Irritation flared in his eyes as he glanced up at me. "I'm fine," he stated coldly. Confused, I finished making the coffee and waited at the counter while it brewed. Once it was done, I grabbed 2 mugs from the cupboard. Suddenly, he broke the quietness. "Are you okay?" he asked slowly. I looked over at him. He had an odd look on his face as he watched me. Hoping he felt a little better, I smiled at him reassuringly. "Yes, I'm great." A wave of nausea seemed to pass over him. He laid his arms down on the table and buried his head in them. His breathing was forced, like he was trying very hard again to keep it even. I started pouring our cups of coffee, hoping that would somehow help him. "Put a little Jack in that." He turned slightly toward me so I could understand him. I smirked back at him. He wasn't serious, was he? He raised his head to look at me, no humor in his eyes. "Please." I sighed and shrugged my shoulders. Whatever. I scrounged as quietly as I could above the fridge for a bottle of Jack Daniels. I set the bottle on the table in front of him. Kellan didn't move his head from his arms. Making my cream and sugar coffee, I left 1 black and set it quietly in front of him. He still didn't move. I poured just a smidge of Jack in, and then attempted to close the bottle. Kellan coughed at me and motioned with his fingers to pour more, his head still resting on his arms. I sighed and let an obscenely large amount go into his mug. He lifted his head a tiny bit and glanced at me. "Thank you." I put the bottle away and joined him at the table. He took a long sip of his coffee, inhaling through his teeth a little bit afterwards. It was probably a little strong. I hoped, at the very least, it would help his head. I sipped my coffee in silence, not knowing what to say to this man whom I had been so intimate with such a short time ago. I had a million questions, most revolving around whether or not I had meant anything to him, and whether our relationship was intact, and where the heck did he go yesterday? I finally decided there was only one pressing issue that I needed to discuss with him now while Denny was still upstairs. Kellan, I really did not want to have this conversation. The other night, he watched me over his coffee. I couldn't tell what he was thinking, and he said nothing. I cleared my throat. I just don't want a misunderstanding, I finished quietly. I didn't really know what I meant by that. I didn't know how I felt about this man who had been nothing but sweet to me while Denny was away. I couldn't ponder it, though, not with Denny back. I just didn't want our friendship to change. He was important to me. He took a long draw on his coffee again before responding. Kiera, there are no misunderstandings between us. His voice was cold and flat. It gave me chills. My stomach clenched as I wondered if it was too late, if our friendship was already too changed. We sat in silence and finished the rest of our coffees. I poured another black one for Kellan and watched, relieved, while he drank it without alcohol. A little while later, Denny came down, saying hello to Kellan and giving him a puzzled expression, since he really did look awful. "You okay, mate?" he asked politely, while slipping an arm around my shoulder as I sat at the table. I tensed, suddenly feeling very uncomfortable with Denny and Kellan in the same room. Kellan flinched a little. "No, actually. I'm going to go lie back down." "Glad you're home, Denny." He walked by him, avoiding his eyes, and I heard him head back up the stairs. Denny watched him leave, frowning. God, he looks awful. Wonder what happened to him. Probably some girl. There was some irritation in my voice when I said that, and Denny looked down at me. "Everything all right between you two while I was gone?" He smiled when he said it, so I wasn't sure if he suspected anything or not. My stomach gave me a fluttery panic attack, but I managed to smile and slip my arms around his waist. "Except for how much I missed you, everything was fine." I felt horrid. Maybe I should just tell him. His eyes glowed with warmth and love as he looked down on me. I realized then that I couldn't tell him, even if I wanted to. I couldn't stand those eyes looking at me in any other way. He leaned down and gave me a sweet kiss. "I missed you too, but..." I pulled back and looked at him cautiously. "But what?" He sighed softly. "I don't have a job now, Kiera. We can't stay here on just your income. I need to meet some people today, see if I can't get something lined up." He shrugged and looked at me hopefully. I bit back my irritation, remembering all that he had given up for me, remembering how much he should be angry with me, if he only knew. "Right now?" I asked, hopeful that he would decide to start tomorrow and I could have him for a full day after so much time apart. I could skip school. Heck, I could skip work to be with him today. "I'm sorry. I need to get on this right away. I know a half-dozen people I could talk to today." He pulled me up from the chair into a hug, and I closed my eyes, wishing he would stay, but knowing he needed to leave, yet again. "Fine." I lifted my head up and kissed his neck. "I know you'll find something, being brilliant and all." I half grinned at him. "No worries, right?" He laughed. "Right. She'll be apples." I frowned. I've never understood that one, but yeah. He smiled as he looked down at me. "How did I get so lucky?" he asked me softly. I couldn't stop the small tears of guilt from springing to my eyes. If he only knew, he wouldn't think nearly as highly of me. Taking my tears for happiness, he kissed my cheek and led me back upstairs, where he got dressed and ready to leave to try and find some work. I sat on the bed watching him in silence. I tried not to worry about him finding something, and tried not to feel guilty about it either, but the guilt came anyway. Guilt over the loss of his job, guilt over Kellan, over the secrets I had to hide from Denny now. I had never had any secrets from him before. I didn't like it. He kissed me goodbye on the bed, eager to get a jump on his hopeful day. I kissed him back and wished him good luck. I heard him walk down the stairs, heard the door close, and heard his car pull away. Loneliness swept over me. How did 48 hours change everything? I stayed on the bed for a while, considering that. Then, with a sigh, I got dressed for school. I didn't see Kellan again as I fixed my hair and makeup, grabbed my book bag and a jacket, and made my way outside. I looked over at the empty driveway. Kellan would have to pick his car up from Sam's later, I thought idly. I looked back at the house, at the window that looked into the kitchen. Surprisingly, Kellan was standing there, watching me leave. His face was unreadable. I started to wave goodbye, but he turned almost immediately and was gone. I swallowed back the sudden emotion. How badly had I messed up our friendship? It was impossible to keep my mind on lectures. I kept drifting between happiness that Denny was back, to guilt that he'd given up so much for me, to guilt that I had been unfaithful to him, to grief at the loss of my friendship with Kellan, to irritation that I didn't seem to mean as much to Kellan as I'd thought, to irritation at myself for wanting it to mean something more to him, back to guilt that he was taking up so much of my thoughts and not Denny, which started the whole vicious cycle again. My head hurt by the end of the day. Denny was still out job hunting when I got back home. I walked through the front door and decided that a little mindless TV might distract me from my dark thoughts. As I looked into the living room, I saw that Kellan, still in his boxers, was sprawled out on the couch. He was staring at the TV, but probably not even seeing it. I debated just going upstairs and hiding until Denny got home. I shook my head, put down my bag, and hung up my jacket. As casually as I could, I walked into the room and sat down in the chair opposite the couch. Eventually, things would have to get back to normal. This weirdness would have to pass, and I didn't want to prolong it by avoiding him. He flicked his eyes to me as I sat down, and then resumed silently watching his dull TV show. Suddenly uncomfortable, and thinking that maybe this was a bad idea, I swallowed and scanned the room. The couple pieces of art that Jenny and I had picked out really had brightened up the place. Those and the few photos I had taken of all of us and scattered here and there, they made everything much cheerier. I know guys usually don't care about decor, but it had seemed sparse, even for a bachelor. Maybe he had a strict landlord. Great. Maybe I'd messed up more than he let on by putting up this stuff. Staring at a picture of the three of us, smiling and happy back when things were simple, I asked him a question without pausing to consider it. Who do you rent this place from? His voice from the couch was cold and flat. His eyes never left the TV. I don't. It's mine. Oh, I said, surprised. How did you afford... I didn't know if that sounded rude or not, so I didn't finish my question. He flicked another glance at me and answered, My parents. His eyes went back to the TV. They died in a car crash a couple years ago. Left me their palace. He waved his hand to indicate the room. Only child and all. He said the last part like his parents wouldn't have left it to him if there had been a choice. Oh, I'm so sorry. I wished I could have rewound time a few moments and kept my big mouth shut. He still looked ill, and this conversation was probably not what he wanted right now. I was a little surprised that he had answered me, though, and I looked around the room again, remembered how barren it had looked a few short weeks ago. It certainly had never given me the impression of a childhood home. Don't be. It happens. He could have been talking about his pet dying, not his parents. I remembered Denny's comment about Kellan's family life. I wanted to ask him about it, but it didn't seem right. Not after the night we had shared together. That had definitely been intimate, but somehow asking about his family felt even more intimate. Why do you rent the room then? I mean, if you own the house. Why was I still having this conversation with him? He turned his head to look at me thoughtfully. He started to say something, but abruptly shut his mouth and shook his head. Turning back to the TV, he coldly said, The extra money comes in handy. I didn't buy it, but I didn't press him either. Suddenly feeling sorry that I'd ever brought up what had to be a painful topic for him, I went over to sit on the edge of the couch beside him. He looked up at me warily. I didn't mean to pry. I'm sorry. Don't worry about it. He swallowed forcibly, and I watched the movement of his throat. Purely intending to give him a hug, as he seriously looked in need of one, I leaned over across his chest, bringing my hands underneath him. He radiated warmth, but he was trembling, breathing shallowly. He left his arms on the couch, not returning my hug. His body stiffened slightly. Sighing softly, I remembered how easy and comfortable touching him used to be. Apparently, that was gone now, too. I pulled back a little to ask him if he needed anything. My breath stopped when I noticed his face, his eyes. He looked pained, like I was hurting him. His eyes were gazing past my shoulder, intently focused on anything but me, and they were narrowed in anger. His breathing was shallow and fast through his open lips. I immediately let go of him. Kellan? Excuse me, he said roughly and sat up on the couch. I grabbed his arm, not knowing what I was going to say, just not wanting him mad at me. Wait. Talk to me, please. He slid his gaze over to mine, his eyes cold and angry. There is nothing to say. He shook his head, irritated. I have to go. He brushed my hand away and stood up. Go? I asked quietly, staying where I was on the couch. I have to get my car, he said as he left the room. Oh, but... I stopped talking as I heard his door loudly shut. Mentally, I slapped myself. Way to inappropriately bring up a painful subject and hurt your roommate, whom you also inappropriately had sex with just a couple of days ago. Smooth, Kiera. Man, I was on a roll. I stayed on the couch watching TV, but not seeing a frame of it, my mind too lost in thought. Kellan came down the stairs a while later, fully dressed and showered, his wavy hair damp and delightfully messy. His face was pale and his eyes looked tired, but he did look slightly better. He didn't look at me, but grabbed his jacket like he was leaving. Kellan. I said his name without thinking. For some reason, I just didn't want him to leave yet. He looked over at me. The eyes that had been so cold earlier looked a little sad now. I stood up and walked over to him. I started blushing as I approached him, feeling incredibly stupid for our earlier conversation and for the other night. I quickly looked down, but not before I saw him frown at me. When I could see his boots, I stopped, figuring I was close enough. Still looking down, I mumbled, I really am sorry about your parents. I risked a look back up to his face. He visibly relaxed. I hadn't realized he had tensed up on my approach. He looked at me thoughtfully for a second before responding. It's okay, Kiera. He said quietly, his eyes still sad. Are we okay? Are we friends? Do you care for me? Do I care for you? I had so many questions, but watching his sad blue eyes watch me, I couldn't make my mouth form them. Not knowing what else to do, I leaned over and kissed his cheek. He looked away and swallowed. Then, turning from me, he headed out the door. I went to the kitchen and watched him from the window this time. He stood on the sidewalk with his fingers on the bridge of his nose like he had a headache again. For a moment, I wondered what he was doing, but then I remembered that his car wasn't here. Within moments, headlights splashed against the window as Griffin pulled up in his VW Vanagon, which on any other day I would have found funny. Kellan went around to the other side of the car and looked back at the window before getting inside. He startled a bit at seeing me in the window, watching him. Then he stared at me with an intense expression that made my heart beat faster. Shaking his head, he turned away and got in the car. Seconds later, Griffin drove away. Looking dejected, Denny came home about 20 minutes later. Job hunting must not have gone well. New guilt surged through me as I painfully swallowed a lump. Would this crushing guilt ever leave me? He put on his best fake smile and sat on the bathroom counter, making small talk with me as I got ready for work. He always tried to make me happy, always tried to spare me pain. He gave me a ride to work, asking me about what I'd done while he was gone. Most of it I had already told him on our numerous phone calls, and, of course, some of it I would never tell him. But I managed to remember a few funny stories that I hadn't mentioned. We laughed as I reminisced all the way there. We were holding hands and still chuckling over some stupid comment Griffin had made one day as he walked me into the bar. As soon as I saw Jenny's jaw drop, I remembered just how much had changed since my half-shift last night. She composed herself and walked over to us, grinning from ear to ear. "Denny, I'm so glad to see you." She flew into his arms to give him a huge hug. A little surprised by her enthusiasm, he blinked and awkwardly hugged her back. I couldn't help but laugh a little. She was obviously so happy to see him because she was happy for me, that Denny and I were back together. But Denny, not fully comprehending that, had the cutest confused look on his face. Jenny pulled back and playfully smacked his face. "Don't ever make my girl break up with you again. She was a mess." Then she lightly kissed his still bewildered face on the cheek and turned to give me a hug. "See, I told you it would work out," she whispered in my ear. Grateful, I returned her hug. "Thank you so much, Jenny." I pulled back. "I still owe you half a shift. Don't forget, you're leaving early tonight." She smiled at me and grabbed my arms. "I didn't." She nodded over to a handsome man at the bar. "That's my date." Denny and I both turned to look at him while she continued. "We're going to that new club in the square as soon as I get off work." Smiling, I turned back to her. "Why don't you go now? Grab some dinner first or something. Mondays are pretty quiet, and I really do owe you." She looked back at him, then at me, her beautiful face frowning a bit. "Are you sure? I don't mind staying a few hours, at least till after the dinner rush fades." Denny perked up. "I'll help her." He smiled over at me. "I wiped down a pretty mean table." I laughed at him and turned back to her. "See? We're good. Go. Have fun." She laughed and hugged me again. "Okay. Thanks." She kissed Denny again on the cheek. "And thank you, Denny. Good to see you again. Really." Smiling, she headed to the bar and chatted with her date, then went to the back room to change. I turned to Denny, who was smiling softly at me. "A mess, huh?" he asked quietly. I shook my head at the memory of just what that breakup had put me through, and what I had stupidly done to ease the pain. "You have no idea, Denny. And please let it stay that way." His smile left him and he pulled me in for a hug and a tender kiss. Someone in the bar groaned dramatically, and laughing, we pulled apart. "Come on." I tugged his arm, pulling him to the back room. "We have work to do." The next morning I came down to the kitchen and stopped in the entryway. Kellan was already there, of course. He was waiting for the coffee pot to finish brewing. He was leaning back against the counter, head raised to the ceiling, apparently deep in thought. He was, once again, stunningly perfect, like yesterday had never happened. His eyes slid over to mine once he noticed my entrance. He half smiled, but his eyes were cold, distant. Great, still awkward. "Hey," I whispered. "Mornin'?" He nodded at me, his eyes never leaving mine. I finally looked away from his intense stare and grabbed a mug from the cupboard. I waited in silence for the pot to finish brewing, wishing things weren't quite so weird between us and feeling guilty that they were. Finally, the coffee was done and he poured his mug, then held the pot out to me. "Would you like me to fill you?" The odd way he phrased it made me look up at his eyes again. They were still cold, but he was now grinning mischievously at me. It made me very uncomfortable. Yes." I couldn't think of any other way to answer his almost crude-sounding question. My response made him grin wickedly. Cream? I swallowed, not liking the look on his face or his odd-sounding questions. What was with him today? I would have preferred his silence. Yes, I finally whispered. He grinned and went to the fridge to grab some for me. I briefly considered leaving the coffee and heading back upstairs, but he was back before I could move. He held up the creamer. Just let me know when you're satisfied. His voice was low and smooth and still very cold. He watched my eyes while he poured, and only a fraction of what I usually used came out before I told him to stop. He leaned in very close to me and whispered, "Are you sure you want me to stop? I thought you liked it." I swallowed loudly and turned away from him. He let out a cold laugh while I fumbled through getting some sugar and stirring my coffee. Seriously, what the hell was with him? His eyes never leaving me, he finally asked, "So you and Denny are back on?" He said the last two words rather suggestively. I blushed. Yes. Just like that. He cocked his head to the side, which was usually endearing, but at the moment he looked almost threatening. No questions asked? I panicked a minute, wondering what he meant by that. Did he change his mind about telling Denny? I searched his cold eyes, but they told me nothing. Smiling oddly, he asked, "Are you going to tell him about—" He made a crude movement with his hands, and I blushed more. No, of course not. I looked away from him and then quickly back. "Are you?" He shrugged. "No, I told you I wouldn't. It doesn't matter much to me anyway." His voice was ice. It gave me chills. I was just curious. "Well, no, I'm not. And thank you for not telling him. I guess." I whispered. My irritation at this odd conversation suddenly flared. "What happened to you the other night?" I blurted out. He grabbed his coffee mug and grinned wickedly, his eyes boring into mine. He took a long draw without answering. His grin was answer enough. I decided I didn't want to know what or who had happened to him. Unable to take this weirdness anymore, I turned with my coffee to head back upstairs. I could feel his eyes following me the entire way around the corner. I tried to forget about Kellan's oddness and lose my problems in my schoolwork. I was in one of the libraries, one of the most impressive libraries I've ever seen. Very Harry Potterish. I was getting some studying done in the hour I had between lit and psychology when a familiar-looking redhead came close to my table. She frowned over at me, and I frowned back, wondering why she looked so familiar. It took a second before the springy red curls registered in my head. Candy. Kellan's overly eager fling. I cringed and quickly looked down as I realized just how much I had in common with her now. She walked stiffly back to a table where two of her friends were waiting. I guess Kellan had never called her. She looked pretty miffed. She pointed over at me and her friends openly gaped. I tried not to notice. I didn't see how I could be so interesting to them anyway. Later, in psych, both of the girls she had been talking to, girls I had never realized were even in this class, plopped down on either side of me. "Hi," the blonde one cheerily said. "I'm Tina. This is Genevieve." The brunette smiled and waved. "Hello," I said meekly, wishing to disappear. "Our friend Candy said she saw you at school with Kellan Kyle a while ago. That true?" Tina asked excitedly, barely containing her glee. Okay, right to the point. Yeah. She glowed and her friend giggled. "Oh, you know him?" Mentally, I cringed. Boy, did I ever know him. "Yes, he's my roommate." The brunette, Genevieve, smacked my shoulder. "Shut up." I thought Tina might have a coronary. Gathering herself, she leaned into me like we were suddenly best friends. "What was your name again?" Not having said it before, I quietly answered, Kiera Allen." Kiera, so tell me, are you and Kellan like a thing? Genevieve asked suggestively. Mentally wincing, I looked at the wall clock and cursed the professor for being late, today of all days. Without looking at her, I answered, no, he's friends with my boyfriend. That was a mostly true statement, I guess. I didn't know what Kellan and I were, especially now, but we were most definitely not a thing. That seemed to make both of them even giddier, like my statement had completely removed me as an obstacle to them. It unnerved me and oddly made me relax a little. I guess I should have expected his pseudo-stardom to follow me, but I hadn't, and I really didn't want anyone to analyze our relationship. I couldn't even do that. The less they thought about me, the better. Damn, he's so hot, Genevieve exclaimed. Tell us everything, every juicy detail. There's not much to tell. He's just a regular guy. True, a very hot guy who was an ass to me this morning, but a regular guy. I had no idea what else to tell them, and the juicy details that I did know I most certainly was not about to share. I really would rather have sat there in silence and listened to the professor, who had finally shown up and was preparing to start class, but the girls didn't seem to care if he was there or not. Not with me, a spy on their rock gods, sitting beside them. They did lower their voices, but they asked me questions throughout the whole class. At first I just ignored them. They didn't stop. Then I tried answering some of the simple questions, hoping that would satisfy them. Does he have a girlfriend? No, I don't think so. None that I had ever seen anyway. Does he play his guitar all the time? Yes. Does he sing in the shower? Yes. I blushed a little when I answered that, and they giggled. Does he have a brother? No. I frowned a little. No, he's actually completely alone. Where do you live? Seattle. I answered that one a little sarcastically. I wasn't about to give them any more than that. Does he wear boxers or briefs? I have no idea. I did know that one, but I wasn't about to let them know that I knew. Is he hot all the time? Yes. I sighed, thinking about how he always looked perfect every morning while I looked like walking death. Well, except for that one time. The girls giggled again. Have you seen him naked? There was no way I was going to answer that, and they giggled anyway at my silence, probably taking it for a yes, which, of course, it was. I looked back at the clock. Ugh, only halfway through class. I realized my mistake then. I had hoped answers to a couple of innocent questions would pacify them, and they would leave me alone. But now that they had me talking, they had no intention of stopping their relentless queries. They seemed to enjoy my silence at the naked question and started turning their inquiries in that direction. Is his body amazing? No verbal response to them, but the words beyond amazing came to mind. Is he a good kisser? Again, no response, but in my head I replayed a few and, yes, God, yes, the boy knew how to kiss. Have I done it with him? Definitely no response, and I prayed for no blushing either. I suddenly realized by the intensity of their questioning that they weren't asking for themselves. Well, I'm sure they were curious too, but they were checking me out for Candy, gauging what my relationship to Kellan was for her. I started wondering if they were even in this class or if they had just followed me in here. Anger flashed through me, and I studiously ignored every question they asked after that. The small ones, and especially the shockingly intimate ones that made me blush. Really, no one should ask someone they just met that question. Relief washed through me as the lecture finally ended and people started leaving. I hastily gathered my stuff, and they threw a few final questions my way, none of which I answered. Calmly excusing myself, well, almost calmly, I darted for the door. As I left, I heard, "Hey, are you having any study sessions at your house?" Followed by more giggling. Well, that was a complete waste of a class. Those weren't the sort of human sexuality questions that I wanted to be answering. I braced myself for more obnoxious Kellan behavior the next morning, but he wasn't in the kitchen. He wasn't even home. He hadn't been home when I got back from school yesterday either. Come to think of it, he hadn't been home when Denny and I went to bed. It hurt my heart a little when I walked downstairs and he wasn't there, sipping his coffee, reading the paper, and smiling warmly at me. While Denny had been away, I'd started waking up earlier than I needed to, just to see that sight every morning. That realization worried me a little, but I pushed it back. It didn't matter now. That friendship wasn't the same. It was practically gone. I blinked back tears as I made my own coffee. Denny woke a while later and quickly got ready for his day of job searching. He kissed me goodbye as I got ready for my own day of school. Not that I'd expected Kellan to continue giving me a ride to school since Denny was back, or since our oddly cold conversation in the kitchen, but sadness swept through me as I waited for the bus. I missed our rides together. Maybe his coldness was a good thing. Maybe I'd gotten too attached. Now that Denny was back, it wasn't appropriate. Of course, a lot had happened with Kellan that wasn't appropriate. Where I had barely seen him at home, I couldn't seem to escape him at the bar. It wasn't too long into my shift that evening when the foursome walked in and strolled to their table. Kellan ignored me and went straight to Rita to grab the guys some beers himself. That oddly offended me. I couldn't even wait on him now? Rita reached out and ruffled his hair while he leaned over the bar and smiled at her crookedly. That irritated me too when I remembered that I had more in common with Rita now as well. Ugh, that thought actually made me a little nauseous, and I had to look away from their flirting. I walked over to where Jenny was finishing up with a customer. Pulling my head out of my own problems, I asked her about her night out. "Hey, Jenny, I never did ask you how your date went." Jenny put her hands on her hips as she walked up to the bar. I sighed mentally as I realized where she was headed. I was sort of in the middle of a conversation with her, and I couldn't really do anything but follow her, even though Kellan was still at the bar flirting with Rita. Seriously, what were they talking about? Oh God, is that where he's been? Are they seeing each other? It was a disaster. Jenny was talking about her date, and I made myself focus on her and not my last horrifying thought. Jenny walked right up to Kellan's side, and I stood slightly behind her, trying hard not to gaze at his perfectly sculpted back leaning over the bar. He was so boring, Kiera. Ugh, I wanted to take a nap right in my risotto. Kellan turned his head slightly at the mention of my name. He flicked a glance at Jenny and then a quick one back to me. Jenny looked at him briefly. "Hey, Kellan." He nodded at her politely, but made no move to acknowledge me. Jenny continued with her story. I called it a night after that and didn't even bother with going to a club. Jenny turned and quickly told Rita her order. Rita looked a little miffed that she no longer had Kellan's attention. She grudgingly filled Jenny's order. Jenny turned to face me while Kellan stared down at the bar, his head still cocked toward us like he was listening. "Pretty boy, but," Jenny pointed to her head, "not a whole lot going on upstairs." Kellan smiled like he was trying not to laugh at her comment. Hope sparked in me that maybe his bad mood was over. Maybe he would be nice. Focusing on Jenny, I said, "I'm sorry, Jenny." I left it at that, not knowing what else to say. I didn't have a whole lot of experience with dating. Grabbing her drinks from Rita, she shrugged. "No biggie. My guy is out there somewhere." She smiled and walked back to her customers. Feeling better about Kellan after seeing his smile, I stayed at the bar. Rita got called over to a customer on the far side, and I took my chance. "Kellan?" I said softly to his back. He turned around with a smug look on his face. My heart sank a little at his near sneer. "Kiera?" His voice was flat, all trace of good humor gone. I suddenly didn't know what to say. I ended up pointing to the 4 beer bottles he had clutched in his fingers. "I could have gotten those for you." He straightened from the bar, and I suddenly felt very small as he towered over me. "I can manage. Thanks." He roughly brushed past me as he headed back to the table. I swallowed and sighed. Why did I irritate him so much? Why couldn't we still be friends? Why did I miss him so much? Friday morning, as Denny and I were snuggling on the couch, Denny sighed for the 100th time and restlessly shifted around. His job searching wasn't going well at all. Things were full and internships were rare anyway. He had gone out every day and night this week and had exhausted all of his resources. He started half-jokingly saying that he might need to get a job at McDonald's just so we could pay our rent. Kellan told him not to worry about it, which made me curious. He didn't seem to need the money, so why did he rent out his room? Looking over at Denny, I thought for a microsecond that he could get a job at Pete's, but with Kellan being so difficult lately, so cold and callous, I decided it was probably not a good idea. Also, having the two of them in the same room together made me highly uncomfortable. Our house had been odd enough, not that Kellan had been home much, but when he was home, his cold eyes watched Denny's and my every move, every touch. I didn't need that following me to work any more than it already did anyway. Things at the bar had been strained. No one seemed to notice the change in his attitude toward me. I sure did, however. The guys still teased me mercilessly, only now it was Kellan, more often than not, who instigated it. He no longer stopped Griffin's crude stories upon my approach. In fact, he seemed to delight in them even more, and managed to ask just the right question just as I was coming to their table, so that I would have to hear every gory detail. How many girls, Griff? No, I've never heard of that position. Wait, what did she do with the licorice again? Even worse, though, was when he would ask me my opinion on one of Griffin's little stories. I would blush horribly and dart away as quickly as I could without ever answering him. Evan would frown and tell him to be nice, while Matt would chuckle quietly. Kellan and Griffin would laugh loudly like it was the funniest thing they had ever seen. Their laughter would follow me all the way up to the bar, where I actually looked forward to talking to Rita instead of them. All throughout my shift, Kellan made snide, suggestive comments. He watched me coldly and intently wherever I went. He flinched whenever I touched him, even accidentally. He made me so uncomfortable. It made me a little sad that one stupid mistake together had changed what had been a very nice friendship. I longed for the Kellan who chatted with me over coffee, who sweetly put his arms around me, who let me rest on his shoulder, who sat with me when I cried, who had tucked me into bed. And on the rare occurrences when I could look at our drunken night together without the usual horrifying guilt, it was a pleasant memory, a fond memory even. It hurt me that Kellan obviously didn't feel the same, that in one night I had ruined everything between us. Mostly, though, it made me angry. Frowning at the memories stirring in my brain, I turned my head away from Denny on the couch so he wouldn't see my frustration. I could see now why Joey had fled. Kellan post-sex was he was an ass. I didn't have the luxury of simply skipping town, though. Not when I had made such a big deal out of Denny leaving. Not when it would raise too many questions in Denny's eyes. I was starting to really dislike Kellan and really miss him at the same time. I wished he would leave. That would greatly simplify things for me. That thought put an odd feeling in my stomach, though. Denny noticed my frown anyway. You all right? I forced a smile and shrugged. Yeah, just worried about you. I hated lying to him. Well, it really was only a half-lie. I was worried about him. I was just more preoccupied with Kellan's behavior. It bothered me that Kellan concerned me more. Denny slipped an arm around me and held me close to his shoulder. He stopped sighing. He was always trying to please me. It only made me feel worse. My guilt increased tenfold every time Denny smiled at me. He tenderly kissed my head, and I looked up at him. He smiled sweetly and brought a hand to my cheek, running a finger down it. It'll be okay, Kiera. His tenderness expanded my heart and broke it at the same time. He leaned down and softly pressed his lips to mine. Sighing, he cupped my cheek with his hand, stroking me softly with his thumb, and kissed me deeper. I relaxed into his comfort, his warmth and tenderness, and returned his deep kiss. He ran his hands down to my hips and scooted me over to his lap. I smiled and thought how much I liked him being home with me all morning, and that I had a good hour before school started. I nestled into his lap and ran my fingers through his hair. He smiled at me between kisses. My breathing was just beginning to increase when I heard the front door open. Kellan hadn't come home again last night. In fact, he hadn't spent a night here the past 2 nights. I wondered who he was dating, and that thought irrationally irritated me. Whoever it was, he was just now getting back. I immediately froze and looked at the door. Kellan's eyes locked onto mine instantly. He smirked at me, his eyes suddenly mean. Then, as Denny turned to look over, his expression immediately softened. He smiled at Denny, although it did nothing to warm his eyes. "Mornin'." "You just getting home, mate?" Denny asked casually, his hands softly rubbing my thighs. Kellan watched us for half a second, then smiled again, looking only at Denny. "Yeah, I was..." He coolly glanced over at me. "Out." Denny didn't notice the look. He simply shrugged and looked back to me. I scooted off his lap, and he laughed a little at me, slipping an arm around my waist. I sat in such a way that I could see Denny and Kellan at the same time. It was odd to have both of them in my vision together. It did weird things to my stomach. Denny was still looking at me lovingly. Kellan was still watching us coolly, a slight frown on his face now. I wanted to crawl inside the couch and disappear. Eventually, Kellan murmured something excusatory and wandered upstairs. I relaxed fractionally when I heard his door close. Denny raised an eyebrow suggestively at me and made a move like he was going to move me back on his lap, but I frowned at him. Laughing, he held me close to him until it was time for me to get ready for school. Denny drove me to school and finally took a walk around campus with me. I tried to be as good of a guide to him as Kellan had been to me. The memory of that day painfully squeezed my heart as I quickly pointed out the various brick buildings on our way to my psychology class. Denny, of course, wanted to talk about my econ class, and, smiling as we walked hand in hand down the concrete pathways crisscrossing the expansive lawns, I relayed as much of it as I could in the short time we had. We entered the building, and Denny was just as impressed as I had been with the beauty of the school. It was truly remarkable, like stepping back to a time where art and the detailed, intricate beauty of architecture, instead of practical form and function, were rampant. He opened the door to my human sexuality class and, chuckling, said he wanted to hear all about it after school when he picked me up. Chuckling back, I leaned over and gave him a long kiss. Someone brushing past us in the door broke us apart, and I grudgingly said goodbye and went to my seat. It was an odd class to have when my mind was so conflicted. The class had more to do with the psychological and social aspects of sexual behavior than with the mechanics of sex. The course went over cultural diversity, sexual health, abuse, and assault. It still felt very relevant to my current situation, however, and I had to force my mind away from analyzing my problems and back to what the professor was saying on more than one occasion. I was a little relieved when the class was over. I smiled at seeing Denny's old Honda in the parking lot in the same spot he had parked it before class. He climbed out of the driver's side and walked over to me, smiling widely. "Hey," he said as he met up with me, and then, with my favorite goofy grin on his face, he picked me up and spun me around. I laughed and laced my arms around his neck. He stopped spinning and, setting me down, leaned in for a long, passionate kiss. When I could catch my breath, I looked up at his sparkling eyes. Someone's in a better mood. He grinned and gave me a quick peck. "I got a phone call this afternoon. One of my contacts finally paid off." He stood up straight while I grinned back at him. "You are now looking at the newest member of SLS Advertising." "Babe!" I gave him a warm hug and kissed his cheek. "That's great!" I pulled back to look him in the eye. "I knew you would find something. You are brilliant, after all." He sighed, looking at me lovingly. So you keep telling me. He gazed at me for a moment longer. I love you so much. I'm so sorry. Guilt washed through me. I was an idiot and he was sorry? Don't. It doesn't matter. Everything is back to normal now. Back to how it should be. Well, nearly everything was back to normal. I smiled at him, my eyes suddenly moist. I love you too. We kissed tenderly for another minute on the sidewalk while people walked back and forth around us. We ignored them all, enjoying our moment of togetherness. Finally, Denny pulled back and, smiling, took my hand and drove me back home. Denny gave me a ride to work that night as well. I was not looking forward to the D-Bag's performance this evening. I wasn't sure why, except I just felt like Kellan's coldness toward me was going to somehow be projected on the stage for everyone to see. Denny kissed my cheek as I made my way to the back room to set down my bag and jacket. Jenny and Kate ran into me as I was coming back out. Kate usually worked the morning shifts. I rarely saw her and hadn't really talked with her much. She was an averagely pretty girl with long, light brown hair pulled back into a perfect ponytail, eyes so light brown they were almost ochre, and the longest, fullest lashes I had ever seen. She was tall and a little too thin, but extremely graceful, like she had belonged to a ballet troupe before joining the staff here at Pete's. "Hi, Kiera," Jenny said as she gave me a swift hug. "Kate's switching tonight since we were slammed last Friday. The guys are really pulling people in now that school's going again." I smiled politely at Kate and returned Jenny's hug. "Yeah, I guess they are." Thinking back on last Friday, it had been pretty busy. I barely had time that night to notice the band. I had still noticed Kellan, though. My eyes had watched him whenever there had been a pause with the customers. So much had changed since then. Our relationship had changed so much since last weekend. I wasn't sure what to expect tonight. The beginning of the evening went pleasantly enough. Having an extra waitress there helped. I got to spend more time flirting with Denny, who decided to stay for dinner and the show. I brought him his food and gave him a kiss. I brought him his soda and gave him a kiss. Heck, I brought him extra napkins and gave him a kiss. Jenny smiled at our cuteness. I was just glad to have him back. But eventually, and with much fanfare, the front doors burst open and Griffin walked through, with his arms outstretched as though he were a king entering his throne room. The fans already at the bar, of course, went nuts and made their way over to him. He put his arms around a couple of them and headed over to his usual table, stopping on the way to steal a kiss from Kate, who quickly pushed him away, sighing and rolling her eyes. Apparently she was used to Griffin's advances. Matt and Evan came in much more quietly behind Griffin. Matt smiled politely and followed Griffin to their table. Evan gave Jenny a big hug and wrapped an arm around an eager girl who had kissed his cheek, then followed Matt. My stomach clenched as I discreetly watched the door, knowing who would be coming through it next. Seconds later he appeared, and my breath caught. He was stunning. His wavy hair was perfect. His long-sleeved shirt, layered under a basic black t-shirt, emphasized his spectacular chest. His jeans, faded and frayed from years of use, clung to him enticingly. His lips were curled in a sexy half-smile, and his deep blue, piercing eyes locked onto mine. Knowing Denny was here and could be watching me, I forced my breath back and turned my eyes away. I turned to Denny, but he was clasping hands with Matt and chatting with the other guys at their table. My eyes swung back over to Kellan, who was now walking over to me, an odd look in his eyes. I debated turning and leaving, but he was in my section and I was his waitress. It would look odd if I didn't help him. I hoped he would be normal to me tonight, not his now usual cold, jerky self. He came right up to me. "Kiera," he said calmly. I swallowed and made myself look him in the eye. "Yes, Kellan?" He smiled and cocked his head to the side. "We'll have the usual." He nodded his head over to the table. "Bring one for Denny, too, since he's a part of this." The odd way he phrased it made me frown, but I nodded and he turned and walked to the table with the guys. Nearly instantly, 2 girls were attached to his arms, running fingers through his perfectly sexy hair. I swallowed and made myself go up to the bar and get their drinks. Rita winked conspiratorially at me when I got everyone's beers. She seemed to think she knew something. Of course, she thought I'd been jumping into bed with Kellan from the very beginning. I sighed and ignored her as I grabbed the band's drinks. Business picked up dramatically after the guys showed up, and I no longer had time to flirt with Denny. Honestly, with Kellan there, I wouldn't have felt comfortable flirting with him anyway, especially not with them all sitting at the same table together. I did notice that Kellan sat at the opposite end of the table from Denny. Kellan faced out into the crowd and flirted with some girls at the next table. Not even once did he look at Denny. I wasn't sure what Kellan's problem was with Denny. Guilt, maybe? Eventually, it was time for them to go on stage. The crowd, as usual mostly women, went nuts and crowded the front of the stage. I watched from the tables as the band started their set. They were perfect, of course. The songs were catchy, Kellan's voice was sexy, the looks he threw the crowd were downright indecent, and it wasn't long before the whole back half of the bar was dancing and carrying on, thoroughly enjoying their entertainment. I stopped watching Kellan and his act, and turned back to the customers still seated. The band started playing a song that I had heard but never really listened to before. Maybe it was because I was trying so hard to ignore watching Kellan that I was more intently focused on listening to him. Maybe it was because of our drunken fiasco, but the words were quite suddenly all too clear in my head. I stopped beside a table and stared up at him, my mouth dropping open. What I noticed first, oddly enough, was the look on Griffin's face, which should have been my first clue. He looked giddy, way too excited to play the song. Obviously, he loved it. Then my eyes shifted to Kellan in disbelief. The lyrics were all metaphors for sex, and not just any kind of sex. Casual, meaningless, one-night stand sex. The song highly implied that while the sex was great, I've already moved on, and I hope you remember me because I've already forgotten you. I had heard the song before and had never interpreted it that way until just now. Maybe I was interpreting it wrong, but with the look on Griffin's face and the steel look in Kellan's eyes, I didn't think I was. Most shocking of all was the fact that Kellan was directing that cold stare at me. I felt like he was shouting our one night all across the bar. I couldn't move. I couldn't turn away. I was frozen with shock, and I could feel tears start to sting my eyes. Why was he being so cold? So intentionally mean? I startled at a hand slipping around my waist. "Hey, babe," Denny whispered in my ear. "I'm getting beat. I think I'll head out. Can you get a ride home?" He turned to make me look at him and noticed my expression. "You okay?" I swallowed and tried to fix a smile on my face, hoping no tears fell. "Yeah, I cut off as a particularly vicious lyric cut through my head. Kellan was practically yelling the verse. "What do you think about me now?" The crowd went crazy over the intensity of it. Kellan's eyes were still focused in my direction. Denny glanced over at the crowd's reaction. "Wow, that song's really good. Is that a new one?" I managed to spit out, "No, he's played it before." Forcing back my smile, I turned to him fully. "I'll get a ride with Jenny. Go home. I'm fine, just tired." Smiling softly at me, he said, "Okay. Wake me when you get home." Then he gave me a short kiss and left the bar. I wanted nothing more than to leave with him, but I couldn't. I was stuck here for a while longer, listening to Kellan torture me. The next morning, I decided it was time to get to the bottom of Kellan's oddness with me. Seriously, I could understand him feeling guilty and being odd around Denny, but why was he so mean to me? Steeling myself to either see him or not see him, since he hadn't been home much lately, I turned the corner and found him reading the paper and drinking his coffee at the table. He coolly glanced up at me when I entered, and my resolve wavered at seeing his dark eyes. I closed mine and took a deep breath. Giving myself a moment, I made a cup of coffee before sitting and joining him at the table. "Mornin'," he finally said to me, not looking up from his paper. "Kellan..." My mouth dried up and I had to swallow. He looked up at me. "What?" His tone was almost harsh, and I considered leaving the room again. "Don't be an idiot, Kiera. Just talk to him. After everything we had done together, I should be able to talk to him." "Why are you mad at me?" I whispered, not meeting his eye. "I'm not mad at you, Kiera. I've been exceedingly nice to you. Most women thank me for that." I could hear the smirk in his voice. My irritation flickered and I glared at him. "You're being an ass. Ever since..." He raised his eyebrow, waiting for me to finish that thought. I didn't. Eventually, he looked back down to his paper and took another drink of his coffee. "I really don't know what you mean, Kiera." I gaped at him. Was he just going to flat out ignore what a jerk he'd been lately? "Is it Denny? You feel guilty?" His cold eyes flashed up to mine. "I'm not the one who cheated on him," he said, low and cold, and I flinched and bit my lip, praying for my eyes not to water. "We used to be friends, Kellan," I whispered. He looked down at his paper and casually tossed back at me. "Were we? I wasn't aware of that." Feeling tears of anger starting to form, I snapped back. "Yes, we were, Kellan. Before we..." He glanced up at me and cut me off. "Denny and I are friends." He looked me up and down, almost scornfully. "You and I are... roommates." My anger temporarily blocked out my forming tears as I gaped at him. "You have a funny way of showing friendship, then. If Denny knew what you..." He cut me off again as he icily glared at me. "But you're not telling him, are you?" He looked back at his paper, and I thought he was done speaking when he said in a softer voice, "Besides, that's between the two of you. It had nothing to do with me. I was simply... there... for you." I gaped at him again, not able to speak anymore. Kellan stared down at his paper for a minute, then sighed. "Are we done?" he asked, looking back up at me. I nodded, feeling like we were done in more ways than one. He got up and left the kitchen. Moments later, I heard the door open and his car pull away. He didn't come home for the rest of the weekend.
Chapter 9. The Espresso Stand. Denny's new job was working for a small marketing company that mostly dealt with internet clientele. It was a far cry from the prestigious internship for one of the largest advertising companies around that he had given up. His brilliance, while so welcomed and encouraged at his previous job, was almost looked down upon here. The small-minded people around him were intimidated by his ideas. They turned his job into little more than that of a glorified gopher, running their errands and stroking their egos. He hated every minute of it. He would never flat out tell me that, ever wanting to spare me pain or guilt, but regardless, I knew. I could see it in his eyes when he lingered in the kitchen before heading out for the day. I could see it in the slump of his shoulders when he came into the bar at night after his day was finally over. He was miserable. One evening at Pete's, after a long day at work, Denny sat alone at a back table sipping on his beer, deep in thought. I wanted to go over and talk to him, but there was nothing left to say. I had already told him it would eventually get better, but it didn't seem to be getting any better. I had already told him I loved him eternally for coming back. That garnered a small smile, but not much more. I had even told him to quit and find work somewhere else, but there weren't any openings anywhere. He was still actively looking, but for now, if he wanted to stay in his chosen field, and if he wanted to stay in Seattle, he was stuck. I sighed, watching him.
I looked over at Kellan, lounging with his bandmates a few tables away from Denny. I hoped he would finally sit and talk to Denny, try to cheer him up. But Kellan was chatting with Matt and had his back to Denny. From an outside perspective, it probably looked like nothing, but I knew that Kellan was still avoiding Denny. He didn't even like looking at Denny anymore and rarely said more than a few polite words to him. I wished Kellan would just stop it and be his friend again, like he said he was. I understood his guilt. I felt it too. But enough was enough. Denny needed us right now. A cell phone sitting beside Denny's beer rang and, sighing, he picked it up. The company had felt the need to have 24-hour access to him and had given him the phone with instructions that he could only use it to talk to them and that if it rang, he'd better answer it. The whole thing greatly irritated me. It was way beyond what an intern should have to do. He spoke dejectedly for a few minutes, shut the phone, then stood and made his way over to me. "Hey." He tried to smile, but I could see how forced it was. "Hi." I smiled at him reassuringly, even though I could feel the irritation in me starting to rise at the conversation I could sense coming. "I'm sorry," he stated abruptly. "That was Max. I have to go." Max was an irritating, shrewd little man who seemed to enjoy nothing greater than sending Denny on pointless errands, preferably on off hours. His latest vital assignment had involved dry cleaning and Starbucks. Again? Denny? I didn't mean to sound agitated, but I was, and it seeped into my voice. I was getting really sick and tired of the endless tasks that occupied so much of his time and thoughts, and that were so beneath his brilliant mind. Kiera. Anger flashed in his eyes. "It's my job. I have to do this." The irritation in my voice was intentional this time. It didn't used to be. No, it didn't used to be. Guilt mixed with my anger, only increasing it. I roughly turned away from him and started picking up empty glasses from a nearby table. "Fine. See you later, then." Anger turned my thoughts dark. He was the one who had dropped everything to rush back to me. If he had given me time, I probably would have calmed down and we could have worked something out. Probably. I hated feeling guilty over his decision. I felt guilty enough over mine, over Kellan. Saying nothing else, he turned and left the bar. I watched him disappear through the double doors and started to turn back to my work when I noticed Kellan watching me. I knew he had been intently watching our conversation. Great, more fodder for him, I thought, my mind still in a dark place. He slowly stood up and made his way over to me. My irritation soared even higher. Really, I was not in the mood for being attacked by him right now. He had never actually agreed that he was being mean to me, and his attitude toward me hadn't changed much since our brief conversation in the kitchen. Irritation at that conversation flashed through me yet again. Apparently, according to him, we were never even friends. Concentrating on stacking the glasses, I decided to just ignore him. He came up beside me, pressing his side into mine and staring down at me. The move was decidedly intimate, and a strange feeling washed through me. Even though the bar was packed, it was not that packed. It would look odd to someone watching for him to be standing that close to me. Instinctively, I pulled away and glared up at him. So much for ignoring him. "Denny leave you again? I could find you another drinking buddy if you're lonely," he asked before grinning devilishly. "Maybe Griffin this time?" "I don't need your crap tonight, Kellan." "You don't seem to be happy being with him," he responded, an oddly serious note to his tone. "What, and I'd be happier with you?" I glared at his perfectly charming face, his sexy half-smile, and his oddly cool eyes. He didn't say anything to that, just kept that annoying, enchanting smile on his face. Suddenly, I wasn't just a little angry anymore. No, I shot right past angry to thoroughly pissed off. Leaning in close so no one else would hear, I whispered, "You were the biggest mistake of my life, Kellan. You were right. We're not friends. Never were. I wish you would just go away." I immediately wished I could take the words back. He was being a jerk, but I didn't want to hurt him by belittling what we had shared together, and I did still think of him as a friend, even if he didn't think of me that way. His smile instantly left him. His eyes went from cool to ice cold, and he roughly brushed past me, nearly making me drop my stack of glasses. He left shortly after that. When I came home from my shift, Denny was waiting up for me. He was sitting on the bed watching TV and looking very tired. His face, and the fact that he was waiting to talk to me, softened my anger at our earlier conversation, and I smiled over at him. "Hey, I'm sorry," he said immediately, shutting off the TV. "I shouldn't snap at you. It's not your fault I'm not happy there." I went over to sit by him on the bed. He had never admitted he hated it there before. I put my hand on his cheek. "I'm sorry, too. I didn't mean to snap earlier. I just miss you." "I know." His accent on the word made me smile. "I miss you, too. I'll do better. I promise, okay? No more grump." He smiled for the first time in what felt like weeks. I laughed at him and softly kissed him. "Okay. I'll try not to be grumpy either then." The next morning, feeling better about having talked to Denny, I hoped to talk with Kellan. He was his usual self, drinking his coffee and reading the paper, but he didn't look up when I came in. Embarrassed at my outburst yesterday, I wasn't sure what to do. Quietly, I made my coffee. Then I chickened out and decided to drink it upstairs. I just couldn't take the awkwardness. But guilt stopped me before I could completely turn the corner. Not looking, I threw an, "I'm sorry, Kellan," over my shoulder. I thought I heard a long sigh as I walked away, but nothing else. Denny did seem to turn a corner. While still really unhappy about his situation, he moped a lot less, and we talked a lot more. I still didn't see nearly enough of him, and he got way too many after-hours phone calls for my taste, but I tried to not mope about that either. It was going to take both of us to make this work. Kellan was different as well. For all the moping Denny and I were trying not to do, Kellan was making up for it. He avoided both of us for the most part. On the rare occasions we were all together, he said nothing more than a few polite words. He stopped being an ass, which I was grateful for, but his silence made my stomach feel odd. I felt something coming, I just didn't know what. It was unsettling. One Saturday morning, Denny and Kellan were downstairs talking before I got there. I couldn't tell what they had been saying, but as I turned the corner, Kellan was smiling at Denny, who had a hand clapped on his shoulder. I had no idea what that was about, but the vision of them both together like that was both heartwarming and guilt-inducing. Denny looked over at me when I entered the room. "Can you get someone to trade shifts with you? We're all going out tonight. Mate's night out." I tried to smile, but my stomach dropped. This was not good. "Oh, that's a great idea, honey. Where are we going?" "A friend of mine has a band playing at the shack tonight," Kellan said quietly, looking at me for the first time in days. His look was a sad one, and my stomach hurt again. "Okay, sounds great. I'll trade with Emily. She normally works days, but she just asked Jenny if she could work some nights. Better tips." "Great." Denny walked over to me and gave me a long kiss. "See? I can still be fun. No more grump, I promised." He gave me a quick hug and moved to leave the room. "I'm going to shower and then I'll make you breakfast." He tossed over his shoulder with a quick wink. I laughed, then looked back over at Kellan and stopped. He was looking away from us, his face pale. He didn't look good at all. "You okay?" I whispered, not really wanting to ask in case Ask Kellan popped back up again. He looked over at me, his eyes sad but a smile on his face. Sure, this will be interesting. Suddenly worried, I walked closer to him. Are you sure? This doesn't have to happen. Denny and I can go alone. His face suddenly serious, he gazed at me intently. I'm fine, and I'd like to spend one night with my roommates. He turned away from me and headed upstairs through the living room. The ache in my stomach increased tenfold. He had said that oddly, and it terrified me. The night started awkwardly. Kellan disappeared not long after the announcement that we were having a night out. He had left the house with an "I'll meet you guys there," and Denny and I didn't see him for the rest of the day. Really, that suited me just fine. His new, sad, quiet behavior was causing my stomach to do strange, panicky things that I didn't have the heart to analyze. Instead, I turned my attention to Denny, trying to focus on having a good time with him like we used to have together. He seemed in a better mood than usual. Maybe he had noticed things were strained around the house with Kellan and was trying to compensate. He seemed excited for us all to go out and to do something together tonight. I wasn't quite as excited, but I faked it for my man. The day went slowly, peacefully, but eventually it was time to get ready for the evening. It was still pretty warm for this time of year, so I chose a loose, flirty black skirt and a pink button-up short-sleeved shirt with a light sweater jacket. I left my hair loose, casual, and slightly wavy. Denny smiled at me and kissed my cheek as I put on my lipstick. He picked out my favorite blue Henley that I loved on his tan skin. Adorably, he held out a small jar of style gel and let me go crazy with his hair, shaking his head when I was satisfied with it. He was trying to please me tonight, and it was working. I was very touched by his gestures. When we arrived at the shack, Kellan's car was already there. We parked next to his Chevelle in a side parking lot. Making our way to the front doors, I noticed that the bar was about half the size of Pete's. I wondered where the band was going to play. Then I noticed the wide-open doors in the back of the bar and the crowd of people outside. We made our way out the back to a large, fenced beer garden. There were tables all along the sides of the fence and along the wall of the bar, with a wide-open section in front of a large stage opposite the building. A band was setting up their equipment, and Kellan was over there talking to one of the guys. He saw us and motioned to a table along the fence that already had a pitcher of beer and 3 glasses. Denny and I waved back and walked over to the table reserved for us. Denny held out my chair like we were on a first date, and I smiled at him. "Thank you, sir," I teased. "Anything for a beautiful girl." He smiled and gallantly kissed my hand. Playing with him a little, I said in mock surprise, "Oh, are you Australian? I love Aussies." "Ripper. Pash a bloke before joining him for a grog then, Sheila?" he said back, massively over-exaggerating his accent. I laughed at him and bent in to give him a kiss he'd asked for. "You are such a dork." "Yeah, but you love me anyway." He kissed me back. Yeah. I smiled, then turned when I felt eyes on my back. Kellan was behind me, watching us blankly. I was trying to get things back to normal. I wished Kellan would at least try, too. His melancholy was really starting to get to me. He sat down and poured everyone a beer, not looking at either of us. Denny didn't seem to notice his mood. "When does your friend go on?" he asked him cheerfully. Kellan briefly looked over at him. "Another 20 minutes or so." He took a long drink from his beer while a woman passed by and not so subtly eyed him up and down. Surprisingly, he only gave her a cursory glance, then returned his attention to his beer. In a noticeable huff, she stalked off. The 20 minutes it took for the band to finally start felt like 20 hours. Our little trio was pretty quiet. Denny would try to start a conversation with Kellan, only to have Kellan give him 1- or 2-word responses. Eventually, Denny stopped trying. My irritation at Kellan was growing minute by achingly long minute. Finally, the band did start to play, and Denny and I left the sulking Kellan at the table while we laughed and danced by the stage. In between twirls and dips, I cast glances at the table, only to see Kellan watching us with an unreadable expression on his face. Girls occasionally tried to get him to dance too, but he seemed to be turning everyone down. Again, my irritation with him grew. What was his problem? During the set break, we came back to the table to hastily finish our beers and relax for a few minutes. I noticed that it was starting to cool down outside, but I felt warm from dancing with Denny. Kellan sat quietly, staring at the empty glass in his hand, when suddenly Denny's cell phone started ringing. Startled, I looked over at him as he sheepishly answered it. I hadn't realized he had brought it. I tried to not be irritated at that. It was his job, after all. He spoke for a few seconds with someone before he started saying, "Hello? Hello?" "Damn," Denny muttered as he shut the phone. "Battery died." Glancing over at me, he shook his head apologetically. "Sorry, I really need to call Max back. I'm going to check inside, see if I can use their phone." I smiled over at him, forcing down my irritation. Tonight was about having fun, not being bitter. "No problem. We'll be here." I nodded my head over to Kellan's chair. Kellan still wasn't looking at us. He sat awkwardly, still staring at the glass in his hands with a slight frown on his face. Denny stood and kissed me on the cheek before turning to go back inside the bar. Kellan sighed quietly and shifted in his chair. I watched Denny disappear into the crowd and turned to look at Kellan. Sudden irritation at his odd behavior and, quite honestly, Denny's phone call finally made me snap. "You said you were fine with this. What is with you?" Kellan looked over at me, his blue eyes intense. "I'm having a fabulous time. What could you possibly mean?" His voice was flat, cold. I looked away and worked on keeping my breathing constant and even, my anger in check. I didn't want to ruin this night for Denny by fighting with Kellan. "Nothing, I guess." Kellan set his glass down and abruptly stood up. "Tell Denny that I was feeling ill." He paused as if he was going to say something more, then shook his head and only said, "I'm done." His voice was still very cold, and the words came out with a finality that knotted a ball in my stomach. I suddenly felt that he wasn't just talking about tonight. I slowly stood and looked him in the eyes. His narrowed slightly as he watched me. Without another word, he turned and headed for the gate that led to the side parking lot where we had all parked earlier in the evening. I watched him leave. Tall, lean, and muscular in just the right way, he was beyond good-looking, closer to perfection. I couldn't help the sinking feeling in my gut as I watched him open the gate. I just knew that once he closed that door, I would never see him again. Something started to break inside me as I considered that. I should let him walk away. He was moody, always cold and silently brooding, and before that he had been a total ass, poking and prodding my relationship with Denny, making suggestive comments about our one night together and the secret we kept from everyone. Glimpses of that night passed in my head. His strong arms, his tender hands, his soft lips. I tried to think past that, to a time when he had only been a friend, a good friend. Fighting the sudden tears that stung my eyes, I darted to the gate after him. He was halfway to his car by the time I closed the gate behind me. "Kellan?" My voice sounded too high, too panicked. "Get a grip," I thought angrily. "Say goodbye, let him go, and get your ass back to the bar to wait for Denny." "Please wait." He slowed and looked over his shoulder at me. I couldn't quite tell from the distance, but his shoulders seemed to slump in a sigh. "What are you doing, Kiera?" The question seemed full of double meaning. I caught up with him and grabbed his arm to stop him and to turn him around toward me. "Wait. Please stay." He knocked my hand away, almost angrily, and ran his fingers through his thick hair.
He looked up at the sky for a brief moment before locking his eyes to mine. I can't do this anymore. Expecting one of his flippant, suggestive remarks, the sudden seriousness in his voice caught me off guard and turned the knot in my stomach to ice. Can't do what? Stay? You know Denny would want to say goodbye to you. The words sounded feeble and wrong. This had nothing to do with Denny. Or maybe everything. He shook his head and looked over my shoulder before again returning his gaze to mine. I can't stay here. In Seattle. I'm leaving. The tears that threatened before were now there in force. Damn, what was wrong with my body? Isn't this exactly what I'd hoped he would do? I should be slapping him on the back and saying, "Great, have a good time." Things would be so much easier here with him gone, along with his coldness, his irritating comments, the never-ending line of women fawning over him, his insanely blue eyes following me everywhere, the intimate memories that sometimes popped into my head. I grabbed his arm again. He stiffened, but didn't knock me away again. No, please, don't leave. Stay. Stay here with us. Just don't go. My voice broke at the end, and I couldn't understand why I was saying these things to him. I meant to say goodbye. Why were the words coming out so wrong? He looked at the tears coursing down my cheeks like he was trying to solve a problem he didn't understand. Why are you... You said... He swallowed and stared over my shoulder, like he couldn't bear to watch anymore. You and me aren't... I thought you... He exhaled slowly, composing himself, and looked back to my eyes. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I've been cold, but I can't stay, Kiera. I can't watch it anymore. I need to leave. His voice trailed off in a whisper. I blinked in disbelief, still waiting to wake from this weird dream. Feeling at my silence that the odd conversation was over, he started to turn away from me. Gut-wrenching panic made my body react faster than my mind could follow. No! I practically yelled at him, and gripping his arm even tighter than before, I pulled him closer to me. Please tell me this isn't because of me, because of you and me. Kiera. I brought my other hand to his chest and stepped closer to him. No, don't leave because I was stupid. You had a good thing here before I... He backed up a half step, but left my hand on his chest. It's not you. You didn't do anything wrong. You belong to Denny. I never should have... He sighed sadly. You and Denny are both... I stepped closer to him again and pressed myself against him, tears still lightly falling on my cheeks. Both what? He froze and let out a shaky breath. Gazing at me intently, he whispered, You're both important to me. I leaned in, bringing my head closer to his as he looked down at me, breathing slowly through his parted lips. Important? How? He lightly shook his head and retreated another half step. Kiera, let me go. You don't want this. He whispered. Go back inside. Go back to Denny. He moved his hand to pull me off his arm, but I smacked it away. The word slipped out before I could stop it. Stay. Please, Kiera, go. He whispered, his beautiful eyes suddenly glistening, his perfect face torn. Stay. Please. Stay with me. Don't leave me. I begged quietly, my voice breaking on the last word. I didn't know what I was saying. I just couldn't bear the thought of never seeing him again. One single tear rolled down his cheek, and the thing inside me broke completely. His pain,
His suffering awakened feelings in me for him that I had never felt before. I wanted to protect him. I wanted to heal him. I would give anything to take his pain away. The coldness, the irritation, the women, Denny, right and wrong, the pain in his eyes made everything else slip away. Softly, he still pleaded, but with me or with himself? Don't. I don't want. Thoughtless, I placed my free hand upon his cheek and wiped the tear away with my thumb. Instantly I knew it was a mistake. The touch was far too intimate. The heat of his skin seemed to radiate all the way up my arm, igniting my whole body. His breath stopped as our eyes locked, and I knew I needed to turn and run back to the bar as fast as I could. I also knew it was too late. "Kiera, please, let me go," he whispered. I ignored him and brought my other hand to the back of his neck. I pulled him to me until my lips brushed his. I couldn't bear to look at his face, to see what he was thinking. I didn't know what I was thinking, so I tightly closed my eyes and softly pressed against him again. His body stiffened, but his lips didn't resist me. "Don't do this," he whispered, almost too softly for me to hear. I still didn't know which one of us he was talking to. I pressed harder against his lips, and he made a noise, almost as if in pain. "What are you doing, Kiera?" He whispered his question again, his body still rigid. I paused with my lips barely brushing his. "I don't know. Just don't leave me. Please don't leave me," I whispered breathlessly, keeping my eyes firmly closed, not wanting to see his reaction to my begging. He exhaled and whispered, "Kiera, please." Then finally, and with a shudder passing through his entire body, he roughly pressed his lips to mine, kissing me intensely. He brought his arms firmly around my waist and clutched me tightly against him. His lips parted and his tongue brushed mine. I made a noise at the sensation, at the taste of him, and eagerly sought him again. Through the mental fog of feeling my lips move against his and my fingers locking into his thick hair, I was vaguely aware that we were moving. He was pulling me slowly forward. I didn't know where or why, and I didn't care, as long as he didn't stop touching me. I felt him bump against something solid and took the opportunity to press him back into it, pressing myself as close to him as physically possible. His breath quickened along with mine, and he groaned as he pulled me against him. His hand slipped under my shirt to clutch at my lower back, and I sighed as his skin caressed mine. One of his hands pulled away and reached behind him to whatever he was pressed against. I heard a click and finally cracked my eyes open to see where we were. He was leaning against the closed door of the espresso stand that sat in the middle of the parking lot. Somewhere in my head I had known it was nearby, I just hadn't realized we were that close to it. The hand he had removed from my back was twisted around behind him, turning the doorknob. Miraculously, the door was unlocked and easily opened. The part of me that could still perform rational thought wondered what he would have done if the door had been locked, but the majority of my brain couldn't have cared less. I just wanted to be somewhere slightly more private than this wide-open parking lot. He pushed back from the door so he could shove it open. Our lips stopped for a moment, and I risked a glance into his eyes. My breath stopped at the passion I saw in them. I couldn't think. I couldn't move. All I could do was stare into those deep blue, blazing eyes. He brought one hand around to my back and then slid both of them down. Clutching my upper thighs, he effortlessly picked me up and we backed into the dark stand. Gently he released me and closed the door. We stood in the dark for a moment, my arms tight around his neck, one of his hands around my waist, the other lightly pressed against the closed door. It was quiet, and our breathing seemed amplified in the stillness. Something about the darkness, the feel of my body pressed against his, and the intensity of our breath snapped my brain off,
and the last portion that held any rational thought left me. All that remained was passion, no, need. Intense, burning need. He moved then, slowly, gripping me very tightly. He sank us to our knees. My hands flew to his jacket, hastily pulling it off before attacking his shirt and almost frantically tearing the fabric off his body. My eyes had adjusted well enough to the soft light coming in through the high windows that I could see his sculpted chest. His muscles were surprisingly hard, yet his skin was astonishingly soft. Perfect. I ran my fingers down that skin, grazing my fingertips over the deep lines while his chest rose and fell with his heavy breath. I traced every defined crease of his abdomen, lingering on the long V at the bottom. He let out a deep groan, and then sucked in a quick breath. I felt my body instantly respond, felt the ache for him building, and made a pleasant noise of my own when he brought his warm mouth to my neck. His lips trailed down my skin as he slipped off my jacket and unbuttoned my shirt. I was getting overwhelmed, almost impatient. I wanted him so much. I ripped my shirt off once he undid the last button so I could feel our skin pressed together. He exhaled heavily, and, raking his eyes up and down my body in a way that made me shiver, he ran a palm down my neck, down my chest, and down to my waist. My skin burned pleasurably wherever he touched me. I moaned so loudly that, if I'd have had a conscious thought left, I'd have been really embarrassed about it. He exhaled again and ran his hand right back up my skin, pausing to cup my breast and tease the nipple through the light fabric of my bra. My breath was almost a pant, and I arched against his hand. I couldn't take any more of this. I needed him, and now. I found his lips again. His breath was coming as quickly as mine. Reaching out with one arm, he lowered us both to the floor. I didn't even care that it was filthy. The aroma of coffee assaulted me. It mixed with his enticing scent in such an appealing way that I knew I would forever combine the two. I lightly raked my fingers down his back, and he made a deep noise in his throat that thrilled me. I eagerly pushed his hips away from me so I could get to his jeans. He groaned with need and inhaled through his teeth as I unbuttoned and unzipped them. I pushed them down his hips and paused a moment to take in the sight of him. He was incredibly ready for me, hard and straining against his clothes, and the knowledge that my body did that to him made me ache. I was desperately ready as well. My fingers lightly traveled down the length of him, and he gently pushed his hips into me as his forehead dropped to touch mine. I curled my hand around him, through his shorts, remembering what him being inside of me felt like, needing to feel it again. His lips attacked mine as his hands suddenly got very busy, scrunching up my loose skirt and roughly pulling down my underwear. I couldn't think. I wanted him so badly it hurt. "Oh, God, please, Kellan," I moaned in his ear. He quickly adjusted his clothes and pushed himself into me before my addled brain could even process what had happened. I had to lightly bite his shoulder to keep from screaming out with the pleasure of it. He buried his head in my neck and paused to catch his breath. In my impatience, I raised my hips to his and he groaned, pushing hard against me. I wanted it harder. Surprisingly, I told him so, and he roughly and eagerly obliged. "God, Kiera." I heard a faint, "God, yes." And then he muttered something else incomprehensible into my neck. His words, his tone, and his hot breath across my skin sent a shock wave through my body, and I gripped him even tighter. Scorching heat raged through me, and I shook from the intensity. It was familiar, but new. It was so much different than the first time, more intense, harder and rougher, yet inexplicably sweeter all at the same time. He plunged hard and deep, and I eagerly met him with each thrust, neither one of us caring about prolonging this, just needing to satisfy the ache that was building second by second. As every sensation in my body started rising, as I could feel the end of the crest approaching, I lost control of what very little control I had left. I couldn't hold back the sounds that my body demanded I make, and it pleased me greatly that he had given up as well, his groans and cries matching my own. In the final moment of pure ecstasy, when I could feel my body clenching around the length of him deep inside of me, my fingers once again raked down his back. But this time hard. Very, very hard. I felt the wetness of his blood as I cut through skin, and he gasped in pain, pleasure. It only intensified the moment for me, and I let out a long cry as I rode out the warm sensation expanding deep within my core. He answered with a deep moan of his own, and clutched my thigh so hard I knew I would bruise as he drove into me a final few times with his own release. In the very next moment, that very instant that all of the passion leached from my body, my rational brain woke up. With an icy blast that made my whole body shiver, I realized in horror what we had just done, what I had just done. I closed my eyes. It was a dream, just an intense dream. Any second I'd wake up. Only, it wasn't. I brought my shaking hands to my mouth and tried in vain to choke back the sobs that were now unstoppable. Kellan looked away from me. Pulling back slightly, he fixed his jeans before sitting back on his heels. Staring at the floor, he grabbed his shirt and limply held it in his hands while his whole body shook from the cold. My stomach clenched, and I feared I might vomit as I struggled to fix my skirt and slip my underwear back up. I found my blouse and managed to slip the shirt back on, redoing the buttons with one hand while clutching my mouth closed with the other. I was afraid that if I let go, I would lose the battle with my stomach. My whole body shook with racking sobs. Other than lightly shaking, Kellan never moved, never looked up from the floor, made no attempt to help me in any way. My mind couldn't process anything. I couldn't understand what had happened, how my body had so vehemently betrayed my mind. Why would I let him touch me that way? Why would I so eagerly touch him, want him, beg him? And God, Denny. I couldn't even finish that thought. Sniffling, I muttered, "Kellan?" He looked up. Glistening, his eyes met mine, the passion that had flared in them just a short while ago now completely extinguished. "I tried to do the right thing. Why couldn't you just let me leave?" He roughly whispered. His question fractured my heart into 1,000 pieces, and the sobbing started yet again. Shaking, I grabbed my jacket from the floor, stood up, and moved toward the closed door. Kellan looked back down to the floor and made no move to stop me. I quietly opened the door and took one last look at him, still kneeling with his shirt in his hands. I suddenly noticed the thin, bright red streaks down his back, ending with fine trails of dripping blood. I gasped and made a move toward him. "Don't," he murmured, never moving his head. "Just go. Denny has probably noticed your absence by now." His tone was flat and very cold. In tears, I threw open the door and ran into the cool night air. Chapter 10. Hot and Hotter. There were 3 things I noticed when my mind slowly started coming to life again in the morning. The first was that my body was sore. Apparently, the previous night was rougher than I had remembered. Oh, God. Had I actually asked him to be rough with me? What the hell was that about? Unwillingly, thoughts of Kellan's hands and lips flooded my brain. I swallowed hard and forcibly changed the direction of my thoughts. The second thing I noticed was that my stomach still felt as if I might lose whatever was left sloshing around in there. My eyes were finally dry, though, I thought in relief. Convincing Denny that I went to the parking lot because I was feeling ill and I didn't want to lose my dinner in front of a crowd had been easier than I ever thought it could be. He hadn't hesitated, never even doubted my story, just sweetly helped me into his car and took me straight home. I hadn't been able to keep from stealing a painful peek at the espresso stand as we drove by it.
I couldn't help but wonder if Kellan was still in there, kneeling on the floor, waiting for the blood on his back to dry. I'd had to put a hand to my stomach then and push down hard to stop it from rising. Denny had glanced at me, worried, and then quickly sped off. He had only asked briefly about Kellan. I told him I'd left him at the table and didn't know where he had run off to. Surprisingly, my voice had stayed even. Rough, but even. He had taken no notice of my tone. Either that or he had brushed it off as not feeling well. Once home, he had gently helped me change clothes and then laid me in bed. I hadn't been able to take his sweetness, the adoring way he had looked at me. I had wanted him to yell, to be cruel. I deserved that, and so much more. The tears had started anew then, so I rolled over on my side away from him and feigned sleep. He had lovingly kissed my shoulder before joining me in bed, and I spent the next several hours crying softly into my pillow. I had assumed upon first waking that Kellan had gone straight from the bar to wherever he was headed. Obviously, he wouldn't ever want to see me again, or ever face Denny again. Not after what we had done. Our first time had been a drunken mistake while Denny and I had been on a break, albeit a short one. This time was different. This was a clear betrayal. This brought me startlingly to my third observation. I could hear the sounds of Denny and Kellan talking, even laughing downstairs. I sat bolt upright in bed and listened harder. No screaming or yelling. No anger of any kind. Was he seriously having a casual Sunday morning conversation with the best friend he had just stabbed in the back? I stood quickly and ran to the bathroom. I looked like death. My eyes were worn and bloodshot, my hair a mess of tangles. I ran a brush through my thick locks, splashed cool water on my face, and sloppily brushed my teeth. Not great, but better, and I was pretending to have just been sick after all. I took a quick peek at my thigh, and damn if there wasn't a bruise there. I bit my lip, and my stomach churned again at the sight. Hastily adjusting my clothes, I decided to just leave my pajamas on. It wasn't unusual for me to lounge about in my sleep pants anyway, and really I was just too morbidly curious to wait any longer. I flew down the stairs and then nearly fell as I suddenly stopped myself at the last step. With a purposely deep inhale, I struggled to slow my too fast lungs and surging heartbeat. Maybe Kellan was here because last night was just some horrible dream that never actually happened. If my body hadn't been bruised and delightfully sore, and if that realization hadn't turned my stomach sour, I might have believed it. Slowly I made my way to the kitchen and crept around the corner. Yep, there had to be some way last night was just a dream. Either that or I was dreaming now. Denny was leaning against the counter, calmly drinking a mug of tea. He smiled over at me when he noticed my quiet entrance. "Good morning, Sleepy. Feeling any better?" His charming accent was luxuriously rich this morning, but nothing inside me enjoyed it, for someone else was staring at me too. Kellan was casually sitting at the kitchen table, one hand idly stroking his full cup of coffee, the other resting calmly in his lap. His eyes must have been in my direction since before I even entered the room, for they were instantly locked onto mine. They were a perfect tranquil blue this morning, calm and untroubled, but still oddly cold. One side of his mouth curled upwards in a slight smile that did nothing to warm his eyes. Finally remembering that Denny had asked me a question, I quickly looked over at him and said, "Yes, much better." I sat in a chair opposite Kellan, and his eyes followed me the entire way. What on earth was he thinking? Was he trying to be obvious? Did he want Denny to know? I sneaked a quick peek at Denny. He was still leaning against the counter, drinking his tea and watching the news playing on the TV in the living room. He had been awake for a while. He was showered and dressed for the day, his worn jeans hugging him perfectly, his simple gray shirt showing off every muscle. He really was quite beautiful, I thought sadly. I sighed guiltily and looked away. Unfortunately, I had somehow forgotten that Kellan was still sitting across from me, staring, and I looked over at him. I couldn't pull away from his gaze this time. His eyes narrowed as they studied mine, his smile gone. He looked the same as last night. The exact same, I realized with a small shock. He hadn't changed clothes. He still wore his white shirt, the long sleeves pushed up to just below the elbows. He still had on the same faded blue jeans. Even his tousled hair was styled in exactly the same way it had been when my fingers had been knotted in it. He looked like he had just gotten home. I wanted to scream at him, ask him why the hell he was still here. Why was he staring holes into me with Denny standing just a few feet away? Kellan finally looked away from me, just a half-second before Denny turned to me. I hadn't been quick enough, and Denny caught me staring at Kellan in what I had to believe looked like anger. Kellan's small smile came back just as I turned to look at Denny. Stupid, irritating smile. "Do you want me to make you anything to eat?" Denny asked, watching to see if any signs of sickness were still with me. "No, that's all right. I'm really not feeling up to food yet." I did still feel nauseous, just not for the reasons he imagined. "Coffee?" He pointed to the nearly full pot next to him. The smell hit me then, and I thought I might lose the precious control in my stomach right there. I would never be able to think of coffee the same way again, much less drink it. "No," I whispered, my face pale. Denny didn't notice my pallor. He set down his empty mug and, straightening, walked over to me. "All right." He leaned down to kiss my forehead, and I thought I saw Kellan twitch from the corner of my eye. "Let me know when you do get hungry. I'll make you whatever you want." Denny smiled and walked by me into the living room. Lying back casually on the couch, he flipped the station over to the sports channel. I held my breath. I wanted to go join Denny on the couch, to snuggle up in his arms and doze off while he watched TV. It sounded so warm and inviting, so comforting. But guilt kept me seated in my chair. I didn't deserve him, his warmth and caring. I deserved the cold hardness of the kitchen chair. I roughly swallowed and looked down at the table, glad that I had no more tears to spill. Kellan softly cleared his throat. I startled. In my wallowing, I had forgotten that he was there. He briefly looked over at Denny on the couch, then met my eyes. I thought I saw a moment of pain cross his face, but it was gone before I could be sure. Not wanting to, but not being able to stop myself, I thought about last night again. I thought about the last time I had seen him, his back torn and bloody from my fingers. My eyes flicked to his shirt. I couldn't see much from this angle, but his shirt was clean as far as I could tell. No bloodstains, anyway. He smiled crookedly at me, his eyes warming for the first time, and I got the distinct impression he knew exactly what I was looking for. I blushed and tried to turn my head away from him without turning it in Denny's direction. "A little late for modesty, don't you think?" He whispered to me, still smiling that wholly irritating and fabulous half-smile. My eyes snapped back to his, shocked again. We were seriously going to have this conversation here? Now? I tried to gauge whether his voice had been loud enough to carry into the next room and be heard over the TV. It didn't seem possible that it had. "Have you lost your freaking mind?" I tried to match his volume, but irritation was winning over every other emotion in my head, and the words seemed much too loud to me. "What are you doing here?" I managed much more quietly. He cocked his head adorably to the side. "I live here, remember?" I could have slapped him. I really wanted to, but the thought of inviting Denny's curiosity and, most likely, his disapproval stayed my hand. Instead, I locked my fingers together, halting the temptation. "No, you were leaving, remember? Big, brooding, dramatic exit? Ringing any bells?" My irritation was apparently bringing sarcasm right along with it. He laughed once, quietly. "Things changed. I was very compellingly asked to stay." He smiled wickedly and bit his lip. My breathing stopped, and I briefly closed my eyes to block out his perfect face. "No, No, there are no reasons for you to be here. I opened my eyes to find him still smiling seductively at me. He must have snapped last night. That was the only explanation for the sudden change in his behavior. I risked a glance at Denny, but he was still blissfully watching sports. When I looked back, Kellan stopped smiling and leaned toward me intently. I was wrong before. Maybe you do want this. It's worth it to me to stay and find out. He was whispering, but I felt like he had just shouted the words from across the room. No! I sputtered, for a second having no idea what else to say. Composing myself, I added, You were right. I want Denny. I choose Denny. I pleaded with him quietly, not even daring a glance at the living room in case Denny had heard his name being mentioned. He smiled slightly and reached out to touch my cheek. Instinctively, I wanted to pull away, to finally reach over and slap him, but I couldn't make my body listen. Why did my body never listen to me anymore? Stupid, defiant body. Kellan's fingertips traced a line from my jaw to my lips. Instantly, at his touch, I felt the fire of remembered passion shoot through me. My lips parted as his fingers glided over them, and I half closed my eyes with the pleasure of it, but I snapped them back open at the sound of his small chuckle. We'll see, he said casually, pulling his hand back to his lap and leaning back in his chair with a smug, triumphant look on his face. Stupid, defiant body. And him? I jerked my head in Denny's direction. His smile dropped and his eyes lowered to the table. His voice came out pained but steady. I had a lot of time to think last night. He looked back up into my eyes. I won't hurt him unnecessarily. I won't tell him if you don't want me to. No, I don't want him to know, I whispered, glad once again that I had no tears left. What do you mean, unnecessarily? What do you think we are now? His smile came back and he reached across the table to hold my hand. I flinched back, but he grabbed it securely and stroked my fingers. Well, right now we are friends. He eyed me up and down in a way that made me blush. Good friends. I gaped at him, not sure how to respond to that. Then my anger flared. You said we weren't friends, just roommates, remember? I couldn't quite keep the venom from my tone. He cocked his head to the side in a distractingly attractive way. You changed my mind. You can be very persuasive. He dropped his voice seductively. Would you like to persuade me again sometime? I abruptly stood, the chair squeaking noisily against the floor as I did. Kellan calmly released my hand and watched me while Denny called in from the living room. You okay? Yes, I called back, feeling more than a little stupid. Just going upstairs to take a shower. I have to get ready for work, for Emily's shift. I had the sudden urge to wash every bit of Kellan off of me. I glanced over at Denny. He had already turned back to the TV, completely oblivious to the mood in the kitchen. Would you like me to join you? We could continue our conversation, Kellan whispered, grinning devilishly as my heartbeat irritatingly quickened. I gave him one last glare, then strode stubbornly from the room. I mulled over the problem that was Kellan while I took an obscenely long time getting ready for my shift. What had I done? What on earth was I thinking? I should have let him leave. Why couldn't I? Why had I been incapable of letting him slip into his car, and why did I let him slip into... I sighed. I really didn't want to think about that right now. My stomach hurt enough. He had just said the oddest thing in the kitchen, too. What was it? Maybe you do want this. This. What did he think we were, besides a disastrous mistake? Well, apparently we were friends now, according to him. It irritated me a little that that was what it took for Kellan to consider me a friend. In my head, we had been friends the entire time. And now we were good friends? and he might not have said it, but I sure heard it, like he had shouted it from the rooftops. Good friends with benefits. Well, sorry, I thought, as I harshly brushed my hair and threw it up in a ponytail. We are not that kind of friends. Well, not again, anyway. Denny gave me a ride to work, but was called by Max just as he was parking his car to come inside with me. Shaking his head irritably, he sighed and told me he had to go in for a few hours, but he would pick me up after my shift. I nodded and said that was fine. What I had done to him had pretty much evaporated any resentment I might have had at Max for taking away his time. What I had done to him was so much worse. I still felt ill. I clutched my stomach as I watched his taillights pull out of the parking lot. A part of me was relieved to see the lights fade away. I needed to struggle through my guilt alone. And at Pete's on a day shift, I was pretty much alone. Not physically, of course. The place had a fairly brisk lunch crowd, but I didn't know any of these people. If Pete's was a large family, then the day shift and the night shift were distant cousins. Yeah, we saw each other on holidays, but we really didn't hang out much. The bartender on shift was an attractive man who nodded politely at me as I entered the bar. I believed his name was Troy, but I wasn't sure enough to call him that. No need to look like an idiot by calling someone the wrong name. Hey, would work for now. The two other waitresses on staff were older and had apparently been here since the beginning of time. Both had gray, fuzzy hair and called everybody hun or sweetie, so I decided they wouldn't be offended if I called them that. They were really nice, though, and I felt comfortable pretty quickly. The crowd that came in was different, too. The night crowd was mostly drinkers. These people were mostly eaters. I popped my head into the kitchen more times that one afternoon than I had in my entire time at Pete's. The evening kitchen was run by a shy guy named Scott. He was tall and lanky and oddly thin for a cook, but man, could he cook. Pete's put out some of the best bar food in the area. The reason for Scott's talent in the kitchen ran the kitchen during the day. His dad, Sal. Sal was equally tall and equally thin, and was an equally, if maybe not a little better, amazing cook. He was a funny guy, though, and always had a joke and a wink whenever I came in with an order. Things were running smoothly, and I was enjoying my shift with my extended family, when I could have sworn I felt the molecules in the air thicken. I knew before I saw. I knew the very second Kellan Kyle walked into the bar. He came up right behind me, and I didn't turn to help him. He could sit and wait like everyone else, preferably not in my section. He didn't, though. He just continued to stand behind me as I waited at the bar for some sodas. I noticed that Troy was eyeing him with a half smile, and that irritated me a little. Was everyone attracted to this man? Eventually, I felt a hand curl around my upper thigh, around my bruised upper thigh. I stiffened and turned to face him. I had planned on slapping him, but seeing him made me catch my breath and quickened my heart, and I dropped my hand. He was freshly showered, his hair wild and messy, but still damp around the edges. He had on midnight black jeans that sharpened the contrasting redness of his perfectly tight t-shirt, a shirt that teasingly showcased every curved layer of his broad shoulders and emphasized amazing pecs that any male model would kill for. But it wasn't his smoking body that held my attention. It was his eyes. They practically simmered as he held my thigh. A crooked grin was fixed on his lips as he studied me. I hastily brushed his hand from my leg, hoping that the loss of contact would calm my wildly beating heart. That might have worked, except he snatched my fingers instead. From the corner of my eye, I could see Troy watching us curiously. Well, Troy watched Kellan curiously. "What are you doing here?" I said in a low voice, trying to separate my fingers from his. I was hungry. I heard the food is good here and the staff is accommodating. His grin widened as he managed to interlace our fingers together. I gaped at his comment. I couldn't even finish the word as I started blushing and stammering. He laughed once and then tucked a strand of hair that had fallen from my ponytail behind my ear. I actually closed my eyes, it felt so nice, but then I immediately sprang them open and yanked my hand from his. "Then go sit down. Your waitress will be with you shortly." He smiled and shrugged. "All right." He flicked a glance up at Troy, nodded politely at him with a small smile on his lips, and then sauntered back to his regular table. God, was there anyone the man would not flirt with? I avoided it as long as I could. I helped everyone else in the bar as Kellan watched me with a smug smile on his face, arms crossed over his chest. He was enjoying my reluctance to be near him entirely too much. More to get him out of the bar than to actually help him, or as he put it, to accommodate him, I finally approached his table. "What can I do for you?" He raised an eyebrow at that, and I blushed fiercely. Focusing my mind on the pad of paper in my hands, I tried to block out the intimate thought he had just successfully put in my head. Ugh, why did my brain go to such a dirty place when he was around? Why was his in such a dirty place all the time? "I'll take a burger, fries, beer." He let the tail end of that sentence trail off like there was more to it, and I'm sure I blushed even deeper. "Great, I'll get that started for you," I whispered. I turned to make my hasty exit when he stopped me. "Kiera." Reluctantly, I turned back to him. "Do you have any aspirin here?" He cringed and brought a hand to his shoulder blade. "My back is really killing me." He grinned wickedly at the end of that, and my heart stuttered. The image of me digging my nails deep in his flesh leapt into my head so vividly that I thought I might lose the ability to keep standing. I gasped and did the girly hand-over-the-mouth thing, then turned and fled without answering him. Embarrassment flashed through me, followed by guilt, followed by desire. I hurried to get his order placed, praying that he would leave soon. Finally, and after an agonizingly long lunch that would have rivaled any 7-course meal, both in length and in personal attention, not only did Hun bring him a glass of water and Sweetie refill it, since it was clear I wasn't going anywhere near his table again, but Troy personally brought him another beer, a small, shy smile on his lips as he handed it to him, and a charmingly crooked grin on Kellan's as he accepted it. He stood to leave the bar. All of it made me roll my eyes. If anyone needed less personal attention, it was Kellan. Coming over to me, he silently slipped a bill in my pocket. I hadn't even gone over to bring him his check. Honestly, he could probably have started a tab and had Pete send him a monthly statement, he was here so darn much. He only smiled as he paid me and then turned to leave the bar, which I swear made Troy sigh. I grabbed the bill from my pocket and started walking around the bar to the register, sighing with relief that he'd finally left, when I noticed the bill he had given me. A 50. A 50? Really? Instantly irritated, I stormed out of the bar. The harsh crunch of my footsteps on the pavement matched my annoyed mood, and courage shot through me with each step. I strode right over to where he had his hand on the handle of his black, impossibly sexy Chevelle. He either heard my approach or was expecting it, and he turned to look at me, a small smile touching the corners of his lips. That smile slipped when he noticed my expression, which was most definitely not a smile. He straightened and waited with an odd look in his eyes. I stopped nearly toe-to-toe with him. "What is this?" I held up the offending bill. The small smile reappeared on his lips. "Well, it's a $50 bill. You exchange it for goods and or services." I took a deep, calming breath. Smartass. How many times would I feel like slapping this man today? "I know that," I said through clenched teeth. "What is it for?" He cocked his head and smiled fully. "It's for you. And my bill. Obviously." I took another deep breath. Why? I barely waited on you. I didn't even bring you your food. I had let Hun take care of that, faking an emergent need to use the bathroom. He frowned slightly, leaning against his car and crossing his arms over his chest. Sometimes a tip is just a tip, Kiera. Yeah, right. Not with him. Not today. Not after last night. Ignoring how attractive he looked, I snapped at him. What is it for? His voice oddly serious, but his face casually smiling, he said, For everything you've done for me. I immediately threw it back at him and stormed into the bar. He might have said it with a sweet smile on his face, but I felt the insult behind it. And it hurt that he felt the need to compensate me. Denny picked me up after work and told me about his vital assignment that couldn't wait until Monday. It involved flowers and an impossibly difficult-to-reserve restaurant for some girl that Max was currently attempting to win over. Denny looked as happy about that as I did. I faked a smile for him, though, and reassured him that at least his day was over. Guilt mixed with tension as I realized that my horrid day would only continue. We were headed straight back to where Kellan was. But he wasn't home when we got there. When he still wasn't home when it was time to get ready for bed, I started getting irritated. Was he out with the guys or out with a girl? I pushed the irritation aside. Did it matter? It was when I was about to wash my face and hopefully wash away my stress when I found the paper hiding behind my cleanser. It was a note in Kellan's neat handwriting that simply read, I meant no offense, and a $20 bill was tucked inside it. Wow. A pseudo-apology. That was new. The next morning, I was a little more rational about the tip incident. In fact, I felt sort of stupid for how I had overreacted. Maybe he had just meant to be nice with a large tip, and it was in no way a reference to our night together. It was so hard to tell with him sometimes, especially with how mean he had been after our first time sleeping together. Ugh. I hated that I now had a first time and a second time to reference. At least there would be no third. Nope, no trifecta here. I went downstairs cautiously, wondering which Kellan I would see today. He was, as usual, already drinking his coffee at the table, smiling casually and watching me silently as I entered. I was glad for his silence, happy that he wasn't going to mention the incident yesterday either. However, he watched me in a way that made me feel completely naked. It was unnerving. It was exciting. It made me feel guilty. He took a long drink of his coffee, and I couldn't help but think of the espresso stand. My cheeks flushed, and he smiled devilishly, like he knew exactly what I was thinking of. He set down his mug and calmly walked over behind me. Brushing the hair seductively off of my neck, from one shoulder all the way around to the other, he swiftly kissed the back of my neck. "Mornin'," he whispered directly in my ear. I shivered. Ugh, why did his touch have to do that to me? He slipped his arms around my waist and held me close to him. "Stop it, Kellan," I whispered as I twisted sideways and gently pushed him back. He laughed softly. "Stop what, Kiera? We used to do this all the time when Denny was gone. Remember?" He pulled me tight again. I sighed and pushed him back more firmly, trying to ignore how nice his arms felt around me. Things are different now. He pulled me tight yet again and breathed heavily in my ear as he whispered, "Yes, things are very different." I pushed him away with weak-feeling arms. Irritation sparked in me. "You are so moody. I can't keep up with you." My glare softened as I wondered if I had just incited his anger. He only grinned crookedly at me, though. "I'm an artist, not moody." "Well, then you're a moody artist." I finished my thought by muttering under my breath, "You're practically a girl." He heard me. He abruptly turned me to face him, backed me against the counter, and pressed himself into me. I gasped as one of his hands clutched my poor bruised thigh and hitched it around his hip. His other hand ran up my back and pulled me flush against him. He breathed huskily in my ear again. "I assure you, I am not." His lips trailed down to my neck as I shivered again. Damn. No, definitely not a girl. "Please, stop," I managed to whisper as I attempted another feeble try at pushing him away. He kissed me one last time, deeply on my neck, and I worried for a second that he would leave a mark, but then he pulled away and sighed. "All right, but only because you begged." His voice was so smooth it was practically a purr. "I love it when you do that," he whispered, then left the room, laughing to himself. I was luxuriating in the shower after that little encounter, trying to organize my thoughts and my emotions. The feel of Kellan pressed against me wouldn't leave my head, or my body for that matter. Kissing Denny goodbye for work a few minutes ago had done horrible things to my heart. My guilt wasn't leaving me, and Kellan definitely wasn't helping with that. I sighed and tilted my head back in the water. He was so odd. The first time we'd had sex, he had turned stone cold, and now he was red hot. God, what would happen if we did it? No, I wasn't even going to think about that. Whatever was going on between us, that part of it was most definitely over. I would not betray Denny again. I was feeling a little better about the situation when the largest spider known to mankind dropped right in front of my face. Now, I'd like to think that I am pretty practical about the rodent, insect, and arachnid world. I completely understand that they serve a purpose and that there is a place for them in the circle of life. But one dropping right in my face with, I swear to God, 3-inch-long legs brought out the girliest reaction possible. I screamed. And not just any scream, no. I screamed bloody murder. I hopped out of the shower and immediately began doing the icky dance. You know, the, oh my God, I know there are about 6 more of those things on my body dance. It was at that moment that Kellan burst through the bathroom door. How in the name of all that is holy did I not lock it? I froze when I saw him. He froze when he saw me, buck naked. I blushed red everywhere as I grabbed the closest towel I could find. "Are you okay?" He looked around the room like there should be an axe murderer and about a gallon of blood, what with all the screaming I had done. "Spider," I said, mortified. "Could I please redo this day?" His eyes came back to me and he barely held in a laugh. He had to bite his lip, and the smile that broke around it was disastrously sexy. "A spider," he managed to say, almost evenly. "You're not dying?" I frowned as his eyes lost their smirk and trailed down my barely covered, dripping wet body. "I think I should inspect you more thoroughly, just to make sure none are on you." He took a couple steps toward me, and the small bathroom suddenly felt claustrophobic. I felt overheated and a bit faint. I beat him on the shoulder and pushed him toward the door. "No, get out." "All right." He tilted his head to the side as he turned to leave. "I'll be in my room if you change your mind." A wicked grin and then, or if there are any more spiders. As he left, I slammed the door shut and securely locked it. Okay, make that red, red hot. I needed to do something about this, but I had no idea what. He was very sneaky about flirting with me, always finding moments when Denny was out of the room or had his back to us. The first time he had kissed my neck with Denny in the room, I had gasped in surprise. He had laughed once and quickly moved away as Denny looked over at me quizzically. I muttered something stupid about seeing a spider and glared over at Kellan, who laughed and raised his eyebrows at the mention of another spider. My neck burned pleasantly where he had kissed it. More and more I enjoyed the solitude of school. It was my only Denny and Kellan-free zone. For a few hours, I could think about something other than the massive confusion that was my home life. Of course, a few days later, during a psychology lecture on Sigmund Freud's views about sexual repression, the thoughts had come anyway. I didn't know what to do. On the one hand, I had a beautiful, loving boyfriend whom I adored, whom I had moved across the country for, but his abandoning me for a job had scarred me. I didn't like to think about it. It hadn't really been his fault that I had reacted so poorly, and he had changed his mind and come back to me almost instantly, and at great personal expense. Just not quick enough. During his brief absence, Kellan had slipped in, and now he was kind of stuck there. I sighed. I really didn't know how to feel about that. Well, besides tremendously guilty, anyway. I had been warned so often about Kellan. I knew what he was like, and I fell for it anyway. Twice. I hated how weak I felt around him, and how much power he had when I had none. It was so irritating. Of course, he had become bolder in the last few days. His touches had become much more intimate. His fingers always managed to find the scant half-inch of skin that showed between my shirt and jeans when he passed me in the hall. He stroked my cheek as I opened the fridge door. His lips brushed my bare shoulder while I cooked dinner. He nibbled at my ear when Denny went outside to check the mail. He came up behind me at work and rested his hand on my backside when no one was looking. Ugh, he was driving me crazy, and I hated every second of it. Didn't I? I looked up. The lecture that had caused my mind to drift was over, and I really hadn't heard a word of it. I hadn't even noticed that students had started to file out, and now the room was half empty. Stupid Kellan and his amazingly wonderful stupid fingers. Now I was going to have to go see that stupid man at the stupid bar since my shift was starting in a couple hours. Of course he would be there, drinking with his bandmates. They had rehearsal nearly every day and almost always came into the bar either before or afterwards. And of course, Kellan would not miss an opportunity to torment me while Denny was absent. He was always careful not to let anyone else witness his seduction, but I got the feeling it was easier for him when he didn't have to look Denny in the eye. I walked into the light rain and headed for the bus stop. I was not looking forward to having to wait for the bus in this. It wasn't raining heavily, but eventually I would get soaked. The people here didn't seem to mind getting wet. No one even bothered with an umbrella unless the rain was sheeting. Personally, I'd rather be dry, but it hadn't been raining when I left, and I really didn't like walking around with an umbrella, looking like an idiot waiting for it to rain. I decided to take the bus straight to the bar. I'd rather be early than sit around our house alone with Kellan. With Denny still at work, who knew what he would try to do with me? Not that I would let him. I'm pretty sure I wouldn't let him. Anyway, I could work on my lit paper in the back room. As I was walking, I heard someone directly behind me gasp. Oh my God, check out that guy. He's gorgeous. Instinctively turning to look, I caught my breath. Kellan was here? Why was Kellan here? Standing outside his car, he was already partially wet, and, like the rest of the locals, he didn't seem to care. He smiled his sexy half-smile when I noticed him. I rolled my eyes and didn't even bother looking at who had made the statement. I was pretty sure it was just some random girl drooling over his perfection. I really didn't want to get wet waiting for the bus, so I grudgingly walked over to Kellan. The rain was dampening his tousled hair, and droplets were dripping onto his face. He wore his black leather jacket and leaned back against his car with his arms folded across his chest. Whoever the drooler was, she was right. He was gorgeous. I thought you might want to ride. He practically purred the words. Sure, thanks. I'm going to Pete's. I hoped I was coming off as nonchalant as I wanted to be. My heart was already racing at the idea of being in an enclosed space alone with him, but being dry was too tempting. He smiled like he had somehow known my answer already. He slipped behind the wheel after first opening my door with a dramatic swoosh of his arm. I was tense as we pulled away from the school, waiting for him to do something. I had no idea what he would do in a situation like this, and my mind was jumbled with different possibilities. Would he pin me down on the seat and try to... I looked behind me at the back seat. It suddenly looked shockingly big and quite comfortable. I instantly realized that Kellan's car was his bed away from bed, as it were. The thought made my face flush and my breath hitch. He looked over at me and laughed a little. "You okay?" "Yep," I lied, completely unconvincingly. "Good." We stopped at a red light, and he looked over at me with sparkling, playful eyes while he ran a hand through his delightfully damp hair. I realized I had started breathing a little heavily, watching him. Oh, for Pete's sake, I thought angrily. He hadn't even touched me yet. The anticipation was starting to get to me. I wished he would just get it over with. Wait a minute. No. Familiar irritation flared. I didn't want him to touch me. Right? We started moving again, but I was staring out the window, lost in my confusion, and barely noticed. I loved Denny, so why would I ache for Kellan to touch me? That made no sense. But I couldn't ponder it any longer. Kellan had decided at long last to touch me. He simply put his hand on my knee and slid it up my inner thigh. It was enough. I closed my eyes, his touch burning through my body. I kept my eyes closed the entire way there. We arrived at the bar all too quickly, and yet not quickly enough. Kellan parked the car without moving his hand from my thigh. I could feel him watching me, but I still kept my eyes closed. He slid over the seat to press against me. The heat of him, the smell of the rain on him, made my breath quicken. He shifted his hand all the way up my thigh. I gasped, my mouth dropping open in a heavy breath. I suddenly wanted much more, and I hated it. He ran his cheek along my jaw, and I struggled to keep my head straight, to not turn into him. He kissed the corner of my jaw, then lightly trailed his tongue up to my ear while I started to tremble. He nibbled on my ear for a second before finally breathing. "Ready?" Panic made my eyes flash open. I glanced over at him with my eyes only, my breath embarrassingly fast now. He was smiling so seductively at me that I couldn't help but turn my face to his. Inches apart now, I felt his hand run up my thigh and across my hip. Then I heard a faint click, and my seatbelt gave way. He pulled away from me and started laughing. Instantly irritated, I shoved open the door and slammed it behind me. When I looked back at his sleek with rain car, I could see him through the window, watching me storm off to the bar in open delight. I actually thanked the rain now as it cooled my heated skin on the way to the double doors. Damn, he was good. The next morning, I cornered Kellan in the kitchen as he was pouring his coffee. "Morn?" I immediately cut off his adorable greeting. Still irritated about the car ride yesterday. "You!" I put a finger on his chest, which made him smile charmingly as he put the coffee pot back. "Need to back off." He grabbed my hand and pulled me into an embrace. "I haven't done anything to you. Recently," he said innocently. I tried to push away from his embrace, but he held me tight. This?" I tried to indicate his arms around me, but couldn't move very well. He laughed and kissed my jaw. "We do this all the time. Sometimes we do more." Irritated, I pulled back and spat out in a horribly flustered tone. "The car?" He laughed harder. "That was all you. You were getting all excited on me just sitting there." He squatted slightly to look me in the eye. Was I supposed to just ignore that? I blushed furiously. He was right. I sighed noisily and looked away from him. He laughed softly at my reaction. Do you want me to stop? While he spoke, he ran his fingers from my hair to my cheek, down my neck, between my breasts, and down to my waist to rest at my jeans. He grabbed the edge and pulled my hips toward him a little. Instantly and annoyingly, my body reacted. My breathing increased, my heartbeat spiked, and I closed my eyes, willing myself to not turn toward his lips. "Yes," I said breathlessly, wondering if I was answering his question correctly. "You don't seem so sure. Do I make you uncomfortable?" His voice was husky and enticing, and I kept my eyes closed so I wouldn't have to see his expression. His fingers were now lightly tracing my waistband, one finger on the inside, barely brushing against my skin. Yes. My head was spinning. What did he ask me? He leaned over to whisper in my ear, "Do you want me inside you again?" Yes. I blurted out my answer before the question had even registered in my head. His fingers stopped moving. My eyes snapped open at my mistake and locked onto his surprised face. "No! I meant no!" He half smiled and looked like he was going to break out laughing at any second as he tried to keep his face composed. Anger burned through me. Great. Now I've led him on even more and managed to make myself look like an idiot all at the same time. "I meant no, Kellan." He did let one laugh escape. "Yes, I know. I know exactly what you meant." I roughly pushed him away and went back upstairs. That had not gone well at all. That afternoon, I had a few hours to kill after school before Denny came home from work. I was desperately tired. I hadn't been sleeping well. Denny and Kellan and guilt and passion, all of it kept spinning through my head, making sleep nearly impossible. If something didn't change soon, I was going to implode from the stress. I was sitting in the middle of the couch, staring blankly at the television, lost in deep thought, when I felt the cushion beside me compress. Knowing who it was, I instinctively tried to stand without even looking his way. He grabbed my arm and pulled me back down. I looked over at a very amused Kellan. He grinned widely at my reluctance to sit next to him. I was too tired for this right now. Irritated at his grin, I stubbornly stayed put on the couch, crossing my arms over my chest. He softened his smile while he gazed at me, and I looked away. Feeling his arm wrap around my shoulders, I stiffened but refused to pull away. I didn't want to amuse him any more today. This morning's embarrassment was still fresh in my head. Gently, he started pulling me down to his lap. Shocked and angry at his crude innuendo, I jerked away and glared icily at him. He startled in surprise, furrowing his brow before relaxing and laughing at my reaction. He pointed to his lap. "Lie down. You look tired." He raised an eyebrow at me and smiled suggestively. "But if you wanted to, I wouldn't stop you." I frowned, embarrassed at my assumption, and elbowed him in the ribs for his comment. He grunted and laughed again. "So stubborn," he mocked as he pulled me down into his lap again. Still feeling foolish about what I had thought he wanted me to do, I let him lay me down. He gazed at me as I flopped down onto my back. His lap was quite comfortable, and I was extremely tired. He lightly stroked my hair, instantly relaxing me. "See? That wasn't so bad, was it?" His blue eyes watched me almost wistfully. He gazed at me in silence for a few minutes before he spoke again. "Can I ask you something, without you getting angry?" I immediately tensed, but nodded. He watched his fingers running through my hair as he asked, "Was Denny the only man you'd been with?" Irritation flashed through me. Why would he want to know that? "Kellan, I don't see how that's—" His gaze met mine and he cut me off. "Just answer the question." His eyes were almost sad, his voice soft with some emotion. Confused, I answered without thinking about it. Yes. Until you, yes. He was my first. He nodded, considering that while continuing to stroke my hair. I felt like I should be embarrassed answering such a personal question, but I wasn't. I suppose there wasn't much about my body that Kellan didn't either already know or couldn't correctly guess. Why would you want to know that? I asked. He stopped playing with my hair for a moment, and then he continued, smiling softly but not speaking. He kept stroking my hair, and eventually I relaxed again. He seemed lost in thought, just gazing at me and smiling softly. I was suddenly struck with a flood of memories of being with him innocently like this while Denny had been away. The sweetness of that time brought tears to my eyes as I gazed up at him. He frowned slightly and wiped away a tear. "Am I hurting you?" he asked softly. "Daily," I said, equally softly. He was silent for a few minutes, and then finally he spoke again. "I'm not trying to hurt you. I'm sorry." Confused, I blurted out, "Then why are you? Why don't you leave me alone?" He frowned again. "Don't you like this? Being with me? Even just a little?" My heart hurt a little at that all-too-confusing question. Finally, I decided to just tell him the truth. "Yes, I do. But I can't. I shouldn't. It's not right. To Denny." He nodded, still frowning. "True." He sighed and stopped stroking my hair. "I don't want to hurt you. Either of you." He was silent for several minutes, looking thoughtfully at me. I couldn't speak. I could only watch him watch me. Finally, he said, "I'll leave it at this. Just flirting. I'll try not to be inappropriate with you." He sighed. "Just friendly flirting, like we used to." "Kellan, I don't think we should even... Not since that night. Not since we've..." He smiled, perhaps as the memory flooded through him like it had just flooded through me, and stroked my cheek. "I need to be close to you, Kiera. This is the best compromise I can offer you." He suddenly smiled wickedly, and my heart rate spiked again at his raw sex appeal. "Or I could just take you right here on the couch." I stiffened on his lap, and he sighed. "I'm joking, Kiera." No, you're not, Kellan. That's the problem. If I said okay..." He smiled charmingly. "I would do whatever you asked," he whispered. I swallowed and looked away, not comfortable with this conversation. He ran a finger down my cheek, down my neck, along my collarbone, and back down my waist. My breath quickened, and I looked back at him sharply. "Oops. Sorry." He grinned sheepishly. "I will try." He went back to safely stroking my hair, and eventually the repetitive motion lulled me to sleep. I woke hours later in my room, tucked under the covers. I prayed I was dressed and felt, much to my relief, that I was. Kellan still wanted to flirt with me, but nothing more? Was he capable of that? Was I? Was that betraying Denny, if it was just innocent? I wasn't sure if it was possible, but lying on the couch with Kellan had brought back so many wonderful memories of the way we used to be. If we could somehow get that back... The thought of freely touching him again gave me such a thrill, though, that it concerned me. Denny walked into the bedroom as I was still considering Kellan and his flirting idea. I startled a bit at seeing him, still lost in my thoughts and not realizing what time it was. He looked over at me quizzically as he slipped off his shoes and stripped off his dress shirt. "What are you doing?" he asked with a small grin and a twinkle in his eye as he put on a more comfortable t-shirt. Normally, the sight of him changing and the look he'd just given me would have made me smile, but considering where my thoughts had been, I actually blushed. It was an odd reaction for me to have toward him, and he furrowed his brow as he sat on the edge of the bed. "You okay?" He placed a hand on my forehead, then brushed aside some hair from my face. "Are you not feeling well again?" The move was so tender that it relaxed me, and I sat up in bed and slung my arms around his neck. I sighed and clung to him a little tighter than normal. He rubbed my back and held me just as tight. "I'm fine. Just napping." He pulled back to look at me lovingly, and that was when I noticed how tired he looked. "Are you okay?" A slight panic went through me, but I forcefully pushed it back. He sighed and shook his head. "Max. God, he's an idiot, Kiera. If his uncle didn't own the place, there's no way he would work there. They're doing this campaign for this retailer who—" He cut himself off and shook his head again. I don't even want to think about it." He ran a hand down my hair and brought me in for a sweet kiss. "I just want to think about you." I ran a hand back through his hair as our kiss deepened a bit. He pulled back after another minute. "Are you hungry? If you want to stay and rest a while longer, I'll make us something to eat." Smiling at his sweet offer, I ran a hand down his cheek. "No, I'll come down with you." He grabbed my hands and, smiling, helped me to my feet. I watched the darkness of his hair and the nice shape of his body as I followed him down the stairs. How could I have ever been unfaithful to him? He was amazing. I swallowed the lump in my throat and reminded myself that it wasn't going to happen again. I would never betray him again. Kellan had agreed to back off. Kellan and I were going back to our friendship. Everything would be fine. I decided to lie on the couch, and eventually the sounds of Denny making dinner lulled me into sleep. Great, I thought hazily before I let go. I'm never going to sleep tonight now. I was woken up by a pair of soft lips. Panic shot through me. For a split second of sleep-induced delirium, I had no idea whose lips they were. My hand automatically went to the face, however, and at feeling the light hairline, I relaxed. Denny. That's right. I had the night off from work. Denny was home from his long day, and Kellan was playing with the D-bags at Razor's. They were probably already there, relaxing before the show. Since I'd never been one to not take advantage of alone time with him in the past, Denny was, ready for me. It felt odd to me at first because we hadn't been together since my betrayal with Kellan, and I still felt so guilty. But after a few deep kisses on the couch and his hand slipping under my jeans, I let go of my guilt and enjoyed every inch of this beautiful, beautiful man. The wonderful dinner he had prepared was cold by the time we got around to eating it. Chapter 11. The Rules. I slept soundly that night. Once I finally fell asleep after my multiple naps throughout the day. Apparently, the stress of never knowing what Kellan was going to do to me, and the guilt that came with it, had been the cause of my insomnia. Now that I knew how he was going to touch me and how he was not going to touch me, I felt good again. Maybe we could reclaim our friendship. Maybe I could stop betraying Denny. I could never undo what we had already done to him, and I would forever carry the guilt of that. But knowing that I wouldn't be adding any more guilt made me giddy as I came downstairs very early the next morning. And of course, being free again with Kellan made me smile delightfully as I watched his aching perfection turn to greet me in the kitchen. His hair, loose and easy, seemed to exactly match his smile. "Mornin'. Coffee?" He pointed at the finished pot. Smiling widely, I went over to him and put my arms around his waist. He startled for a second and then slipped his arms around mine. He was warm and smelled amazing. Relief washed through me. It was easy to touch him like this. especially knowing that it would go no farther. "Good morning." "Yes, please." I nodded over to the coffee pot. This would be the first cup of coffee I'd had since our tryst. I finally felt well enough to drink it again, and I had really missed it. He smiled as he gazed down at me, his perfect blue eyes calm and peaceful. "You aren't going to fight me on this?" he asked, pulling me closer. I returned his warm smile. "No, I missed this." He leaned in like he was going to kiss my neck, and I pushed him back, frowning. "We do need ground rules, though." He chuckled. "Okay, fire away." "Well, besides the obvious one, that you and I aren't ever—" I blushed deeply at the thought. I couldn't even say, and he laughed. "Having hot, sweaty sex?" He finished for me, raising a perfect eyebrow and saying each word slowly. "Are you sure you don't want to rethink that? We're pretty amazing." I looked at him sharply and cut him off, smacking him in the chest for his question. "Besides that obvious one, no more kissing. Ever." He frowned. "What if I just stay away from your lips? Friends kiss." I frowned too, a sudden memory of his tongue running up my throat making me shiver. "Not like you do." He sighed. "Fine. Anything else?" I smiled and stepped away from his embrace, miming a bikini top and bottom. "Off limits. Don't touch." He frowned again. "God, you're sucking all the fun out of our friendship." He quickly smiled after he said that. "Okay. Any other rules I should know about?" I stepped back into his embrace as he held his arms out to me. "This stays innocent, Kellan. If you can't do that, we end this." I searched his eyes, but he brought my head to his shoulder and hugged me. "Okay, Kiera." He sighed. Then, pushing me back, he laughed. "That goes for you too, you know." He pointed to his lips and then down to his pants. "Don't touch," he mocked, and I smacked his chest. "Unless you really, really want to," he added with a chuckle. I smacked his chest even harder, and he laughed again and pulled me tight. Sighing, I relaxed into his embrace, thinking I could stay all morning in his comforting arms, but then I startled at the sound of the telephone ringing. It was still awfully early. I glanced up to where Denny was still sleeping and hurried over to the phone, not wanting the sound to wake him up yet. A small river of guilt flooded through me that the reason I didn't want him awake was because I wanted to be alone with Kellan longer. "Hello?" I answered as I bent over the counter. An amused chuckle behind me spun me around. Kellan was grinning most inappropriately at the sight of me bending over the counter. I stood up straight and put a hand on my hip, frowning at him. "Hey, sis." Anna's perky voice came through the phone, but I continued to frown at Kellan. He made a swift halo motion above his head. "I'll be good." And I finally smiled. "Hi, Anna." I leaned back on the counter, watching Kellan pour his coffee and then prepare some for me. "Isn't it a little early for phone calls?" My sister was kind of a night owl, and she usually didn't rise before noon. "Oh, I'm just getting home and thought I'd give you a jingle before school. Did I wake you?" I frowned and looked up at the clock. 7:05 here, so Ohio would be 10:05. She just got home? "No, I'm up." I stared at the clock, wondering what my sister had been up to. "Good. Did I wake up Hot Bod?" I could hear the amusement in her voice at her nickname for Kellan. I laughed. No, Hot Bod is awake too. I cringed when I remembered that Hot Bod was listening to the conversation, and I looked over at his highly amused face. He raised an eyebrow and mouthed the word Hot Bod, pointing to himself. I nodded and rolled my eyes as he softly laughed. "Ooh, and what were you two doing so early this morning?" she teased. Curious what Kellan's reaction would be, I decided to play with him and my sister a little bit. We were screwing on the table, waiting for the coffee to brew. His facial reaction matched my sister's verbal reaction so perfectly that I laughed. "Oh my God, Kiera!" she exclaimed, while Kellan spat out his coffee and, coughing a bit, looked at me incredulously. I laughed again and had to turn away from Kellan's face when he started to grin indecently. "Geez, Anna, I'm just joking. I would never touch him like that. You should hear about all the girls he's been with. Ugh, he's disgusting. And Denny is asleep upstairs, you know." I glanced up to where Denny was sleeping, hoping my laughing hadn't awakened him. Then I brought my gaze back down to Kellan. He was holding his coffee cup and staring oddly at the floor. "Really? I like disgusting. Wait, he's back?" Anna was asking about Denny, but my focus was on Kellan and his strange expression. "You know, a phone call to Mom or Dad here and there really won't kill you." I frowned as Kellan set down his full coffee mug and started to move toward the entryway, like he was leaving. Instantly, I realized what I, in my haste to cover with Anna, had snottily said. "He's disgusting." Anna sighed. Yeah, it might. So you and Denny are okay after your extended absence from each other?" I caught Kellan's arm as he walked by me. I had offended him, but surely he knew I was covering. "Everything is fine." I was speaking to both him and Anna. He looked back at me sadly as I pulled his arm around my waist. Slowly his smile returned and he held me tight, leaning us both back against the counter. Good. If it were me, I probably would have jumped in the sack with Hotbod while he was gone. Good thing you're not me, huh? I blushed at how accurate her flippant comment actually was, and Kellan eyed me curiously. "Yeah, it's a good thing you and I are nothing alike, Anna." I gazed up at his amazing blue eyes while he held me close. "So, how about I come up this weekend?" Startled, I stiffened and stared straight ahead. "No." Kellan tried to catch my eye, whispering, "What?" "Oh, come on, Kiera. I'm dying to meet Hotbod." I avoided meeting Kellan's gaze. Things were finally comfortable between us. I didn't need my sister messing that up, or trying to get in his pants. I wasn't all that sure he wouldn't let her. "He has a name, Anna," I snapped, more irritated at my last thought than at my sister's pet name. "Fine. Kellan. God, even his name is hot." She exhaled loudly. "You can't keep him all to yourself, you know." "I'm not." I was really getting steamed. I finally met Kellan's worried eyes and forced myself to calm down, to relax in his embrace. I smiled and shook my head at him, trying to ease him and myself. "Winter break, Anna, remember? You can come up then. I'm just too busy right now." I gazed at his calm eyes as he smiled at me. I couldn't bear the thought of them together. "Winter break? But it's October." She still sounded miffed. "I'm busy, Anna." I said it softly, trying to pacify her. "Pfft, one weekend won't kill you, Kiera." I sighed, knowing that if I fought this any longer, she would get suspicious. "Fine." I frantically racked my brain, trying to think of a way to at least postpone the trip a little. Searching Kellan's achingly perfect face, the answer struck me so fast I actually said, "Oh." "What?" my sister and Kellan asked at the same time. I grinned and Kellan grinned with me, raising his eyebrows curiously. "Well, Anna, Kellan has gigs every Friday and Saturday night. He's not free until—" I raised my eyebrow at him and he thought for a split second, then mouthed, "7th. Until the 7th. So if you want him to come with us, you should wait to come out then." She sighed. "Of November? That's 3 weeks away, Kiera." I grinned, wanting to giggle. "I know. You're welcome to come out earlier. Kellan won't really be around, but you can hang out with Denny and me. We can go to a movie or some—" No. Fine. I'll come out on the 7th. Then she brightened.
We'll have so much fun, Kiera. She giggled, and I wasn't sure whom she was more excited to see, me or my roommate. Can I sleep in Kellan's room? She asked and then giggled again. Okay, roommate then. I sighed loudly. I have to get ready for school. I'll talk to you later, Anna. Get some sleep. And take a cold shower. She giggled again. Bye, Kiera. See you soon. Bye. I hung up the phone. Shit. Kellan chuckled at me and I glanced up at him. Don't tell Griffin about that, please. He shrugged and laughed some more. What's wrong? He smiled softly at me, still containing chuckles. My sister, she wants to visit. My tone was not happy. He looked at me confused. Okay. And you don't like her? I shook my head and lightly rubbed his arm. No, I do. I love her dearly, but... I looked away. But what? He tried to meet my eyes. I looked back at him and sighed. You're kind of man-flavored candy to my sister, I said glumly. He laughed. Ah, so I'm pretty much going to be attacked, right? He seemed really amused by that prospect. I was not. It's not funny, Kellan, I pouted. He stopped laughing and gave me a warm smile. It kind of is, Kiera. I looked away, feeling tears start to form and not wanting him to see. He wouldn't understand. I didn't understand. I just knew how Anna would be with him and how he would probably be with her. It made me feel ill. I didn't want him touching her, but I knew I didn't have the right to ask him not to. He wasn't mine. He hooked some hair behind my ear. Hey. He gently moved my chin to make me look at him. What do you want me to do? He asked softly. I wasn't going to ask him, but it slipped out anyway. I want you to not do her. I don't want you to even touch her. I said it rather harshly and threw him a glare. Okay, Kiera, he said after a minute, lightly rubbing my cheek. Promise me, Kellan. I stopped glaring but gazed at him intently, my eyes brimming. I promise, Kiera. I won't sleep with her, okay? He smiled at me reassuringly, and I finally nodded and let him pull me in for a tight hug. Kellan and I said our goodbyes to Denny when he left for work. Kellan was in a surprisingly good mood and clapped Denny on the back, wishing him luck with his dick of a boss. Denny thanked Kellan and gave me a swift kiss on the cheek before heading out. He seemed in a better mood, too, and I was momentarily thrilled that everything between the three of us was just a bit easier. After Denny left, Kellan grabbed my hand and we cuddled on the couch to watch TV. I nearly sighed with relief. It was so wonderful to sit next to him on the couch and rest my head on his shoulder, just like I used to before things got intense between us. He put his arm around me and we enjoyed the warmth of each other for most of the morning. I only had one class, and then I was going to study a bit before work. Kellan drove me to school, which gave me a small thrill. My old addiction was coming back full force. I thanked him but made him stay in the car and not walk me to class. I didn't need another 50-question session if someone else saw me with the rock star. He frowned but stayed where I asked, and I smiled as I watched him drive away. I never saw Tina and Genevieve in my psych class after their grilling session that one afternoon, so I figured they had ruled me out as a potential rival for Candy. That made me smile a little when I thought about how much of Kellan's attention I actually did have. Then I immediately frowned. Why was he so interested in plain little me? Anyway, not wanting to run into any of those three again, I tried to avoid the Harry Potter library after that. Not too long ago, I'd found a cute park nearby that was perfect for stretching out with some books. After class, I decided today was just enough of a beautiful day to study there. I breathed in the crisp autumn air as I looked around the quaint little area. The leaves of the trees were a brilliant orange and red and quivered slightly in the soft breeze. It wouldn't be too much longer before they started to fall. I unzipped my light jacket. The weather was still unseasonably warm. I was starting to become a believer in global warming, but there was a purity and a cleanliness to the cooler air that was refreshing and cleared my head. It really was the perfect place to study a bit before work. I laid myself out on the grass and, rifling through my bag, found a bag of grapes and started popping a few. Several groups of people were clumped around the park, enjoying the perfectly sunny day. It might be the last one we saw for a while. Some were playing catch with their dogs, some, like me, were studying, and others were enjoying a late picnic. I noticed a group of teenage girls giggling not far from me, and I turned to look at what had their attention. A man had his back to us and his shirt off. He was doing push-ups against a park bench. I watched him idly for a minute while the girls continued murmuring. He finished and grabbed a full water bottle from the bench. Turning a little toward me, he took a drink from his bottle. His body was unbelievably perfect, and all too familiar. I laughed and rolled my eyes. Of course, I thought. Of course I would pick the park where Kellan worked out after his runs. Of course he would be here now while I was trying to study. He turned and instantly spotted me on the grass while I was still openly staring at his body. A slow, sexy smile spread on his face, and he cocked his head to the side adorably as he started walking over to me, water bottle in one hand, shirt in the other. The girls he passed on the way over giggled louder at his alluring smile and turned to watch me curiously. I sat back in the grass and watched him come over, my heart beating a little faster. He sat down in the grass next to me as I let out a loud sigh. "Can't I go anywhere without running into you?" I teased. He laughed and extended his legs out straight, leaning back on his hands. "This is my park. You're the one stalking me." He half smiled over at me. I grinned and popped another grape, gazing at him. My focus started on his impossibly sexy hair, slightly damp around the edges from his workout, but eventually my gaze drifted down his perfect cheekbones, strong, smooth jaw, and down his neck to his bare, lightly damp chest. I lingered there, following every line, starting at the top, and slowly mentally tracing them all the way down to the deep lines of his lower abdomen, which disappeared pleasantly into his track pants. I couldn't stop the intimate knowledge I had of touching that body from leaping into my head. I bit my lip. "Hey." Kellan's voice snapped me out of my near trance, and I glanced back up at his amused eyes. Raising an eyebrow, he asked, "Are you objectifying me?" I blushed and looked away as he chuckled. "It's okay if you are. I was just wondering if maybe you were thinking about renegotiating our rules." He met my eyes and grinned. "Can I kiss you yet?" I smirked back at him, and he laughed more. Grabbing the shirt out of his hands, I threw it at him. "Put some clothes on." He frowned at me. "I'm hot." I smiled back. "You're indecent, and people are staring." I pointed over to the young girls still gawking at him. He looked over at them, making them giggle, then shook his head as he looked down at his half-naked body and muttered, "Indecent?" He sighed. "Fine." Then he grabbed his water bottle and dumped it on his shirt before putting his shirt back on. "There. Better?" I looked at him with my mouth open until I got back my control and shut it. "Yes. Thank you." No, it wasn't any better. The wet shirt clung to every delightful muscle. He might as well have left it off. I didn't want to give him the satisfaction of knowing how good he looked, though. I was pretty sure he was well aware anyway. Sitting up, he reached into my bag and grabbed a couple of grapes. I smiled at him wryly. "Go ahead. Help yourself." He smiled as he popped them in his mouth. "I frequently do," he said, raising an eyebrow and grinning mischievously. I sighed and rolled my eyes at him while he came over to sit right beside me. "And what are we studying?" I smiled and blushed deeply as I looked over at him. Human sexuality. Ah, really? He nudged my shoulder playfully. One of my best subjects. I cringed away from his wet, cold shirt. He laughed at my reaction, then, without warning, he tackled me, pressing his wet shirt firmly against me and laughing. "Oh my God, Kellan, you are so cold! Get off me!" I screamed at him and tried pushing him away, laughing so much my eyes watered. He kept on laughing and didn't move away. Grabbing my wrist so I couldn't push him off, he held me down on the grass. Eventually, our laughing slowed as we gazed at each other. He smiled adoringly at me and lowered his forehead down to mine. I suppose that wasn't specifically against my rules. We breathed softly on each other for a minute, and he moved his hands so our fingers were interlaced. I felt like we were starting to cross a line and was about to say something when the girls a short distance away yelled, "Kiss her!" He pulled back and, swallowing, laughed a little. "See?" He nodded his head over to the group of teenagers. "They want us to renegotiate." He grinned wickedly and I pushed him off of me. "You," I pointed to his chest. "Go finish your run." I pointed vaguely to the direction of our house. "I do need to study, and you're far too distracting." I blushed and looked down. He laughed and stood up. "Okay, have it your way then." He smiled and, turning back to the girls, shrugged at them and winked. They giggled and then groaned as he turned to leave the park. I rolled my eyes again and brushed off my now dampened shirt. I zipped my jacket back up as the dampness made me shiver a bit. Well, I'm pretty sure it was the dampness. My head drifted in and out of pleasant thoughts of Kellan's body for the rest of my study session. I found myself daydreaming and staring blankly at the same paragraph for a good 10 minutes. I sighed. He was distracting even when he wasn't there. I shivered a bit, remembering his body pressed against mine, his forehead against mine, his breath against my skin. I shivered yet again and stood up. This wasn't the sort of studying I needed to be doing. I might as well go into work. At least the bustle of activity would change the direction of my thoughts. But being at work didn't change my thoughts at all. I found myself glancing over at the doors, waiting for the band to arrive for their performance. It seemed a little silly to me that I was actually anxious to see him when I saw him all the time. In fact, I couldn't seem to get away from him. That thought made me smile. I think I had a goofy grin plastered on my face all night as I slyly watched the doors. "Okay, what did he do?" Kate asked, coming up behind me a little while later. "Who?" I asked uncertainly. "Denny. You've been grinning all night. That usually means the boyfriend did something good." She and Rita leaned across the bar expectantly. "So, spill. Flowers? Jewelry? Oh my God, did he propose?" Kate's light brown eyes sparkled at the idea. She put her head in her hands as she leaned against the bar, looking lost in that dreamy thought for a second. I blushed deeply. Denny and I hadn't even talked about marriage yet. He was the practical type who wouldn't bring it up until he was set in his career, and he wasn't the one who was making me grin. No proposals. Nothing special. I'm just happy. Rita and Kate exchanged disappointed looks. Then Kate tossed her long hair over her other shoulder. "Fine. Keep your secrets." She winked as she lithely stood and went back to work. After she left, Rita looked at me conspiratorially. "Okay. She's gone. You can tell me." I blushed again. "There's really nothing to tell, Rita. Sorry. My life is pretty boring." I smiled inwardly at how untrue that was. It wasn't too much after that when the band filtered in, and I swear my heart skipped a beat when I saw Kellan. The way my body reacted, you would think I hadn't seen him in days, and not just the few hours it had been since the park. He came up to me, looking all too sexy in his black, long-sleeved shirt, layered under a light gray shirt, and asked how the rest of my studying had gone. I blushed and told him it had gone much better once he had left, which, of course, it hadn't. He smirked at me and then laughed. After ordering his beer, he headed over to his table where the rest of the guys were discussing something apparently really funny. I could hear their laughter from the bar. Kellan clapped Sam on the shoulder as he walked by, and I noticed that my shoulder was pleasantly warm. And then I realized that that was because he had put his hand there when he'd ordered his beer. My goofy grin stayed with me the rest of the night. Actually, my grin stayed with me for the rest of the weekend. Thinking about how wonderful the weekend had been had me ducking out of class a half hour early on Monday afternoon. I couldn't seem to help it. I was anxious and wanted to see Kellan, and knowing he was just sitting home alone, maybe bored, maybe thinking of me, ugh, it drove me crazy all through the lecture. Our weekend had been fun and a little torturous. We had hugged in the morning over coffee and held hands when Denny was in the shower. We had lounged around the house for most of the weekend, and whenever Denny had fallen asleep while watching TV, Kellan and I would go in the kitchen and hold each other while we talked. Denny got called out early Sunday morning by Max, and we had taken that time to snuggle on the couch. I loved it. I loved being near him. It was fun and flirty and as innocent as I could keep it, even though my heart usually started beating just a smidge faster when he was touching me. I came into the living room and smiled at Kellan stretched out on the couch watching television, one arm on his chest, the other extended over his head. He turned to look at me when I entered the room, and my breath caught as he grinned adorably at me. "Hey, you're back early," he said sleepily. "I was going to pick you up." I walked over to him as he sat up and scooted back on the couch, patting the cushion between his legs. "You look tired. Everything okay?" I asked as I sat between his legs and leaned back on his chest. He played with my hair and held me tight. Flirting did have its perks. "I'm fine. Just a late night. Didn't sleep well." "Oh." I turned my head around to look at him with a wry grin. "Feeling guilty about something?" He laughed a little and pulled me tighter. "About you? Every day." He sighed, then pushed me forward, away from him. I started to turn and protest, but he put his hands on my shoulders and made me face front. Then he started massaging them. I could get used to this flirting thing. I relaxed into his strong hands as he moved along my shoulder blades. He laughed softly. "Did you have a bad dream?" I asked, my own head feeling dreamy. "No," he murmured. "I had a good one, actually." His voice was low and soft. I could have wrapped it around me like a blanket. What about?" His fingers moved along my spine, and I made a soft noise in my throat. "You?" he said idly. His fingers stayed where they were when I made the noise. He pressed slightly harder, and I made a deeper noise. Nothing naughty, I hope. We are keeping this innocent, right?" His fingers moved down to my low back, pressing deep, and I exhaled loudly at the ache being released from me. He laughed softly again. "No, nothing even remotely scandalous, I promise." He started bringing his hands back up my back. I made another deep noise as even more tension drained from my body. His fingers were magic. Good. I don't need you thinking about me that way," I mumbled. He didn't say anything to that, just continued working his way up my pleasantly tingling back. I sighed deeply and relaxed even more into him, making even more satisfied noises. He shifted slightly behind me but said nothing further. Too relaxed to maintain a conversation, I enjoyed the comfortable silence. His fingers started back down again, reaching farther out to my rib cage. It was heaven. I practically growled in pleasure. He stopped for an extra minute anywhere I made a noise, so I started making the noises more frequently. Eventually, he made it back down to my low back, working out more toward my hips. He shifted his weight behind me again and then pulled me closer to him. Thinking he was uncomfortable sitting sideways on the couch with me between his legs, I let him adjust me however he needed to, but he only pulled my hips back into him again. Assuming he was done, I sighed and relaxed into his chest. I was surprised at how rigid he was. I was starting to turn to face him when his hands, which were still on my hips, slipped around in front to my thighs. He reached both of his hands down my legs and up my inner thighs, pulling tight against me at the same time. That was when I noticed that his breathing was not slow and regular like mine. I spun to face him. He was sitting very tense and straight on the couch. His eyes were closed and his lips were partly open. His breath was noticeably faster. He swallowed and slowly opened his eyes to look at me. His gaze on mine made the tension immediately come back to my body. His eyes burned with desire. His gaze smoldered as he watched me. He brought a hand up to my cheek and with the other one pulled me tight to him. I swallowed and made myself shake my head. "No, Kellan," I whispered, alarmed at the look on his face and proud of myself for uttering the word no. He closed his eyes again and gently pushed me away from him. "I'm sorry. Just give me a minute." I moved to the other end of the couch and watched him, wondering what in the world I had done. He pulled his legs up, locked his elbows around them, and took 3 calming breaths. Then he slowly opened his eyes again. He still looked odd, but more controlled. He smiled, just a little. "Sorry, I am trying. But maybe next time you could not, make those noises?" I blushed deeply and looked away, making him chuckle. I hadn't realized. Maybe this wasn't such a good idea. Maybe there was no such thing as innocent flirting. Chapter 12. Innocent. I started waking earlier and earlier. I usually was awake before Denny now, and considering how late I went to bed at night, that also usually meant I needed a nap in the afternoon after school, but I couldn't seem to help myself. The thought of Kellan awake and downstairs all alone seemed to be a natural alarm clock for me. That worried me a little, but the allure of his warm arms was too strong. I was too addicted. I couldn't stop myself from rushing downstairs to see him every morning. One morning, while we were waiting for the coffee to finish brewing, Kellan's arms slipped around my waist and my hands folded over his. My back rested against his chest and my head rested on his shoulder. Completely relaxed in his arms, I asked him a familiar question. "If I ask you something, will you promise not to get mad?" I spun in his arms to face him and placed my hands on his chest. He chuckled and nodded, smiling peacefully at me. I paused, wondering if I really wanted to know the answer to my question. "Will it bother you if Denny and I sleep together?" His face paled, but he kept his smile. "You sleep with him every night." I jabbed him lightly in the ribs. "You know what I mean," I said, blushing. "Will it bother me if you have sex with your boyfriend?" he asked softly. I blushed again and nodded. He smiled softly but said nothing. "Just answer the question." I smiled and raised an eyebrow at using his phrase against him. He laughed and looked away. Sighing, he finally answered, "Yes. Yes, it will bother me. But I understand." He turned to look at me again. "You're not mine," he said wistfully. Sudden emotion swept through me. I felt a surge of sympathy for him, and I desperately wanted to hold him tight, to stroke his cheek and kiss his lips. I pulled away from his embrace, and he frowned, trying to keep me close to him. "Just a minute," I whispered. He let go and looked at me, confused. "I'm fine, Kiera." I looked at him sadly. "I need a minute, Kellan." "Oh," he said softly, looking surprised. I had to stay away from him for quite a while. The urge to kiss him was so strong. That worried me. We were staring at each other across the kitchen, leaning on our respective counters and sipping on our coffees when I heard the shower start running. I glanced up to where the bathroom was and then back down to Kellan. He had an odd look on his face. I couldn't even begin to place it. Eventually I finished my coffee and, putting my hand across his arm, I set down my mug. He looked down at me when I touched him, and my breath caught at the look in his eyes. Forcing it back, I gave him a quick squeeze and made my way back upstairs to where Denny was getting ready for work. Denny smiled when he came back from his shower to find me sitting in bed. "Hey, good morning," he said warmly as he kissed my cheek. I smiled, but I was still thinking about the conversation Kellan and I had just had downstairs. Denny sat down next to me, still just wrapped in a towel. He looked over at me with a goofy grin. That made my smile wider. Then he frowned, and I did too. "I'm probably going to be late tonight." My heart dropped a little. "Oh? Why?" He sighed and stood back up to get dressed. He tossed his towel on the bed, and I watched him with a small smile on my lips. Noticing my attention, he sighed again. "I wish I had more time with you," he said wistfully. I looked away and bit my lip while he laughed softly. "Max, he's got me finishing this project for him that apparently his uncle wanted today, but he was too busy with, paid escorts over the weekend to do it himself." My mouth dropped open as I turned back to look at him. He had his boxers on and was pulling up some black slacks. He looked at me wryly and shook his head. "I guess I should be grateful we got the weekend together and he didn't just call me in to finish it then." He sighed and shook his head again as he buttoned his pants. Tiny guilt washed through me at what his new job now entailed, and I swallowed it back. He noticed my expression and forced a smile onto his face as he grabbed a shirt from the dresser. "I'm not trying to complain, Kiera. I'm sorry." He was sorry. I swallowed more guilt back. "No, you have a right to complain. Max is an ass." He laughed and slipped on his shirt. Walking over to him, I stopped his hands from buttoning it. He smiled warmly at me as I finished with the buttons for him. When I was done, I tucked his shirt in and he smiled even wider. "I love you so much for putting up with your crappy job to stay here with me," I said to him when I was finished. He smiled and wrapped his arms around my waist. "I would put up with much worse to stay here with you." I knew he meant those words as endearing, but they pierced my heart. If he only knew. I was quiet while he finished dressing. I was quiet when I kissed him goodbye. I was quiet when I decided to forego cuddling on the couch with Kellan to get ready for school early. The hot water cleared my head and my swirling emotions washed down the drain with the soapy water. I picked out my favorite clingy long-sleeved blouse and khaki cargos and took my time to curl my already wavy hair. I wasn't sure why. Maybe because I had the time. Maybe because looking better had a way of making me feel better. Either way, after my relaxing shower and looking my best, which was probably just slightly past passable, really, I felt okay again. And I was rewarded with a dazzling smile from Kellan as I made my way downstairs. That made my day a little. He seemed to be fine from our earlier conversation as well. He grabbed my hand and my bag as he led me to his car. He begged me to let him walk me to class, so I conceded. Really, it wasn't necessary, but who was I to deny a gorgeous, begging boy? I supposed it was worth another potential quiz session to walk with him through the halls. He lightly held my fingers as he walked me to econ, and we talked about my parents and the last reluctant phone call I had placed to them. They weren't too happy that Denny was so busy and I was alone so much. I made the mistake of telling them that Kellan was home a lot, which had started the "doesn't he have a job" conversation, which led to the "he's in a band" conversation, which turned into the "I'm really not comfortable with you living with a rock star" conversation. Kellan was laughing pretty hard by the time he opened the door to my classroom. The sound of his laugh stayed with me all throughout that class. Afterwards, Kellan met me in the hall with an extra-large espresso in his hand for me. I immediately threw my arms around his neck, careful not to spill my precious drink. Coffee. I love you. I froze after I realized what I'd just said, but he started laughing and was warmly smiling at me when I pulled away. What is it about me and coffee that drives you over the edge? He asked playfully, biting his lip and raising his eyebrows suggestively. I blushed and smacked his shoulder, knowing exactly what incident in a certain coffee stand he was referring to. I grabbed my cup from his hand and stormed off down the hall. He easily caught up to me, still chuckling. I glared over at him and he laughed even harder. Oh, come on. That was kind of funny. I rolled my eyes. You're a little twisted. You have no idea. I raised my eyebrow at that and he laughed again, until I finally joined in with him. He grabbed my hand and interlaced our fingers as we left the building and walked casually to his car. I tried to ignore the stares he drew. None of these people knew Denny, right? Denny did work late that night, and Kellan had a show at a small bar I'd never heard of, so I was alone for the evening and took advantage of the fact that I had the night off from Pete's by doing something I very rarely got to do. I went to bed early. The next morning I woke up early, feeling rather refreshed. I was surprisingly alone in the kitchen, filling my coffee cup with creamer and idly wondering when Kellan was going to saunter into the kitchen and slip his arms around me. It was so unusual for me to beat him downstairs. In my anticipation, I could practically already smell him. Lost in warm thoughts, suddenly arms did slip around me and I snuggled back into the embrace while stirring my coffee. There you are, Cat. I immediately froze my words when lips started trailing up my neck. Warm, soft lips, followed by a flick of a warm, soft tongue, and occasionally brushing against my sensitive skin the light hair of his jawline. My heart raced. I had been about to say Kellan's name, and it wasn't Kellan embracing me. My heart leapt into my throat, effectively cutting off all speech. Denny murmured good morning into my neck, apparently not catching my nearly disastrous mistake. My breath sped in a nervous panic as his lips trailed up my jaw. I couldn't calm down. That had been so close. His lips ran up to my ear and sucked on an earlobe. I missed you, he said huskily as he pulled me tight to him. Our bed was cold without you. His accent curled delightfully around the words. My breath started to speed for another reason, and I turned around in his arms to kiss him. His mouth eagerly met mine, and I forced myself to push all thoughts of Kellan to the very back of my mind. It was surprisingly hard to do. Abruptly, Denny's lips stopped moving, and, sighing, he pulled away from me. Guilt flashed through me, and again panic clenched my throat. I tried to keep my face from betraying any of my inner turmoil as he ran a few fingers down my cheek. I wish I could stay. He sighed heavily. Max needs me to come in early today. I have to go get ready. Suddenly he gave me my favorite goofy grin, and I instantly started relaxing. He playfully grabbed my hand and led me from the kitchen back up the stairs. Laughing softly as he held both of my hands and pulled me into the bathroom, I asked, I thought you had to get ready. What exactly are we doing? Chuckling, he shut the bathroom door. I am going to get ready. He moved past me to turn on the water for the shower. And you're going to help me. He winked adorably at me. Oh, really? I laughed as I started to sit on the toilet to watch him. He grabbed me just as I was sitting down, pulling me back up. Oh, yes, he said suggestively with a glint in his eye that I knew very well. Oh, I said, suddenly understanding what he wanted. He made himself even clearer in the next instant by stripping off my tank top. I laughed again as he kissed my neck and started pulling down my pants, underwear and all. He pulled back and stripped off his clothes, and we gazed at each other for a moment. Love for this beautiful, wonderful man filled me, dissolving the enormous guilt built up in my heart. He smiled and tucked a lock of hair behind my ear. I put my arms around his neck and kissed him deeply. He stuck his hand in the shower to feel the water, then scooped me up, making me laugh again as he stepped us inside. It was heaven. The water was warm, his hands were soft, his lips enticing. The water streamed off his beautiful tanned body, and I relaxed into the rightness of being with him. It felt natural and easy and good, and for just a few moments, I let myself enjoy him with no guilt and no feelings of betrayal. I ran my fingers back through his dark hair, making sure it was completely soaked through. He smiled and closed his equally dark eyes. I grabbed our cheap all-in-one shampoo and massaged it into his hair, and he sighed happily. He spun me around and moved out of the way of the warm water so he could do the same for me. I giggled and relaxed into his amazing fingers. He rinsed out my hair, kissing my forehead in the process, and then rinsed out his own while I kissed his chest and grabbed the bar of soap. While he rinsed, I rubbed every area of his chest and abdomen with the soap, the bubbles trailing down his body suggestively. I bit my lip watching those bubbles slide down his thighs, and he smiled, taking the soap from my hand and putting it back on the shelf. Then he pulled me tight to him, the soap on his body transferring to mine. He used his hands to make sure every square inch of my flesh was coated in suds, lingering on my breasts and my rigid nipples before moving around to my backside. I gasped when his hand moved between my thighs. He smiled at me so seductively that my breath sped instantly. His lips parted as he watched my reaction to his fingers, circling around my most sensitive flesh before dipping inside me. I groaned and arched my back against him as he inserted first one, then 2 fingers, moving languidly inside of me for a few heavenly moments before pulling back along my wet skin teasingly. I nearly whimpered and sucked on his bottom lip as he removed his hand and carefully pushed me back against the shower wall. The water surged around us, most deflecting off his broad back so that only a light mist sprayed on me. His body pressed firmly against mine, the soap still lingering between us, making him slippery against my skin. He bent to kiss me deeply, and I eagerly returned it, moaning into his mouth. The hard length of him pressed up against my body, and I tentatively reached down to curl my fingers around him. He let out a groan in my ear as my hand squeezed the base of him. I stroked my hand up and down his thickness a few times while he panted heavily in my ear. His chest rising and falling against mine, he suddenly lifted me up against the wall slightly and then slid himself perfectly into me. He was so strong that the move was effortless for him and surprisingly comfortable for me. I groaned loudly with the pleasure of it. My legs wrapped around him, pulling him even deeper inside me. My hands moved up to grasp his neck as he used his hands to urge my hips into a euphoric rhythm against his. My head drifted into a pleasant fog as Denny became my entire world. Every smell, every touch, every breath, and every movement. It was intoxicating and beautiful and heartwarming, and maybe, if at that moment I allowed myself to feel it, a little sad. Within moments, his breath increased to a quick pant, and he clenched my hips satisfactorily with a deep groan as he came. He never stopped his rhythm, though, and moments later I arched against him and cried out as the intensity ripped through me. We both caught our breaths as the water started to cool along with us, and then he gently lowered me and moved aside so the tepid water could wash away any remaining bubbles between us. "I love you," he said as he shut the water off. He stepped out of the shower and handed me a towel to dry off with. I smiled warmly at him as I stepped out of the shower to stand next to him on the fuzzy bath rug. "I love you too." He helped dry me off a little with his towel, making me giggle, and then he dried himself off, and we left our cozy, steamy little bathroom to finish getting him ready for work. It wasn't too much later that Denny, dressed in khaki slacks and a blue button-up shirt, he did look amazing in blue, with still slightly damp hair that, of course, he let me style for him,
made his way down to the kitchen. I followed him in my basic jeans and blouse, my hair also damp and combed through, which Denny had lovingly done for me. Kellan was finally downstairs, drinking his coffee and looking casually perfect, if a little pale. Denny nodded to him, smiling happily. "G'day, mate." Kellan, although wan, managed an effortlessly casual smile. "Mornin', mate." Denny kissed me one last time, cupping my cheek. "Now I'm going to be late." He grinned at me suggestively, making me blush. "You're worth it, though," he whispered. I glanced over at Kellan. He paled a little more and continued studiously drinking his coffee, and I knew that he knew what that meant. Maybe he'd even heard us in the shower. I couldn't remember if I was quiet or not. Probably not. Denny gave me a final hug, cheerily said goodbye, and then left for work. I stood, rather stupidly, in the middle of the room, unsure of what to do. "I put your coffee in the microwave," Kellan whispered from the table. I looked over to his pale face, his soft eyes. "It was cold," he finished. I swallowed the lump in my throat and went over to the microwave, starting it for 1 minute. I turned back to Kellan while it reheated. "Kellan, Don't," he interrupted softly, staring blankly into his cup. I blinked, but... He stood up and walked over to me. He stopped a ways from me and didn't touch me. "You don't owe me an explanation." He looked at the floor. "And you definitely don't owe me an apology." He looked back up at me. "So just don't say anything, please." Guilt and sympathy for him washed through me, and I held my arms open for him. "Come here." He hesitated a moment, a torn look on his face. Then he slipped his arms around my waist and buried his head in my neck. I held him tight and rubbed his back. "I'm sorry," I whispered in his ear. He might not have wanted to hear it, but I needed to say it. He exhaled softly and nodded into my shoulder, clutching me a little tighter. He was still pale and a little quiet when he drove me to school. Guilt surged through me. It had bothered him. I wasn't sure why. I wasn't sure what I was to him, but he had told me it would bother him, and it had. I felt bad about that. But I wasn't his. We were just friends. And Denny was my boyfriend, and it was going to happen again. I watched his silent face as we drove the short distance to school. I hoped he wasn't hurt too badly. He walked me to class again and seemed to perk up on the way there. He wanted to discuss my lit class and had some amusing theories on Austen's view of society, most of them linked with my earlier psych lesson on sexual repression. This time, I was laughing pretty hard by the time he opened the door to the room, and I'm pretty sure my face was bright red. I decided to skip out on psych class. I know, not the best idea, but I was anxious to get home and spend a little free time with Kellan before work. Besides, the psych class was more on Freud, which I just couldn't take today. When I walked through the door, I saw Kellan playing his guitar on the couch. The song was beautiful, and I smiled at him warmly as he looked over and gave me a look that quickened my heart. He stopped playing and started to set his guitar down. "No, don't stop," I said as I walked over to sit beside him. "It's beautiful." He looked down, smiling softly, and then shook his head. He put the guitar on my lap instead. "Here, try again." I grimaced. The last time he had tried to teach me, I had been atrocious. "It's beautiful when you play it. Something seems to happen to it when I try." He laughed and twisted me on the couch so that he could put his arms around me and his hands over mine. "You just need to hold it right," he whispered in my ear. His breath sent a shiver down my spine, and I closed my eyes for a second, deeply inhaling his scent, while he adjusted our fingers on the guitar. "Okay. Hey." He nudged my shoulder with a short laugh when he noticed that my eyes were closed. Embarrassed, I blushed and opened my eyes, and he laughed again. Here, your fingers are perfect, right under mine. He lightly held my fingers in an awkward position on the neck of the guitar. Now, he showed me the pick in his other hand. Lightly strum it like this. He did once. The guitar hummed beautifully. He placed the pick in my fingers, and I tried to copy his move. The sound was not a beautiful hum. It wasn't beautiful at all. He laughed and grabbed my hand, basically doing the strumming for me. With him doing all of the work, the guitar was, once again, beautiful. He idly moved our fingers across the neck while strumming our locked hands together on the body, playing a simple rhythm. Eventually, I picked up the feel for it and relaxed into him. He smiled and gazed at me, still playing for us without even looking. This really isn't so hard. I learned this one when I was 6. He winked at me and I blushed again. Well, you're just more talented with your fingers, I blurted out, momentarily distracted by his easy smile. He stopped playing and laughed. I rolled my eyes and laughed with him. You have such a dirty mind. You and Griffin are a lot alike. He grimaced, then laughed again. I can't help it if I think that way around you. He gazed at me intently and then took his hands off the guitar. You try. I put my hands back to where they had been and tried again to strum like he did. Amazingly, after the 3rd or 4th time, it sounded okay. Looking back at him, I giggled. He smiled and nodded. Then he showed me a different chord, and after a few tries, I managed to make that one sound sort of decent too. After quite a few fumbled attempts, I could finally, sort of, play the song he had learned when he was just a boy. I played for a while, him adjusting my fingers every now and then or showing me a new chord when I finally got one down. Eventually, I sagged against him and flexed my hand. He laughed and put the guitar on the ground, pulling me back into his chest and grabbing my hand to massage it. I was careful not to make any noises to distract him. It was heaven. You have to build up the strength for it, he murmured as he rubbed out my aching fingers. I closed my eyes, enjoying the closeness of him. Eventually he stopped and held me against him. I felt like I could stay there all night, warm in his arms. Can we try something? He asked quietly. I stiffened automatically in his embrace and turned to look back at him, smiling at me. What? I asked cautiously. He laughed at my reluctance. It's innocent. I promise. He abruptly lay back on the couch and held his arms out to me. I looked at him, confused, and then snuggled into his shoulder, nestling into the space between him and the couch. He sighed happily and wrapped his arms around me, stroking my arm lightly. I pulled back and looked at him, still confused. This is what you wanted to do? He shrugged. Yeah, it looked nice when you did this with Denny. I nodded and laid my head on his chest, fighting back the sudden guilt at the mention of Denny's name, and at the simple affection that Kellan wanted from me. I carefully put a leg over his and an arm over his chest. He sighed again and leaned his head against mine. His heartbeat was steady and strong. It felt like mine was all over the place. Is this okay with you? He whispered into my hair. I forced myself to relax. This simplicity was all he wanted, and I was enjoying his closeness. Yeah, it's nice. Are you okay? I absent-mindedly traced a circle on his chest. He chuckled softly. I'm fine, Kiera. He gently rubbed my back. I sighed and truly relaxed, clutching him tighter with my arm and my leg. He pulled me tighter in response, and we simply held each other. I watched his shirt rise and fall with his even breathing. I gazed at the skin of his neck. I watched his throat move when he swallowed. I lingered over the near right angle at the corner of his strong jaw. Finally, I closed my eyes and nestled into his neck, letting the warmth of his presence wash over me. All too soon he stirred beneath me, and I realized that I'd fallen asleep in his embrace. "Sorry, I didn't mean to wake you." I sat bolt upright and stared at the front door, his familiar words stirring a memory in me. "Denny," I whispered, glancing down at his confused face. He sat up and hooked some hair behind my ear. "You weren't asleep long. It's still early. He won't be home for an hour or so." Kellan looked away, his face thoughtful. "I wouldn't let him." He looked back at me. "I won't let him see this, if you don't want him to." I was immediately shaking my head. No, Denny wouldn't understand. I wasn't sure that I even did. Kellan nodded and stared at me intently. Needing a break from his intenseness, I spat out a question that had been jostling in my head for a while. "Where did you go when you used to disappear? When you didn't come home all night?" I settled back into the couch, sitting side by side with him. He smiled at me but said nothing. I frowned at his reaction. If you are seeing someone, you should just tell me." He really didn't have an obligation to tell me anything, but I was insanely curious. He cocked his head to the side endearingly. "Is that what you think? That when I'm not with you, I'm with a woman?" I cringed and regretted even asking him. Quietly, I made myself say, "You're not with me. You have every right." I grabbed his fingers and held his hand, avoiding his gaze. "To date." "I know," he said softly, rubbing his thumb on the back of my hand. "Would it bother you if I was seeing someone?" he asked quietly. I swallowed and turned my head away from him, not wanting to answer. It slipped out anyway. "Yes," I whispered. He sighed, and when I looked back, he was staring at the floor. "What?" I asked cautiously. He put an arm around my waist and pulled me close, rubbing my back. "Nothing." "I'm not being fair, am I?" I asked, melting into his tender embrace. "I'm with Denny. You and I are just friends. I can't ask you to never—" He shifted uncomfortably and then chuckled. "Well, we could solve this little problem if you relaxed your rules." He grinned over at me devilishly, especially that first one. I kept my face serious, and he stopped laughing. Quietly, I said, "I'll understand. I won't like it any more than you probably like me with Denny, but I'll understand. Just don't hide it. Don't sneak around on me. We shouldn't have secrets." I realized how absurd that sounded, and a part of me didn't want to know, didn't want to see it, but I didn't want to be in the dark either. I knew that we were borderline friends, occasionally drifting into something more. I realized that what we were doing, flirting, being so close all the time, was dangerous and stupid, like tempting fate. I knew it. I just couldn't stop it. I couldn't stop thinking about him, wanting to be near him, wanting to touch him, wanting to hold him. But it couldn't be anything more than that, and it wasn't right to ask him to deny himself anything for the small piece of myself that I was allowing him. That wasn't fair. He looked at me wistfully for a full minute before finally nodding once. I gazed at his sad eyes. "So where do you go?" I whispered. His expression changed and warmed, his eyes sparkling at me. "Where do I go? Well, it depends. Sometimes it's Matt and Griffin's place. Sometimes it's Evan's. Sometimes I drink myself into oblivion on Sam's doorstep." He grinned devilishly and chuckled at that. "Oh." The answer was so simple that it should have been obvious to me. I had just assumed that he had been out sowing his wild oats, as they say. I reached up and stroked his cheek, feeling that I could finally ask him the question that I really wanted an answer to. Where did you go after our first time? I didn't see you all day, all night, and you came home completely wasted, I thought, but didn't say. Abruptly, he stood up and held out his hand. Come on, I'll give you a ride to Pete's. I stood and took his hand. Kellan, you can tell me, I won't. He smiled at me, his eyes showing no humor. You don't want to be late. I knew our conversation was over, and it irritated me. His avoidance also filled my stomach with dread. We shouldn't have any secrets, but apparently we did. You don't have to give me a ride everywhere, you know. He raised an eyebrow and smirked at me. I managed just fine without you, I pouted. He rolled his eyes and, smiling, led me upstairs so I could get ready for work. He stayed with me at the bar for most of the evening. I chided him about missing rehearsal time with the guys, and he laughed and rolled his eyes at me again. It made me feel equally nice and equally worried that he'd rather spend the time with me. During one of my breaks, he attempted to teach me how to play pool better. That was pretty amusing, since our skill level was virtually the same. Honestly, I think he just liked helping me line up shots, and honestly, I liked having his body stretched across mine as he helped me. We played a quick game while I ate a small meal. Well, for anyone else it would have been a quick game. After both of us repeatedly missed shot after shot, my break was over, my meal was done, and I went back to work, leaving him to finish up the game with Griffin, to whom he lost terribly. I stuck my head into the pool room as their game was finally finishing. Laughing that he'd predictably lost, I said, "Better keep your day job, band boy." He raised an eyebrow and twisted his lips derisively. Band boy? Smiling, I nodded and walked away. From behind me, I heard rather loudly, "Band boy? Really? What are we, in the 5th grade?" I laughed at his remark as I headed up to the bar to place an order. Jenny smiled when she joined me. You and Kellan seem better. I frowned at her after relaying my order to Rita, who moved to the other side of the bar to fill it. What do you mean? Kate joined me on my other side and gracefully sat on a stool to wait for Rita to get back. Jenny cocked her head to the side and furrowed her brow slightly. Well, he seemed a little cold toward you a while ago. Kate chimed in. Did he? What, did you use all his shampoo or something? She sighed dreamily. God, he's got great hair. I laughed nervously at the both of them. Yeah, just stupid roommate stuff. We're fine now. Luckily, I didn't have to elaborate as Rita came back with my order. I left the three of them discussing the virtues of Kellan's hair as I finished up my night. I needed to be more careful around Jenny. She noticed too much. Chapter 13. A Bad Idea. The following evening was busy for a weeknight, and Griffin was again apparently bored. He had climbed on top of his usual table and was singing along loudly to the jukebox, more specifically to Sir Mix-a-Lot's Baby Got Back. He was making obscene gestures and gyrating his hips about in a way that was sure to give me nightmares. A few women around the table were laughing and holding out dollar bills to him. He took them gleefully and shoved them in places I did not want to think about. Evan, Matt, and Kellan had backed away from the table and were laughing hysterically at the idiot. Kellan looked over to where I was standing in the middle of the aisle watching the crude show and winked at me, still laughing. I laughed and smiled back at him. Get off the damn table, Griffin. Pete had come out of the kitchen, where his office was tucked away in an old storage closet, and was scowling at the bassist. Immediately, Griffin jumped down to the adoring harem hovering close to his side. Sorry, Pete. He smiled, not looking sorry at all. Shaking his head and muttering to himself, Pete walked back into the kitchen. I laughed even harder until I felt something behind me. A hand had reached up the loose skirt I was wearing and grabbed my upper thigh. I squeaked and moved away. A dirty-looking middle-aged man leered at me with beady brown eyes and grinned, showing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. He winked one of those tiny little eyes in a not at all charming way, while his equally scummy-looking friend laughed. I quickly darted off to the safety of the bar. I didn't recognize the men. They were not regulars, and they were not pleasant. They were also seated in such a way in my section that I had to pass by them every time I went up to the bar, and every time the lewd man made a grab for my legs, no matter how far away I scooted. I put it off as long as I could, but inevitably the time came for me to hand them their bill. The larger man, who had felt my leg before, stood up and roughly grabbed my ass, pulling me tight against him while his other hand grabbed my breast. Angrily, I smacked his hand away from my chest and tried to push him off of me, which only succeeded in making him laugh. He reeked of an odor I could only classify as eau de poor life. It was an unappealing mix of stale cigarettes, 3-day-old whiskey, and, I swear, manure. And that mix didn't include his breath, which made the rest of him smell downright delectable in comparison. I looked around for Sam, but then I remembered he was off today and that Pete hadn't thought the bar was busy enough to staff another full-time bouncer. At the moment, I disagreed with him. I wasn't sure what to do, and I didn't think I could take the guy. Abruptly, he was pulled away from me. Evan stood behind him with the man's arms held down to his sides. Kellan was instantly in the man's face. He looked livid. Not a good idea. His voice was low and ice-cold. Matt stepped up to the smaller man who had risen to defend his friend. Griffin came up to me and casually threw an arm around my shoulders. "Yeah, this ass is ours," he said with a big smile on his face. The big guy angrily shook off Evan and roughly pushed Kellan back a step. "Piss off, pretty boy." Kellan grabbed his shirt in both hands and got right back in his face. "Try it. Please." The man stared at Kellan, looking like he wanted to pound him into the ground. Kellan stared right back, not afraid in the least. The whole bar was quiet, watching the stare down. Kellan finally released the big man, his hands shaking a little with restraint. "I suggest you leave now. I wouldn't come back here if I were you." His voice was scarily cold. The smaller guy grabbed his friend's shoulder. "Come on, man. She's not worth it." Sniffing and looking Kellan up and down once, the man winked at me again and then turned to leave. Kellan relaxed and looked over at me, concern on his face. The man had almost fully turned from Kellan when he suddenly reached into his jacket. I only saw a glint of metal and heard a flicking sound before the man was turning swiftly around and lunging toward Kellan. I yelled Kellan's name. Looking back to the man, he spun away from him. The knife the man had brought around just barely missed Kellan's body. Griffin immediately pulled me back from the both of them, just as I lurched forward to help. Matt pushed the smaller man away from his friend as he looked about to join the fight. Evan made a move for the bigger man's knife hand, but Kellan was faster. He landed a hard punch along the man's jaw, sending him sprawling to the ground with a grunt. The knife clattered under a nearby table. Kellan moved to pick the man up, but the man knew when he was beaten. He scrambled away from Kellan and, turning, stood and fled the bar, his friend quickly following. Everyone in the bar was silent for a good minute. Then buzzing noises returned and people started going back to their own business. Taking a big breath and slightly flexing his hand, Kellan looked over at me. "You okay?" He frowned. I sighed, relaxing for the first time since the confrontation. "Yeah, thank you, Kellan. Guys." I smiled and looked at Kellan, then Evan, and then Matt. Lastly, I looked over to Griffin beside me. "You can get your hand off my butt now, Griffin." Kellan, looking pale, laughed softly, while Griffin pulled his hand back and held it up in the air. "Sorry." He pointed to his hand. "Mind of its own." He winked at me, and then he and a chuckling Matt went back to whatever they had been doing before the little showdown. Evan and Kellan stayed near me. Evan gave Kellan a once-over, his face serious. "You okay, Kel? Did he get you?" I startled and looked more closely at him. Was he hurt? Kellan cringed and finally turning to face me, put a hand under his shirt. When he pulled it back, his fingers were smeared with blood. Oh, God! I grabbed his hand and then lifted up his shirt. A good 3-inch-long slice along his ribs showed just how close the fight had been. The cut didn't look too deep, but it was bleeding pretty well. Kellan, you should go to the hospital. He looked down cursorily and smirked. He barely got me. I'm fine. He half smiled and raised an eyebrow at me, still holding his shirt up. I dropped it and grabbed his hand again. Come on. Evan clapped him on the back as I led him away. With Kellan smiling and looking satisfied with himself, we worked our way to the back hallway while people occasionally stopped him, wanting to talk about it. Men, I thought, as I pulled him past the curious guys and practically drooling girls. I dragged him into the back room with me, grabbed a clean towel and an extra-large Band-Aid from the first aid kit in one of the never-used lockers. I hoped it was enough, that he wasn't cut so deep that he needed stitches. Dragging him back into the hallway, I stopped outside the women's bathroom. You stay here. I pointed to his chest while he grinned adorably and made an X over his heart. Opening the door, I took a quick look into the stalls and, not seeing anyone, came back out into the hallway where Kellan was patiently leaning against the wall, waiting for me. I could see the red blood stain on his shirt now as it stuck to his wet skin. I swallowed roughly. This isn't necessary, he said as I grabbed his hand and led him inside the bathroom. I'm fine, he insisted. I scowled at his stubbornness. Shirt off. He grinned wickedly. Yes, ma'am. I rolled my eyes and tried not to notice how fabulous his body was as he stretched up to remove his shirt. He held it in one hand and waited patiently by the sink, a slight smile on his face. His cut wasn't bleeding as badly, but it still oozed a bit down his side. Butterflies danced in my stomach as I thought of what might have happened if he hadn't turned out of the way. I turned on some cold water and soaked the towel. He inhaled a bit as I started to wipe clean the wound, which made me grin. You're such a sadist, he muttered, and I threw him a dirty look. He gave me a delightful laugh. What were you thinking, going up against a guy with a knife? I asked, trying to be gentler as I cleaned the gash. It was deeper than I'd originally thought, and had started to bleed a little more where I touched it. Well, he inhaled again. Obviously, I didn't know he had a knife. I finished cleaning the wound on his side and pressed the towel firmly against it, making him grunt. I wasn't about to let him keep touching you like that, he said softly, and I looked up to gaze into his sparkling blue eyes. I held the towel there for a moment while I locked gazes with him. Finally, I pulled the towel away and saw that the wound was no longer bleeding. I opened the large bandage and frowned, worried that the cut would bleed again the moment he moved. He grinned and said, He can't touch you like that if I don't get to. It's against the rules. He chuckled and I slapped on the bandage none too gently, making him groan and flinch. Instantly I felt bad, as I had probably just made it bleed again. More gently I stroked my fingers over the bandage, flattening it out over his muscled side. Well, it was stupid. You could have been seriously hurt, Kellan. I had to swallow the lump in my throat over that thought. He grabbed my fingers and held my hand to his chest. Better me than you, Kiera, he whispered. We stared into each other's eyes for a moment, then he said, Thank you for watching out for me. He stroked my fingers with his thumb. My breath caught at the look in his eye, at his bare skin under my fingertips. I blushed and looked away. You can put your shirt back on now. He smiled and slid it back on. I cringed at the bloody stain in the side, the tear in the fabric. That had been much too close. Tears stung my eyes, and Kellan noticed, pulling me in for a tight embrace. He inhaled a little and I relaxed my grip, realizing that I was hurting him. Sorry, I whispered. You really should get that looked at. He nodded and pulled me tighter. I sighed and relaxed into him. We were embracing like that when Jenny opened the door. "Oops. Just checking to see how your patient was doing." I pulled away from him. He's fine," I mumbled. Kellan laughed softly and walked past Jenny to the hallway. Stopping just past the door, he turned and looked back to me. "Thank you again, Kiera." My heart stubbornly skipped a beat. He nodded politely at Jenny. "I should probably get that knife from Griffin now." She looked at him, puzzled. "Griffin has it?" He raised an eyebrow at her. She rolled her eyes and sighed. "Griffin. Yeah, you should go get it." He looked back at me one last time. Then, chuckling, he walked down the hall. She looked back at me through the still-open door. "Coming?" I sighed, willing my suddenly shaking hands and surging heartbeat to calm down. "Yeah, I just need a minute." I ended up taking 10. I playfully smacked Kellan's stomach as I came up to him in the kitchen the next morning. He grunted and bent over a bit, and, too late, I remembered his injury. "Oh, sorry," I said, a look of horror on my face. He chuckled and pulled me in for a hug. "I'm just messing with you. It doesn't hurt that bad." I laced my arms around his neck and frowned at him. "That's not very nice." He grinned devilishly at me. "No, but I did get you to put your arms around me." He finished with a wink. I rolled my eyes and smiled at him. "You're impossible." "True, but you like me anyway." He pulled me in tighter. I sighed dramatically. I have no idea why. He grinned and cocked his head to the side, momentarily taking my breath. "So you do like me? I was curious." Carefully smacking his chest, I pulled away from his embrace. "Let me see." I motioned for him to lift up his shirt. He smirked and pulled it up. "Trying to get me naked yet again?" I laughed in spite of myself and examined his bandage. There was some red that had seeped through. He had bled more. I frowned at him. "You were supposed to get this looked at last night." I had even made him leave the bar shortly after the incident, but apparently he hadn't felt the need for professional help. He shrugged. "Well, you need a new bandage. Do you have any?" He nodded and left to go get one while I made my coffee. Just as I was taking a sip, he returned with one. Leaning against the counter, he handed it to me. "Would you like to do the honors, since you seem to enjoy hurting me so much?" I grinned, and he shook his head, smiling. He lifted up his shirt again and made a go-ahead motion with his hand. I carefully pulled back a corner and looked to make sure that nothing was sticking to the Band-Aid. Seeing that it was clear, I peeked up at his eyes and abruptly ripped it off him. "Shit!" he exclaimed loudly, pulling his body away from me. Laughing, I shushed him, pointing upstairs to where Denny was still sleeping. Grimacing, he looked up, then back down to me. "Sorry, but damn it, woman." Still laughing, I smiled and shook my head. "Big baby." I inspected the wound. I was no nurse, but it looked okay, not inflamed or anything. I carefully cleaned it off and smiled when no blood came out. It must have closed sometime last night. Good. He probably didn't need stitches then. I opened the new bandage slowly, enjoying the long sigh he gave me, since he knew that this one would have to come off too. I gently pressed it against his side, laughing softly to myself. My fingers started drifting a bit from the wounded area, and he chuckled quietly. "Dang, man." I spun toward the entryway where Denny was standing, yawning and looking at Kellan's side. "What happened to you?" Smoothly, Kellan dropped his shirt and leaned back against the counter. He looked casual and perfect, not in the least ruffled that Denny had just walked in on me practically stroking his chest. I backed away from him, trying to mimic his casualness. "Some fan. She went nuts, wanted a piece of me. Literally." Kellan smiled. Luckily, Kiera here is a good nurse. He nodded over to me. Denny smiled too. Yeah, not the gentlest, though. He smiled wider as I scowled and Kellan laughed. He walked into the kitchen, frowning at Kellan. Is that really what happened? Kellan shook his head. I watched him, amazed that he could joke and be so casual with Denny when we were being, well, not casual. No, I'm kidding. Some stupid drunk last night pulled a knife on me. Damn. Denny walked over to me and slipped his arms around my waist, oddly making me blush. You do his girl or something? I looked back at Denny. He was smiling, so I knew he was joking, but Kellan gave him an odd look before bringing back his casual smile. Maybe. Sometimes it's hard to tell who belongs to whom. He flicked his eyes down to mine when he said that, but Denny didn't notice. He was too busy kissing my neck. Laughing softly, Denny looked back up to Kellan and clapped him on the shoulder. Well, I hope you got him back good. Kellan gave him a quick grin and nodded. Good on ya. Glad you're all right, mate. Denny gave me a quick kiss on the cheek and said, I've got time. Are you hungry? Sure. He turned in for a kiss, and I gave him a quick peck, sneaking a peek at Kellan, who was staring at the floor. Denny moved to the fridge and leaned in, searching for something in the back. Kellan came up behind me, grasped my fingers with his, and pulled my hand behind me. I looked over at him, but his face was unreadable. His eyes watched Denny intently. He stroked my fingers for a second, then clenched my hand in his. He dropped my hand just as Denny popped up from the fridge. Ah, good. Strawberry pancakes? He asked sweetly, showing me the carton of berries he had found in the fridge. I nodded and looked down while Kellan quietly left the kitchen. Waves of guilt washed through me, and I had no idea who I felt it for. Denny or Kellan? Jenny and Kate both approached me once I got to work that night. They wanted to hear about the knife fight yesterday, as they had both been too far away to really see it. They asked how Kellan was doing, and I blushed lightly when I told them he was fine, even a little proud of his war wound. They both shared my concern over how close that had been, and how much worse it could have been for Kellan. My heart squeezed at that, and I glanced back to his table, where he was eating and waiting for the rest of his band to show up. A few girls across from him were looking like they were going to join him, but he was ignoring them, talking to Sam instead. Yeah, that had been much too close. The three of us went back to our customers, and I smiled as I glanced at Kellan again. He noticed my gaze and smiled back. My heart stuttered, and I had to look away. Eventually, the evening progressed, and Kellan was no longer the only D-bag at his table. Pete caught me on my way out of the kitchen and asked me to tell Kellan that they were up. Smiling, I nodded and made my way over to his table. Kellan smiled at my approach. He was sitting back in his chair and slightly away from the table, making his lap an almost irresistible draw. For a moment, I wanted to be like his more forward fans and plop right down for a snuggle. I imagined his arms wrapping around me. I imagined being enveloped in the smell of him. I imagined the warmth of his skin as I kissed his neck. Kiera? He cocked his head and looked at me curiously, and I realized my inappropriate thoughts had caused me to stare at him without saying a word. I blushed and looked away. You guys are up, I said to the general vicinity of the band's table. I heard chairs squeak as the guys stood up. Matt and Evan thanked me and hopped on stage to loud fanfare. Griffin just hopped on stage. Sometimes basic niceties escaped him. I turned to watch Kellan finish his beer and then slowly stand. He stood at the table for a second, smiling at me and looking like he was waiting for something. I frowned and looked at him quizzically. So, aren't you going to wish me good luck? He said, coming over to stand close beside me. He leaned back against the table as he waited. I relaxed my face and then grinned at him. You don't need my luck to do great up there. He smiled wide and I felt a little dizzy. True, but I like it. I laughed and gave him a swift hug. Well, good luck then. He pouted charmingly. I generally get more than a grandmotherly hug from girls when they wish me luck. He raised an eyebrow at me suggestively. I laughed again and smacked his shoulder. Well, I'm not just any girl. He smiled adoringly and shook his head. No, you're not. He turned and hopped up on the stage, and I felt so dizzy again I had to lean against the table for a second. As usual, the band was amazing. The crowd seemed to double in size as the band played on, and I didn't have as much time as I would have liked to watch Kellan play. But in between orders, I did steal a glance or two. It thrilled me when I caught him watching me. It also concerned me a little, but I quickly pushed that to the back of my mind. I had to admit to myself I liked his attention. I sang along softly to the songs that I knew as I helped the many thirsty people in the bar. Near the end of their set, the band played a song that caught my attention. I hadn't heard the intense song before, but the crowd was singing along, so it must have been an old one. I glanced over at Jenny, and she was singing along too. The lyrics were intensely serious, and so was Kellan's face. He almost looked mad. I've seen what you've done to her. I know your secret. You may break her, but it won't last. You won't last. She holds herself tight, waits for the pain to be over. It won't be long now until the angels hover. He concentrated more on his guitar than the crowd while he played, and I couldn't help but shake the feeling that the song had nothing to do with a woman. You took everything, left her with nothing. She was supposed to be loved. What's wrong with you? She'll find strength. She'll be free. It won't be long. For her. For me. I felt the sudden, inexplicable need to hold him. Comfort him. I watched him from the corner of my eye as I tended to my customers. Eventually the song ended and he switched to a happy, upbeat one. All trace of the emotion in the previous song evaporated from his face, but I couldn't shake the image of his ire. I'm sorry, babe. Denny was looking at me dejectedly as he sat on the edge of the bed. He was removing his shoes and rubbing his feet. It's fine, Denny. It's just one weekend. Really, I can handle that. It's really just one night apart. I'll be back late the next night, probably before you get home from work. He sighed and put his feet on the carpet. I am sorry, though. He rolled his eyes. It's ridiculous. The only reason Max is making me go to this conference instead of him is because he's flying to Vegas for a bachelor party. He shook his head, irritated. If his uncle knew, he'd be racked off. I shrugged. Why don't you tell him? He looked at me with a wry smile and shook his head. I really don't need to make my job any worse. I cringed a bit, remembering why he had this job in the first place, and, noticing, he immediately said, Sorry. I shook my head, clearing away the memory. So you're leaving Friday morning and you'll be back late Saturday, right? He came over to sit beside me on the bed. Yeah. I'll miss you. He smiled at me and leaned over to kiss my neck. My thoughts started drifting as his lips ran down my skin. I'd have an entire afternoon alone with Kellan. Maybe we could go somewhere. Take a drive somewhere people didn't know us, where our flirting didn't have to be quite so contained behind closed doors. He had spent nearly all last weekend with Denny and me. The three of us had gone exploring downtown, Kellan showing us all of his favorite places. Kellan would squeeze my hand when Denny wasn't looking, or hold me close in a quick embrace. We would gaze at each other discreetly, and we smiled. A lot. Denny's lips were trailing down past my neck. It was jarring me from my pleasant memories, and I pushed him away a little. Are you hungry? I could make dinner this time. I had a feeling that wasn't what he was hungry for, but I really wasn't in the mood. He frowned slightly, but pulled away. Yeah, sure. Okay, I said cheerily as I hopped up and kissed his forehead. I glanced at Kellan's room as I exited our room, but he wasn't there. His band was playing tonight at a small club in Pioneer Square. I had racked my brain wondering how I could go without making Denny suspicious. It was my night off, and I rarely got to see Kellan play anywhere but Pete's. I remembered the one time I had watched him at Razor's. It had been amazing in a smaller, more intimate setting like that. Not that he wasn't always amazing when he sang. I sighed as I stepped off the last stair and walked through the empty living room. The house was so quiet without him. He was constantly playing or humming or singing. He filled our home with music, with his presence. It felt a little empty here with him gone. I had considered telling Denny that I was spending the evening with Jenny, but that would require a lot of lying. For one, Jenny was actually at work, and if Denny got bored and went to Pete's, well, that wouldn't be good. I sighed again as I entered the kitchen and started rummaging for food. I didn't want to be a liar anyway. That wasn't me. I could wait. I would see Kellan soon. We'd have almost all this coming weekend together. I frowned a bit as I realized that we'd also have a whole evening alone together, too. I shook my head. That didn't matter. We were just friends. We weren't going any further than that. My smile returned as I thought back over the last few days with Kellan. I found something intricate to make for dinner and let my mind wander back through the memories as I started the process of preparing our meal. Not only had our weekend been great, he had been sweet and charming the whole week, too. He always took me to school and walked me to class. Women now looked at the door expectantly to see him enter with me, which made me laugh a little. He usually picked me up, too, and either took me home or to Pete's if I wanted to go in early to study. I usually didn't. I preferred to study with him on the couch, although sometimes it was just too distracting to lie on his lap and try to read Pride and Prejudice while he stroked my hair. I usually found myself staring into his eyes instead, making him laugh and point at the book. Then I'd hand the novel over to him and make him read it to me. He'd happily do it, his voice nearly lulling me to sleep. It was so smooth, and at times, I swear, purposely husky. Denny joined me downstairs right as I finished, and we ate our dinner together at the table. He told me some more details about his conference he had to go to, and I told him about my classes. We talked about my econ class for an absurdly long amount of time. I really never needed to study for that class, since I learned more just talking it over with Denny than from reading the books or my notes. After dinner, he cleaned up while I answered the ringing phone. It was my sister, and we talked long into the night. She was excited to come up and wanted to make sure Kellan was still coming when we all went out together. I sighed and swallowed my frustrations at that. It would be fine. And then we moved on to her current flings. I was still chatting with her on the phone when Denny came up and kissed my cheek to say goodnight. I don't know if I was waiting for Kellan to come home from the bar or not, but I stayed on the phone with my sister for hours after Denny went to bed. Kellan did finally come home, and I finally hung up with her, melting into his warm embrace. "So Denny's gone tonight?" Kellan asked, holding my hand over the kitchen table while we drank our coffee. I eyed him suspiciously. "Yes, he's in Portland until tomorrow night. Why?" He looked down, considering something, then spoke without looking back up at me. "Stay with me tonight." "I stay here with you every night," I said, confused. We did share a house, after all. He looked up at me, amused. "No, sleep with me tonight." "Kellan, that's not going to—" He interrupted me. "I meant literally. Fall asleep with me on my bed." He laughed at my assumption. I blushed and looked away, making him laugh some more. Finally, my embarrassment cooled, and I looked back over to him. "I don't think that's such a good idea, Kellan." He cocked his head and smiled brilliantly. "Why not? Completely innocent. I won't even get under the covers." I raised an eyebrow. Completely dressed, too? Why was I even considering this? It was not a good idea. "Sure," he laughed again. "If that is what you'd prefer." He stroked my hand with his thumb. I laughed, then smiled at the thought of falling asleep in his arms. "It is." I frowned. It really wasn't a good idea, though. Too many things could go horribly wrong.
You'll let me know the moment it gets too hard. He looked away, barely containing his laughter. Immediately I realized how that sounded and blushed deeply. You know what I mean, I whispered, mortified. Laughing softly, he said, Yes, I know what you mean. And yes, I will. He sighed. You really are adorable. Do you know that? His face seemed sincere when he said that, so I smiled and looked away. Okay, we'll try it, I whispered, thinking this was a really bad idea. Denny came downstairs a while later, looking freshly showered and holding one of our duffel bags. His normally warm brown eyes looked flat with sadness. He seemed reluctant to leave, and I gave him a long kiss goodbye, hoping to cheer him up a bit. He did give me a half smile when he finally left the house. Oddly, my stomach was fine as I watched him drive off. I decided it was because he was only going to be gone for one night. It was a finite period, unlike the last time he'd left me. But then Kellan came up behind me, putting his arms around my waist as he stared out the kitchen window with me. I melted back into his embrace and wondered why I was really okay with Denny being gone. Later, at Pete's, I stopped wiping down a table and listened without looking to a song I'd never heard the guys play before. It was the closest thing to a love song I'd ever heard from the band. It was catchy and upbeat, with lyrics about not being alone now and feeling happy when you're around. I wondered if the song was new, and my heart raced a little at the thought of Kellan writing something just for me. I was smiling contentedly as I continued wiping down the table, lost in dreamy thoughts. Huh. Jenny came up beside me, and I startled as I looked over at her. She was watching the band curiously. I glanced over at them too, worried that maybe Kellan had looked at me inappropriately and she was suspicious. Kellan flicked a glance in our direction, but was mainly smiling at the crowd of girls near him like he usually did. I relaxed. What? Jenny turned and smiled at me. Evan must be in love again. Oh? Why? I asked curiously. She laughed a little and nodded her head toward the stage. This song. They always play it whenever he's swooning over some girl. She looked over the crowd. I wonder which lucky lady it is. My spirit deflated a bit. Don't know. Okay, so Kellan didn't write it for me. That's probably for the best anyway. I really didn't need him gushing over me. He had a hard enough time with just being attracted to me for some odd reason. No need to throw love on top of that. We're just friends anyway. Flirty friends who were snuggling in bed later tonight. I frowned. It really was not a good idea. Do you need a ride home tonight? Jenny asked politely. No, Kellan's giving me a ride back. I smiled and tried hard not to look overly excited about that. Thank you, though. No problem. Someone paged Jenny on the other side of the bar, and she politely excused herself. I took a few more orders. A nearby couple was obviously on a first date. The man was horribly nervous, the woman cutely shy. They made me smile. While I was waiting at the bar for their drinks, Kellan's song ended, and, upon hearing his speaking voice, I glanced up at the stage. Ladies? The crowd went wild, and he smiled. And you guys, of course. A few raucous cheers in the back at that. Thank you for coming out tonight. Kellan grinned and held up a finger. We got one more for you. Then we're baggin'. He flicked a glance at me discreetly. Plans and all. He laughed, and some girls in the front screamed loudly. He winked at them and, taking his shirt, used the bottom to wipe some sweat off his face. It was rather warm in the packed bar. The move exposed a good chunk of his excessively defined abs, and the girls around him went nuts. The scream was so loud I actually flinched. From directly behind me, Rita yelled through cupped hands, "Take it off! Woo!" He stopped and grinned widely at her, then over at me. The crowd screamed even louder at that prospect, and Kellan laughed. He looked over at the guys beside him for a second. Griffin grinned,
Matt frowned, and Evan laughed. Kellan shrugged and actually took his shirt off. I gaped at him as he casually stretched it over his head, like he was in his room alone, not up on stage in front of a packed crowd. The sound in the bar was deafening. The earlier loud scream paled in comparison. Rita was hollering loudly behind me, and I was a little surprised to find that Jenny and Kate had come up to the bar and were leaning back on either side of me, hollering and whistling with her. I was still gaping open-mouthed at the whole thing when Jenny laughed at me. She nudged my shoulder. "Oh, come on. Even you have to admit he's hot. You're with Denny, but you're not dead." She grinned and went back to screaming. I looked back up to the stage. Kellan had casually tucked his light t-shirt into the back of his jeans. He had his back to the crowd, his broad shoulders gleaming in the stage lights. I thanked the fates that the scratches I had left down his back had completely healed and were not noticeable. I blushed at that memory. He was talking to Evan, who laughed, then nodded. Then Kellan spun his finger in the air twice and pointed at him, and Evan started to play. I flicked a glance at Matt, who was shaking his head and smiling. He waited a few more beats, then joined in with Evan. Kellan turned back to the mic, the crowd losing it again at his spectacularly defined chest. He took the microphone in one hand and ran his other hand through his hair, the movement pleasantly twisting his muscles. Griffin started playing, and I automatically flicked a glance at him. I couldn't stop the laugh. He hadn't hesitated in taking his shirt off either. Anything Griffin could do to get naked. Griffin's body was decent, his tattoos intriguing to look at, but he came nowhere near Kellan's perfection. Rita, Kate, and Jenny were all watching Kellan intently and momentarily ignoring every customer, so I relaxed and decided it wouldn't look odd for me to watch him either. Kellan started the song low and husky. His voice sent a shiver down my back. Well, I'm pretty sure it was his voice. The song quickly picked up in intensity. The crowd loved this song and their half-naked rock god, and we were quickly all dancing and singing along. On the chorus, Kellan would lean with the microphone over to one side and stretch out to the crowd, the move doing amazing things to his body, making the crowd scream even more. Occasionally, Kate or Jenny would holler, and they were both dancing at the bar, so I joined them and we all laughed. Pete ducked his head out from the kitchen, and I thought he might get mad at Kellan for being shirtless, but he looked around the crazy, excited bar and back up to Kellan and, smiling, went back to the kitchen. Kellan got to a section in the song where the lyrics ask the question, "Is this all you want?" He put a hand playfully up to his ear, and the crowd went nuts again in answer. Kellan laughed through the next couple of lyrics. He was having an exceptionally good time. I laughed at his enjoyment. My eyes naturally drifted down to the injury on his side. Even from this distance, I could see the pink line across his ribs. He would probably always have a scar there. His hand suddenly running across his lower abs and down the front of his jeans completely distracted me from that thought. It was a casual move, one he probably hadn't even thought about, but damn, that was hot. He was so hot. I blushed again as more intimate memories of that fabulous body popped into my head. He got to the last section and Matt and Griffin dropped out, so it was only Kellan and Evan. Kellan's voice was lower, the words more intense, and he locked eyes with me. "I know there's something here. I know you want more. Tell me, and it's yours." He only sang it once in that low, intense voice. Then Matt and Griffin joined back in and he picked up the volume, sweeping his eyes back over his adoring crowd. I sneaked a glance at Kate and Jenny, but they were laughing and dancing and hadn't noticed that part directed solely at me. I thought for a moment about the lyrics. Maybe I should cancel tonight. It really wasn't a good idea, especially after watching his incredible body moving on stage. I laughed and bit my lip. My sister should have come out this weekend. She would have loved this. Then I was suddenly very glad she hadn't. Finally, the song ended, and Kellan took a small bow to very loud fanfare. He laughed and slipped his shirt back on. Griffin left his off. The crowd booed as their rock star covered up again,
especially Rita right behind me, and Kellan laughed again and shook his head. Kate and Jenny giggled and went back to their customers. I watched Kellan for a moment longer, long enough for him to look back at me and smile breathtakingly before jumping off the stage and instantly being swarmed by fans. My heart beat double time as I finally brought my first daters their drinks. At the end of my shift, I grabbed my bag from the back room and said goodbye to Kate and Jenny, who were just entering. As I walked into the main bar, I spotted Kellan sitting at a chair backwards, talking to Sam. My heart flew up into my throat. I was suddenly very nervous to be alone with this stunning man. He looked over when he noticed me and smiled warmly. His smile relaxed me enough that I was able to calmly walk to his table. "Ready?" he asked casually, but with a huge grin on his face. "Yep," I managed to squeak out. He stood up, lightly chuckling, and, turning, said goodbye to Sam. Placing a hand on the small of my back, he led me to the front doors and waved goodbye to a smirking Rita. "Good show tonight, Kellan," she said suggestively. He nodded his thanks to her, and I swear I heard her mutter, "I'll think about you later." I blushed, but Kellan either didn't hear her or was ignoring her. He grabbed my fingers once we were alone outside and led me to his car, lightly singing the song he'd just done. His a cappella version was beautiful to listen to, but I frowned at him. He looked over at me and stopped singing, a charming smile on his face. "What?" I put on my best pout. "Didn't we have a conversation once about the nature of your singing?" He laughed and tried to look innocent. "What was wrong with that?" He pointed back to the bar. "I was fully dressed for nearly all of the set." He scooted away as I tried to elbow him. Still laughing, he ran up to me and picked me up. I squeaked and squirmed, but he had me tight. He set me down but kept his arms firmly around mine as we walked, locked together, over to his car across the lot. "I did that for Pete." He laughed into my ear. I stopped walking and he ran into me. I turned my head to look at him, surprised. Oh. I hadn't realized Pete would enjoy seeing Kellan that way. He looked confused for a second, then the look on my face registered with him, and, dropping his arms, he backed away, clutching his stomach because he was laughing so hard. "Oh my God, Kiera. No, that's not what I meant." He wiped a tear away from his eye and sighed. "God, I can't wait to tell Griffin about that." He started laughing again. I blushed furiously, feeling rather stupid and getting a little irritated at his enjoyment of my misunderstanding. He noticed my expression and tried to compose himself, but then giggled again, not able to do it. "Ah, and you think I have a dirty mind?" He chuckled as he slipped his arms around me. I frowned and he puffed out his cheeks and blew out steadily, trying to stop his laughter. Finally able to speak normally, he said, "Didn't you hear the response when I did that? You watch. Tomorrow the bar will be twice as full. He'll have to turn people away. I did it to help him, Kiera." He shrugged and rocked back and forth with me in his arms. "Oh, well, I guess that makes sense. You bring in more people, he makes more money, you get more exposure, and I'm assuming more money as well." He grinned. "Something like that." I half grinned at him, and his breath actually caught. "I guess I'll just have to allow it then." Not thinking, I kissed his cheek, and he immediately kissed mine back. I blinked in surprise, but he only smirked at me. "If you get to break a rule, so do I." Then he winked and pushed me toward the car. "You're awful perky tonight," I said as we got in the car. He gave me a wide grin. "It's not every night that I get to sleep with a beautiful woman." I blushed, both at him calling me beautiful again and knowing that he could pretty much have his pick of a half-dozen actually beautiful women who were probably more available than I was. What was he doing, wasting his time with me anyway? He started the car and then noticed my odd expression as I puzzled that out. "Hey, I said sleep, not Kellan!"
I interrupted him, staring at him severely. He stumbled over the word, quickly thinking up a new one. Fornicate. He shrugged with an I'm innocent, don't hate me look. I laughed and scooted over to sit against his side in the car, putting my head on his shoulder. We were silent for a moment while he pulled out of the parking lot. Finally, I asked him a question rattling in my brain from earlier. So, who is Evan in love with? He laughed, his face breaking into a breathtaking grin. God, who knows? Could be anybody. He looked down at me. Why? Who told you he was? I frowned at his seeming lack of knowledge on the subject. Jenny mentioned it earlier. Oh, I'll have to ask him. He turned and looked back at the road. I haven't heard anything about it. I frowned as I considered that, all the way home. I crawled into his bed, fully dressed. I actually put on an extra sweater just in case, which he found greatly amusing. Then he laid his fully dressed body down on top of the covers next to me. I felt a little stupid about the whole thing. It was odd to lie in a bed fully clothed, and even odder for him to be on the outside. I considered telling him to just get underneath as well, when he suddenly rolled to face me, putting a leg casually over mine and an arm over my stomach. I decided then that the more layers that were between us, the better. This really was not a good idea. He reached across me and turned the lamp on his nightstand off. The instant darkness was overwhelming, and the sudden electricity in the air was immediate. All I could hear was our soft breath and my obnoxiously loud-sounding heart. I could feel him settle down in the pillows next to me, close, his arm and leg pulling me in tight, his head right beside mine as he breathed softly in my ear. It was too much, too intimate. I needed a minute. Kellan? Yeah. His voice was low and husky in my ear. It sent shivers down my spine. I resisted the urge to turn into him, to find his lips. No, not a good idea at all. Could you please turn the light back on? I could feel him chuckle, but I still couldn't see him yet. I felt him reach across me again, and then the room was suddenly too bright, and I was blinking. Normalcy returned, and I no longer felt the overwhelming electricity between us that had just been there, just a pleasant warmth at his nearness. Better? He asked, almost playfully, as he settled back down on his pillows, snuggling up close to me again. I stayed on my back and looked over at him as he propped himself up on an elbow to gaze at me. His eyes were a warm, tranquil, deep blue, the kind of eyes you could get lost in for hours. I forced myself to focus on something else and blurted out the first thing that popped into my head. Who was your first time? He looked at me quizzically. What? Why? I swallowed my embarrassment at asking him that, and as calmly as I could manage said, Well, you asked about Denny and me. It's only fair. He smiled and looked down at the sheets. I guess I did, didn't I? He looked back up at me. Sorry about that. That really wasn't any of my business. I smiled back. Just answer the question. I was so glad he had used that line on me since I was getting so much use out of it. He laughed and thought for a moment. I raised my eyebrow. He had to think about it? He laughed again at my expression. Well, she was a girl from the neighborhood. 16, I think. Very pretty. She seemed to like me. He smiled and shrugged. It was just a couple of times one summer. Oh, why? What happened? I asked quietly. He brought his hand up to run his fingers through my hair. I got her pregnant, and she had to move in with her aunt to have the baby. I flipped over on my side to face him. What? He laughed and touched his finger to my nose. I'm just kidding, Kiera. I pushed him back on the pillows and grunted at him. That's not nice. He sat back up on his elbow. You bought it, though. You must think the worst of me. He sighed softly and looked sad for a half-second. I'm not a monster, Kiera. His tone was serious. I propped myself up on an elbow as well. You're no angel either, Kyle. I smiled at him wryly, which made his smile return. So what really did happen to the girl? Nothing so dramatic. She went to her school, I went to mine. He shrugged. Different paths. I looked at him, confused. I thought you said she was a neighbor. Why were you in different schools? He looked at me blankly. We weren't in the same grade. I tried to comprehend what that meant. But she was 16. How old were you? He looked at me oddly. Not 16, he whispered. But you should get some sleep, Kiera. It's late. I could literally hear the door closing on that conversation. I was still trying to figure out the math in my head. If he wasn't in high school with her, then that made him, at the very oldest, 14. It hurt my heart a little. I brought a hand out from the covers and held his with it, and his warm smile eventually returned. We both settled back on the pillows, and he reached out for me, pulling me to his chest. I sighed with contentment as I listened to his steady, slow heartbeat. He really was fine with this. Maybe it wasn't such a bad idea after all. He brought both arms around me, one hand stroking my hair, the other rubbing my back. It felt warm and nice. I smiled and nestled more into his chest. I felt him kiss the top of my head. Well, I guessed that was okay. Relatively safe. Still pretty innocent. I ran my fingers along where he had been hurt on his side, and then lightly trailed them up his chest. Even with his shirt on, I could feel the lines of his defined muscles. I could also feel his heartbeat increase, and he sighed softly as he pulled me tighter to him. I pushed up to look at him. His face was still serene, and he was watching me adoringly. Kellan, maybe we shouldn't. I'm fine, Kiera. Get some sleep, he whispered, still smiling softly. I lay back down, but nestled into his shoulder instead of his chest. I grabbed the hand that had been stroking my back and laced my fingers through his, then brought our entwined hands up to my cheek and laid my head on them. He sighed happily and kissed my head again. Kellan? Really, I'm fine, Kiera. I looked up at his face. No, I was just wondering. Why do you want to do this with me? I mean, you know it's not going anywhere. Why waste your time? He shifted to look at me better. No time with you is wasted, Kiera. His voice was soft, the way he said my name like a caress. If this is all. He smiled sadly and left it at that. I couldn't stop gazing at his achingly perfect face. I started remembering every touch, every word. If this was all he had with me, then he would take it. Was that what he meant? It broke my heart. He had wondered if he was hurting me. Was I hurting him? Did he just want me, or did he care for me? I released our hands and reached up to stroke his cheek. He looked so sad. I hated it when he looked so sad. He suddenly leaned over and kissed the very corner of my mouth, barely brushing my bottom lip. He left his head there and breathed lightly down my neck. I was too shocked to react. My thumb was still stroking his cheek. I held my breath. He lowered his lips to my jaw and kissed me softly. Then he kissed under my jaw. His hand slipped under the covers and moved to my waist, pulling me closer to him. His breathing increased as he made a noise in his throat and trailed his lips down my neck. His hand clenched and unclenched against my skin, and he stopped kissing my throat, pulling back to rest his forehead against mine. His breaths were shallow. His face looked torn. This was clearly against my rules. Kiera. He struggled for control. The look on his face, the lingering feeling of his lips on my skin froze me. He was giving me a chance right now, but all I could do was stare at his eyes, quickly filling with passion, his lips coming closer to mine. His gaze flicked to my eyes, my lips, then back to my eyes. He was so torn, I was mesmerized by it. My hand still on his cheek moved over so I could run my fingers across his amazingly soft, partially opened lips. He made a noise and closed his eyes, his breath shallow and fast. I left my fingers there across his lips, and he pressed our lips together. My fingers in between like we were kissing, without actually kissing. We were going way beyond innocent now. I needed to end this. I needed to get up and go to my room. This was a horrible idea. I couldn't move, though. My breath sped up in response to his. He kissed my fingers softly, his eyes still closed, his breath intense. Just a few more seconds couldn't hurt anything, I convinced myself. We weren't really doing anything that wrong. His hand from my waist came up to my wrist. He started to pull my fingers down from his lips. I want to feel you. He got them partway down and fully pressed against my upper lip. That's when I woke up. I pushed him as far away from me as possible and scrambled out of the bed. He sat up, breathless, and I was startled to realize I was breathless as well. Kiera, I'm so sorry. I won't... He swallowed a couple of times to try and control his breathing. No, Kellan. This was a really bad idea. I'm going to go to my room. I pointed at him. Alone. He started to get up. Wait. I'm fine. Just give me a minute. It will pass. I put both arms up. No, please stay here. I can't do this. That was too close, Kellan. This is too hard. I backed up to the door. Wait, Kiera. I'll do better. Don't end this. His eyes were instantly so sad that I paused. I need to be alone tonight. We'll talk tomorrow, okay? He nodded and said nothing further, so I turned and left. Mentally, I berated myself. What did I think was going to happen? That was a really stupid idea. This whole thing was a bad idea. As nice as it might feel, it wasn't fair to all three of us. I stared at my ceiling for most of the night, wondering what he was thinking about, what he was doing, if he was sleeping, if I could just crawl back into bed with him, if I should. When I did fall asleep, I dreamed about him in vivid, glorious detail. In my dream, I did not get out of his bed. In my dream, we did very little actual sleeping. He knocked on my door early the next morning and opened it when I answered him. He walked into my room and sat on the edge of the bed. He was in different clothes, dressed and perfect for the day already. "Mornin'," he said quietly. "Are you still mad at me?" No. Having him on my bed was too much. The memory of last night and my vivid dream still had me weak in the knees. "You shouldn't be in here, Kellan. It's disrespectful to Denny." He chuckled and looked away. "You think, of all the things we've done together, that me sitting on his bed is what he would find the most offensive?" He looked back to me as I glared icily at him. "Sorry. Okay." He backed off with his hands held up and stopped in the doorway. "Better?" I sat up in the bed, feeling stupid. He was right, of course, but still. "Yes, thank you." He sighed and I looked up at him, still standing in the doorway. "I can't talk to you from here," he said quietly, holding his hand out for me. Sighing, I walked over and took it. He smiled and led me downstairs. On the way, he spoke softly. "I am sorry about last night. You were right. That wasn't a good idea. I did try, though." He looked over at me hopefully, like he should get a reward for at least trying. I sighed again as I looked over at him. This isn't a game, Kellan. He stopped on the bottom step and turned to face me on the step above. I know that, Kiera. His tone and look were more serious. I laced my arms around his neck and he relaxed. Then don't take it that far again. I wasn't ready for this to end either. Innocent, remember? He smiled and lifted me down to the bottom of the stairs to stand beside him. Innocent, right. I can do that. Still smiling, he grabbed my hand and led me to the kitchen. Mentally, I sighed. This wasn't a good plan. I was being an idiot. Chapter 14. Tipping Point. We decided to spend our free Saturday together taking an Amtrak up north. I'd never been on a train before, and it made me a little nervous at first, until Kellan held my hand. Then I relaxed against him in the seat, and we watched the world speed by with the rocking motion of the train. It was an amazing view, what with the snow-capped mountains in the distance and the greenness of the abundant evergreens whizzing by. I loved it here. I'd only been here a few months, but I already loved this state. We got out at a small, touristy town and walked around hand in hand. Without the fear of someone we knew watching us, we were much closer, and a lot less careful than we usually were with each other. We stopped often to look out over the river surging beside us, or look into a quaint shop as we walked by it, and he would hold me tight against his chest. I would turn into him and delight in his warmth and tenderness. Something had changed between us, again, after last night in his bed. I wasn't sure what it was exactly, just that our gazes were longer, and our touches were, while he was careful not to break any more of my rules, a little more intimate. Lines were starting to blur. It bothered me. It excited me. Eventually, we made our way back down south so I could go to work. I sighed as Seattle came back into view. It had been so freeing to be with him openly, with no fear of being caught. I had enjoyed our little outing, and I knew it probably wouldn't happen again for a long time. I looked up at his face as he gazed out the window. He had a slight frown on his full lips, and I wondered if he was thinking the same thing that I was. I watched the sunlight bounce off his eyes, altering the deep blue color to a lighter shade. I smiled at how amazingly beautiful his eyes were. He looked down at me then and smiled in return. The urge to kiss him overcame me, and I had to look straight ahead and close my eyes. "You okay?" he asked. "Motion sickness. It will pass. I just need a minute." I wasn't sure why I lied to him. He would have understood if I had told him the truth. Well, honestly, he would have understood too much, and I wasn't positive that, after last night, he wouldn't press his advantage instead of giving me space. And at the moment, I just needed a little space. I had to keep my eyes closed until the train completely stopped. Honestly, it was just ridiculous how attracted to him I was. Once we were situated, he drove me straight to Pete's. He stayed at the bar with me until the D-bags arrived and they started their set. Kellan had been right about his previous night's performance. The place was buzzing, and I was flitting from person to person all night long. By the end of the evening, I was exhausted. I got a ride home with Jenny instead of Kellan, which I think, based on the frown he gave me when I told him, may have hurt his feelings a little. But Denny would be home, and even though he'd probably be sleeping, I didn't want Kellan and me to arrive home together. After our amazing weekend, I felt like it would be a neon sign of what had passed between us, and I couldn't risk that. I hoped Kellan wasn't too hurt. Denny was home when I got there. Kellan was not, which made me frown as I walked up the stairs. Denny was sitting up in bed watching TV like he'd been waiting for me. "Hey, babe," he said warmly, his accent rich in his tiredness, as he held his arms open for me. I ignored the pit in my stomach that my free time with Kellan was now over, And where was he, anyway? And swallowing a sigh, I crawled on top of the bed to snuggle in Denny's arms. He rubbed my back and told me about his trip. I fell asleep against his chest, fully dressed, while he talked about his conference and his jerk of a boss. As sleep swam over me, I thought I heard him say my name in a questioning tone, but I was too exhausted from my weekend to resist the pull, and I succumbed to it. I hoped Denny wasn't too hurt by that. A couple of days later, Kellan and I were spending some free time together after school before I had to go into work. We sat close together on the grass in a secluded area of what we now considered our park near the school. We met here frequently between classes, or sometimes afterwards. We'd stay in his car and listen to the radio if it was raining, or grab a blanket from his trunk and sit out on the grass if it was nice. Today it was sunny, but it was cold, and our park was mostly empty. Kellan and I sat close together on his blanket atop the crisp lawn, huddled in our jackets after just having finished our espressos, enjoying the chilly day and each other's warm presence. Kellan played with my fingers, a small smile on his lips. Curiosity overcame my common sense, and I quietly asked him, "That song the other weekend, the kind of intense one, it's not really about a woman, is it?" He looked up at me, surprised. "Denny," I explained. "He told me what happened while he was staying with your family. The song was about you, wasn't it? You and your dad." Kellan nodded and looked out over the quiet park, remaining silent. "Do you want to talk about it?" I asked timidly. Still looking away from me, he quietly said, "No." My heart broke at the haunted look in his eyes. I hated myself for what I was about to say, but I so desperately wanted him to open up to me. "Will you anyway?" He sniffed, then looked down at the grass. He picked up a blade and twirled it idly in his fingers. Slowly he turned to face me. I tensed, wondering if he would be angry. As his eyes met mine, however, all I saw were years of sadness. "There's nothing to talk about, Kiera." His voice was soft but full of emotion. "If Denny told you what he saw, what he did for me, then you know as much as anyone." Not quite willing to let it go, I said, "Not as much as you." He watched me silently, his eyes begging me not to ask anything else. I did anyway, hating myself for it. "Did he hit you often?" Not looking away from my eyes, he swallowed and nodded his head once. "Very badly?" As if just a small hit wasn't bad enough, I thought, irritated at my own question. He was motionless for so long that I thought he wasn't going to answer me, but then he nodded his head slightly, just once. "Since you were little?" A single nod again, his eyes glistening now. I swallowed, willing myself to stop asking him painful questions that he obviously did not want to answer. "Didn't your mom ever try to stop him? Help you?" He shook his head no, a tear rolling down his cheek. My eyes watered, the tears threatening to spill. "Please stop this," I begged myself. "You're hurting him." "Did it end when Denny left?" I whispered, hating myself even more. He swallowed and shook his head no again. "It got worse. So much worse," he whispered, finally speaking. Another tear fell from his eye, sparkling in the sunlight. Wondering how a parent could possibly do that to a child, how a mother could possibly allow it, not give her own life to protect her only son, I inadvertently whispered, "Why?" With dead eyes, Kellan whispered, "You'd have to ask them." Tears spilled down my cheeks now, and he watched them fall. I put my arms around his neck and pulled him in for a tight hug. "I'm so sorry, Kellan," I whispered in his ear as he loosely put his arms around me.
"It's okay, Kiera," he said brokenly. "It was years ago. They haven't hurt me in a long time." By his reaction, I didn't think that was true. I held him close, feeling his body shake against mine. His cheeks were wet when I did pull back. I wiped them dry and held his face in my hands, gazing at him and trying to picture how awful his childhood had been, trying to imagine his pain. I couldn't, though. My own childhood had been happy and full of wonderful memories. My parents were overprotective, yes, but warm and loving people. He gazed back at me sadly, a new tear spilling from his eye and rolling down his cheek. I leaned over and kissed the tear away. As I was pulling back, he turned his head and our lips brushed together. Overwhelmed with sympathy for his pain, intoxicated by his sudden nearness, I left his lips on mine. My hands were still on his cheeks. We were still sitting close together on the grass, and our closed lips were pressed together, but neither one of us was moving. I wasn't even sure we were breathing. We must have looked very odd if anyone had been there to look our way. Eventually, he inhaled through his lips, causing them to slightly part against mine. My response was involuntary, instinctual, and immediate. I kissed him. I moved my lips against his, feeling his warmth, his softness, his breath. He didn't hesitate. He immediately returned my kiss, moved his lips tenderly against mine. His passion quickly overcame him, however, and he grabbed my neck, pulling me in for a deep kiss. His tongue flashed against mine, just once. I groaned with how good it felt, how much I wanted it, but I forced myself to push him away. I made myself not be angry. I had started this one. He immediately started apologizing. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I thought you had changed your mind." His eyes looked fearful. "No, that was my fault." Things were picking up between us. Lines were blurring faster and faster. Even now, watching his anxious face, my heart was beating harder. My lips burned with the memory of his. "I'm sorry, Kellan. This isn't working." He leaned toward me and grabbed my arm. "No, please. I'll do better. I'll be stronger. Please don't end this. Please don't leave me." I bit my lip, my heart in pain over his aching words, his frantic face. "Kellan, please." His eyes searched my face. I wanted to reach out and kiss him again, anything to take his pain away. "This isn't fair." A tear fell down my cheek, and I stopped him from brushing it away. "This isn't fair to Denny. This isn't fair to you." I felt a sob rising. "I'm being cruel to you." He sat up on his knees and grabbed both of my hands in his. No, you're not. You're giving me more than... Just don't stop this." I gazed at him, dumbfounded. "What is this to you, Kellan?" He looked down and didn't answer my question. "Please." Finally, his voice and face caved me in. I couldn't take causing him pain. Okay, Kellan." He looked up and smiled charmingly at me. I sat up on my knees and laced my arms around his neck, pulling him in for a tight embrace, hoping that I knew what I was doing. I pushed all thoughts of the park from my mind while I went about my shift at Pete's. Well, I pushed the kiss out of my mind, although my lips still tingled pleasantly, which concerned me. But no, I wasn't going to think about that. I couldn't quite push back the horrid conversation we'd had, though. My selfish need to know everything about him had opened up some of his old wounds. I watched him throughout my shift, wondering if he was truly okay. He seemed to be fine,
laughing with his bandmates, sipping on a beer, one foot propped up on his knee. Same old relaxed Kellan. I frowned, wondering how much of his casualness was real and how much was a conditioned response to a lifetime of pain. I thought about that as I watched him approach the bar to talk to Sam. He leaned back and Rita slipped him another beer. He glanced back at her and smiled warmly with a nod of his head. Sam left after a minute and Kellan stayed, quietly sipping his beer at the bar. He casually leaned against it and looked over at me when I approached to give Rita a quick order. "So, where are we taking your sister this Saturday?" He leaned back farther onto his elbows, which did wonderful things to his chest and just barely exposed the skin above his waistband. I had the sudden desire to run my fingers down his shirt and feel that bare skin. Rita eyed him hungrily as she took her sweet time making my drinks, her thoughts seemingly in line with mine from the look on her over-tanned face. I hated that look on her. Rita's face, combined with talk of my sister's approaching visit, spoiled the pleasant vision of him in front of me. "I have no idea," I said grumpily. Truly, I'd forgotten her visitation weekend was already upon me. My mind had been a little preoccupied lately. Kellan laughed at my expression. "It will be fine, Kiera. We'll have fun. I promise." I raised an eyebrow at him and frowned. "Not that much fun. I swear." He smirked at me playfully. Griffin suddenly came up behind me and put his arms around my waist. I elbowed him hard in the ribs, making him grunt and Kellan laugh. "God, Kiera, where's the love?" Griffin asked indignantly. I rolled my eyes and ignored him. "Griff, what's a good club around here?" Kellan asked him. My eyes flashed over to him, alarmed. Griffin's idea of a good club was probably not the same as mine. "Ooh, we going clubbing?" He sat down on a stool next to Kellan, an eager look on his face. His pale eyes practically sparkled with anticipation. He tucked his hair behind his ears. "There's a little strip club in Vancouver that does this thing with a—" No. Kellan quickly and thankfully interrupted him. "Not us." He indicated Griffin and himself and then pointed over to me. "Kiera's sister is coming up. We need a dance club to take her to." Griffin smiled and nodded at me approvingly. "Sister action. Nice." "Griff?" Griffin turned back to Kellan and simply stated, "Spanx." Kellan seemed to know what he was talking about. He nodded and looked at me thoughtfully. "Yeah, that would work." He turned back to Griffin and smacked him on the arm. "Thanks." Griffin grinned ear to ear. "When are we going?" I started to sputter in protest, but Kellan smoothly smiled and said, "Bye, Griffin." Griffin pouted, but did walk away. I started getting an uneasy feeling in my stomach as I watched Griffin walk over to a girl and slip his hand up her skirt, earning him a smack on the arm. I didn't think I wanted to go anywhere he thought was fun, and Spanx sounded particularly not fun. "Spanx? I'm not going to some sex club," I said quietly, blushing a bit as I met Kellan's amused eye. He laughed and shook his head at me. "I love where your mind automatically goes sometimes." He laughed again. "It's just a club." I eyed him warily, and he made an X over his heart. "I promise." He laughed again, and for a moment I could only stare at his attractive smile. Rita smacked my arm, apparently having been trying to get my attention. "Here, your order's up." She looked at Kellan while I blushed, grabbed my tray, and hurried back to work. He could be so distracting for me. I needed to watch that. The next few days after the park flew by smoothly and, thankfully, with no more over-the-line incidents. But the feel of Kellan's lips on mine still wouldn't leave me. I needed to watch that, too. This was getting really stupid. I was being stupid. I should end this. But he was so... I sighed. I couldn't end it yet. I liked it too much. My addiction was too strong. Like most evenings, I tried not to watch Kellan as I went about my duties, and like most evenings, I couldn't help but sneak a peek now and then. Tonight, he was casually sitting back in his chair, spinning a bottle in his hands. Matt was telling him something, and Kellan was laughing with him. His loose, carefree smile was amazing. He really was achingly handsome. A few women around him were working up the nerve to talk to him, and I wondered idly which one would. Would he be interested? Flirt back? He really had toned down the flirting with the barflies since our flirting had started. That thought worried me some. He should flirt. He should have more than what little I gave him. That thought broke my heart, though. I realized I was frowning at him at the exact same time he looked over at me. I tried to fix my face, but he'd already seen. He slowly got up and walked over to where I was wiping off a table. The women who had looked about ready to finally make their move seemed highly disappointed. He walked up close to me in the packed bar. Hey. He put his hand close to mine on the table, letting our fingers touch. Hi. I looked up at him shyly, wishing I could put an arm around him. I settled for standing and stepping closer to him so that our bodies were touching. He smiled down at me, his finger lightly stroking my pant leg as I stood uncharacteristically close to him. You looked like you were thinking of something unpleasant. Anything you want to talk about? His eyes suddenly seemed almost sad and almost hopeful. It was strange. I had no idea what to make of it. I started to reply to him when Griffin came up to us from the bar, clapping Kellan on the shoulder. Kellan immediately stepped away from me. Oh man, you have got to see this little hottie at the bar. He bit his knuckle. She totally wants me. Think I could nail her in the back room? He seemed to ponder that for a moment while I made a disgusted face and glanced over at her. She was pretty, but she seemed to be staring more at Kellan than at Griffin. Griffin seemed to notice, too. Aw, fuck, man. Did you already bang her? God, I hate getting your seconds. They never shut up about... He didn't have a chance to explain what women never shut up about as Kellan smacked him hard in the chest. Griff? Dude, what? Griffin looked confused. Kellan flung his hands in my direction. Irritation flashed in me. Had he been with that woman? Then guilt filled me. We were just friends. I didn't own him. What did it matter? Oh, hey, Kiera. Griffin said it like he hadn't noticed me until just then, and like he hadn't said anything even remotely crude or offensive, which in his mind he probably hadn't. He clapped Kellan on the shoulder again and turned to walk back to the woman, apparently going to give it a shot anyway. Kellan actually looked sheepish. Not saying anything else, he turned and walked back to his table. I spent the rest of my shift wondering if Kellan had been with that girl, wondering if I was just another in a long line of girls, wondering what women never shut up about, wondering at Kellan's silence after Griffin left, wondering about the weird look on his face before Griffin even showed up, wondering if I was being a complete moron by letting our flirtations continue, wondering why the whole night left an icy pit in my stomach, wondering why I spent so much time wondering about Kellan. Feeling odd at the end of the night, I had Jenny give me a ride home instead of Kellan, who had of course sweetly offered to stay until I was done working. He had yawned a couple of times as he left the bar, though, quickly glancing at me with a small smile before flitting outside, so I figured he'd be asleep by the time I got home. I was pretty surprised when Kellan swiftly pulled me into his bedroom as I walked by the open door. He'd apparently stayed up to see me. He quietly closed the door and playfully backed me into it in one smooth move. Then, with a hand pressed against the door on each side of my body, he leaned into me until our lips were just inches apart. He held that position, mouth slightly parted, breathing softly into my face. Sorry about Griffin, he whispered. He can be kind of, well, an ass. He smiled breathtakingly. I couldn't speak. I couldn't think to answer him. I wanted to ask about the girl, but aching froze my body. I couldn't even move my arms to push him away. I was trapped against the door, held in place by his sensual body, and my body had shifted into overdrive. I was overdosing on my addiction. He was too close, much too close. I needed a minute, I just couldn't find the words to say it. "What were you thinking about earlier?" He obliviously whispered, still inches from my face. I tried to speak, to tell him to back off, to give me space so I could think again, but I was frozen, speechless. He was so close. He smelled so good. My breath quickened, and he noticed. "Kiera, what are you thinking about right now?" His breath, so light against my skin, made me shudder. "Kiera." He eyed me up and down, and then pressed his body firmly to mine. I gasped, but the words still didn't come out. His hands ran down my shoulders, and then my waist, to rest at my hips. His lips parted and his breathing sped up as he watched my eyes with an increasing passion. My lips parted as I struggled to slow my own breathing. I needed to stop this. I needed to speak. "Kiera, say something." His words exactly echoed my thoughts. His eyes seemed to struggle with something for just a fraction of a second. Then he lowered his forehead to mine, breathing softly but intensely on me. He pressed one knee between mine, closing every gap between us. A moan stubbornly escaped my lips, but still no words were forming. Making a noise deep in his throat, he bit his lip and started running both hands up under my shirt. This wasn't innocent flirting anymore. This wasn't innocent at all. "Please, say something. Do you want me to?" Abruptly, he roughly exhaled and bent his head slightly to run his tongue along the inside of my upper lip. He slid his fingers up over my bra, then around to my back. I sighed raggedly and closed my eyes. Making another deep noise, he kissed my upper lip, slipping his tongue into my mouth. I shuddered and gasped, and he lost all control. He brought a hand to my neck and, exhaling roughly again, kissed me fully, pulling me into him. His lips fully around mine acted like an adrenaline shot straight to my heart. I was finally free to move again. Panting, I roughly shoved him away from me. This was way beyond my rules, and it definitely wasn't innocent anymore. It was also too late. Whatever this was now, I wanted more. He held up both hands like I might hit him. "I'm sorry. I thought," he whispered. I walked right over to him and put one hand on his chest and the other on his neck, pulling him close to me. He stopped talking, stopped breathing. He even retreated half a step, confused, before I forced him closer to me again. I breathed against him heavily, biting my lip. I watched his eyes go from panic to confusion to smoldering. Good. He wanted me. I felt powerful as I watched his mouth part, his breath starting again and increasing to match mine. I knew I could push him back on the bed and do whatever I wanted to him. I ran my hands down his incredibly hard chest and pulled on the belt loops of his jeans until our hips touched. "Kiera?" he asked raggedly, glancing once to my bedroom where Denny was sleeping. His hands were still up in the air slightly, like he was surrendering to me. My resolve wavered at the questioning tone in his voice. Our innocent flirting had been steadily escalating, and I was at the breaking point. I was either going to take him right now and betray Denny asleep in the very next room, or I was going to finally end this. I summoned every ounce of willpower I had and breathed huskily into his mouth. "Don't touch me again. I'm not yours." Then I shoved him hard onto the bed and fled the room before I changed my mind. Denny reached out for me when I finally crawled into bed a few moments later. He sleepily tried to pull me closer to him, and I stiffened and roughly pulled away, not wanting his closeness,
not wanting anyone's. At least, that's what I kept telling myself. "Hey, are you all right?" he whispered groggily in the dark. "I'm fine." I hoped my voice was smooth. It felt shaky to me. "Okay," he said as he moved over to kiss my neck. I stiffened again and turned my head away from him. "Kiera," he said huskily, his fingers trailing up my body, his leg wrapping around mine, his lips moving up to my ear. I recognized his tone. I recognized his movements. I knew what he wanted from me, and I just couldn't. My mind was spinning. Thoughts of Kellan and how close we'd just about come to, how much I still wanted him to. I just couldn't be with Denny right now. Denny wasn't whom my body was aching for. "I'm really tired, Denny. Just go back to sleep, please." I tried to keep my voice soft and sleep-like, not irritated and riled up like I truly felt. He sighed and slumped against me. His fingers stopped moving across my body and rested on my belly. I closed my eyes and hoped I would fall asleep quickly before my willpower faded and I ran back to Kellan's room. Denny breathed softly on my neck, and I thought he had fallen asleep again, but then he shifted his weight suggestively and moved his hand up under my tank top, pulling me tight against him. I shifted irritably under his clinginess. "Denny, I'm serious. Not tonight." He sighed and flopped over onto his back. "Where have I heard that one before?" he muttered, irritated. Annoyed, I snapped, "What?" He looked over at me and sighed. "Nothing." Still annoyed, I didn't let him drop it. I probably should have. "No. If you have something to say to me, then say it." I propped up on an elbow and glared at him. He glared back. "Nothing. It's just..." He looked away. "Don't you realize how long it's been since we've..." He looked back to me and shrugged sheepishly. I bit back my angry retort and tried to think about how long it had actually been. I couldn't remember. Denny understood my blank look. "You can't even remember, can you?" He looked away again, irritated. "It was the shower, Kiera. We don't usually go..." He looked back to me and stopped where he had been going, while I felt my face heat. "It's not that it's been a while. We've gone longer, and that doesn't matter to me." His eyes searched my face. "It's that you don't even seem to care. You don't seem to miss me at all." He looked up at the ceiling. "I thought when I got back from Portland, things would be different." He glanced over at me. "Honestly, I thought you'd attack me when I got home. But you didn't. You haven't. You've been so, I don't know, distant." His irritation left him and he gazed at me wistfully, running his fingers down my arm. "I miss you." His accent curled around the words. Instantly remorse took me over and I snuggled close, trying to kiss him, hold him, make love to him. But he pushed me away. Surprised, I could only stare blankly at him. "No." He shook his head, his irritation back. "I don't want you to have sex with me because you feel guilty. I want you to..." He searched my face again. "Want me." "Denny, I do. I had no idea how to explain what I had been feeling lately. I hadn't realized we'd gone a while without. I hadn't realized I'd been cold or distant to him. I had been preoccupied, and I hadn't realized he'd noticed. And I couldn't tell him why. I couldn't tell him who was occupying my thoughts. I sat up on my outstretched arm and stared down at him. "I'm sorry." He stared at me a moment and then sighed and patted the bed under his shoulder. I snuggled up against him and breathed in his rich scent, trying to calm my mind and my heart. "I love you, Kiera," he whispered and kissed my head. I nodded and nestled into his chest, wrapping my arms and legs around his body. A tear rolled off my nose to drip onto his shirt. "I love you too, Denny." I squeezed him tighter, praying that things got better between us. I was right to finally end things with Kellan. I was finally making the right choice. But even so, and I think just to torment myself, I dreamed about Kellan that night. That is, when I finally did drift off to sleep in my conflicted pool of emotions. I dreamed that I had stayed with him, that I had ripped off his clothes, shoved him onto his bed, and taken him. It was a great dream. It was a horrible dream. Kellan met me in the entryway of the kitchen the next morning and immediately put his hand on my arm. "Kiera, I'm sorry. I went too far. I'll be good." I brushed him off. I should have stayed in bed with Denny, but I needed to get this over with. Kellan needed to know and accept that this was finally over. "No, Kellan. We went way past innocent flirting a long time ago. We can't go back to that time. We're not those people anymore. It was a stupid idea to try." "But don't end this, please." He cringed and searched my face. "I have to, Kellan. Denny knows something's not right. I don't think he suspects what, or you, but he knows I've been distracted." I bit my lip and looked down. "Denny and I haven't done anything in a long time, and he's hurt." "I'm hurting him," I whispered. Kellan looked down too. "You don't have to. I've never asked you to not be with him. I know you two are going to—" He shifted uncomfortably. "I told you I understand." "I know, Kellan, but I've been so preoccupied, wrapped up in you." I sighed heavily. "I'm ignoring him." Immediately he grabbed my arms and pulled me close to him. His eyes searched mine almost frantically. "You're wrapped up in me. What does that say, Kiera? You want to be with me. You want to be more than friends. Some part of you wants me too." I closed my eyes and tried to block out his pleading face. "Please, Kellan, you're tearing me in two. I can't do this anymore." I tried to steady my breathing. I tried to keep the tears from stinging my eyes. I had to keep them firmly closed. If I opened them, if I saw his perfect face, his pleading eyes, I would surely cave again. "Kiera, look at me. Please." His voice wavered on the end, and I had to squeeze my eyes even tighter together. "No, I can't, okay? This isn't right. It doesn't feel right. You don't feel right. Just don't. Please don't touch me anymore." "Kiera, I know you don't really feel that way." He pulled me in tight and whispered huskily in my ear. "I know you feel something here." I opened my eyes but kept my gaze on his chest as I firmly pushed him back from me. I needed him to leave me alone, and I was going to have to hurt him to do it. "No. I don't want you. I want to be with him. I'm in love with him." I looked up to his eyes and instantly wished I hadn't. He was hurt. His eyes were filling with pain. I almost caved, but I needed to end this. I made myself say it, and hated myself for it. "I'm attracted to you, but I feel nothing for you, Kellan." He immediately dropped his arms and left, without saying another word. I didn't see him for the rest of the day. I didn't see him at work. I didn't see him when I came home from work. In fact, I didn't see him until the next morning. Relief and guilt flashed through me when I finally did see him.
relief that he wasn't hiding anymore, and guilt that I had hurt him enough that he'd felt the need to hide from me. He was sitting at the table, sipping his coffee, when I came into the kitchen. He looked tired. Perfect, but tired. He glanced over at me but said nothing as I sat across from him. I wondered if he'd be cool toward me again, like he had been so long ago. "Hey," I said softly. The very edge of his lips curled up. "Hey," he whispered. Well, at least he was talking to me. I resisted the urge to lace my fingers in his as he set down his coffee mug. We had been so close to each other for so long that it was more natural for me to touch him than to not touch him. His fingers twitched on the table and he moved them underneath it. I searched his eyes, wondering if he was struggling not to touch me as well. A sudden tension filled the room, with our joint effort of no contact, and I blurted out, "My sister is coming in tomorrow. Denny and I are going to pick her up from the airport in the morning." "Oh, right," he said quietly. "I can crash at Matt's. She can stay in my room." "No, you don't have to do that. It's not necessary." Sadness swept through me. "Kellan, I hate how we left things." He tilted his head to the side and stared blankly at the table. "Yeah, me too." I again resisted the urge to touch him, to cup his cheek. "I don't want this weirdness between us. Can we still be friends? Truly just friends?" He looked up at me and smirked. "Are you really giving me the let's be friends speech?" I grinned at him. "Yeah, I guess I am." His expression turned very serious, and my stomach flared painfully. I suddenly didn't want to hear his answer to my question, so I interrupted him when he looked about to speak. "I should probably warn you about my sister." He blinked and looked at me confused. Then his face relaxed and he smiled softly. "I remember. Man-flavored candy." He pointed at himself. "No. I mean, yes, but that's not what I was thinking of." "Oh?" he said curiously. I looked away, a little embarrassed. "She's kind of... well..." I sighed. "She's very beautiful. And flirtatious, confident, alluring, interesting." "I figured she was," he said simply, and my eyes snapped back to his. He quietly added, "She's related to you, right?" Him comparing me to my sister was beyond ridiculous, but then he hadn't seen her yet. I sighed. He really shouldn't look at me that way. "Kellan..." "I know," he mumbled. "Friends." The look on his face made me ache with sympathy. "Are you still coming with us to the club?" He looked away. "You still want me to?" I clasped my hands together to not reach out to him. "Yes, of course. We're still friends, Kellan, and my sister expects..." I let my voice trail off. He looked back at me and seemed to understand where I had been going with that. "Right. We wouldn't want her asking the wrong questions." His voice had a hard edge to it. "Kellan..." "I'll be there, Kiera." He finished the rest of his coffee and stood up. "Thank you," I whispered. As he started to leave, a sudden panic swept through me. "Kellan..." My soft voice had an edge to it as well, and he stopped at the entryway to look back at me. "Remember your promise." I couldn't quite keep the heat out of my tone. He looked at me thoughtfully for a second, and I wondered if he would snap at me. His eyes seemed to get even more tired, however, and shaking his head, he quietly said, "I haven't forgotten anything, Kiera." Chapter 15. Clubbing. Oh
Holy fuck. Griffin muttered as he smacked Matt, who happened to be sitting next to him at their table, across the chest. Dude, I'm in love. Look at that piece of ass. Knowing Griffin's types, I studiously ignored him while I handed the guys their beers. I glanced at Kellan from the corner of my eye the whole time. He was glancing at me from the corner of his, too. He looked resigned. I had worried about how Kellan would be toward me today, after our conversation this morning in the kitchen. But he had given me a ride to school like normal, picked me up like normal, and driven me to work, all just like normal, if a little more quietly. I had told him it wasn't necessary, and he had given me the look. You know, the look that clearly says, don't be ridiculous, of course I'll still take you where you need to go, since we're friends and all. Well, that's what the look had said to me anyway. I was wondering what he was thinking about when I noticed Griffin grin stupidly and sit up a little in his chair. I looked over at him curiously when suddenly hands covered my eyes. Guess who? I pulled down the hands and spun around. Anna? I pulled my sister in for a hug. Oh my God, we were supposed to pick you up from the airport tomorrow. What are you doing here? She looked at me briefly, then her eyes drifted over to Kellan, sitting casually at the table near her, watching us. I couldn't wait. Hopped an earlier flight. Ignoring who her gaze was focused on, and Griffin's impatient cough, he obviously wanted an introduction, I stepped back to look at her. My crazy, impulsive sister. She looked exactly the same. We had nearly identical heart-shaped faces, with high cheekbones and our mom's perky nose, but that was where the similarities stopped. She was tall, almost as tall as Denny, actually, and she emphasized that with slinky black high heels. She was voluptuous, where I was more athletic, and she also emphasized that with an absurdly tight red dress. Inwardly, I sighed. She looked like she had just walked off a runway, not an airplane. Her lips were perfectly full and painted a bright red, the same shade as her dress. Her eyes were a deep, constant green, where my hazel ones seemed to continually change color. Where my dark brown hair was wavy and unmanageable, hers, so dark brown in color it was almost black, was so luxuriously shiny that it rippled like water when she moved. Currently, she had half of it effortlessly pulled up in a clip. The hair that loosely spilled down around her shoulders was streaked with red as bright as her dress. I picked up a strand of the bright red locks. Well, not everything about my sister was the same. This is new. I like it. I smiled at her. She shrugged, still gazing at Kellan, who was annoyingly gazing right back at her. I dated a hairdresser. She turned to look at me with a charming grin on her face. For like an hour. I heard Griffin groan indecently behind me. I sighed inwardly again. My sister was adventurous and provocative. She was everything I was not. She was the one that my parents could never seem to mention without adding glowing adjectives like beautiful, gorgeous, and stunning, although the end of their sentences usually involved the phrase, "What did she do now?" She was much too attractive and alluring, and now I had to introduce her to my equally attractive and alluring roommate. Guys, this is my sister. Anna, she interrupted, holding her hand out to Kellan warmly. My sister was anything but shy. Kellan, he responded politely, shaking her hand for an annoyingly long time. Griffin abruptly stood up and took her hand away from Kellan. Mentally, I actually thanked him. Griffin, hey. My sister giggled attractively and said hello. Matt and Evan politely introduced themselves, while I felt a little stupid, realizing that she didn't need me here to make introductions for her. She was doing just fine on her own. Kellan watched me curiously as I blushed. Anna smiled and said hello to Matt and Evan, perfectly at ease with this group of good-looking guys that she'd just met. Griffin grabbed a chair, forcefully taking it from a nearby customer, and plopped it down at the end of the table near him. He patted the seat, and Anna smiled and thanked him. Then she scooted the chair to the other side of the table to sit beside Kellan. Matt and Evan both chuckled quietly. Griffin and I scowled in exactly the same way, but my sister didn't notice. Her attention was all on Kellan as she moved the chair so that it touched his. She gracefully sat down and, smiling charmingly, leaned against his side. He irritatingly grinned back at her. I hated this already. She had been here a whole of maybe 10 minutes, and I was already wishing she would leave. I felt a little guilty about that. I did love my sister. I just didn't want to see her all over Kellan. We may have ended our flirtations, but, well, it bothered me. He had better honor his promise. Well, I've got to get back to work. I'll bring you a drink, Anna. Okay. She never looked back at me. Oh, some guy named Sam put my jacket and bags in the back room. I sighed at what my sister could get men to do for her. Okay, I'll call Denny. He can give you a ride home. She looked back at me and winked. I think I can manage. She looked back to Kellan. So, you're a singer, huh? She eyed him up and down. What else can you do? She let out a husky laugh while Kellan grinned again. I hurriedly walked away. Like it or not, I was calling Denny, and he was giving her a ride to our house. I quickly phoned him and explained what had happened. He laughed at my sister's exuberance and said he could swing by in a couple of hours. He had to finish up a project for Max first. I was pretty sure his project was something ridiculously not important for late on a Friday evening, filing or something. My sister was invested in a conversation with Kellan when I came back with a vodka cran, her preferred drink. They were chatting easily while Griffin tried to interject as much as possible. She looked over and thanked me for the drink, then immediately looked back at Kellan while I frowned. Kellan peered up at me from the corner of his eye. He seemed amused that I was not amused. Throughout my shift, I watched Anna flirt with Kellan. He didn't seem to encourage her advances or make any advances of his own, but he didn't discourage her advances either. While they talked, she brushed hair from his forehead, touched his shoulder, grazed her arm against his leg. She was subtle, but also not subtle. He would say something amusing to her, and she would laugh, tilting her head to the side. Then she'd seductively bite her lip and run a finger lightly along her low neckline while continuing her throaty chuckle. Griffin was as irritated at that display as I was. I never thought I'd feel the same way as Griffin about anything. When I came up a bit later to tell the band they were set to go on, Anna had her hand brazenly high on Kellan's inner thigh, and he seemed perfectly fine with that. Time's up, Kellan. The words came out harshly, and my sister looked at me oddly. I fixed my face into what I thought was a passable smile and explained to her, they need to go on stage and play now. Kellan smiled at my forced tone, highly amused. Oh, great. My sister beamed, and I wished Denny would hurry up and get here already. As the D-bags climbed up on stage, my sister forcefully made her way through the quickly swarming crowd to a place directly in front of Kellan's microphone. He irritatingly smiled down at her while the guys got set up. I frowned but couldn't watch anymore as customers started demanding my attention. Where the heck was Denny? Denny finally arrived at the bar halfway through the guys' set. Anna had been enjoying the show a little too much for my taste, and Kellan had his bedroom eyes on her, and the half-dozen women around her, for most of it. I was not in a good mood when Denny finally walked through the doors. Where have you been? I snipped. Denny looked at me oddly and ran a hand through his dark hair. I told you I had to finish work first. He glanced over to where Anna was reaching up to Kellan, and Kellan was annoyingly reaching back toward her. She seems to be enjoying herself anyway. He laughed once and smirked. I closed my eyes and swallowed my irritation. Reopening them, I caught him watching me curiously. Why don't you take her home now? Her stuff is in the back room. Still looking at me with a curious expression, he shrugged his shoulders and said, Okay. He relaxed his expression then and slid his arms around my waist. I missed you. His eyes sparkled as a warm smile crossed his face. I relaxed and smiled back at him. I missed you too. I kissed him softly. He pulled me tight and started to deepen the kiss. I pulled away. I'm sorry, we're really busy. Can you please take her home now? I'm sure she's tired after her trip. I shrugged lamely as I stepped away from his embrace. Denny looked back to the stage where Anna was jumping around with the girls around her, clamoring for the rock god before them. Yeah, she looks wiped. He grinned back at me, but I frowned in response. He sighed, Okay, I'll put her stuff in the car, then drag her home. I smiled and kissed him softly again. Thank you. He went to the back and got her things, then came back inside and attempted to fight his way through the thickening crowd. Once he got to her, I watched him place a hand on her shoulder. My sister looked over at him and then, smiling widely, flung herself into his arms. I couldn't help the chuckle that came out at the look on Denny's face. He seemed a little unsure whether it was okay to hug this beautiful woman, who was clinging to every part of him, back. I smiled at his faithfulness, which, of course, made me frown as I glanced up to Kellan on the stage. He was watching Anna and Denny with an amused grin. Suddenly, his eyes flicked up to mine, and I was trapped by his deep blue depths and alluring voice. I was held in his gaze and unable to look away when I suddenly felt a light hand on my shoulder. I startled and looked over at Denny. He'd apparently walked back from the stage in the time I had been entranced by Kellan. Sorry, she won't leave with me. He shrugged, like he wasn't too surprised by that. She what? I took a couple of calming breaths and hoped that Denny hadn't noticed what had held my attention for so long. She wants to listen to the rest of the set. He shrugged again. Do you want me to stay? Give you guys a ride home? He tucked a lock of hair that had fallen from my ponytail behind my ear. I sighed, irritated and relieved. Yeah, thank you. At least she wouldn't be riding home with Kellan. Of course, I had forgotten how tenacious my sister could be when she wanted something, and apparently she wanted Kellan. No big surprise there. I had been pretty sure that she would want him once she got around to him. He was kind of hard to resist. I sighed as I watched her slide casually into his car at the end of the night. Denny chuckled as he watched her as well. I had been too busy finishing up work to stop her from leaving the bar with Kellan. They were just getting into his car when I finally walked out the door with Denny. What had they been doing for so long out here? Irritation flared in me again as their car pulled out of the lot. Kellan had better drive her straight home. Fortunately for him, he did. His Chevelle was in the driveway when we pulled up beside it. I quickly walked through the front door and found them sitting on the couch together, bent over in conversation. What were they always talking about? They both looked over at me as I walked into the living room. Irritation flashed through me yet again at the sight of Anna's hand all the way up his thigh. Really, why couldn't she just keep her hands to herself? Denny walked in a moment later and slipped his arms around me. So, Anna smiled alluringly at Kellan. Where am I sleeping tonight? Kellan half smiled at her and started to reply when I butted in. You're sleeping with me, Anna. I looked over at Denny while Anna frowned and Kellan stifled a laugh. Do you mind sleeping on the couch? Denny twisted his lips unhappily. The couch? He looked at the ragged, lumpy couch even more unhappily. Really? My eyes surely as cool as my voice, I said, Well, if you prefer, you can sleep with Kellan. My tone indicated that that was his only other option. Anna was sleeping with me where I could make sure she stayed there, all night long. Denny raised an eyebrow at me while Kellan laughed and said, I'm just warning you now. I kick. Couch it is, Denny grumbled and went upstairs to get a blanket. Anna brightened. You know, I could sleep with... I grabbed her hand and pulled her off the couch. Come on. I pulled her up the stairs with me, leaving an entirely too amused Kellan watching me herd her away from him. I didn't sleep a wink. My sister had gotten ready for bed after me, and as I couldn't exactly justify standing in the hallway watching over her like some overprotected father keeping an eye on his daughter's virtue, I had to lie in bed and grit my teeth while I listened as carefully as I could. I could have sworn that at some point I heard Kellan's laughter, and it took everything I had not to rush out there and drag her to bed, kicking and screaming. Eventually, she entered the dark room and snuggled down on Denny's side, cheerily saying goodnight to me. I ignored it, feigning sleep. I'm not sure why. Needless to say, sleep was impossible. I was hyper-aware of every movement she made. Was she twisting in her sleep, or was she shifting to get up and have a secret rendezvous with Kellan in his room while everyone slept? It drove me crazy all night long, and I didn't know how I was going to get through another night of this. Maybe I'd make Kellan go to Matt's after all. But morning finally did come, and hearing Kellan's door open since I was wide awake, I followed shortly after and joined him downstairs for coffee. I paused at the bottom step to glance at Denny lying on the couch. He was sound asleep, but he really didn't look very comfortable. I felt a twinge of guilt that I'd made him sleep there. Oh well, I could make it up to him later. Kellan didn't seem surprised to see me as I rounded the corner into the kitchen. He gave me a knowing smile as he looked over at me, pouring some fresh water into the coffee pot as he did. Mornin'. Sleep okay? The amusement in his question was all too clear to me. I slept fine. Yeah, right. You? Starting the machine, he turned to lean back on the counter. Like a baby. I gritted my teeth and forced a smile as I sat at the table and waited for the coffee to brew. Your sister is interesting, he said after a minute. I frowned up at him but said nothing, wondering if he was going to elaborate on that. He didn't. I flushed deeply, and he watched my reaction curiously. Yes, she is. I didn't elaborate either. The coffee finished brewing, and he prepared our 2 cups. We sat and drank them in silence, and not a completely comfortable silence either. Well, he looked completely comfortable and disastrously perfect, but I was agitated, and agitated at being agitated. I really needed to calm down. After finishing my coffee, I leaned against the archway and stared at Denny's sleeping form on the couch in a near trance. I came out of it when my sister came into the kitchen wearing a douchebag's t-shirt, and nothing else. I mentally thanked fate that Kellan had disappeared back up to his room shortly after finishing his coffee. She was entirely too attractive for just having woken up. Where did you get that? I said, astonished. It had taken weeks for Kellan to, well, literally give me the one off his back. Did she just bat her stupidly long eyelashes at him and he stripped for her too? I felt oddly betrayed by that. Griffin, after the show. He's got a box full of them in his van. Do you want one? She smiled sweetly at me, and I instantly felt guilty for thinking badly of her. No, I have one. One that still smelled amazingly like Kellan, so I never actually wore it. Not that I was ever going to mention that to her. You should put some more clothes on, though. Denny will be awake soon. It wasn't really Denny that I was worried about staring at her in that all-too-alluring outfit. Oh, sorry. Sure thing. So, is Kellan awake? She asked, almost demurely. I sighed. Yes, I think he went back to his room. Oh. She smiled and looked up at the ceiling to where his room was. Did he mention me at all? I hated that I suddenly felt like I was playing matchmaker, but I told her the truth anyway. Yeah, he said you were interesting. She frowned slightly. That's not exactly what I'm used to hearing. I suppose it could be worse, though. She smiled and turned to head back upstairs. I'll just have to step up my game plan. She winked and left the room. I sat heavily at the table and sighed again. Was it Sunday yet? Anna wanted to do a little shopping while she was in town, so we borrowed Denny's car, and she drove us to Bellevue Square, since she was a much better stick-shift driver than I was. We were walking through Macy's when she found this tiny black dress and decided to try it on for tonight. Of course, it looked amazing on her. It was a simple tank-top dress, but it hugged every inch of her perfectly. And it was really, really short. I could never pull off an outfit like that. I'd feel too self-conscious about the world seeing my underwear to even try. My sister looked completely comfortable as she spun around in the dressing room, though. She could have been wearing her favorite comfy sweats with how breezy she looked. On our way to check out, we wandered through the cologne section. I stopped when I found the scent Denny liked to wear. Grabbing a tester, I inhaled it deeply. It immediately brought him to my mind. My sister rolled her eyes, but smiled at me as she started grabbing a few testers and sniffing them. "What cologne does Kellan wear?" she asked as she sniffed bottle after bottle, a slight frown on her face. I froze at the mention of his name. Why would she think I knew that? I don't know. Why? I had actually wondered that myself. She smiled widely as she looked over at me. "He smells amazing. Haven't you ever noticed that?" I had. "No." She snorted, which on her was oddly endearing. "Kiera, I know you're gloriously content with Denny." She gave me a dry look. "But for the sake of all womankind, when life throws yumminess in your lap—" She smiled widely again and grabbed a bottle, inhaling it. "Take a whiff." Putting the bottle back, she laughed and grinned devilishly in a way that reminded me painfully of Kellan. "And, if necessary, a lick or two." I grimaced. If only she knew how much I had already done. Of both. We finished up our shopping trip with my sister finding the perfect pair of flirty high heels and a delicate-looking silver necklace. I sighed mentally. She was going to look amazing. She already did, just wearing jeans and a tight blouse. I didn't have the money to splurge on clothes right now, so I was going to have to dig through my closet for something decent to wear. It really didn't matter. I wouldn't be able to hold a candle to her anyway. And I didn't have to, I reminded myself. Denny loved me, and that was what mattered. Denny, not... I didn't even let myself finish that thought. We ate a light dinner, and she gabbed about the various men she had been seeing since dumping Phil, quite harshly from the way she told the story. I momentarily felt bad for Phil. She had probably torn apart his heart and not even realized it. I felt oddly and sympathetically connected to him. After our meal, we shopped a few more stores, my sister picking up a few more items, and then we made our way home to get ready for our evening. Anna quickly and easily slipped into her new outfit, hustling downstairs while I still rummaged around for something to wear. Denny offered suggestions until I glared viciously at him. He stopped after that, shaking his head as he buttoned up his shirt. I watched him for a moment, a little annoyed at how easy it is to dress when you're a guy. His white shirt fit his body perfectly, and he wore it untucked over his favorite faded blue jeans. He looked great. If I had been in a different mood, I would have stopped him from buttoning his shirt up and slipped it back off of him. But I wasn't. I was irritated. Finally, I found something and half-heartedly slipped it on. I came downstairs moments later and stopped dead in my tracks on the bottom step. My sister and Kellan were sitting on the couch. Kellan was sitting on the very edge of the cushion, elbows on his knees, and my sister was straddled behind him, kneeling on the cushions with her body firmly pressed against him. Her skimpy black tank top dress was so short that her entire thigh was exposed, and she seemed not to care at all. Kellan either, for that matter. She was playing with his hair while he idly watched TV. Irritation made me frown. Anna looked over at me and smiled. "Hey, you look great." Staring at her beauty, I felt anything but great. Passable, more likely. Kellan looked over as well and gave me a small, approving smile. "You beautiful." Denny purred into my ear, coming down the stairs behind me. He kissed my neck and I relaxed a bit. I was glad he liked the outfit that I'd had such a hard time picking. I knew I couldn't compete with my sister, so eventually I had just decided to dress for comfort. I had picked out my chunky black shoes, black low-rise jeans, and a red low-cut slinky tank top number. Clubs got hot pretty quickly. My hair was already pulled up in a low ponytail. I was ready for the heat I knew was coming. "She's not going to do that to me, is she?" Denny asked, coming over to stand beside me and staring at Anna and Kellan on the couch with a small frown on his face. I finally got past my irritation at how they were sitting and looked more closely at what they were doing. Anna wasn't just playing with his hair. She was styling it. Denny and I walked into the living room. Denny took a seat in the chair and, patting his lap, encouraged me to sit on top of him. After a quick glance at Kellan, I did. "What are you doing, Anna?" I asked, trying to sound nonchalant. She smiled brightly at me. "Doesn't he have the best fuck-me hair? Don't you just want to—" She grabbed a section on either side of his head and lightly tugged, making Kellan flinch and then grin. She growled suggestively. I blushed deeply, knowing exactly what she meant, and said absolutely nothing. Anna went back to styling his hair while Kellan smiled softly and looked down. "He's letting me clubify it. He's going to be the hottest thing in there." She looked over at Denny. "No offense or anything." Denny laughed at her. "None taken, Anna." "Oh," I said quietly, thinking his hair was fabulous before Anna got to it. But watching her work, he was oddly hotter. She was taking some of the longer pieces and shaping them with pomade to define his shaggy mess into random, chunky, spike-like pieces around his head. The effect was incredibly sexy, and as he watched me watch him, I started blushing and had to look away. A flash of jealousy went through me that she was doing something so intimate for him, followed quickly by a flash of longing that I forcefully pushed aside. "What do you think?" Kellan asked. Looks great, man," Denny said, laughing a little. "Oh, you just don't understand girls, Denny. They'll go nuts for this. Right, Kiera?" Anna said spunkily. Kellan chuckled softly, and I blushed even deeper. "Yeah, sure, Anna. He'll be—" "Man candy?" Kellan finished, highly amused, his eyes never leaving mine. "Ooh, I like that," Anna exclaimed, slipping her arms around his neck, apparently finished. I bristled at her closeness to him. "Are we ready to go?" I spat out, a little too intently. Kellan nodded and stood up, and I finally noticed what he was wearing. He was head to toe in black. Black boots, black jeans, and a fitted black short-sleeved button-up shirt. Combined with his now impossibly sexy, spiky hair, I had to close my eyes and take a minute at his attractiveness. Tonight was going to be interesting. We arrived at the club named Spanx that Griffin had recommended to Kellan. Knowing Griffin and his tastes, I was really unsure about walking into this place. Kellan assured us that it was just a normal club with a weird name and that the music was good. Of course, Kellan would find it only too amusing to convince us all to go to some S&M club. Come to think of it, Anna would find that amusing too. In some ways, they were too perfectly matched. That thought saddened me a little. The music was pleasantly loud, even from the outside. Denny grabbed my hand and, grinning, helped me from his car. Kellan had driven his own car. Anna had, predictably, darted into his car before I could say anything. He'd managed to find a spot a few spaces away from us, and Kellan helped Anna get out of his car, too. Looking like supermodels, they walked over to Denny and me. My sister adjusted her ridiculously short dress and checked her slinky black high heels before giving me a quick hug. I couldn't help the jealousy that sprang through me at her beauty. Her lips were bright red again, her green eyes popping out gloriously from her expertly done mascara, and her shiny hair was curled into perfect large rolls that bounced effortlessly when she moved, the red streaks peeking out through the bottom layers enticingly. If Kellan's perfection could be somehow morphed into a woman, it would be my sister. For a split second, I couldn't help the thought that if she and Kellan had children, they would be breathtaking. That thought instantly irritated me. Anna grabbed Kellan's hand and led him to the front door. He smiled and put his arm around her shoulders. Denny put his arm around me as we followed them across the lot. I was grateful for that. I was suddenly very cold. The burly man attending the rope to the packed club took one look at Kellan and Anna approaching him and instantly raised the rope for them. Well, of course. The super hot people didn't need to wait in line. Kellan paused at the rope and waited for Denny and me, the less hot people, to make sure we got inside too. Spanx really was just a cleverly weird name to draw people in. The inside was, thankfully, a typical generic club. Some couches here and there, long tables with bar stools, some mildly interesting art thrown on the walls, a long bar taking up the far wall across from the entrance, and, slightly around a corner, the crowd of moving bodies on the dance floor, which was massive. The music was pleasantly deafening. I was glad for it and for the confusing mass of bodies. I was ready to disappear. Denny, Anna, and I found a free spot at one of the long tables while Kellan braved the 4-person deep mob waiting for drinks at the bar. He was back in record time, though, and I couldn't help but notice the female bartender giving him disgustingly inappropriate looks. It irritated me. Kellan handed everyone a shot of something. I sniffed it and immediately made a face. I snapped my eyes up to where he was grinning at me with an eyebrow raised. Tequila? He had actually brought us all tequila? He set down a container of limes and some salt while I looked at him incredulously. Everyone around me set up their shot, no one else having a problem with Kellan's drink choice. I braced myself and prepared mine as well. Kellan laughed softly, which thankfully got swallowed up in the noise and no one but me noticed. He dipped his finger in the tequila to wet the back of his hand, and the memory of him doing that on our first night together suddenly overcame me so fast that I had to close my eyes and breathe deep. "You okay?" Denny leaned over and said in my ear. I opened my eyes and looked over at his concerned face. "Yeah." I glared over at Kellan. "I'm just not a big fan of tequila." Kellan smiled wider. "Really? You struck me as the type that would love it." My sister butted in as Kellan laughed again, and I frowned. "Well, I love it. Cheers." Kellan raised an eyebrow and his glass and toasted Anna. They did their shots together. They both laughed as they sucked on their limes. Denny raised his glass and I stubbornly raised mine, and we toasted and did our shots together. Feeling a little snotty, I took Denny's lime from his mouth, lingering for a long kiss. While kissing a surprised but willing Denny, I heard my sister yell, "Woo! There's my girl." Pulling back, I risked a glance at Kellan. He no longer looked amused. He clenched his jaw. Then, half grinning sexily, he looked over at Anna and extended a hand out to her. "Want to?" He nodded over to the dance floor, and she eagerly nodded her head. They disappeared into the crowd, his hand on her lower back. Her extreme lower back. He glanced back at me once, an odd glint in his eye, as they were swallowed by the throng. I swallowed my ire and focused on my own date. "They make a good couple," Denny said, also watching them leave. I swallowed again and forcibly shoved all irritation aside, making myself relax completely for the first time in what felt like forever. Denny was looking at me adoringly, a big, goofy grin on his beautiful face. He nodded over to the dance floor, and I eagerly nodded back. Dancing was a loose term in a club this full. It was more like tightly packed, rhythmic moving. Denny grabbed my hand so we wouldn't get separated in the massive swarm, then pulled us to a more central location. It was already getting warm, and I was glad for my breezy outfit choice. I had no idea what the song playing was, and I didn't care. The beat was heavy and drowned out every thought in my cramped head. Denny grabbed my waist, and we moved closely together. I laughed and threw my arms around his neck. Sometimes I forgot just how attractive Denny was. He had the first 3 buttons undone on his shirt, and his skin showed through enticingly. His hair was perfectly piecey and fabulously styled, and I ran my fingers back through the short layers near his neck, making him smile. The women around us sure hadn't missed him. As we moved into place, they barely registered me before turning to look at him with open interest on their faces. Denny took no notice of them. He never did. His eyes were purely for me. He leaned in close to kiss me, his warm eyes sparkling. I ran a finger along the wonderfully light hair following his jawline and sighed happily, letting the music and his body carry away my troubles. We never saw Kellan and Anna again. I made myself not wonder about where they'd taken off to in the club, and about how provocatively they must be grinding together. I made myself not think about them possibly having abandoned us here to find a more intimate setting. Eventually, I managed to block out everything in my head, and loud music, gyrating bodies, and thumping bass were all I cared about. That, and having Denny close to me. My bliss lasted for what felt like hours. The heat was building as close to the center of the mob as we were. Denny made a drinking motion with his hand, since hearing someone in this noise was virtually impossible, indicating that he was ready for the next round. I playfully pushed him away and shook my head, not ready to give up my music-induced sanctuary. I gave him a swift kiss and pointed to the ground to let him know I would stay in this spot. He fought his way back through the crowd, the women watching him as he passed. I sighed and shook my head as he rounded the corner to the bar. Yes, my man was beautiful, and completely unaware of it. I closed my eyes and focused on the music, happy and content, mindless. I froze when a strong, familiar hand came up behind me and floated up under my slinky shirt to rest on my bare stomach. My eyes flashed open, but I didn't need to turn and look. I knew his touch only too well and instantly recognized the fire burning in my belly. In my happiness, I had almost forgotten Kellan was still here. Had he been watching? I was beyond shocked that he would make a move after we'd ended things, and with Denny and Anna here. He pulled me back into his hip, and we suggestively moved together with the music. What had been fun and innocent with Denny was now so much more intense. I felt naked. The heat in the room seemed to double. I could feel a bead of sweat form between my shoulder blades and start to roll down the exposed skin of my back. His free hand brushed aside a few strands of hair on my neck that had fallen from where the rest was pulled back, sending electricity shooting through my spine. He bent down and slowly brushed the bead of sweat away with his tongue, following the salty trail up past my shoulder blades to the back of my neck, biting the skin very, very softly. I inhaled sharply. My vision swam. Damn. Apparently, since we had completely ended things, all innocent pretensions went out the window. Not good. I needed to stop